From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mrs. Wish, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yes?
Do I understand that you're in San Francisco because of the disappearance of my husband?
That's right, Mrs. Wish. The doctor's insurance company seem to feel that the circumstances deserve some looking into.
It is very strange, and I'm quite frightened.
I know you must be upset, and I know that the police have bothered you quite a bit. But I wonder if I could come out and talk to you.
Of course, Mr. Dollar. Only one thing is important. That is to learn that my husband is alive and safe. Please feel free to come any time that's convenient to you.
Edmund O'Brien in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Malcolm Wish, M.D. matter. Expense account item 1, $218.45 airfare and incidentals between Hartford and San Francisco. There, after a phone call to his wife, I went to the home of the missing Dr. Wish, which was situated about halfway up fashionable Nob Hill.
Good morning.
Oh, Mrs. Wish is expecting me. My name is Dollar.
Yes, she is. Come in.
Thank you.
You're the insurance investigator.
That's right.
I'm the daughter. My name's Cecil. You learn anything about Father?
Not yet, but I just got here this morning.
Sure, should have realized that. I'd like to talk to you about it.
Do you mean you think you know some other things that other people don't?
Some other people.
You haven't told the police?
No, I didn't like the man who came here, Lieutenant Hughes. I don't want to talk to you until after you've seen her.
Sure, anything you say.
Where are you staying?
The Cleveland Hotel on Cellar.
I'm going to be downtown. I'll meet you at the coffee shop at noon.
Okay, Cecil, I'll be there. Now, where can I find your mother?
The second door leads to the morning room and a view of the bay. She's waiting, so just walk right in. And don't mention what I said to you.
All right. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wish?
Yes?
I was told to come right in. I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, I've been waiting. Come and sit down.
I'll take up as little of your time as possible, Mrs. Wish.
Oh, it's quite all right.
I understand the last time you saw your husband was night before last when he left the house to make a professional call.
That's correct.
Would you tell me about it, please?
Oh, I only wish I knew more about it. My husband very seldom accepts night calls. But night before last, the phone rang, and he talked for a moment, and then he left.
What time is that?
A little past 9.
Isn't it his habit to let you know where he's going when he goes out at night?
No, I'm afraid it isn't anymore. Once it was, yes.
And you didn't hear him mention the name of the patient that called him?
No. I was out of the room, and he answered the phone himself.
Well, he must have said something to you.
Well, he seemed to be in a hurry. And he told me he'd be back in an hour or so, that it was an emergency. Naturally, we assumed that it was one of his regular patients. So yesterday, my daughter and I started phoning them. We got the names from Dr. Huber.
He's the other doctor in your husband's office?
Yes. I believe he's called some of Malcolm's patients, too, but none of them seem to have phoned that night. Oh, I'm terribly worried, Mr. Dollar.
We'll do everything we can. How do I get to his office from here, Mrs. Wish?
It's in the Tide building on post. You can take the cable car on the corner, and it'll drop you just a half a block away.
Thanks. I'll be in touch with you.
Right in, Mr. Dollar. I am sorry I was so brief with you on the phone. I had a patient in the office at the time.
That's perfectly all right, Dr. Huber.
It wouldn't help matters to discuss Malcolm's disappearance in front of him. You know how tongues wag. Please be seated. It is true that this situation is not yet common knowledge?
The papers have left it alone. How did you hide the truth when you phoned his patient?
What? Oh, of course, you have met with his wife. She was insistent that I do that. But it is not my duty, I thought, at least at this time. Do you not agree?
I suppose so, if you don't think Dr. Wish is in danger.
I don't jump to that conclusion until I see some reason.
The man has disappeared, Doctor.
Many men have disappeared. Dr. Wish is 52 years old. He has practiced here in San Francisco for more than 20 years. Before that in Seattle. The past 2 months, I have noticed a change in him. Tiring. He was no longer satisfied with his life.
Are you inferring that he might have ducked out on his own?
Perhaps even amnesia.
Does it sound like amnesia for a man to answer the phone, tell his wife he'll be home in a short time, pick up his medical kit, and drive away in his car?
Who knows about amnesia?
Does an amnesia victim go to the trouble of keeping a car hidden from the police of 3 states?
It would depend on the type of amnesia.
I didn't think there were types, so you must mean voluntary or involuntary. If he did just suddenly drop his life here, and you know that to be the case, I hope you...
I know nothing. Dr. Wish and I discussed very little but medical matters. I repeat that I realize that for 2 months or longer he was not a happy man. If he has made arrangements to change that, I do not know, but it is a possibility.
You wouldn't tell me if he were in trouble over his practice, would you?
I would not, but I'm sure that he wasn't. Dr. Wish is, to the best of my knowledge, a highly ethical man of medicine.
You're probably being cooperative, Doctor, but I'm not sure whether it's with Wish or with the police and me.
I am simply without information.
Yeah. I have an appointment in 15 minutes, but I'd like to come back this afternoon and get a list of his patients.
You are welcome. Please mention it to the receptionist on the way out. She'll be happy to gather the information for you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you prefer a table or the counter?
I was supposed to meet someone here at noon.
5 after, sir.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't see her. I guess she's later than I am.
Would it have been a Miss Cecil Wish, sir?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Then if you're Mr. Dollar, she phoned and asked me to tell you that she wasn't able to lunch with you, but that she would be reached by phone at her home any time after 2.
I see. Well, thanks very much. I'll take the counter. Might as well have a sandwich. I didn't suspect Cecil's motives until I left the coffee shop. Then I realized I was being followed. I kept my eyes pretty much off the man, but saw enough to describe him. Medium height and a broad-shouldered suit, and the hair that showed below a hat was so white blonde that I thought it must have been bleached. He followed me to a drugstore where I phoned Lieutenant Hughes, the detective on the case. Then my shadow followed me aboard a Market Street bus and dropped off a block after I did. He was lounging on a corner when I went into police headquarters.
I'm glad to have you in town, Dolly, but I don't have anything to give you. I put out a description of the doctor in his car, and I've been riding along on that. I'll have to for a few more days unless something breaks.
I take it you've talked to the other doctor in his office?
Yeah, I talked to him.
And he hinted that Dr. Wish dropped out of sight.
Yeah, and that in itself doesn't happen to be a crime. No, not yet, anyway.
Things like that sometimes crowd the law against insurance fraud, Lieutenant.
No, not for a while. Oh, don't think I'm passing this off without reason. With the information I have now, there's darn little I can do, except wait and see if the wife doesn't get a brush off by mail from Alaska, someplace that's legal.
Do you have a line on any women in his life?
It doesn't necessarily have to be one, does it?
It helps sometimes. Do you know any reason why somebody should be tailing me?
Tailing you? When'd you spot it?
Right after I had lunch at the Cleveland Hotel coffee shop.
When do you think the tail was put on you?
I'm not sure. I went out to the Wish house this morning. From there, I went to his office. From there to the coffee shop. And I came here.
Any ideas?
Yeah. I've got an idea that a man who wants to drop out of sight wouldn't risk drawing attention to himself by putting a tail on somebody who's looking for him. Would you?
Hardly.
It's all right with you. I'd like to leave things the way they are. I wanted to let you know about it, but I think we ought to let them play for a while.
I'll go along with that. I got some good men I could put on it, but there's always a chance of tipping him.
Let's leave him alone. Maybe he's only a hungry tourist who thinks I might lead him to a good steak. He followed me back to the doctor's office, and he was waiting for me 15 minutes later when I left with the names, addresses, and phone numbers of what I'd been told were all the patients of Dr. Wish. By this time, I was learning a few things about the man following me. He was good at it. Unobtrusive, not too eager, yet never losing me, though I didn't make myself too easy to follow. I let my shadow watch me buy some stationery and a paper near my hotel. Then I went up to my room, hoping he'd relax downstairs. I checked in the corridor 3 times in the next half hour, and then at 2:15 I phoned the Wish house. Miss Wish?
Yes, who's this?
Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I'm sorry about not meeting you. Something came up that I couldn't get out of.
You may have more trouble getting out than even you figured on.
What'd you say?
It doesn't look good when you promise information and then don't show up to give it. Why did you really make that date and then not show up?
I couldn't help it. There wasn't anything I could do about it.
What is this information you have? You can give it to me now, can't you?
Not over the phone.
I'll come up there.
No, because Mother will be here. I'll have to meet you someplace. Are you at your hotel?
I can be any time you say.
Where then, the bar?
I think it'd better be my room.
Well, that... All right. I'll be there at 8:30. Which one is it?
8:30? Why so late?
Because Mother will be here and I'll have to sneak out. Sound as if you've learned something, have you?
We'll talk about it when you get here. The room is 323. Don't stop at the desk. Come right up to the third floor and wait near the elevators. I'll be a minute or so late.
Why do I have to
Never
wait?
mind. Be here. If you stand me up again, I'll see that the police make the next date with you.
Why are you threatening me? I'll be there.
So will I, Cecil. Goodbye. I left as soon as I'd hung up and led my shadow away from the hotel. Before, I thought there could have been any contact between him and Cecil Wish. I kept him moving the rest of the afternoon and away from phones as much as possible while I called on some of the missing doctor's patients. I arranged it so that he couldn't have seen her go into the hotel. And still, when I reached the third floor, she wasn't waiting for me. When I spotted Lieutenant Hughes leaning against my door, I thought I knew why.
Where the devil have you been, Dolly? Thought we'd lost
I've
you.
been trying to do my job. Did you scare a girl away from here? Or did you notice?
There's a time and place. Tell me, has this man stopped tailing you?
No, he's waiting across the street from the entrance. Why, Lieutenant?
Dr. Wisher's coat, hat, shoes, and a suicide note were found on the Golden Gate Bridge about an hour ago.
Uh-oh. They found his body?
Not yet. And now explain for what possible reason this guy should have been tailing you.
We will return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. George Raft, popular screen star, plays Rocky Jordan, an American in Cairo. His mission, adventure. Every week starting next Wednesday over most of these same CBS stations, George Raft as Rocky Jordan gets enmeshed in new, often bizarre exploits. Next Wednesday, Rocky Jordan takes part in a search to find a beach strewn with diamonds. Don't miss this exciting CBS thriller. And now with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
As it turned out, the lieutenant and I, instead of playing it smart, should have collared the blonde shadow hours before, but the boat had sailed. By the time we got down to the street, he disappeared. An alarm was broadcast on his description, and Lieutenant Hughes and I went up to the Wish address.
This doesn't seem possible. I've steeled myself to accept almost any kind of horrible news, an accident, some sudden illness, anything, but not this.
Didn't your husband in any way show that he might have been despondent?
In no way.
Was there any trouble between you and him?
We were normally happy little spats. Cecil.
Yes, Mother?
Was there anything hidden from me? Was your father unhappy because of something that you knew about and I didn't?
Not that I know of, Mother.
You've seen the note, Mrs. Wish?
Yes, I've seen the note.
And you're still sure he wrote it?
Oh, I wish I weren't so sure.
I'm sorry that it has to be brought up, but it sounded as if he were pretty unhappy about his life.
Whatever it was, he kept it hidden. I hadn't an inkling. We'd been so happy.
The other doctor in his office thought that he might not have been so happy.
Then Dr. Huber was aware of something I knew nothing about. Perhaps I was blind. Oh, I just don't...
I'm awfully sorry. Now we're going to have to talk about it.
Oh, I just...
She's doing quite well, don't you think?
Not as well as you are.
I'm not trying.
What are you doing?
Being honest. Father's not dead, and I think she knows it.
I'm glad you're so sure.
It's not a suicide from the Golden Gate Bridge. That's too much.
Come on out in the other room. We'll be back in a minute, Lieutenant.
Yeah, all right.
Cecil, where are you going?
I'll come right back, Mother. Father had no reason to take his life.
What do you think has happened, then?
I was going to tell you what I thought when we planned to meet at noon, but I changed my mind.
Is it a change of mind what came up that you couldn't get out of?
It's harder to get away from than a lot of things. First, I thought that he was playing a dirty trick on me. Then I wondered if I wouldn't be playing a dirtier one on him by telling you about it.
You changed your mind about meeting me at 7, too.
I got the news about the things on the bridge just as I was leaving. Father's reached what they call the dangerous age. I guess it is. He finally fell in love.
I don't envy him. Dr. Huber diagnosed it as possible amnesia.
A typical Huber diagnosis. I don't think he knows about things.
But you found out.
Of course I did. I wasn't taken in by these night calls at all. I followed him. I even talked to her without her knowing who I was. She was nice. And I felt like a chaperone.
What's her name?
Ann Mobius.
Did she talk you into luring me to that coffee shop?
What do you mean?
I was onto that guy that was following me from the time I left there.
I don't know what you mean.
Stop it. I led him right over to police headquarters and told Lieutenant Hughes about him.
Mr. Dollar, I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy was good. I had half a hunch he might be a private detective. But then when I realized how well practiced he was on melting away from the police, I began to wonder. There's a police alarm out on him now, so you'll save a lot of time and trouble by telling me who he is and where we can find him.
You think I made you go there so you could be followed?
I was followed.
Why?
You put me in that coffee
But
shop.
why were you followed?
Because I was looking for your father. You know that.
I don't know it.
Yes.
I don't know anything about her. She's younger than Father, about 34 or 5.
Married or single?
I don't know.
Where does she live?
Wesley. It's an apartment, a building on Van Ness. I thought they'd run away together.
Maybe. Give me the apartment number. Lieutenant and I'll go and see.
It'll be the next one. Let's take it slow.
No voices.
Wait a minute. No, I guess not. There's a light showing under the door, though.
Try it.
Yeah. It's locked. Here, I'll get it.
That closed door must lead to a bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Let's try it.
Hold it. There on the floor. Man's suit coat.
Suit coat. Let's see that.
Look at the side here.
It's dried blood. A lot of it.
Sure. Look here. Bullet hole? Or a knife? Huh. The label says Brewers, Carson City, Nevada.
Yeah. Let's look in there. Got the light switch?
Yeah.
There's the shirt that was under the coat. Hey, look there, more bloodstains on the bed.
There's something more, Lieutenant. It figures that Dr. Wish was here, all right. There was a metal wastebasket in the bathroom doorway. In it was a large amount of surgical dressing, all bloodstained. It told of a wound that had been dressed and redressed a number of times. Other things in the room fell into place. A sales slip from Mill's department store in San Francisco. It was in receipt of the purchase of a man's shirt and jacket, probably to replace the bloodstained ones left in the apartment. The slip was dated PM, the current day, which was Thursday. And finally, on the dresser, we found a day-old Nevada newspaper. The front page item that seemed to fit reported, unidentified trio murders and robs Carson City betmaker. Dying man believed to have wounded one of his assailants.
Well, the time figure's all right. Leaving then, they could have gotten to San Francisco by 8 or so the night the doctor disappeared. There are a couple of stands in town that carry out-of-state papers. They're a day old, so this one must have been bought today.
And we didn't miss him by far, Lieutenant. According to the signs, this guy must be in pretty bad shape. To get him out of this building without drawing attention, they'd have to do it after dark, don't you think?
Yeah, I think they were plenty rushed. They'd done something to cover up the tracks here if they'd had time.
Dr. Wish's coat and stuff on the Golden Gate Bridge. Where does that lead?
Almost any place. It's wide open once you're across the bridge.
But the blonde man who was still following me when I met you at the hotel, after sticking together this far, would they leave him or come back after him?
That's a thought. I'm going to get on the phone out here and put some men on it.
I'll check the tenants on this floor and see if the building manager's come in yet. I'll meet you at your office. I got nothing from the building. The woman, Ann Mobius, hadn't lived there long enough to become friendly with anyone. The manager knew that she had received men visitors now and then, but that was all. Nobody had seen an injured man enter or leave. An hour later, in Lieutenant Hughes's office, I learned that the police had had better luck than I had.
I got on the teletype to Carson City. Your description of the blonde man fits what they have on a man named Ned Ring. Records in Nevada and Utah.
Anybody with hair like that never should have tried to be a criminal.
Yeah. And I gave them the name Movius. They have an Alan Movius. No record. But I know an associate of this Ned Ring, so it figures.
No next of kin on Movius, I suppose, huh?
No, but he must be a brother to the woman, unless that's her married name. Anyway, they never heard of her. She's clean as far as we're concerned.
Yeah. Well, I guess she just happened to know
No, wait a minute. Hello. Right. Yeah, that's the name, all right. Oh, good. Put him in a room. We'll be right down.
How was that?
Your blonde friend. He was picked up boarding an airport limousine. Well, Ring, I'm glad to see you.
Look, I don't know what any of this is all about. You got no right to hold me.
What happened, Ring? Did your buddies duck out on you?
What do you mean my buddies stuck out of me?
Where were you flying to when you got picked up?
The other cop got my ticket. It says L.A. I got a right to go to L.A., haven't I?
Is that where your buddies are going?
What buddies? I was going alone.
Why weren't you going to Carson City?
Look, what's eating you two? You must have me mixed up with somebody else.
Your name is Ned Ring, isn't it?
Yeah, sure it is.
How do you think we found out what your name was?
Well, he had it all over me. The other cop got my wallet and stuff.
We had your name before you were picked up. We got it from Carson City.
What do you give me this stuff for?
Maybe he doesn't
Oh,
know.
the devil he doesn't.
You don't think you followed me all day without my catching on to it, do you?
Never saw you before.
How about a Dr. Malcolm Wish?
Or Ann Movius?
I'm not talking to you guys.
A couple of men are on their way from Carson City. Maybe you'd rather wait and talk to them.
I don't know anything about anybody in Carson City.
Yes, you do, Ring. It started out to be an unidentified trio that killed that bet maker in Carson City. But it isn't anymore. We've got your name, and we've got another one, Alan Movius.
And we've got a link between Ann Movius and the doctor that disappeared the other night.
He was held in an apartment on Van Ness. He took care of one of your buddies who'd been shot.
That's a kidnapping, right?
And now it looks like another murder. You tried to set it up like a suicide, but if he went off that bridge, he was pushed.
I don't know anything about that.
About what?
That, whatever you're talking about.
Get off it, Ring. You're tied up.
They left you, Ring, didn't they? They had to get out of that apartment. And while they had you off tailing me around town, they left.
And they left 100 leads pointing right at you. That's why you're here. They even left the newspaper with the story of that Carson City killing.
They really ratted out on you.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure did, didn't they?
All right, where'd they go?
I don't know. If I did, don't think I wouldn't tell you.
They pulled out before you saw me go into my hotel about 8:30.
Yeah, I guess it was it.
Who's the one that was wounded?
Movius. We couldn't just leave him in Nevada. We should have. Kept yelling about a sister in Frisco was friends with a doctor, so we drove him all the way here.
How bad is Movius?
Pretty bad. Slug is inside him someplace.
How far do you think they could drive on him?
I didn't think he could be moved out of that apartment without killing him.
Where does the sister stand in all this?
No place. She was stuck. Seeing her brother like that, she couldn't think of anything but him. She lied to the doc. She told him she got hurt to get him over. And Gould and me woke up.
Gould. He's the third man?
Yeah. He's the one who did the gun work in Carson City. We knew we couldn't let the doc go unless Movius died or else got better so we'd get out of here. We was trapped more than the doc was. That's why I had a plan on his house and picked you up.
I think you're talking straight with us, Ring. I hope you are.
I haven't got much reason not to, have I?
Well, there must have been some talk about where you'd go if you had to leave.
We never did get to that. I knew where they were, brother, I tell you. And you can believe that. I'm not aching to take all this by myself.
He was able and willing to supply some more pertinent information, such as a description of the other man, Gould, and the make, model, and license number of the car they were driving. Even with that, it looked like the case would stretch over into the next day. But at 11:30, Lieutenant Hughes got a phone call from Petaluma, a small town some 30 miles north of San Francisco.
All that drugstore. Douglas was handed a prescription for a painkiller that he had his doubts about. It was filled out by a Dr. A. Wish. He called the sheriff's office, and they have a man on the customer. Yeah, this is probably it. Sheriff Hill was right behind us.
You get the layout of this place?
I guess all these motels are about the same. Driveway up the middle, rooms on each side.
That puts number 12 on this side, I guess. I wondered if It was the one with the light showing under the curtain.
I put 2 men to watch this side, but I don't think there's a way out except the driveway.
All right, Sheriff. Well, I think we're ready to go in.
Number 12 was in the middle of the row of accommodations on the right. Only 3 of us went to the door, and none of us expected trouble. Certainly none of us expected the kind of trouble we found.
Yes,
Police. Where's Dr. Wish?
police. I am Dr. Wish.
I'll stay outside, Lieutenant.
All right, sir.
You all right, Dr. Wish?
Yes.
I was sort of surprised when you answered the door.
Where are the others? Ann Mobius, her brother, the man named Gould.
They're here
Where?
in the bedroom. I'd like to tell you I've killed them all.
Sit down, Dr. Wish.
I'm going to go take a look, Dollar.
Tell me what happened.
I killed them. When we left the city, I knew I would. I'd have to die myself. I told Gould only one thing would save Mobius and wrote the prescription, and I killed them with it. The wounded man with an injection, the others internally in water.
Ann Mobius, too?
Yeah. And Mobius, too. With her brother. She was with him. She told me she wasn't. She told me she... I didn't believe. I didn't believe.
Dr. Wish.
She told me before she died. She...
Lieutenant Hughes. We have to get him to a doctor. He's got some of that stuff himself. Expense account item 2, miscellaneous $140.50. Item 3, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total $577.40. Remarks? We got Dr. Wish to a doctor in time to save his life. So your policyholder, although alive, is also a triple murderer. He claims it was justifiable, but at the same time, it was premeditated, so there's a fine line to draw. What I keep remembering is that his daughter, Cecil, said he had reached the dangerous age. And I guess he had. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd. Edmund O'Brien can soon be seen in the Paramount Pictures production Warpath. Featured in tonight's cast were Jeanette Nolan, Virginia Gregg, Ray Hartman, Bill Boucher, Tony Barrett, and Lou Krugman. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Dan Coverly inviting you to join us next week at the same time when Edmund O'Brien returns as
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your security, for your country's security, invest regularly in United States defense bonds. Buy them automatically through the payroll savings plan where you work. For personal security, for America's defense. Now, let's all buy bonds. Elation and syncopation are the main elements of tonight's Bing Crosby show over most of these same CBS stations. No wonder. The groaner himself vocalizes and informalizes. And Bing's guests include Tommy Dorsey with some fancy licks on his slide trombone, hot violinist Joe Venuti, and that equally torrid songbird, Teresa Brewer. Tonight on the Bing Crosby Show, for it follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
for your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Who's that Bishop, Johnny?
Oh, hold on, Mr. Bishop.
Are you employed?
No, not right now.
Good. Company insures a Lieutenant Nathan Gayles, New York Police, was killed yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I read about it. Shot in his garage.
See what you can find out.
Who's handling the case?
Sergeant Kemper, 15th Precinct. He was Gayles' partner.
How about taking a minute or so to talk about seals and fish that have some connection with the government of the United States? Now, that isn't as strange as it sounds. You take the matter of seals, for example. There are two types of seals that are the responsibility of the Secretary of State. First, there's the Great Seal of the United States, which is stamped on all official documents. The Secretary of State makes sure it's always on hand when it's needed. The other kind of seals he takes care of are the ones that swim in the ocean, since it's up to the Secretary to work out agreements with representatives of other countries and let them know how many seals can be caught in what is called international waters and when. The Secretary of State works out similar deals for the catching of fish and lobsters because these agreements are actually treaties. Before they can be put into effect, they have to be approved by 2/3 of the Senate. As a matter of fact, any time our government wants to work out a deal with a foreign country on trade, mutual assistance, fish, seals, or lobsters, it's done by treaty. And all treaties are signed by the President, though some of them aren't drawn up until after the Secretary of State has worked over the rough spots in order to pave the way for prompt ratification. So, just remember, the Secretary of State is a mighty important wheel in the machinery of your United States government.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Great Eastern Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Nathan Gale matter. Expense account item 1, $23.55. Train fare and incidentals from Hartford to New York City. Expense account item 2, 75 cents. Cab fare to the hotel. I registered and put in a call to Sergeant William Kemper at the 15th Precinct Police Station. Kemper said I could stop down anytime. So in 20 minutes, I was sitting in the homicide squad room, listening to Sergeant Kemper's version of the killing of a fellow police officer.
Nate had been after a hood named Bancroft for a long time. Word was out that Bancroft had finally gotten a little tired of it and was going to hit Nate the first chance he got.
Do you think Bancroft killed him?
Yeah, but so far we can't prove it. The day Nate was killed, he called in and told me he was onto something hot. Said it concerned Bancroft. Told me to meet him at his house in an hour. Said he was contacting a stoolie named Virgil Cummins.
Hi.
Hello, Dave.
Anything for me?
I don't think so.
You have any idea what he was supposed to get from this Virgil Cummins?
No, he didn't say just what it was, but he indicated it was a big score. Enough to fry Bancroft for keeps. I went to his house in an hour, like he'd asked, and I found him in the garage, shot twice.
No witnesses?
Yeah, a neighbor, George Fisher, said he saw a man running away. We brought him down here and showed him the mugs. He picked out Bancroft.
Well, then...
We picked Bancroft up, put him in the lineup, and the witness changed his mind. Said Bancroft wasn't the man after all.
Somebody got to him, huh?
Of course. But the witness won't change his story again. He insists that Bancroft's not the man he saw running away, and that's that. He's scared stiff. He's got a wife and 4 kids.
Has Bancroft got an alibi?
Says he was with his girl at the time of the killing.
And his girl agrees?
100%. We've questioned them both for hours.
What about the stoolie, Cummins?
I went looking for him right away.
Bill.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay.
If Ed come in, tell him I'm down in Basker's office.
Oh, yeah. So we found Cummins all right. Found him in his room, strangled by a light cord.
Whoever shot Gale got the evidence.
Sure. So it's got to be Bancroft. But without the stoolie, we can't prove there was any evidence. Bancroft's girl swears Bancroft was with her the whole afternoon.
And your only witness won't identify Bancroft.
That's the way it stands so far. But I'm working on that witness. I'm going to keep working on him until he admits Bancroft's the man.
Well, I've got to go talk to Gale's widow.
Oh, Ab's taking it pretty good. She's a wonderful person. You'll like her.
I'm sure I will. Well, so long, Sergeant. I'll keep in touch with you.
Expense account item 3. $1.75 cab fare to the Gale home. I introduced myself to Mrs. Evelyn Gale, the dead officer's widow. She showed me into a small, attractively furnished house where I met her 2 children, Greg, 5, and Mike, 3.5. She told the boys to go out in the tiny backyard and play until we were finished talking.
They just think their father's gone away on a trip. They're too young now to really understand. Greg would understand in a way, but it'll be too hard on him. When they get older, they won't miss their father so much it'll be easier to tell them.
Yeah.
You said you talked to Bill Kemper?
Yes, I just left him about half an hour ago.
He and Nate were partners for a long time. I think Nate's death hurt Bill just about as much as it did me. But you want to talk about insurance, don't you?
Just a few questions and I'll get out of here.
Of course.
Tell me a little something about the day your husband was killed.
Well, there was nothing particularly unusual about it. It was like most any day, except that it was our anniversary.
He didn't say anything or tell you anything that was unusual?
I don't think so. I would have remembered if he had.
Did he call you during the day?
No.
What time did you expect him home?
He was off duty at 6. He had the day watch. He was usually home around 6:30.
Were you here in the house when he drove into the garage?
No. I was down at the corner, the grocery store. When I got back, Bill was waiting for me. I saw the other officers around the garage, and then the ambulance pulled up.
Where were the children?
With their grandmother, Nate's mother. I left them with her around 4 that afternoon. Nate and I were going to have dinner and go to a show. Celebrate the anniversary. It was our 7th.
Do you know George Fisher?
Yes, he lives across the street in a white house. I've spoken with him since. He's avoided me, but I saw him this morning backing out his car, and I went over and talked to him.
He says he saw the killer.
But he told the police he saw a man running away from our garage right after the shot. He made an identification.
Yes, I know about it. Bill Kemper told me he changed his story.
Yes.
Do you think he can really identify the killer?
Well, I think so, but he's so frightened. Oh, I don't blame him. He has a family, and he wants to protect them.
What did you say to him?
Well, I told him that I understood, but that he should make an identification if he could. I told him that protecting a killer isn't the way to protect your family.
But he wouldn't listen.
No. And I really wonder what I'd do in his position. George has a lovely wife and 4 adorable children. I don't know.
Well, I think I'll have a talk with Fisher.
I doubt if you can do any good. Bill's worked on him and worked on him. The whole department's trying to get an identification or a statement.
Well, I'll have a shot at it anyway. Thank you, Mrs. Gale. I went across the street to the Fisher house and spoke with his wife. She told me her husband was still at work, wasn't expected home until 6:30. She refused to tell me where her husband worked, stating they'd been bothered entirely too much since the Gale killing. It was obvious she also was frightened. Very frightened. Expense account item 4, $1.25, cab fare back to my hotel, where I put in a call to Sergeant Bill Kemper to ask where George Fisher worked. Kemper was out, so I left my number and went downstairs to have some lunch. Around 1:30, I was paged and told that Kemper was waiting for me in the lobby.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, hi. You got my call?
Yeah. Let's go over and sit down where we can talk.
Oh, sure. I called to find out where George Fisher works.
He doesn't work anywhere anymore.
What do you mean?
He was killed about an hour ago. Let's sit down.
Murdered?
Hit and run. On his way to lunch with 2 men from his office. They were crossing the street and a car hit them.
All of them?
Killed Fisher, hurt both of the men, one pretty seriously.
Any witnesses?
Yes. Got a positive identification on the car, got the license number. Even found the car.
But not the driver?
No. Found the car parked on the east side of town. It had been reported stolen at 8 o'clock this morning.
Bancroft?
First thing I checked on. Yes.
He was with his girl.
All afternoon.
What about 8 o'clock this morning?
Claims he was sound asleep in bed.
And was he?
And we checked his hotel. Nobody can swear he wasn't. He left a call for 11. Nobody saw him leave the hotel before then. A number of people saw him come in last night.
Well, maybe he didn't do it.
And maybe he didn't. But it sure seems funny. The one man who could identify Bancroft as the man seen running away from Nate's garage should get killed a couple of days later.
Did you find anything in the car?
The lab's checking on the car now.
Did the witnesses say whether a man was driving it or not?
Yeah, they said it was a man. Couldn't see him well enough for identification. Wore a hat.
Well, maybe he had somebody steal the car for him, left the hotel at 11, took the car, and went after Fisher.
Looks like the only possibility.
Could his girl have stolen it?
No. She was in her apartment, definitely.
And Bancroft was with her from 11 until when?
A little while ago. That's where we picked him up. Desk clerk swears Bancroft came in a little after 11 and didn't see him go out.
Did he have to pass the desk clerk to go out?
If he took the stairs. If he took the elevator, one of the elevator boys would have seen him. None of them did.
Well, you got a tough one.
That's why I wanted to talk to you. I know Bancroft killed Nate. Maybe he didn't run down Fisher, but I'll bet he had something to do with it. Now, the strongest and the weakest link is his girlfriend.
Now, what do you want me to do?
And just before we got the report on Fisher's death, another call came in. It was from a jeweler. The day Nate was killed was his 7th anniversary.
Yeah, Mrs. Gale told me.
Well, the jeweler told me that Nate had been in looking at watches. He told me Nate couldn't make up his mind between two of them, so the jeweler told him to take him home and let Eve decide. He took him.
Was this before or after he made the contact with the steward?
Before. He must have had him with him when he saw it coming.
Did he have them with him when you found him in his garage?
No. So it looks like the killer took him. I remember the glove compartment was open. Nate probably had him in there. The killer got the evidence and looked in the glove compartment to make sure he didn't miss anything. Saw the watches, took them along.
You think Bancroft might have given them to his girl?
He might. Or he might have pawned them. I got out the usual bulletins to all the pawn shops, and we were checking every fence we know of. They were fairly expensive watches. Here, your description.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you just get a warrant and search the girl's apartment?
I thought about it, but if Bancroft gave her one or both of the watches, he's smart enough to tell her not to wear them or have them around. You find the watches, even one watch, and connect them to Bancroft or Betty Holmes.
That's the girlfriend.
Yeah. Johnny, you think you could find out if she's got one of those watches?
Me? Well, how would I do that?
Get close enough to her. Oh, you won't mind. She's a darned attractive dame, if you like the type.
Well, I guess I could try. But what about Bancroft?
I'll get him out of the way. But I can't keep him forever. You'll have to impress her in a hurry.
Well, maybe she doesn't want to be impressed.
She likes men with money. Lots of money.
Sergeant, I hate to tell you this,
you
but...
just put up a good front. We'll figure a way for you to meet her, and we'll make sure she knows you're loaded.
Okay, but if someone gets careless and asks me to change 4 bits, the whole plan goes right out the window.
With your permission, there's something I'd like to talk about for a minute. You know, too many times people try to escape from their responsibilities by having someone else take them over. There was Miles Standish, for example. He was much too busy to ask Priscilla to marry him, so he sent John Alden to pop the question for him. You know what happened. John ended up marrying the girl himself. Of course, if John had had a face like a flat tire instead of being the handsome guy he was, maybe Miles Standish would have married Priscilla instead. Well, actually, I don't know what got me started on this subject, and unless it was my thinking about people who represent somebody else. Take our State Department, for example. Being a representative is one of its biggest jobs. Through the Foreign Service, it helps the Justice and Treasury Departments handle immigration, narcotic, and quarantine problems. And the Secretaries of Agriculture and Commerce look to the Secretary of State to help keep their fingers on the pulse of foreign markets so they can keep the business firms and farmers of America informed on matters of import and export. I guess the only connection between these facts and the courtship of Miles Standish is that, like John Alden, our State Department speaks for itself.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant Kemper made arrangements for me to move into another hotel, where Johnny Dollar, the insurance man, would be known as Johnny Dollar, the Texas oil man. Kemper got me a fancy pair of boots and a 10-gallon Stetson. I was all ready to turn the lovely Betty's head. The men who were tailing her reported to Kemper that she was shopping at Meshakoff's Fur Salon on Fifth Avenue. Kemper immediately put out a call to pick up her boyfriend, Then Kemper and I left for the Fifth Avenue shop. When we got there, Kemper pointed out the quarry, and I went to work. She was trying on a mink stole when I walked up to the sales lady.
Oh, it's just lovely. Yummy.
Yes, that's one of our nicer stalls.
It's ranch mink, isn't it?
Yes, but if you prefer...
Oh, well, no, I'm just looking, but I'll probably be in next week and buy something.
Certainly. Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yeah, I thought I'd like to buy a fur coat or something like that.
Would you excuse me?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead. I'll just look around.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to bust up nothing.
Well, that's all right.
The lady's just looking.
Well, okay. You sure you don't mind?
Not a bit?
Sir, what kind of fur coat would you like?
Well, I'd like something real nice. I'm just in New York for a couple of days. I'd like to bring my mama back a little present.
You're from Texas?
Why, yes, ma'am. How'd you know?
Well, I can always tell Texas man. So tall and strong.
Oh.
Would you like something in mink?
Yeah. I like the mink, too. Oh, boy, I'm having just a wonderful time here in New York.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad.
First vacation I had since 43. Just been too busy with the whales.
That's oil well?
You don't buy mink coats with water, lady.
Well, what about this lovely stole the young lady was just trying on?
Well, no, ma'am. It's too skimpy. I want something can keep Mama warm. She ain't spry like she used to be. Can't take the winters too good no more. Something that hangs down to the floor. You know, coat.
Yes, sir. Well, if you excuse me, I bring out a few that you can look at.
Fine. You just take your time. Do-do, 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 do.
Pardon me.
For what?
Well, I couldn't help it over here.
Oh, that's all right. I ain't gonna buy this one, ma'am. You can have it.
Oh, no. I just thought maybe I could help you a little. I do a lot of buying here, and I know you're from out of town.
Texas.
Yes. And, well, if you're going to buy a mink coat for your wife...
For my mama. I ain't married, ma'am.
Oh. Well, have you ever bought a mink coat before?
Why, no, ma'am. Only mink I own is in my car back home.
In your car?
Yes'm. Mama thought it'd be nice to upholster it that way.
In mink?
Oh, I know it ain't practical, but Mama thought it looked nice. Does, too. Goes right nice with the gold.
The gold?
Yeah, you know, the door handles, cigarette lighter, a lot of little things like that.
Oh, yes. Well, what kind of car is it?
Well, it's a sort of a double-length Cadillac. Had it built special.
How nice.
Yes, it's nice.
Well, the only reason I came over was because I thought as long as you were from out of town...
Texas.
Texas. Yes, well, I thought maybe you'd like someone to help you pick out the right thing.
Well, now, I think that's right thoughty of you, ma'am. But I don't want to put you into no trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble.
Oh, good. My name is Dollar.
My name's Holmes. Betty Holmes.
Well, howdy. You can just call me Johnny. That's my front name.
All right, Johnny. Oh, here comes the sales lady.
We looked at mink for the next hour, and Betty Holmes offered her most discriminating advice. Before we left, I'd ordered Mama 2 mink coats, one for just setting and one for going out. On the street, I thanked Betty for her help, and naturally, she accepted my dinner invitation on the spot. Expense account item 5, $1.40 cab fare back to my hotel, where I waited until Bill Kemper showed up. Pretty funny, huh?
I couldn't hear what was going on, but I had to stay out of sight because she knows me. But, boy, you were really pretty awful.
Yeah, I know, but she loved it. I'm going to have dinner with her.
Good.
What about Bancroft?
We got him. We'll keep questioning him. If his lawyer gets a writ, we'll move him to another precinct.
How long can you keep that up?
Long enough for you to have dinner and get better acquainted.
I hate to pick her up in a cab.
Don't worry about it. What time's your date?
8 o'clock.
I'll have you a limousine, complete with chauffeur. Officer Dankers. We'll get one of the cars we use for parades and VIPs.
Boy, if this backfires, they'll hear the explosion clear up in Maine. The long black limousine was waiting in front, complete with Officer Danker, dressed as my chauffeur. We picked the lovely Betty Holmes up at 8 and drove to 21, where I ran up expense account item 6, $45.95. Drinks, dinner, and a pack of cigarettes. When she suggested going to some of the night spots, I felt you in the home office cringe. So I complained of fatigue. I told her I'd been working so hard in the oil fields that the Mayo Clinic had advised me to stay away from too much nightlife. She gave me a motherly, knowing smile and suggested we return to her apartment, where she'd fix me a glass of warm milk. She was very understanding.
Here you are, Johnny. Not too hot, not too cold. Better for your stomach that way.
Wow, you're a pretty wonderful person.
Mind if I sit down?
Oh, please do. You know, I never met any girls like you before. Now, when I told you I couldn't go to any of them there clubs, why, you didn't mind one bit.
I understand.
Oh, Mama sure would like you. The last thing she said before I left was, Johnny boy, you watch out there in that big city.
Watch out for girls like me.
Oh, no, not like you. You see, Mama thinks every girl is just out after my money.
There are some nice girls left in the world, Johnny.
Why, sure. And you're one of them. Why, you got a nice place to live, nice clothes. I guess you got everything you want.
Yes, I guess I've got just about everything a girl would want, but I've never met the right man. Someone I could really settle down with, make a good home.
Oh, that's too bad. I guess it ain't easy living in a big city like this.
No. But someday I'd like to get back to the farm.
The farm?
Yes, I was raised on a farm. That's the life.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, the cows and the chickens.
Well, we ain't got them no more. Just a lot of oil wells.
But it's still a farm.
Well, more like a refinery with beds.
But it's out in the wide open spaces.
Yeah, but all you can see is them blasted oil wells.
Oh, it's a rugged life, full of the great outdoors, the smell of the sagebrush.
No, just oil.
But you love it.
Yeah. But say, what time is it? I must have left my watch in my suite.
Oh, well, I don't have a watch. There's a clock in the kitchen.
You ain't got a watch?
No, why?
Well, I'm in luck. I sure am.
What?
Well, you've been so nice to me. Helped me pick out those coats for Mama. I've been trying to think of something I could buy for you.
Oh, now, Johnny.
No, I want to. I've seen the things you're wearing tonight. You got that nice mink and all that there jewelry, but you ain't got no watch.
Oh, please, I really don't.
No, when I want to do something, ain't no use trying to talk me out of it. I'm going out tomorrow morning and buy you one fine watch.
Oh, that's really wonderful.
Oh, it ain't nothing.
Johnny.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't really mind. Kind of like it. Well, about the watch. Where's a good place to get a nice watch?
Well, there's... No. Wait a minute. Johnny, would you like a really nice watch? I don't mean it's too expensive.
Oh, I don't care about that. Can't pay too much for a watch.
How much would you want to pay?
Well, I want to get you something real nice.
Well, I know a friend. He's in the jewelry business. He's got several beautiful watches. I know him very well. And he'll sell them wholesale.
Well, you're really pretty wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Always thinking of me.
I could send him over to your hotel.
Well, why don't you just do that?
All right, I'll call him and I'll have him stop by tomorrow.
Good. Now, I'd like to ask you a little favor.
Yes, Johnny?
Could I...
Yes?
Well, could I...
Yes, Johnny?
Could I have some more milk? When I got back to my hotel, Bill Kemper was waiting for me in my rooms. I told him everything that had happened. Kemper put in a call to the precinct and ordered Bancroft's release. Then he said goodnight, and I turned in. The next morning, Kemper was knocking at my door, and we settled down with breakfast to wait for Bancroft to arrive with the watches.
Yeah, it's good coffee, Johnny.
Yeah, it is. Hey, maybe this is it. Hello?
Johnny?
Well, good morning.
I didn't wake you up, did I?
Oh, no, I've been up since 6. Can't get out of the habit.
Oh, good. Well, the reason I called, Johnny, the man who was going to bring the watches by,
Yeah?
well, he can't.
Oh, that's too bad.
But he gave them to me. I can bring them by if you want.
It was a sure bet Bancroft was playing it safe. He wanted to unload the dangerous watches, but he didn't want to be the one to do it. We cleared the table of Kemper's breakfast dishes, and a half hour later, Betty Holmes was announced from the lobby. Bill Kemper went in the bedroom to wait.
Well, good morning again.
Good morning, Johnny.
You sure do look nice. Come on over and sit down. Have some coffee.
Oh, I'd love some coffee. I didn't particularly want to bring the watches myself, but my friend was busy.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
He gave me the prices and everything.
Well, let's see them.
All right.
Oh, they're right pretty.
Now, this one, you want $700.
Mm-hmm. And how much for this one?
He said that one wasn't as expensive, only $500.
That's wholesale, hmm?
Oh, yes. He said they're very unusual watches.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Johnny? Something wrong?
Yeah. Bill?
Well, what is it? What's going on?
Hello, Betty.
What is all this?
Don't you know? These are the watches, Bill.
I thought they'd
Why,
be.
you crummy, no-good, rotten...
Just take it easy.
You're a cop.
No, not quite.
You can't get away with this. You don't have anything on me. Give me those watches.
Now, wait a minute. Who gave you these watches?
You can't pinch me. You haven't got
I
anything...
got all I need. I got the watches that were taken out of Nathan Gayle's glove compartment right after he was murdered.
I don't know anything about it. The guy just gave me the watches.
Oh, Bancroft? Okay. And you're going to take the rap.
I don't know anything about it. You know I didn't have anything to do with Gayle's death. You know I was in my apartment.
These watches are all I need. They'll send you right up.
No.
Then tell me who killed Gale.
Bancroft.
How did he get out of your apartment without anyone seeing him?
The service elevator. But I didn't have anything to do with it.
Did he kill Fisher?
Yes. He was afraid Fisher would talk.
Who stole the car? Who stole it?
I did, but he killed Fisher. He killed Gale and Fisher, and I didn't have anything to do with it.
You had enough to do with it to get your life. Come on. I'm going to book you and then get me a cop killer. See you later, Johnny. And thanks.
Yeah. Thanks. You all.
Expense account item 7, $135, hotel bills. Item 8, $25.35, train fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $235 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as...
Johnny Dollar.
Bob Redden, Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Bob. What's this? You checking to see if I'm stalling on your case?
Oh, nothing like that, Johnny.
Well, in a way, I am. I traced one of the beneficiaries to Chicago, and I've been waiting all morning for a wire on it.
We want you to drop the case.
What? You capitulating?
This is a bad week for Great Eastern. We want you to take another one. We carry a theft policy on a West Coast loan company. 3 of the branches in San Francisco were just robbed.
Uh-oh. When?
Just a matter of hours ago.
You mean all of them?
Yeah, all this morning. There was one other that wasn't ours. I got a phone call. I haven't even figured the loss yet, but it'll be way up. We'd like you to get right on it.
Sure, Bob. I'll get a plane this evening.
Edmund O'Brien in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Great Eastern Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Porter Coal matter. Expense account item 1, $180 airfare and incidentals between Hartford and San Francisco, California. At 11, after I'd found a hotel room and breakfast, I cabbed to police headquarters, where I was shown to robbery detail and the office of a harried Lieutenant Clark.
I'm not making excuses. They put us off balance, that's all. We got the call from the place on Market Street at 9:15 yesterday morning, just a few minutes after they'd opened. While we were down there, the call came in from the Mission District. Same loan company, different branch. Then, not 40 minutes later, the other company was hit.
Quite an operation. They hit the 4th one at 5 minutes of 11.
I tell you, we had more officers on the streets than there were civilians. There hasn't been as much confusion since the quake and fire of 1906. And look here.
This is your list of witnesses?
Yeah. You can see only about 35 out of the 53 names are employees of these loan companies. They're the ones we're sure saw this bunch.
What do they give you?
You know how it goes. You have to make a sort of composite of the statements. Seems this bunch would come in, from 8 to 10 of them, all armed. 2 would take care of any customers that happen to be in the waiting room, kick them to the floor face down, and the rest would cover the office for us and knock over the cashier.
What kind of disguises?
Well, some say none. Others think they saw makeup, stage makeup, you know, lines and the stuff to change the shape of the nose and so on. I'll go along with that.
Yeah, that'd be some kind of disguise.
What I got on the rest of their physical descriptions doesn't exactly hurt, but it doesn't help any either.
Not even ages? What about voices?
Only one did the talking in a high voice. Falsetto, not a woman.
Pretty well planned job, wasn't it?
4 in the space of 2 hours for $47,000? I'd say it was well planned. No prints, nobody spotted any cars, but they must have used at least 2, probably with a driver for each.
What did the rest of these witnesses see?
Oh, some of them are cranks. Some of them claim they saw the bunch come out of the buildings but didn't think anything about it until the news began to break on the robberies and so on. You know witnesses.
I'm beginning to wish they'd sent another boy from Hartford.
I wish I'd stayed in homicide. With a killing, you've at least got a stiff to work from. Yes?
Mr. Prince, the Porter wants to talk to you.
No, I don't want to talk to him. Tell him I'm grilling a hot suspect in Daly City. What a comedian.
Who's that?
The manager of that outfit you're interested in. Wants to know if I'm doing anything. The Porter Loan Company.
That's a great name.
Do you know what their motto is?
Yeah, I saw it.
When financial seas are troubled, make us your port of call. Now tell me, what self-respecting grifter could pass up an invitation like that?
San Francisco is a city of bridges with few other exits. All of these had been covered in less than an hour after the first robbery report had been phoned in. To double-check, the adjoining counties had been alerted and was swarming with men. San Francisco itself was being combed for known criminals. That left little for me to do but hang around robbery detail and wait for developments. Lieutenant Clark had been on the phone for half the afternoon, and I was in his office at 5 when it rang again.
Yes? Oh, how are you, Bruce? Well, I could use something. What is it? How would that fit? Oh. Good, I do. Well, thanks a lot, Bruce. Well, it'll be a change of scenery anyway.
Something up?
That was missing persons. A woman reported her husband missing since sometime yesterday. It's a cab driver.
That's a possibility, isn't it?
I never gave it a thought. Why is it you always connect private cars to jobs like this?
Well, it's natural to pass up cabs. They're usually a close check kept on them.
Well, we'll see. She's on her way down. I'd like to have you see her, too.
Yeah, sure.
This is Mrs. Geyer, Lieutenant Clark. I've gotten her report and told her you wanted to talk to her.
Oh, good. Thanks, Bruce.
What do you want to talk to me for? Joe hasn't done nothing wrong, has he?
Not that we know of, Mrs. Geyer.
He wouldn't do nothing wrong. He never has. Who are you?
I'm not a policeman, if that's what you mean, Mrs. Geyer.
What are you doing here? I don't understand this.
Well, I'm interested in another case that Lieutenant Clark is working on. Do you think something happened to your husband? That he had an accident in his cab? Something like that?
He didn't have an accident. His company would have known.
What company's that?
Peerless. It's a new one.
Didn't they know he was missing?
How would they know?
Doesn't he check his cab in with the company?
No, it don't work that way. He owes his old cab. Just an agreement about money and gas and a license, and that I don't understand it because Joe never talks about business. Why are you asking me these questions?
Don't you read the papers, Mrs. Geyer?
No, I don't have time with 3 kids and a roomer to take care of. What if I did read them? Does it say they found Joe dead someplace?
Nothing like that, Mrs. Geyer. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
What do they say? I got a right to know. I'll buy a paper for the streetcar on the way home anyway.
There were 4 robberies yesterday, big ones. None of the witnesses saw the cars the men got away in. Maybe they wouldn't notice a taxi.
Are you saying you think Joe was in on it?
Not necessarily, no.
Police have to ask questions like that, Mrs. Geyer.
He wouldn't do nothing wrong like that. Even if he did, I'd know about it. And do you think I'd come down here like this?
Of course not.
Doesn't your husband ever stay away from home this long?
No, not without calling me from someplace. That's why I got to worrying and never called at all yesterday.
What time did he leave yesterday morning?
I told the other cop that.
Why don't you tell us?
It was right before 8.
I think Mrs. Geyer can go now, don't you, Mr. Dollar?
I think she should. Go home and don't worry, Mrs. Geyer. We'll find your husband.
He's got to come back. I don't know how I'll manage with the kids if he don't.
We'll find them. You know the way out, don't you?
Yeah, this way?
That's right. Then down the corridor.
What do you think?
I don't know. That's why I had to try the robberies out on her. She could have been here to put the finger on the husband who double-crossed her. She seemed to be sure he hadn't had an accident.
Yeah, that's right.
There must be a reason all those witnesses didn't see a private car.
That figures, too.
I'll put a tail on her right now.
A phone call to the Peerless Cab Company got the number and description of Joe Geyer's cab, and a police tracer was put out on that. I think the harried lieutenant beamed a little too graciously when I asked permission to check the other Peerless drivers myself. But I did, 75 of them. Only one hadn't been heard from in the past 28 or 9 hours. Paul Landini, with an address on Turk Street, an apartment house whose manager boarded some of the tenants, among them Landini.
Who knows about Paul ever? He wasn't here for the meal last night, but what is that?
Did he live alone here?
Yes.
I take it you mean he was off and away from home at dinner time.
He had personality. He often goes someplace else to eat.
Do you know if he came home at all last night?
My tenants live their own lives. I don't run a girls' school here.
Did you show me his apartment?
Why should I?
I told you it might be very important.
You didn't tell me what you mean.
He might even be dead.
Oh, not Paul. Why do you want to look in his apartment?
I don't expect to find him there, but there's a chance of finding something else.
What?
I don't know. I told you this was police business. You want to cooperate or don't you?
Oh, sure I do. I'll take you up.
I didn't find even a trace of a lead in Landini's apartment. Lieutenant Clark, when I talked to him, had the same report to make on his tale of Mrs. Joe Geyer. By then, it was time to have a late dinner and go to bed, which is what I did. The next morning, the two missing drivers and their cabs still had not been found. The police report on Mrs. Geyer hadn't offered anything. The $47,000 in stolen funds could have been that many miles away from San Francisco. Through the morning and early afternoon, a dozen general suspects were questioned and released. And then, sometime after 3, the body of a man was found floating in a slough in the upper reaches of the bay. He fitted the description of Joe Geyer, and an hour or so later, his wife arrived to make identification.
Mrs. Geyer, could you swear that this body is that of your husband, Joseph Geyer?
No. No, it's not Joe.
Mrs. Geyer, he fits your description of your husband.
I don't care. It's not Joe.
You sure you aren't holding anything back from us?
Yeah, I'm sure it's not Joe. I'd know my own husband, wouldn't I?
Yes, you would, Mrs. Geyer.
My husband was dead, and this was him. I'd tell you, wouldn't I?
I hope so. I think you would.
Why wouldn't I? It's not Joe. I don't know who it is. I never saw him in my whole life, and I can prove it. I swear it, I never saw this man in my whole life.
We will return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. There's one married couple you can always depend on for fun on Saturday evenings, and to invite them over is as easy as staying tuned to CBS. They're Lucille Ball and that man she calls my favorite husband. And a nice thing about them is you don't have to get involved in the strange predicaments they get into. All you have to do is sit back and laugh at the results. How's for asking them in this evening? Lucille Ball and my favorite husband will be waiting on most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Mrs. Geyer was released not because we believed in her lack of identification, but because we thought there were better ways to approach her than hard police questioning. I arrived at her small frame house not long after she had.
What do you want?
I thought I'd better come and see you.
You can't come in.
I want to help you if I can.
Should I need any help from you? I don't need any. Go away.
Wait a minute.
Get your foot out. You got no right to do this.
Now, wait a minute. There are other ways to identify that body. Then you'll be in trouble, won't you?
I don't care. It wasn't Joe.
Open the door, Mrs. Geyer.
You can't come in.
Why did you get so upset if it wasn't your husband? You cried.
I couldn't help it. Never saw a dead body before. I went to pieces thinking, what if it had been Joe?
You know, the police think you're lying.
I am not. Why should I? Joe hasn't done nothing wrong, and I haven't either. Now go away and leave me alone. I got ironing to do.
Because when you've been in that business as long as I have, you learn to study people.
Now, that's fine. This is Mr. Dollar, the man I mentioned from the insurance company.
Oh, yes. Well, how do you do, sir?
This is Mr. Prince, the cashier at the Port of Call office in the Mission.
Oh. Oh, it's nice to know you, Mr. Prince.
Thank you.
He looked at that body, and he seems to be fairly sure that it's the one who did the talking during the robbery at his place.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Oh, of course. He did look different with that makeup, his nose, and his cheekbones.
But you're still sure?
Yes, I am. I've been with the Port of Call for almost 10 years. And as I was telling Lieutenant Clark, when you've been in the loan business as long as that, you learn to study people.
I suppose you would.
You meet so many, and while they're talking about the loan they want, you sort of unconsciously study them to try and find out how much truth they're telling. But, I remember that man, though, makeup and all, yes.
What in particular do you remember?
Oh, a lot of things. He walked right up to me, you know. I remember his eyes and his ears, and I remember his hands. They were manicured. And he wore a ring on his third finger left.
There's polish on the nails, all right. He didn't have a ring when he was brought in, but there's the mark of one, and it's third finger left.
I wish there were more witnesses like you.
Well, thank you.
Thanks very much for coming down, Mr. Prince.
Well, that's quite all right.
And I hope we don't have to trouble you again.
Well, there's no trouble at all, Lieutenant. I'll be glad to be of service to you. Good day.
Good day,
Goodbye,
Mr. Prince.
Well, it looks like we've got that much anyway, Dollar. Run quite a few of the loan company people past the body, and almost half thought he was the one, the falsetto.
Well, that's something, but dead men don't answer many questions.
I've noticed that. I understand Mrs. Geyer didn't answer many either.
Well, how did you... Oh, you still got men on it, huh?
Yeah, I haven't been able to spare any relief, so that pair I assigned yesterday's been on the plant day and night. So when somebody finally showed up, they thought they'd broken the case. They didn't know you.
She wouldn't let me in, and she didn't change her story.
We'll check her. We've got a man from the cab company coming down.
Lieutenant, didn't she say that she had a roomer yesterday? Remember, she asked if she'd read the paper, and she said
By that time, I'd asked a few thousand questions.
She did. She said she didn't have time to read the paper with 3 kids and a roomer to take care of.
I think I remember that.
Well, it's something we should check. Your men say that outside of me, nobody has shown up at her house, huh? Even staying out last night, you'd think this room had come back sometime for clothes or for something.
We'll try it. Bruce, send 2 plainclothesmen out to the Geyer home on 4th Avenue and talk to the neighbors on each side. I need somebody who knows the Geyer's roomer by sight. I want them to look at a body.
Lights are on. I guess she's home.
Which one is it?
One with a porch light.
Sure turning into a nice night.
Yeah.
10 o'clock?
Huh? Oh, Pritchard.
What are you doing out here, sir?
I'm going to talk to the woman.
A note for me relief?
I'll have a relief out here in an hour. 9 o'clock. That's a promise. I'm sorry about the rain.
Yes.
I'm afraid you'll have to let us in this time, Mrs. Geyer.
What are you talking about?
This is a warrant. We're here legally. I want you to tell me the truth. When did you last see the man who rooms here?
I don't know. I don't remember.
That isn't the truth. You saw him this afternoon.
You saw him at the morgue and you didn't tell us who he was. Why not?
Don't you wake up my kids.
Answer my questions, Mrs. Geyer.
I was afraid to tell you.
Why were you afraid?
Because with Joe gone like this, I thought something happened. I know I should have told you, but I couldn't. He's my husband.
What were you afraid had happened?
Joe and me argued sometimes about Mr. Grace.
Grace? What's his first name?
I thought you knew about him.
The neighbors identified his body, but they couldn't remember his name.
Name was Ted Grace.
Your husband was jealous of Grace, Mrs. Geyer?
We argued sometimes. He was a salesman, and some weeks he'd have a lot of money, and I told Joe he ought to sell his cab and be a salesman, too. He got the wrong idea and thought I was falling for Mr. Grace. I wasn't. And I couldn't ever make him believe me all the way.
Why did he let Grace live here if he felt that way?
He needed the money.
Do you think your husband killed Grace?
I don't know. I'm afraid to tell you. I knew Mr. Grace for fear he did.
That's what happened. He didn't kill him out of jealousy. Grace was mixed up in those robberies I told you about. Do you remember?
I got the newspapers.
That's what we're here to clear up. We want you to tell us everything you know about Grace.
I never talked to him much. How do you know he was mixed up in it?
You'll have to take our word for that. Come on, you must know something about him. How long has he been living here?
About 6 months.
You know where he came from?
He never said.
He must have had some friends. Didn't anybody come to see him?
No.
You have a telephone. Did anybody ever phone him?
Yeah, a man used to call him.
The same one all the time?
Yes.
Must have given you his name sometime.
No, he didn't.
Did he ever call while Ted Grace was gone?
Yeah, once in a while.
What then? Didn't Grace leave a number or someplace where he could be reached?
Usually a place called a Furlong over on Fulton.
Why didn't you tell us that? Why do we have to drag these things out of you? What else are you holding back from us?
Nothing. I just can't think. I just can't think of anything, but where's Joe and why don't he come back?
Wasn't there anything different the morning he left?
No, nothing.
Was Grace here at that time?
He left, too.
About the same time?
Right after. Joe's mixed up in those robberies. It's my fault because I talk so much about money. Well, he can hate me for that, but what about the kids? He can't leave them for me to take care of alone, can he?
We better take a look at Grace's room, don't you think, Lieutenant?
Which one is it, Mrs. Geyer?
Ted Grace's effects told a lot more about him than his landlady had. A drawer full of racing forms made it appear that the man who phoned had probably been his bookie. The colors of Ted Grace's ties and shirts, an array of cheap men's toiletries, painted a pretty good picture of the character he'd been. But the contents of the waste paper basket made him out the mastermind of the whole series of robberies. Shredded paper. We didn't try to assemble all the pieces there, but we fished through enough to learn they'd been applications for loans from the victim companies.
Made out while he cased the offices. Look at the blank side.
Yeah, floor plans drawn out. Hey, look here, a name, Tony. Positions, movements were marked down, too.
Here's another name, Mark.
Yeah.
Let's not waste any more time here. I'll take them down to headquarters, get somebody to paste them up.
I guess we've covered the place all right. Pretty obvious he expected to come back here, though.
Yeah. I have a feeling the rest of them might still be in the city.
Me, too. I think that might have been the plan.
You going now?
Yeah, we're going.
Unless you have something more to tell us.
I don't know any more to tell you. All this big mess, and I don't understand any of it. I don't know what it's all about.
Well, we're sorry it happened. Hope it'll turn out all right for you. Good night, Mr. Guy.
Lieutenant Clark.
Yes, Pritchard.
The radio car stopped by with a message for you. But I didn't want to come in with a woman there. Her husband's dead. So's the other driver, Landini.
Where were they found?
In their cabs in the vacant garage out toward the beach.
Who's on it?
Lieutenant McMillan.
All right, I'll contact him.
And don't forget our reliefs.
I won't. Well, there goes Geyer and Landini.
Elimination for more profit?
That or cutting the links between the rest of the bunch and the only tangible things we've had, the cabs.
That could be. Hey, if you want to drop me at that bar she mentioned, the Furlong, I'll see what I can pick up there.
Sure, if you want to. I'll stay in my office till I hear from you.
Sir?
Hi. I guess a rye and soda.
Oh, you must be an Easterner. I don't get many calls for rye except from them.
Well, that's almost right. I transplanted myself out here. Say, I'm looking for a guy I think you know, Ted Grace. Has he been in tonight?
Who?
Ted Grace. I understand he's in here quite a bit.
Wait till I find that rye bottle. This all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
You see, I'm not the regular bartender. I don't know your friend, by name, anyway.
Thanks. That's all right.
Thanks.
Hey, what about a couple of guys Ted knows, then? One named Mark, the other's Tony something.
No.
guess I can't help you. I usually work a place down on Gary. I don't know this one very well.
Well, it's not important. I'll look around, maybe come back. See you later.
Yeah. Good night.
Hey, Tony, send over another scotch and soda for Edna, will you? Hey, Tony, over here's me.
It was hard not to turn around or at least stop moving, but I managed to walk out as if I hadn't heard, turn down the sidewalk for a count of 5, and then back to the window. Tony was forgetting his customers. He was heading towards the rear of the room. When he got there, he disappeared into a phone booth. I've heard that a lot of cases are broken through a stroke of luck, but it very seldom happens to me. My own phone call from a gas station brought Lieutenant Clark and an extra squad car to the Furlong Bar in less than 20 minutes. The place was cleared of people, and Tony stood alone behind the bar, giving away his guilt by his expression and the apron he kept twisting in his hand.
Leave your apron alone.
What is all this?
Who did you phone right after I left?
Home, to say I'd be late.
That's not true. The call was traced.
You're crazy. How could you trace it?
If you were calling home, why should you care if it was traced or not? Now, who did you call?
I can make a phone call if I want to, can't I?
That isn't the question. What makes you so nervous?
You guys busting in like this, what do you expect?
Find a guy named Tony. What's your last name, Tony?
Gunlet.
That's what I came here for, too, Tony. When we found him, all we were going to do was ask him to tell us where he was the other morning while those loan company officers were being knocked over. And if he couldn't, we were going to see him booked for 3 killings. Ted Grace and Joe Gaia and Paul Landini.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're bluffing, but you're bluffing the wrong guy.
I'm glad to hear that. We wouldn't want to see an innocent man booked for something he didn't do. So let's clear it up. How do we start proving where you were between 9 and about 11 the other morning?
Come on, where were you?
I was home asleep.
Then a lot of people must hate you.
Who?
The people who said they saw you leave your place about 8 o'clock.
What's the use? I don't know if you're bluffing or not.
We aren't. In Grace's room, we found the floor plans of all those officers with the names of all of you. He talked to Joe Gaia's wife. She knew about you and Mark.
You just made a confession. Do you want to take the whole rap yourself?
No. If I'd known there was going to be any killing, I wouldn't have got mixed up in it. When there was, I knew the whole thing would blow up.
Who did the killing?
There were 3 of them. Harvey Shute, Vic Lincoln, and Neal White. I'm not sure which one did.
Who were they?
I don't know. They got out of prison someplace in the east about 6 months ago. We met them and got running around with them. We'd been playing the horses, not doing so well. And they said if we got a big stake, they knew how to make a killing. That's the way it started.
Who's we, Tony?
My friends, Mark Rose and Leo Barrett, Ted Grace.
Is that all?
I'm giving you my friends. That's enough, isn't it?
What about Joe Gaia?
No, they just called him to get his cab to use instead of cars. He wasn't in it.
That was Ted Grace's idea.
I guess so. The smart guy.
You were all pretty smart.
What about Landini?
He was called, too. I don't know what happened. They went crazy after we got the money. They were like different people that I didn't know. Could have killed all of us if we crossed them.
Are they on narcotics?
I don't know. I don't know much about that, but they could have been.
Where are they?
Might as well tell you, I guess. The whole thing is blown wide open. They're staying in the Metropolitan Auto Court out on Bayshore Highway.
Which cabin?
Second one on the right.
Where's the money?
We split it before we separated. You could have my share. I wish you would buy back the last few days.
Come on, Tony. I'll send you down to the station.
2 more squad cars had been added by the time we got started. No trouble was expected or had picking up the other 2 San Francisco men, Mark Rose and Leo Barrett. But at the Metropolitan Auto Court, where the 3 ex-convicts were staying, trouble was expected.
Well, I think that's about the best we can do. 2 exits. We've got both of them covered.
The other people who might be staying here?
Well, they'll be all right, even if there's firing, as long as we can keep these comedians inside, or at least just trying to get out.
Well, that's your case.
We'll have to try to it anyway. I'll go wake them up. If this Gale hasn't already.
Now, don't be a hero.
You in there. Open up. I'm a police officer. Lieutenant Clark.
Lieutenant!
I shot the lieutenant. Cover me on the door, Hudson. Watch the window! Get down, Sergeant!
When it was finished, one of them was alive. The other two in the cabin were ripped to pieces. But that and the recovery of the money hardly paid for the loss of Lieutenant Clark, who died before he reached the hospital. Expense account item 2, $75.30, miscellaneous in San Francisco. Item 3, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $450.60. Remarks? It probably isn't important, but there's an odd commentary to this. The gunfight and Lieutenant Clark's death made only a column on page 2 of the morning paper. The storm he died in grabbed the page 1 headlines. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd with music by Wilbur Hatch. Edmund O'Brien's latest picture is a Paramount Pictures production, Warpath. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Ed Begley, Hy Averback, Jim Nusser, Virginia Gregg, and Janet Scott. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Dick Cutting, inviting you to join us next week at the same time when Edmund O'Brien returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
You can sing it again this evening on CBS, and if Dan Seymour calls you, maybe you can sing it out the name of the fabulous Phantom and win $5,000 in cold, hard cash, plus $10,000 more in fine prizes. Worth it? You bet it is. For Sing It Again also brings you a whole hour of grand musical fun as you listen to Alan Dale, Judy Lynn, Bob Howard, the Riddlers, and Ray Bloch's orchestra. Sing It Again comes to you every Saturday evening on most of these same CBS stations. Sing it again this evening, won't you? And now, stay tuned for Vaughn Monroe's Caravan, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where everyone laughs at Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy every Sunday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Maxwell, Johnny.
Oh, hello,
I got
Mr.
a
Max.
job for you. We
Oh, that's
Mr.
swell.
Frank Meadows lives in Newport, California. He was killed last night.
Oh, is
Shot
Max?
to death. How long will it take you to catch a plane?
Oh, it's
Look up Lieutenant Sullivan, Newport Police, when you get there, Johnny.
Yeah.
Have a good trip.
Yeah, I'll try, Mr. Maxwell.
Right now, I'd like to take a few minutes of your time to pass on a thought which, incidentally, concerns time. According to the Bible, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. We all agree on that, I'm sure. And we'll also agree that the regulation of time also depends on the season. For example, did it ever occur to you who decided where our 4 time zones in America should be exactly? Well, back maybe 75 years ago, there were about 150 different time zones which were set up according to the whim of the local inhabitants. Most of the time was called sun time, and there could be 15 minutes difference between the clocks of 2 towns only 10 miles apart. So, to get rid of the confusion, the Interstate Commerce Commission was established. It divided the United States into 4 standard time zones so that railroads, planes, buses, and the mail could run on schedule. Of course, if a city wants to go on daylight saving time during the summer, that's a decision which is made locally. The standard time remains the same everywhere else. But setting the nation's clocks isn't the only job of the Interstate Commerce Commission, however. It also makes rules and regulations for the various means of transportation which go from one state to another. It sees that railroads, truck lines, barges, and boats operate safely, charge reasonable rates, and give good, dependable service. It also protects trucks and bus drivers from working such long hours that they might fall asleep while they're driving. The Commission also demands that trains, engines, and machines have safety and stop devices. It is, in itself, a safety device to assure every one of us freedom from danger as we travel about our country.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Universal Bonding and Indemnity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Barton Baker matter. Expense account item 1, $195.80. Plane fare and incidentals from Hartford to Los Angeles. I arrived at International Airport at 11 the morning of the 26th and rented a car there. An hour later, I was pulling into Newport, a sea town not far down the coast. At the police station, I met Lieutenant Solomon, and we discussed the case.
Frank Meadows ran a boat chartering service.
Did you know him?
Yeah. Excuse me. Open a window. Sure has been hot the last couple of days. Like a cold drink or something?
No, thanks.
Well, we got a report on the shots, and when we got there, Frank was dead. Shot 3 times. He had a gun been fired twice. Obviously shot it out with somebody.
Any suspects?
His partner, Dave Geller, owned the boat with Charlie.
What makes you think Geller did it?
Well, don't know for sure, but he's missing. Disappeared.
Nothing else?
No. It's the only thing we've got to go on.
Any reason why Geller would kill Meadows?
None that we know of. I know Dave as well as I did Frank. They always seem to get along, never heard of any argument. But you know how those things are. A couple of guys get along fine for years, and then some little thing comes up.
Yeah.
Might be a woman.
Just a woman or some particular woman?
Frank has a wife.
And Geller?
No, he's not married.
What's Mrs. Meadows like?
Well, you got to talk to her anyway, don't you?
Yeah.
Then you can see for yourself. I'd say she was the kind that might cause a lot of trouble under the right circumstances. But that's only a personal observation. You might not think so at all. Here's the address.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant. I'll let you know.
Do that.
Ten minutes later, I was pulling up to a pleasant little house that faced the bay. Mrs. Meadows met me at the front door. I don't generally make snap judgments, but at first sight, I was inclined to go along with the lieutenant. Mrs. Meadows was very attractive. Tan, blonde, and could have been in mourning, but I doubted it, even though her tight bathing suit was black. I introduced myself, and she showed me into the living room.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thank you.
You'll have to forgive me. I've been getting some sun.
Oh, I don't mind.
I practically live in a bathing suit during the summer.
Surprised the beach isn't more crowded.
You're from the insurance company.
That's right. I was sent out to investigate your husband's death.
I'll be glad to help any way I can.
I'd appreciate it.
How much was my husband insured for?
Don't you know?
I have no idea. I knew he had insurance, but I never knew how much.
$25,000.
That much?
Should buy you a lot of sun.
When will I get it?
Well, in a case like this, a murder has to be a complete investigation. And it's generally considered proper to bury the deceased before issuing a check. By the way, when is the funeral?
It was this morning, at 8 o'clock.
What did they do? Dump him off a surfboard?
I don't think I like that, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I'm just being a little sadistic. I always get that way when I see someone so broken up.
Would it be better if I stayed in the house for a week and wore a black veil?
Oh, no. But a little emotion would seem more natural.
Would it help if I cried?
Help who?
Mr. Dollar, my husband's dead. Anything I might do wouldn't bring him back. If you don't approve, I'm afraid that's just too bad.
Who do you think killed your husband?
I have no idea.
The police suspect his partner.
Guess it's possible. Dave's missing.
Can you think of any reason why Dave would kill your husband?
They didn't get along too well.
Lieutenant Solomon says they got along just fine.
And I say they didn't. I think I know more about it than Lieutenant Solomon.
Okay. Suppose you tell me why they didn't get along.
They just didn't. They disagreed a lot.
Over anything specific?
Not particularly. The boat, things in general. They'd known each other for years, been partners for nearly 10. Friendships wear thin sometimes. Before they left on the trip, they had an argument.
About what?
Frank didn't tell me. Just came home and said he'd had a fight with Dave. The next morning, they left. The following morning, when they returned, Lieutenant Solomon called me and said Frank had been killed.
Where did they go?
Down the coast after Yellowtail.
Who chartered the boat?
No one. They went alone.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Meadows. If you happen to hear from Dave, get in touch with the police, will you? It was going on 4 o'clock when I left Mrs. Meadows standing in the doorway in her black bathing suit. I drove to a motel on the bay and was shown to my room, where I called Lieutenant Solomon. I wanted to take a look at the boat.
You'll find it at Carlson's Landing, the J-Bell.
Mrs. Meadows says her husband and Geller went fishing for yellowtail.
Yeah.
They catch any?
They did. They didn't bring them back. No fish on the boat.
Maybe they didn't really go fishing.
Got any ideas?
No, not a one. Just a guess. Trying to create a motive.
What do you think of Mrs. Meadows?
Oh, very attractive.
Not a good enough motive?
I didn't say that. I was just trying to come up with a better one.
If you do, let me know.
After meeting Mrs. Meadows, it won't be easy. You having her watched?
If Dave Geller tries to contact her, we'll know about it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, where's a good place to eat?
You like seafood?
Oh, by the ton.
Try the restaurant right next to your motel. Via Marina. Steamed clams are great.
Lieutenant, you have just created a glutton. Expense account item 2, $6.50 for a seafood dinner. While the bucket of clams digested, I drove to Carlson's Landing, where I located the J-Bell, Meadows and Geller's trim little fishing boat. A full moon was out over the Pacific, and the J-Bell rocked gently with the motion of the tide. The landing was deserted except for a big gray cat that scurried onto one of the other boats as I walked past. I stood looking at the J-Bell for a minute, listening to the sounds of the ocean. Then I climbed aboard. The hatch leading below to the cabin was unlocked, so I opened it and went down the short ladder. The moonlight sifted in through the starboard porthole, but the rest of the cabin was in pitch darkness. I felt around for some kind of light.
Stay right where you are.
Huh?
Don't move. I got a gun.
Okay.
I can see you. If you move a finger, I'll kill you.
Okay. I'm not moving. Well, what happens? Do we stay here all night?
No. Better take a look at you. I don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Light switch is right behind you to your left. But keep facing me. Just reach back. I thought so.
You thought so what?
Baker sent you.
Baker?
You're not a cop. I know the cops in town.
You must be Dave Geller.
You know I'm Geller.
Look, my name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Sure.
I'll show you my credentials.
Keep your hands at your sides.
I'm telling you the truth. I work for the Universal Bonding and Indemnity. Your ex-partner was insured with us.
Turn around. Put your hands over your head.
Look, I'm telling...
You look. I'm not kidding, mister.
Okay.
Now put them out in front and lean on the bulkhead.
My wallet's in the inside left coat pocket.
Insurance investigators always carry guns.
Well, most of them take them off when they go to bed.
That's very funny.
I'm glad you liked it. You'll find the permit for the gun in the wallet, and the wallet is still in my You satisfied?
Turn around. Now keep your hands up.
Well, you saw the identification.
Okay, sir, you're an insurance investigator. Still doesn't help me.
Just what kind of help were you expecting?
None. I mean, now I got to do something with you. Can't let you go back to the police and tell them you found me.
They'll nail you sooner or later. They want you for murder.
Yeah, I know.
Why did you kill him?
I didn't.
Then what are you hiding for?
That's none of your business.
All right, now we're back to me. What happened?
You'll just have to stick around for a while.
Sure.
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Somebody's coming. Turn up that light, quick. You just stay where you are and don't make a sound.
Probably the police.
If it is, you're going to take me out of here.
Yeah, for a guy who's innocent.
Shut up. Right outside the boat.
Sure, that's right. Yeah, I thought so, too. Maybe your hunch was right.
Listen, you can only say it once. If something happens to me, get to Bernie's garage, understand?
Bernie's garage?
Come aboard.
What do I do at Bernie's garage?
I don't know why I'm trusting you, but I got to trust somebody. Tell Bernie I sent you. Ask him for the toolkit. The toolkit? And I didn't kill Frank. Look out, I'm going topside.
He went up the ladder and out on deck, holding his gun in front of him. I thought about trying to stop him, but he moved too fast. And besides, he had my gun stuck in his belt. I was going up the ladder when the shooting started, and being a practical man, I stopped halfway up and ducked. After a moment, I looked up through the hatch, and there, standing in the moonlight, was a tall, thin man dressed in a white suit. He was holding a gun, pointed right at my head.
Well, good evening.
Who got killed?
Your friend, Mr. Geller. And now it looks like your turn, Mr.
Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
How do you do? My name's Baker. Barton W. Baker.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He was descended from an English family which landed in Plymouth in 1624 and was a native of Ohio. In the late 1880s, he was a newspaper editor in that state, and as senator in 1900, he opposed federal control of food and fuel. As president, he supported prohibition and backed the 19th Amendment, which gave women the voting privilege. His administration also saw the establishment of the national budget system. If you don't have his name by now, here's another clue. During his presidency, the Lincoln Memorial was dedicated. Who was he? Warren G. Harding, 29th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The tall, thin man in the white suit who called himself Baker came down the ladder into the cabin. He flipped on the lights again and stood facing me, a half smile twisted on his lips. We said nothing. After a moment, another man appeared at the hatch and called down to the white suit.
He's dead. What'll I do with him?
Throw him in the ocean. Actually, I had no desire to kill Mr. Geller.
But you forced yourself.
Had he offered his cooperation, he would be alive this minute.
Yeah, he's in the water, but those shots are sure to bring somebody.
And we must expedite matters as quickly as possible. Mr. Dollar, where is the toolkit?
The toolkit?
Oh, come, Mr. Dollar. The shooting has forced me to a tight schedule. I want to know what Geller did with the tools.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
Hank.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh.
As you can see, Mr. Dollar, I mean to have the information one way or another.
Look,
One moment, Hank. Mr. Dollar, I was prepared to offer the late Mr. Geller $5,000 for the toolkit. I'll make you the same offer.
It's a good offer. But how can I give you something I don't know anything about?
10,000.
I don't know anything about a toolkit.
You've been with Mr. Giller?
Sure.
I can't believe you were discussing the weather.
Oh, hardly. I'm an insurance investigator. I'm investigating Frank Meadows' murder.
Can you prove it?
Certainly.
Something wrong?
My wallet is in Geller's pocket.
I'm not lying. I think Geller sent for you and told you where he hid the toolkit.
Look, I found Geller hiding on the boat. He pulled a gun on me and
Time is too short. Hank.
Now, look, I'm telling you that... Oh!
Where is it?
I don't know.
Oh, the toolkit, Mr. Dollar.
I don't know anything about it. Baker's handyman beat me until I was asleep, trying to make me give up the information Geller had passed on a few minutes before he was killed. I don't know how long I was out, but when I came to, I could hear breakers. I was lying on the beach looking up at the big moon and feeling my head throb as though it was stuck on the end of a drumstick. Well, I managed to sit up and look around. I had no idea where I was, but a long groove in the sand that stretched away from me showed clearly that I'd been dragged from the street several hundred feet behind me. I stumbled to my feet, and that's when I saw her, walking along by the water, headed my way, her soft blonde hair blowing in the casual breeze. She was barefoot and wearing white shorts and a terry cloth shirt. I guess it was a little cool for the black bathing suit. She stopped when she saw me.
Oh, good evening.
Hello.
Mr. Dollar, you're bleeding.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
What are you doing out here?
I'm waking up. What are you doing?
I was just taking a walk. But your face, it's all bruised.
How far is your house?
Down the beach, about a mile.
You think you could scare up some iodine?
Yes. Come on.
Oh. Still a little dizzy.
Here, put your arm around me. Better?
Much? I leaned on Mrs. Meadows while she steered me toward her house. Her hair smelled clean and fresh with just a touch of perfume. In the house, she found the iodine and touched up the sore spots.
I'm so hurt.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, I'll make it.
What in the world happened?
You know a man named Baker?
Baker? No.
Runs around with a handyman named Hank.
No, I've never heard of him.
I found Dave Geller tonight.
Where?
On the J-Bell.
On the J-Bell? Why would he go there?
Best place to hide. Last place the police would look.
Did he do this to you?
Oh, no. Hank did. With Baker's blessings.
But why?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. When I found Geller, he was hiding on the J-Bell. He pulled a gun on me. Then Baker and Hank showed up, and it turned into a shooting match. Do you know anything about some kind of a toolkit?
Toolkit?
I know it sounds silly, but Geller got killed for it. I nearly took the same trip.
Because of a toolkit? I don't see what...
Before Geller got killed, he told me to go to Bernie's garage.
That's on Maple Street.
He told me to tell Bernie that he sent me and to ask for the toolkit.
I still don't understand what's so important about a toolkit.
I don't know, but something is. Your husband was probably killed for the same reason.
What are you going to do?
Go over to Bernie's garage and take a look at this toolkit. Do me a favor.
Certainly.
Call Lieutenant Solomon and tell him where I've gone. Tell him to meet me there.
All right.
Oh, I haven't got a car. Still down at the landing.
Use mine. I'll get you the keys.
Thanks. I drove her car over to the garage on Maple Street, parked it, and got out. The garage was open, and the sign over the door read 24-hour service. I went in and found a mechanic stretched out on a bench, sound asleep. Hey. Hey. Come on. Wake up.
Okay. I'm up. No, I'm awake. Yes, I'm really knocking it off.
Where can I find Bernie?
You just woke him up.
Dave Geller sent me over.
That's all?
Yeah. He said to pick up the toolkit.
He did, eh?
Yeah, he did. Now, where's the toolkit?
How'd I know Dave sent you?
Because I said he did. Something so important about a toolkit?
Heck, no. But when Dave left us here, he said be sure and don't give it to no one except him. I can't just hand it over to you because you tell me Dave sent you. You better have Dave call me.
He'd have a hard time talking with his mouth full of water.
What you mean?
He was killed and dumped in the bay. Now, Lieutenant Solomon will be here in a few minutes, so wheel out that toolkit.
Dave was killed?
That's right.
First Frank and then...
The toolkit, huh? Well, what's the matter?
You a cop?
No, I'm not a cop.
Then I'm sorry.
I'm an insurance investigator. I'm investigating 2 murders, Frank Meadows and Dave Geller.
Insurance investigator? Well, that's kind of like a cop, ain't it?
Everything but the feet.
Got any identification?
Now, look, are you going to get that toolkit, or do I have to...
Okay, no, you don't have to get rough. I'll get it. It looks like somebody got kind of rough with you.
Yeah, kind of.
I got it stored in the parts department. How come you're so interested in a bunch of tools?
You seen them?
No. Box is locked tight. There it is. It's a plain old toolkit.
Yeah. You got something I can bust this lock?
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Crowbar or something.
Well, maybe we better wait for Lieutenant Solomon. If you ain't got a key,
Will you get me that crowbar?
Okay. It's against my principles. If Dave wanted you to pick up the kid, he should have called.
He's dead. Remember?
Oh, yes. Do you know who killed him?
A man named Baker.
Here's your bar.
Thanks.
Baker? Never heard of him. Oh, hey, I got a customer.
Might be selling.
Yeah.
I lifted the lid and looked in. I couldn't have been more surprised. Because there in the box was exactly what I didn't expect to find. Tools. About 50 of them. All sizes, brand new. All the tools were painted black. But on the handle of a large wrench, there was a small space that had been scraped down to the metal. I picked the wrench up and looked at it more closely. Took out a pocket knife and scraped some shavings from the metal. I stood up and held the shavings under the light. And then I understood a whole lot of things. The shavings were solid platinum.
Hey, mister, you got visitors.
We meet again, Mr. Dollar.
It was Barton W. Baker, complete with white suit, gun, and bodyguard. He looked at the platinum wrench I held in my hand, smiled, and moved slowly across the room toward me.
I couldn't help it, mister. They held a gun on me and made me take them back here.
Get up. Take the old man out into the garage, Hank, and guard him until I'm finished with Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir.
Honest, mister, I'm
Go
sorry.
on, old man. Go on.
Well, Mr. Dollar, you were lying to us. I thought so.
That's why you let me live, so I'd lead you here.
Precisely.
The tools are platinum.
Of course. But you knew that.
Geller just told me where to find them. I had no idea what they were.
Well, I'm afraid your curiosity will be short-lived.
I kind of thought that was the way it was. You killed Frank Meadows because he discovered the secret of the tools.
Yes. If he had simply picked me up and landed me as he was paid to do,
I take it you're an alien, Mr. Baker?
Correct.
Would I know your government, Mr. Baker?
Unless you happen to be deaf, dumb, and blind. Now, if you'll just proceed with me back to the garage.
One more question.
Yes?
How did Dave Geller get hold of the kit?
He and Meadows were offered a large sum of money for picking me up on the other side of the border. Aboard the boat, Geller grew suspicious of the kit, and knowing that I could not possibly notify the authorities of its theft, he forced me at gunpoint to go ashore and leave the kit with him. Fortunately, I got to a phone and notified our operatives in Los Angeles. They met the boat when it docked.
And killed Meadows, but Geller escaped.
Correct. Now, Mr. Dollar, I'm in a great hurry, and
Well, I missed another shooting, but so did Baker, for that matter. When Hank yelled, Baker turned just enough to give me a chance to swing the heavy platinum wrench.
What's it all about, Dollar?
A thought you'd never get here, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Meadows called and said to get right over.
You know something? I think you owe her an apology.
Okay, so she'll get an apology after you tell me who the guy on the floor is and who the guy was I had to kill in the garage.
Here, have a platinum wrench.
A what?
Yeah. Mr. Baker is going to have one very expensive headache. On the way over to my motel, I explained the events to Solomon, who did a little mumbling and shaking himself. Then, after a fresh shower and a change of clothes, I went over to Mrs. Meadows and expressed my most heartfelt thanks. Expense account item 3, $176.85. Motel bill and expenses for the next 2 days while I hung around Newport resting up. I saw Mrs. Meadows a few times before I left, but for some reason I didn't get much of a tan. Expense account items 5 and 6, $225 car rental, plane fare, and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $604.15. Oh, yes. Barton Baker comes up for trial on illegal entry, smuggling, and 3 counts of espionage. I hope he enjoys his stay in the USA. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
From Hollywood, it's time now for John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Bird Welch, Johnny. Want to give my regards to Broadway?
You mean tell all the boys at 42nd Street?
No, 46th Street. Want you to run down there and see a theatrical agent named Lou Waltham.
What's the pitch?
Well, he handles a lot of high-priced talent and insures them with us for all sorts of things. Accidents, injuries, misperformances, the usual.
Well, what's the trouble?
Actually, I don't know. But I want you to check on an application he made for overall coverage on Cape Bellamy.
The singer?
Yeah.
Well, if she looks like she sounds on my record player and radio, I'm going to love this.
And we'd love to insure her. Waltham wants her covered for almost $2 million. Protection against everything up to and including being bitten by a tsetse fly, but...
For what?
The answers to the application questions don't seem to check out. I think we'd like to know a little more about the girl. As a matter of fact, I think Waltham would like to know a little more himself.
Well, that makes 3 of us, because now you got me interested.
John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office Hemispheric Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the K. Bellamy matter. Expense account item 1, $22.40. Plane fare and incidentals from Hartford to New York and cab fare to the Madhouse on 46 off Broadway, where Lou Waltham housed his talent enterprises. I ran the gamut of would-be thespians, and his haggard secretary covered my rear valiantly as I plowed my way from the outer office to the inner sanctum.
You're the guy from the insurance company?
Yeah. Is it always like that out there? I think I went suddenly deaf.
Yeah, you're all right. This office soundproof. I'd go nuts if I had to listen to that yammering all day. There's Lou Waltham. Boy, Welch told me he was sending you down.
About the policy you want him to write on K. Bellamy. He doesn't think the application is as neat as it might be.
Yeah, she's a valuable hunk of talent. I gotta have coverage.
Well, then we need information.
I need some myself. This time has been a headache from a word go.
Maybe you better tell me about it.
I'll give it to you straight. I picked Kay up, well, a little more than 2 years ago. She was nothing, nobody. Doing a strip and burlesque, singing a song, once in a while. I heard something in her voice, though, something them other guys missed. I signed her, had her trained, got her a good deal. Well, that's my business.
Sure.
She knocks down $1,000 a week on her radio show, more on records. I could put her into the $5,000 class in no time, but...
For what?
Huh? Well, I'm going to tell you. See, she won't let me. She keeps sending me to the aspirin factory. Look, let me tell you this. 2 months ago, I get her a picture deal, Hollywood. Got it all sewed up. Big dough, billing. So what happens? I tell her and she screams like a banshee. No pictures.
What is she, a screwball?
Screwball. Take any nut in that outer office out there, and I'd lay 8 to 5 that handling them would be a vacation after K. Bellamy. Yeah, I may be talking myself right out of the policy I want. But listen, you want to know something? One of the things she does... Just
Go
one.
ahead.
Figure this, will you? In between her radio shows, she disappears for a whole week. For months, I couldn't never find her except on show days. Till I found out.
Where did she go?
So help me, you can sue me if I'm lying. She spends her time working in burlesque.
What?
Yeah, I mean, $1,000 a week on one radio show, but she goes around playing zip the rest of the time for $75 a week under the name of Don LaValle.
Are you sure?
I followed her. I seen her with my own eyes.
You talked to her about it?
I talked myself blue in her face. She freezes and tells me to mind my own business. She'll go get another agent.
You know, Mr. Waltham, I think you'd better get another insurance company.
Now, look, I do a lot of business with your firm. No trouble. This girl is valuable property. Give me a break, eh? Maybe you could talk to her. Maybe she just hates agents.
All right, Mr. Waltham. Where can I find her?
Boston.
Boston? Doing burlesque in Boston?
Listen, there they need it. Hey, you on an expense account?
Yeah, why?
Well, I'll give you a pass to the theater up there. You can knock down the admission price and stick it in your kick, okay?
Thanks. Thanks a million.
What are you laughing? A buck's a buck, ain't it?
Expense account item 2, 1945. Cab and plane fares between Lou Waltham's New York office and the Burley Q Review in Boston, where Kay Bellamy, with a little Turkish veil hiding her face on the billboards, was dancing under the name of Don LaValle. The theater was closed in the later afternoon, but the sound of a piano came from the stage door alley. I walked backstage. There was no doorman, so I went through to the wings. Don LaValle was on stage, and the dance she was doing was enough to make me forget the inadequacies of the pianist and the despairing tone of the dance director as he tried to whip the lumbering chorus into a semblance of unity.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. Keep in step. Keep in step. Right. A minute. Cut it, son. Son, cut it. You, Lorraine, which is your left foot, darling? You only got 2. Make a choice.
What do you want bucks a week? Vera, Ellen, I'm tired.
You're tired.
Back it up, will you, Luxie? We're all tired. You don't need me for the rest of the numbers, do you?
No, you're all right, Dawn, darling. Go get dressed, sweetheart.
She walked into the wings, moving toward me in the semi-darkness. The piano had stopped, but she carried her own music with her as she moved. And it wasn't burlesque music. This girl was definitely on the symphony side.
All right, girls, now get together and let's
Miss Bellamy?
step 1 straight out.
What did you call me?
Kay Bellamy.
All right, Sam.
That is your name, isn't it?
No, mister. Whoever you are. What are you doing back here anyhow? Get out of my way and let me pass.
Look, I just want to talk to you for a minute. My name is Dolphin. I'm from Hemispheric Insurance.
Look, Farrell, maybe you didn't hear the lady. She told you to get out of here.
Don't get dressed, baby. I'll cool this stage door, John, and wait for you.
All right, Crow.
You came in the wrong door, bud. The box office is around front.
Listen, hard boy, I got business here. My name is
I
Dolphin.
know who you are, I know why you're here, and I got reasons why you should blow.
Meaning the gun you're holding in your pocket?
Kay ain't interested in any insurance. Just go tell Lou Walton to insure himself and drop dead.
And if I don't?
The gun can get awful nasty, Mr. Dollar.
All right, Mr. Crow. As long as this isn't a personal matter. But if it ever gets personal, I'm going to feed you a face full of nuts.
I'm glad you said that. I'll tell the boss. Then if you keep nosing around, maybe he'll issue me a special hunting license. Just for you.
The lovable Mr. Crowell had told me 2 things. One was that he had a boss. And 2, Kay Bellamy was also taking orders from somebody. I found a cafe around the corner from the theater. When the rehearsal broke, some of the cast wanted in. I went in, too. I got a seat at the counter next to the girl called Lorene.
I just want a cup of coffee when you get a chance, Joe.
Hello.
Hi.
You had a little trouble at rehearsal, didn't you?
Yeah, I always have trouble. Were you there?
Yeah, in the wings.
I thought you were doing fine.
That Lutzy gives me a pain. He's always putting on the big act, like he was doing a Hollywood musical or something.
Who's Lutzy?
Lutzy Lazario, the dance director. You saw him. He's over in the corner booth there with Valerie, one of the new girls. He thinks he's a regular Romeo.
Continental type, huh?
Yeah, Continental Brooklyn, if you ask me. He made a play for Dawn, but she brushed him fast.
So Lutzy has a big crush on Dawn, huh?
He'll forget it if he's smart. She's aiming for bigger moose than him.
Like who, for instance?
Some guy named... Oh, hey, that's my date honking for me. Never mind that coffee I ordered, Joe. I gotta go. I'm sorry I can't keep you company.
Oh, that's all right, Lorraine. I think I'll go over to the corner booth and join Lutzy and his girlfriend.
Okay by me if you ain't particular, mister.
No. You know something? Appreciation for the dance is not what I've been accustomed to. If people who knew me as an artist ever found out...
You're Lutzy Lazario, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm Lazaro. Didn't I see you backstage during rehearsals?
Yes, I was watching your work.
Oh, that's right, yes. You are in the business?
Well, in a way, I'm doing a little scouting for Lou Walton, the agent. He's got a chance to sell some talent for a big Broadway musical if he can find the right people.
Well, sweetheart, won't you sit down, Mr.
Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Dollar. This is Valerie, Mr. Dollar. She's in the chorus.
And this is a great pleasure, Mr. Dollar.
Of course, you don't know it, Lazario, but I've had an eye on you. You and the star of your show, Dawn Leviathan.
Oh, I am so ashamed that you should find me in such a place. It has been a thing I've been doing, temporarily, waiting for a break.
Yeah, I understand. How about the girl, though, Dawn?
Oh, you can get her to leave here, Mr. Dollar. There ain't as much dough on all Broadway as she could get just by marrying a guy that's after her. Besides, if you're looking for a real dancer,
Dawn's boyfriend sounds like big money.
More than just money, Mr. Dollar. Real big shot family. He's Martin Bayard Cullen III.
Her breath was singeing my eyebrows, but it was the name that really made them curl. Martin Bayard Cullen III. Connections with a capital C. Kay Bellamy was really moving into the big leagues and doing it the hard way. The burlesque runway. Didn't add up.
You're wasting your time with Dawn, Mr. Dollar. Besides, I'm a better hoofer than she'll ever be. All I need
I know, Valerie, a break. That's what we all need. Just one good break. I'll see both of you later. Expense account item 3, $5 for a Boston hotel room, since I decided to stay over and see the show at the Burley Q Review. Expense account item 4, 30 cents. Federal amusement tax to be paid on the pass Lou Waltham had given me for the show. Expense account item 5, 25 cents for a box of the genuine saltwater taffy sold during intermission with a guaranteed prize in each and every box. I got a genuine tin cigar clipper. I watched Kay Bellamy, masquerading as Dawn Leviathan, take off everything the law would allow except the veil that covered the lower half of her face. Then, emotionally exhausted, I went back to my hotel and slept. It was noon when I was wakened by a knock on the door.
Surprised to see me?
Well, a little, Miss Bellamy. You weren't happy with me yesterday.
Well, I was angry with Lou Waltham for sending you. See, Mr. Dollar, I started out in burlesque, and frankly, for some reason, I like it, that's all.
Oh, you must, to mix it with a $1,000 a week radio career.
Sometimes a farm kid makes good in a big city, gets his own swimming pool. But when he gets a chance, he takes off his shoes and goes wading in the brook.
Sometimes.
That's the way it is with me.
A lie like that ought to get your pretty mouth washed out with soap.
Why should I lie to you? Besides, Lou Waltham has no right to insure me unless I want myself insured, does he? So why don't you forget it? And let's be friends.
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, Bert Welch. I've had an awful time finding you.
A few more minutes and I put through a call to you, Bert. I think you'd better forget about that Kay Bellamy policy Waltham wanted. The lady doesn't want to be insured.
Even if she did, it wouldn't matter now.
What do you mean?
Lou Waltham is dead.
What?
We shot and killed in his private office sometime this morning. Police just found the body.
We'll return you to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. Right now, our country is engaged in all-out effort to fight off aggression and preserve our democratic freedom. The future of America concerns us all. That's why we should all help to make that future as bright as possible. By buying United States defense bonds, you can help make American freedom secure. And at the same time, you'll be automatically saving for your own financial security. Buy an extra bond for defense. Now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I grabbed the first plane out of Boston and was back in New York by late afternoon. Charlie Dyer from the police lab was going over Lou Waltham's private office with dusting powder and camera.
Some of them actors still outside?
Yeah. Charlie, you find anything?
About 200 sets of fingerprints, all different. This one's going to be fun. Probably turn out that Shakespeare did it.
Well, half the talent in the outer office there might confess if they were sure the last meal is all it's cracked up to be.
Maybe they're waiting to see if we're going to cast pallbearers. Hey, what are you doing here?
Just looking over some papers on the desk, Charlie.
Oh, come off it, Dollar. You know better than that. The lieutenant finds out I let you in here, he'd
All right,
call...
Charlie. Look, just give me one break. You got the keys to this file cabinet?
Yeah, why?
Open it for me, will you? Just this one drawer, A through C. Come on, Charlie. Can't hurt anything.
Oh, there's nothing in those files but contracts, Johnny.
I know. I just want to look up a few things on Kay Bellamy.
Singer? You think she did it?
No, but... Well, I want to see the file, that's all. Come on, Charlie, will you? One peek. 5 minutes.
All right. I finished that side of the room anyhow. Go ahead, take the folder you want, Johnny, but I want to see what you're doing.
Here it is. Kay Bellamy. Just curious about something.
Go on.
Why a doll with her voice and face and figure isn't on television?
Oh, for crying out loud. Go out and take a seat on the bench with the rest of those nuts.
I didn't even hear him. Kay Bellamy's contract with Lou Waltham was a dilly. No personal appearances, no club dates, no publicity pictures released without her approval, no studio audiences permitted at her broadcast, no television shows.
Look, Johnny, will you finish that and get out of here?
I'm finished, Charlie.
Why, she ain't on television. If you ask me, she must have a face that'd blow out the transmitter.
What makes you say that?
Pictures of her in the photo file.
Where?
Bottom drawer there. It says photos.
I want to see those, too, Charlie.
There's nothing to see. Hats with veiled silhouettes, even in the newspaper clippings. She must really be ugly. Yes, there's the only shot without a veil. Her and some guy wearing big hats. Shadow all over the faces.
Mexican sombreros. Mule and cart in the background. This must have been snapped in Mexico.
Come on, put them back, Johnny, and clear out. There's nothing to see.
He was wrong. There was something to see in that Mexican photo, all right. Not Kay Bellamy's face, but her hand, holding the rim of the sombrero. And on the hand, a wedding ring. Expense account item 7. Same as items 2 and 6. 1945, cab and plane fare between New York and Boston. I made the plane just in time and then got another little shock. There was a vacant seat on the aisle. I took it. The window seat was occupied by a dancer named Valerie.
Well, I fancy meeting you here, Mr. Dollar.
You better fasten that seatbelt. You're a long way from Boston, aren't you?
Well, I flew down this morning. He said Mr. Waltham was looking for people for a show, so I thought I ought to see him.
Did you?
No, well, you must know about the murder and police and everything.
I know about the murder and the police, but not everything. You want to fill me in?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What time was it when you went to see Waltham?
don't remember exactly. Afternoon. Police were outside the building. I heard what happened. I didn't even go up.
Too bad you weren't there earlier. Like between 8 and 9 this morning when the police think he was killed.
What would he be doing in his office so early?
It was his hour for thinking before the arrival of the howling mob. Didn't you know that?
Well, how would I know it?
Yeah, maybe you would. It was a thing that was known only by his better clients, like Faye Bellamy, or friends. Which plane did you take from Boston to New York this morning?
Why don't you ask the airlines? Leave me alone. I'm in mourning.
For Lou Walton?
Maybe for you, honey. Maybe for you.
A lot of people were tying up together, and they were all tying around Kay Bellamy. But there was still no sign of the payoff. I had to find out where Martin Bayard Cullen III came into the picture. When we reached Boston, I taxied out to the exclusive Back Bay mansion that had housed the Cullens for generations. Martin III received me in the library.
Your card says you're an insurance investigator. Whatever your business is, I would prefer it if you would take the matter up with my business counselors.
Well, it's the kind of business they might know about. I want some information about a girl you've been seeing.
What girl and what sort of information?
Dawn Levi at the Burley Q Review.
I'll answer any questions concerning Dawn.
Look, Cullen, this is important. A man has been murdered.
Are you implying that Dawn is involved in a murder?
I'm not implying. I'm saying it right out.
Are you going to get out of here, Mr. Dollar, or shall I throw you out?
Now, don't try. You might bend your suit. You're being a sucker about your lady love, Cullen. She's been working you for something, hasn't she? Some kind of a favor? Something?
Why, yes.
What kind of a favor? Maybe the key to a murder, Cullen. You may help her later if she's involved, but you can't cover for her.
All right. There's a man in the federal penitentiary. Her uncle. His name is Fred Bellamy. She asked me to use my influence to have him moved from a West Coast prison to one in the East where members of the family will be able to visit him.
Fred Bellamy?
That's right. You think you can make murder out of that?
Listen, chum. Do you think Dawn Levi is really her name?
I never asked, frankly.
Well, you should have. Not that she'd have told you. But her real name is Kay Bellamy.
Kay Bellamy.
And 5 will get you 10 that Fred Bellamy is her husband, not her uncle.
He was married. The police would have known it.
Not if he was married in Mexico.
But he's been in jail for 5 years.
Yeah. And an eyewitness who helped to convict him swore that a girl drove the getaway car. You've been out with her, Cullen. She ever show her face in public?
I know. She always wears a hat with a veil. She never liked crowded places. I have been taken in, haven't I?
Happens to the best of us. But for your sake, I hope you didn't try to arrange that favor.
I'm afraid I did, though. Bellamy should be aboard a train headed east right now.
Well, then you better call everybody you know in Washington and get them to call out the Marines or something, because somebody's going to make a pitch to yank Bellamy off that train. But it still didn't solve the murder of Lou Walton. He'd found out the same things. That was certain. But how? I kept thinking about it on my way down the gravel driveway from the Cullen house. Then I reached the street and started to think of another murder. One that looked like it was just about to take place. My own.
All right, Nosey. Head for that car and climb in.
You're a busy little fella, aren't you, Crow?
Yeah, I asked the boss for that special hunting license, like I said. And I got it. You ain't gonna like this ride. You're crawling behind the wheel. All right, start it and get going.
Too bad you have to work so hard all alone, Kroll. I just found out why you haven't had more company.
I can handle you alone, Buster.
I don't know. You look like part of a gang, Kroll. You're the type. But the rest of the boys are out meeting a train someplace, aren't they? The Fred Bellamy special.
Oh, I know your mouth has to be zippered. It'll be getting nice and dark, so... Take a road out of town. Let's see a little country.
Sure. Going fast enough for you?
And I'll get funny. Slow down.
Why? I like the breeze.
You want this gun barrel across your teeth?
No, but I don't want the bullet you're planning to give me either. If It's got me scared. When I get scared, I get crazy. I don't like the idea of dying alone.
You trying to bluff me?
No. You ever hit the back of a 10-ton truck at 80 miles an hour?
No, smart guy.
Well, you're going to, smart guy, because there's one right in front of us. He turned his eyes away from me and saw the back of the truck looming up suddenly in the dusk. For a minute, fear paralyzed him. Then he gave a wild shriek and opened the door and jumped. I yanked the wheel hard, and the car missed the truck by inches. But Kroll didn't. His leap had smashed him right into the back of it. I felt my heart kicking up at something in my throat. I turned the car around and drove back to the Burley Q Review at 15 miles an hour.
Come in.
Hello, Kay.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Tired of running, Kay?
Yeah, tired.
Your husband isn't going to get off that train. The gang will be picked up, too.
I know. I just had a phone call from Martin Bayard Cullen III. He made me feel like it was rotten. I did it because I had to.
Your husband wasn't going to let you enjoy the comforts of life while he rotted away in jail, is that it?
Yes. He let me take the radio job because he thought he might be able to buy his way out with the money.
Out of a federal pen? He was dreaming.
I'm glad it's over. He had Kroll and the other boys watching me. Told him to keep me working in burlesque. Make things rough for me. So I'd never forget what a bad time he was having.
I'd better call the police, Kay.
You don't have to, Mr. Dollar. I called him myself 2 minutes ago. I'm just waiting. Okay, you've seen the farewell performance. Now, why don't you leave me alone? Please.
Sure.
Oh, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, hello, Muncie.
Oh, say, I heard the terrible news about Mr. Walton. Such a terrible thing.
Yeah.
I know you work for him. I know how badly you must feel. Oh, tell me something. Are you taking over the business? Will you be looking for the people for that show?
I'll let you know. Is Valerie around?
Yeah, in the manager's office, just over there. Mr. Kroll's office. You know Mr. Kroll?
Yeah. I met him around a couple of times. Thanks. Hello, Valerie.
You. Where's Kroll?
I don't know for sure. Maybe out on the highway, maybe in the morgue by now.
The morgue?
His hunting license expired. You lost your boyfriend.
He was nothing to me.
No? Then why did you follow me to Cullen's house and then tip him off that I was there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's try something else then. You went to New York with him when he killed Waltham, but you took different planes coming back.
All right. So he killed Waltham, and now he's dead. What does that make me?
An accessory.
No. No, look. Listen to me, Mr. Dollar. I didn't know what he was going to do. I didn't even know why he was going to see Waltham. First I knew it was trouble was when I was sitting in the outer office and I heard them yelling, and then I heard a shot.
You mean Kroll was in the private office with Waltham? You didn't see them together?
I couldn't. The door was closed.
Too bad you heard that shot then, because it makes you sound like a liar. Waltham's private office was completely soundproof.
I see.
Oh, sure. You're a nice, peaceful girl, all right. Let go of it. That's better. Police will be here soon with a wagon. You better put something on so you don't catch cold. And that's about it for the bump and grind artists. Lou Waltham never insured himself because he had nobody to leave it to, so there's no loss there. Of course, the K. Bellamy policy was never issued. You lose a fat premium, but don't fret over it. Clause 42A would have cost you a mint, the one about missing performances. She'll be missing them for the next 10 years. I guess your total loss lies in my expense account. Item 8, $43 miscellaneous. Item 9, $6.10 train fare from Boston back to Hartford, Connecticut. Please note that I did not charge you for the admission pass that Waltham gave me to the Burley Q Review, nor did I charge you cab fare from the Cullen Mansion to town, since Kroll provided car service. Expense account total, $135.40. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Joel Murcott with music by Eddie Dunstetter. John Lund can currently be seen in the Universal International picture Just Across the Street. Featured in tonight's cast were Raymond Burr, Benny Rubin, Jay Novello, Gene Bates, Hy Everback, Sandra Gould, and Gloria Blondell. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Johnny Dollar.
Morris Parkley, Johnny. New Jersey State Mutual.
Well, it's about time. Morris, how are you?
Bad. I've got troubles, Johnny. $40,000 worth.
Don't give it another thought. Just mail me a check.
Yeah, I wish it were that easy. Also, I wish it was a check.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's all in cash.
Oh, okay. Then I'll fly on down there and pick it up.
Yeah, I wish you could. But there's a hitch. His name is Walter P. Doninger.
Who's he?
Policy beneficiary. We can't find him.
Well, maybe I'll get lucky and not be able to find him either. Then with 40 G's in my hot little hand.
I'll be breathing right down your hot little neck.
I'm sure you will. Now, Amari, the commission on $40,000 for me if I find this man.
You want to come down and talk about it?
Why, sure.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Jersey State Mutual Life Insurance Company Home Office, Trenton, New Jersey. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Doninger matter. Expense account item 1, $26.90 for a cab to Bradley Field Airport, a plane to Trenton, then a taxi into Morris Parkley's office. It was lunchtime, so Maury dragged me over to lunch at Hildebrecht's.
Look, are you just going to sit here and stuff yourself, or can I tell you about this case?
Maury, so help me. Nobody knows how to fix soft-shell crabs like a South Jerseyite. So I'm going to make the most of it.
Going to? You have? Now listen.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Walter P. Doninger the Seventh.
The what?
The whole family was a bunch of screwballs. Bums. Except for Walter P. the First, who cleaned up on gunpowder and cannonballs about the time Georgie Washington rode across the Delaware.
Well, that's that, and it was delicious.
But his descendants haven't done a lick of work since.
And that makes them screwballs, huh, Maury?
Sure. But nothing to do but loaf their lives away. Bums. Crackpots.
Will there be anything more, gentlemen?
Well,
no thanks, waiter. We've got to get out of here. Just a sec.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Anyhow, Johnny, this Walter P. the Seventh is the last of the line. Now that his sister Minnie has died. Here you are, waiter.
Thank you. Well, thank you, sir.
She left him this $40,000 insurance you mentioned.
Right. So you've got to find him, Johnny, and pay it to it.
But in cash?
That's what the policy reads. In cash, in hand.
Just like that $5 tip you just gave the waiter.
Right, Johnny, that's it. What? $5? Hey, wait a minute.
Come on, Maury. You can tack it out of my expense account.
But $5.
Come on.
Okay. Anyhow, that money has to be paid within 10 days of her death, Johnny. So that gives you just less than a week from now.
Well, Maury, that...
Otherwise, we pay him an additional $1,000 for every additional week or fraction thereof.
You issued a policy like that?
Not I, personally.
And you call him a screwball.
The point is that he's disappeared.
You think he might be dodging you, Maury, just to build up his take?
Possibility. I wouldn't put it beyond him.
What's the address given on the policy?
Addresses, Johnny. 8 of them.
8?
Every time he'd move, his dying sister would give us a new one. So list it.
Well, all right, then. If she only died recently, then his last address would...
No. He isn't there. And he left no word about where he'd go next.
Hey, you better watch it.
Yeah.
All right, lights change. Come on. Well, tell me, Maury, is there any pattern to the way that he's moved around?
Pattern? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you should have. May give us an answer.
Yeah. Well, here's the office. We'll take a look.
Right.
Here we are. Now, he started here in Trenton. Then he lived down in Atlantic City for a while.
And Bloomfield, Cranford, Dumont, East Rutherford, Franklin, Gibbstown, and Highbridge.
In other words, all over the state. You know, that makes any kind of a pattern, Johnny.
Well, it sure does, Maury.
It does?
Sure. Don't you see? Atlantic City, Bloomfield, Cranford, and so on, ending up with Highbridge right through the alphabet, Maury, from A to H.
You're right. So it's easy. Wherever he's gone now begins with the letter I.
If he sticks to the pattern.
Yeah.
Well, why all the wandering around? Is he running away from something, or is it just a matter of building up the insurance he'll get?
I don't know. Anyhow, now, you have the answer. Find a town beginning with the letter I, if there is one, and you've got him.
Yeah, thanks a lot. But which town beginning with an I, if there's more than one?
Oh, yeah. I didn't think of that.
You got an atlas, Maury?
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, right in front of my nose. Help yourself.
All right, now let's see. Okay, here we are. Oh, great.
Oh, what's the matter?
Listen. Imlaystown, Indian Mills, Interlaken, Iona, Iceland, plus about a half dozen more, from one end of the state to the other.
Yeah, no good.
Well, it's all right with me if you want to pay me plenty of travel money to prowl around after him.
Fine, that's fine. And he'd be in the very last town that you'd hit.
It's a possibility.
Well, I guess the only thing we can do is write the city hall in every place beginning with an I and hope he'll cooperate.
Meantime, time is running out. Wait a minute. Maybe there's a better pattern for us.
Well, sure, like you say, the alphabetical one. So it'll either cost that extra $1,000 a week or you'll run up too big an expense account.
No, wait a minute. Look, don't you see? There's more to the pattern.
Like what? And how much will it cost? Stop looking smug.
Maury, I'll make you a proposition.
Oh, you will?
Let me try just one of these towns. This one here.
Interlaken? Well, why pick that one?
If I don't find Mr. Walter P. Doninger, the 7th there, you won't owe me a cent. But if I do...
Yeah, then what?
Then you tack an extra $1,000 onto my commission. Okay?
What? Even above your expense account and all of... Okay. It's a deal. And now, Johnny...
Good.
Now, look. Do you mind telling me what this magical key is that you found? The pattern of his wanderings?
Not at all. Look, Maury, it's right here in front of your nose. Right here in the atlas.
This ever happened to you? You're driving down a long highway or working late, and then monotony makes you feel drowsy. Perk up with No-Dose. No-Dose keeps you alert with the same safe refresher found in coffee. Yet No-Dose is faster, handier, more reliable. Absolutely not habit-forming. The safe way to stay alert without harmful stimulants. No-Dose.
No, Johnny. All I can see is the old nut is going through the alphabet and is wandering. That leaves you with 11 towns beginning with the letter I to investigate.
Hey, look here at the population figures.
The population?
Mm-hmm. Huh? Now, first was Atlantic City with something over 60,000.
Yeah.
That's not including the annual summer vacation mob that always descends on the place.
So?
Then came Bloomfield, 49,000.
Yeah.
Less than Atlantic City. In spite of the fact that a couple of other towns beginning with B have more.
Well?
Then here we have Cranford, 17,500. Less again. Don't you see now, Maury?
Oh, sure, Johnny. You're right. Great.
Sure, each time he's moved up one notch in the alphabet, he has moved down one notch in population. What a caper. And see here, after Cranford, he was in Dumont.
Sure thing. After Dumont, he could have gone to Elizabeth or East Orange or East Paterson.
Yes, but they have more people than Dumont, so he picked East Rutherford with a population just under Dumont.
Right.
And so on, all the way to the letter H for Highbridge, the last address you have on him. And if you carry on just one more step, here, it has to be Interlaken. He's got to be an Interlaken if he's stuck to this crazy pattern.
Well, I'll be darned. Now, you think I'm still wrong about calling him a screwball?
Well, unless he's running away from something, Maury. The law, maybe?
Walter P. the Seventh? Never.
Well, then I'd say he's kind of cute.
Cute? Huh?
Mm-hmm. Sure, he knows that every week you fail to pick up his trail, he puts you on the spot for another grand.
I think he's bats.
Maybe. But at least he's got a sense of humor.
Pretty expensive one for us. Just the sort of thing you'd expect of him.
Well, Maury, if the pattern holds, and it's his own gag, so he's got to play fair with it.
Yeah.
I will find him smugly sitting around in the town of Interlaken. Okay?
Sounds fine. Great. But what if this Sherlock Holmes deduction of yours turns out to be all wrong?
There's only one way to find out, Maury, isn't there?
Yeah. Good luck. You'll need it.
Expense account item 2, $50 deposit on a rental car. I headed east then on 33, a main highway through Hightstown, Freehold, and Ocean Grove, and then north in a roundabout way to Interlaken, a small but very nice resort town that isn't much heard of because it's so completely overshadowed by nearby Asbury Park. In trying to find a city hall, I ended up at the old New York and Long Branch Railroad Station. I pulled to a stop beside a group of men loading stuff onto a freight car. The most intelligent looking of the lot was a character of, maybe 35 and badly in need of a shave.
Hey, wait a minute. Say that again, buddy.
I asked for directions to City Hall, that's all.
I thought I recognized that voice of yours. Your name is Johnny Dollar, ain't it?
That's right. Makes any difference.
Yeah, how about that? Johnny Dollar, the big insurance investigator, huh? Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Now, what's a big shot like you doing around a place like this, huh?
Well, does that make any difference?
You want to know what I think? I'm betting you tailed somebody here, huh? Am I right?
Well, possibly. But look, where is...
Sure, I'm right. Well, look, Johnny, you want to know anything about this burg, you asked me. You're Bill McGrogan. I know all about it, see?
Okay.
I know everybody ever comes into this town. Yes, sir, you need help? You couldn't have come to a righter party.
Good.
And me? Well, I'll be glad to give a guy like you a hand, see? And, Johnny, you know something else?
Now, look, McGrogan...
Oh, just call me Bill, Johnny. Your name is Bill. You know something else? I understand you pay out pretty good for information. Like, I mean, you can lay it out on that expense account of yours, huh? Yeah. Am I right, Johnny?
Well, now, that depends.
Look, why don't you try me, huh? Anything you want to know about Interlaken or anybody in it, even just the summer people, you know, to come here for the summer, all you got to do is ask me. So what do you want to know, huh? And what's it worth, huh? Well, come on, Johnny. You want my help, or don't you? Who are you looking for, huh? Well, why'd you come here? Hey, you don't say much, do you?
All right, Bill.
Yeah?
I am looking for someone. A man.
Now what's it worth if I lead you right to him, Johnny? 50? Maybe a C-note, huh?
Come on.
Because if you don't think I can lead you to him, well, you just try me, see? Yeah, 25 maybe.
Now, look, you better come down a little bit, Bill. Let's see, how about a 10 spot?
Okay, thanks.
What?
Now, who do you want to meet, huh? Who's the guy you're looking for?
The name is Walter Doninger.
Hey, you see, I told you to come to the right... Yeah?
Come on over here.
What's the matter?
Who'd you say, Johnny?
I said a man by the name
Walt Doninger?
That's right. Well, you know where I can find him, or don't you? Oh, come on, Bill. What's the matter?
Doninger, huh? That crazy Walt Doninger. And you want to give me only $10, huh?
All right, I'll make it 20. If you really know where he is.
Yeah, sure, I do, sure. But a guy that's loaded the way that he is, you know that, don't you?
It sounds like Walter Doninger.
Okay, Johnny, okay. $50 and I fix it up.
What do you mean you fix it up?
I'll deliver. So where are you going to be staying?
Well, matter of fact, I don't know. I hadn't really planned on...
Well, a Larchmont. So you go to the Larchmont. It's that nice, fancy place about 3 blocks over that way. Yeah, well, look, over there. Turn your head, huh? You can see the top of it with the flag on it. See over there?
Oh, yeah, I see.
Ah, that's good. Now, you get yourself a room, see? And, Johnny, I guarantee I'll get the word to Doninger, and he'll be there and see you by sometime tonight. Okay?
Now, look, Bill, wouldn't it be a lot easier just to tell me where I can find him?
With the way that he moves around? Oh, sir. That's the deal. $50, Johnny.
All right. Here's 15 more. And the other half you get after I see Doninger.
Oh, yeah, well, now, listen, Johnny.
That's my deal. Just be sure you get him there to my room at the Larchmont. What if he shouldn't come through and bring me Doninger? Well, after all, it would go on the expense account. As soon as I'd registered at the Larchmont, I went to police headquarters and talked with a Sergeant Holloway. You know something? Maybe it was lucky that I had run into Bill McGrogan. Maybe.
Well, sure, Dollar. I'll try to find that crazy old man for you. Be at the Lodgement, you say, huh?
That's right.
But the way he gets around, you know, well, in a couple of weeks ever since he got the word of his sister passing away, he's lived in a half a dozen different rooming houses. Sometimes only 2 or 3 days in one place at a time.
Well, he is playing a cozy little game with the company.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. I certainly hope you can find him for me.
Oh, sure. Maybe in a couple of days. Maybe in a half an hour. But I'll find him all right. I mean, sometime.
Sometime, huh? Well, I'll be waiting. At the Larchmont, I had cocktails and dinner. It's item 3, $4.70. Then I spent item 4, $50 on a phone call to Maury Parkley to let him know where I was.
What if that policeman doesn't find them for you, Johnny? Or that railroad bum you talked to? And with time running out for us...
Then I'll just have to prowl around myself and see what I can learn about Doninger. Oh, of course, the post office.
Huh?
Well, if he moves from place to place, Maury, the way the sergeant says he does, he may have himself a post office box.
And you'll sit by it until he shows?
That's right.
But what if he's left to lock it?
Well, then I'll dig me up an atlas and figure out his next destination. Maury, don't worry about it. We've proved the atlas theory works, and now it's just a matter of time before... Well...
What?
Looks like it's going to be a matter of no time at all.
Well, Johnny...
Maury, I'll be in touch.
Coming.
Yes?
Inside, buddy, and shut up.
Wait a minute, what?
Well, I know they'd get you on me, Dollar, but I didn't think you'd show up this soon.
Well, now, look.
Don't move. The gun works.
Ooh. Complete with silencer, huh?
That's right. So I'm not as crazy as some people think.
And you're Walter Doninger?
That's right. Scrappy Doninger. I'll move over there, Dollar, next to the bed. So when you fall, it won't make any noise.
What do you mean, fall, Doninger?
I've taken no chances with you. So from here on, Dollar, you're gonna be dead.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent. Smoke Kent, the micronite filter cigarette.
Yes, people who want to get away from harsh, rough-tasting cigarettes know that the one to switch to is Kent. And there's a very good reason why. Kent, with the micronite filter, refines away harsh flavor, refines away rough taste for the mildest taste of all. Yes, that's your reward for smoking Kent, the cigarette that made the filter famous. So when you want to get away from harsh, rough-tasting cigarettes, remember, the finer the filter, the milder the taste. And you'll decide to treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent Smoke Kent, the micronite filter cigarette.
Wait a minute, Doninger.
You haven't even got time to say a prayer, Dollar.
You said you knew I'd be after you?
Why not? Pull a heist up there in Hartford? Stuff's going to be insured, isn't it?
A heist?
So who else would they get to look for me? Only how you ever found out I'd come down here to this little jerkwater summer resort. And I only been here for a day, too. Only you pulled a boo-boo coming here, Dollar.
It looks like I've pulled a couple.
Yeah, wise man, you sure picked the wrong guy to buy information from. You think that Bill McGrogan was on your side? When for $100 he let me set you up this way?
I see.
You do, huh? Well, you're not going to be seeing for long, or hearing either. Get over there next to the bed where you'll drop real easy when I pull this trigger. Huh? Who's that? Who is it? Who is it?
The split second when he turned to the door was all I needed. I charged across the room, swinging, and caught him with a hard right to the face. Then I chopped across the back of his neck with my hand, and I got him with everything I had. Collapsed in a heap, and he lay very still. All right, now, Mr. Scrappy Doninger, we'll take this gun of yours and...
Yes, who is it? Who's there?
Walter P. Doninger, the 7th, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, here I am. The police and you and the insurance company have finally found me. So, Mr. Oh, my goodness. Who's he? What happened to him?
Your name is Walter P. Doninger, the 7th?
Why, yes, of course it is. Would you like to see some identification, Mr. Dollar? Here. I have plenty of it. But I certainly didn't think even a clever man like you could trade me here to interlock so quickly. It's amazing, Mr. Dollar. Simply amazing.
Sit down, Mr. Doninger.
You see, I had hoped I could delay you a bit, therefore increase the insurance payment. But I was fair in my little game, now wasn't I?
Just sit down there, Mr. Doninger.
Well, surely, Mr. Dollar, anything you like. But this man here on the floor.
Yes, this man. Just wait. Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Morris. Now listen very carefully. I told him I have you already tied up on a case.
Maury.
Tri-State Insurance up there in Hartford, I mean. But you'd never guess why they called, Johnny.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Why they want you. And right away. You'd never guess if you lived to be 1,000.
Don't be too sure, Maury.
There's been a big burglary job up there, Johnny. And now listen.
I'm listening.
Talk about coincidence. The man I mean the crook thereafter has the same name as this client of ours.
Walter P. Doninger.
Yeah. Only the P stands for something else. They call him Scrappy Doninger. And he has a record from here to there.
Maury.
There's a $10,000 reward on him, too. So as soon as you find our Mr. Doninger...
Maury, would you listen to me?
Yeah.
I have him, Maury. Right here.
Oh, you... Oh? Well, good. Fine. Good for you, Johnny. I knew you'd find him and save us that extra money. Good man.
Now, would you like to do me a favor and save me a phone charge?
Well, sure.
All right. Call Tri-State back. Tell them the job is done. Their job, and they can mail me the check for that reward.
What?
That's a fact, Maury. I'm up to here in Doninger's. So for once, I got real lucky. And now you can see why I've called this report the Doninger matter. Expense account total, including the trip home with Scrappy Doninger in tow, $155.70 plus commission, of course, plus the extra $1,000 on Walter the 7th. Oh, and I couldn't find Bill McGrogan again, so he'll never get that other $25. Maybe just a jail term someday for the kind of company that he keeps. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Jack Arthur, Jack Grimes, Ian Martin, Santos Ortega, Melville Ruick, and Neil Fitzgerald. Music supervision by Eugene Symes. Sound patterns by Walter Otto. Technical supervision by Mike Shoskus. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, my name is Struhl. Struhl Bail Bond and Insurance Agency. State, federal, and immigration, all forms of surety bonds and insurance.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm sorry, I don't need any.
No, that's not the point. I need you to the tune of saving me $50,000.
How does that work?
I made bond for two men that were subpoenaed for a federal investigation. They skipped out, and I've got to find them.
Who's mixed up in this investigation?
A fellow by the name of Jack Madigan is the big shot. You know him?
I've read about him. Enough to advise you to give up. If he doesn't want him found, the chances are they won't be. Alive, anyway.
No, it's not as bad as that. Look, I came all the way from New York. This is worth a lot to me. Can't I talk to you about it?
All right. Come up to my apartment. Maybe we can work out a deal.
Edmund O'Brien in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, Hartford, Connecticut, to the Struhl Bail Bond and Insurance Agency in New York City. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Jack Madigan matter. Expense account item 1, $250, phone to New York for purposes of checking your reputation. I learned that you, Mr. Struhl, were by no means above reproach, but decided that if a federal court trusted your agency, I would at least hear you out when you arrived, which you did at 1 p.m.
Mr. Dollar?
Come on in, Mr. Struhl.
Thank you. Thanks for sparing me your time. I'm in a mess.
Sit down. You should have known better than to make bond for anybody that was going to testify against Jack Madigan.
Well, there was nothing I could do about it.
Well, who forced you into it?
Madigan. I've done business with some of his friends before, so he came to me this time and said, will I do it? Well, the way he said it, there was nothing else I could do.
Madigan stood the expense himself?
Sure. He wanted them where he could get his hands on them, and it looks like he did. Or they took a run out.
They didn't have to accept bond. They could have stayed in protective custody if they were afraid of him.
They had to if Madigan told them to. The point is they're gone. Unless I can prove they're dead or find them before they're due in court, I forfeit the $50,000, $25,000 apiece. I've got to do something.
Why'd you come to me?
I told you, I've got to do something.
Well, it's a federal problem. You operate in New York, and New York has plenty of hungry private detectives, I hear, and a fair-sized herd of policemen.
I'll tell you why I came to you. The New York cops are busy enough, and besides, to them, these witnesses are just two names on a long list of missing persons. And as for private dicks, I could never be sure that one wouldn't want to make a deal with Madigan and make more money not finding them than I'd be paying to find them. You get the point?
What makes you think you can trust me?
Well, you were mentioned by a fella from one of the insurance companies I sell for. They tell me you're straight, except for padding your expense account here and there.
Oh, that's slander. Now, who told you that?
Don't make any difference. What's a little padding? I want to hire you.
Okay, Mr. Struhl, you've hired me.
Great.
Now, who are these missing witnesses?
Nippy Bruno is one. Real name's Joe. The other is Max Krause. I've got their addresses, next to kin, what they look like, and so on. Here, I got it all in this envelope here.
Okay. Oh, there's one other thing. I want a retainer. $2,500.
What's that for?
To pay for going to work for a man I don't quite trust.
But $2,500, that's pretty steep, isn't it?
Well, you don't have to pay it. It's up to you.
Yes, but... Well, I can't get it till tomorrow.
That'll be fine. A cashier's check. When I get it, I'll see what I can do for you. I didn't expect the check to arrive, but it did. Special messenger the next afternoon. Expense account item 2, $12.50, transportation from Hartford to New York City. Expense account item 3, $23.85, dinner and drinks for a Herald American reporter who was more familiar with Jack Madigan than I. His statement enclosed.
A lot of things have been written and said about Madigan by a lot of people, including me. None of us really know anything about him, how much power he has, where he got it, what his private life is, if any. And these witnesses being missing isn't even news. People who've gotten in his way have been dropping out of sight for years. There's Jim Schwartz and Big Tom Green. There's Woody South, just to name a few. I'd keep that in mind if I were you.
Expense account item 4, $180, cab fare. That same address to an address on 79th. The apartment of Nippy Bruno's next of kin, a sister, stage name, Vivian Brown.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. Miss Vivian Brown in?
Who shall I say is calling?
My name is Dollar.
Mr. Dollar?
She doesn't know me. Tell her I have some news about her brother.
Come in, please. This way, please. Miss Brown is dressing to go out. I'll ask if she'll see you. Miss Brown?
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Dollar is here to see you.
Who?
He says he has news about your brother.
Tell him to wait. I'll get a robe on.
Shall I take your hat?
Thanks.
Please sit down. Miss Brown will be right out.
What was your name? I didn't get it.
Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
What makes you think I'd be interested in any news about Brother Nippy?
Well, the mention of him got me in here.
My butler doesn't slam the door on anybody until I tell him to. What brought you here?
I'm looking for your brother.
Then you've definitely come to the wrong place. Why should you be looking for him?
I'm being paid to. The man who put up $25,000 bond for him wants to know where he is.
I don't get it. What bond?
You don't wear innocence very well, Angel, but I'll go along with the gag.
It's no gag, and I can do without your insults.
Your brother's due in court in 2 weeks to help the federal men investigate Jack Madigan. He seems to have dropped out of sight. Do you know where he is?
No. I haven't seen much of him in the past few years. He doesn't approve of me, and I don't approve of him. Does that answer your question?
It brings another one to mind. He seemed to think enough of you to use your name on his bond request papers. How about that?
All right, Peeper. I was only trying to do it easy for you. Red!
I heard it. You walked into something, Peeper.
I usually do. But I'm glad to see you in character. That automatic makes more sense than that phony butler act did.
Stand up. Better see if he's carrying anything, Vivian.
Okay. Be a good boy now.
Until you try to pawn my wallet, I will.
It's all right. He's safe.
You can sit down, Dollar.
Well, what now?
He should be here in 20 minutes. I'll go back to my room.
Sure, go ahead.
What's the rough stuff, Red?
It hasn't been rough. But you don't know how close you came to getting your head blown off buzzing this door. It's liable to happen to the next one that does. Light yourself a smoke. We got about 20 minutes to wait.
So we waited 20 minutes. Vivian came back into the room in a low-cut number that was a good choice for her sullen brunette attractiveness. It made her look softer, but the few remarks she passed weren't only icy. They could have come from a longshoreman. I was waiting for a brother to come in. That would have made sense. What did come in made none at all. It was Jack Madigan.
Hi, Jack. Come on in and see what found me.
Well, what do you know about this?
How are you, Jack?
Fine, thanks. What are you doing with that pistol?
We wanted to play it safe.
Yeah, he's a detective of some kind. He was hired by that Stroll to find Nippy.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? What do you have to say for yourself, my boy?
Matter of fact, I'm speechless, Madigan.
Oh? How's that?
I thought I'd have to find you. I didn't expect you to find me. Yet, at least, and here.
What's so strange about that?
You and the sister of the missing witness? maybe not so strange at that.
Shut up! Keep your remarks to yourself, you two-bit heel.
Yeah, Vivian. Cool off. Go mix me a highball. And you, put that gun away and go help her with the ice.
If you say so, Jack.
Of course I say so. Now, go on.
I'm sorry, Jack. He's been needling me for half an hour.
How to take her across my knee, waving that gun in your face. What for? Anybody knows you can't fire a gun in these apartment houses without causing a ruckus. What's your name?
Dollar.
And Manny Struhl hired you to find Nippy.
And the other man, Kraus.
Well, I'll tell you what to do. You go back to Struhl and tell him the boys are all right.
Oh, let's not be childish, shall we? In what river are they all right?
Now, see here, there's no need to take such a pessimistic view. I realize the press has given me a reputation for violence, but I don't deserve it. There's no reason for me to want to harm those boys. I'm not afraid of their testimony. I'm counting on it.
Sure.
And straight testimony, no perjury this time. Why, I've already talked to those federal men. I'm cleaning the slate this time, telling everything, and let the chips fall where they may.
What kind of stuff is this?
The truth. I'm tired. I've been at sword's point with the police and my government long enough. I've been offered certain little leniencies, and I'm going to accept. It's been later than I thought for a long time. I'm through.
You know, this is almost funny.
I'm dead serious. You go back and tell that police coroner tout that the boys are all right.
Where are they?
I can't tell you that. I've got them under cover for their own good. Now, Dollar, don't go off half-cocked. A lot of heads are going to fall after the three of us have finished this federal catechism. If you think you're the only one looking for them, you must be a stranger in town. You're trailing the pack.
Well, if this is all I get from you, I've heard enough.
You'll drop it?
If I don't find them before you're due in court, I will.
What do you want, son? Money?
I got some, thanks.
I don't like to hear that. I suppose it takes a lot of guts to be a hero, but it sure doesn't take much brains. Remember that.
I can leave?
Of course you can leave. Because I think you're going to talk this over with yourself and come up with an important decision.
I did talk it over with myself, but not until I found a cab stand on the corner and turned around. A quarter of a block behind me, I could make out the figure of Red, the so-called butler. Expense account item 5, $20, fare and tip to a driver who saw to it that our cab wasn't followed. When I felt reasonably safe, I gave him the address of the second missing man, Max Kraus. I didn't know what I expected to find there, other than an empty flat with possibly a lead of some kind. There was a trace of light showing under the door.
Come on in, Dollar.
Red. I didn't expect a butler in a place like this.
Come on in. Why didn't you use your head? Jack gave you a chance to.
Maybe I should have. What are you doing here?
I live here.
You trying to tell me that you're Max Kraus?
I'm Max Kraus. And now I've got to do something about you.
Can you prove that you're Max Kraus?
Why should I have to prove it? Go ahead. Think what you want to. You got brains. Reach up behind you and snap off the light. Don't make a play for the gun, Dollar.
What are your plans?
Madigan wants you put away until after the investigation. Come on. This way. Back door's closer.
You can tell Madigan for me that this isn't going to work. If I drop out of sight for 2 weeks, somebody's going to get on the trail. It leads right back to Madigan.
This way. I got a car in a garage down the street.
That's him. Get down. Max, let me see.
Sure. Now you believe him. Let me get your coat. Get away. I hate your God.
return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. Once a year, the community chest comes knocking at your door, seeking your help. Giving to this worthy cause eliminates many separate appeals, which would be more costly in money, time, and effort. So when you give, make sure you give enough to cover the many campaigns the community chest includes. Give generously. Give today. Now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
When the windows in the buildings around me started slamming open, I left the scene of the killing and carried with me a whole new set of thoughts on the Jack Madigan matter. None of them were good, but the worst was the fact that the description I'd gotten of Max Krause would in no way fit the dead man I now thought was Max Krause. Expense account item 6, cab fare to your address, Mr. Struhl.
But it's 11 at night, Mr. Dollar.
Never mind what time it is. Find a chair and sit in it before you land on the floor.
What's got into you?
Sit down. Who paid you to hire me?
What did you say?
Who did?
Paid me to hire you? What kind of a question is that?
Answer it.
Well, nobody did. It was my investment. Who would protect it but me? What's the matter with you?
Come here, look at this. Read it right there. I want to hear you.
Max Krause, age 34, 5'11", 170 pounds, swarthy complexion, black hair, black eyes.
Well, all right, why did you give me a phony description?
Phony?
The Max Krause I found had red hair and blue eyes.
I don't get it, none of this. What are you talking about?
Krause is dead. He was killed because I didn't know who he was and drew him out into the open.
When did this happen?
It happened. I was picked up the minute I hit town and followed. Who else but you knew what train I was arriving on and the hotel where I was stopping?
Now, wait a minute. I don't think you've got right to jump at these conclusions. I hired you in good faith. But if you don't like the job, then quit.
Not for a while. I stand a good chance of being picked up for questioning on that killing. I don't like that. I want an out. I want to know how it happened. From here, it looks like you sold out to somebody and hired me to put the finger on Krause. I don't like that either.
Let me tell you something. If I was crazy enough to do a thing like that, I'd do it so nobody could prove I did.
What about the phony description?
It may have been a mistake. I don't know how it happened.
I think we'd better find out. And let me know when you come up with a story. This is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, where are you?
Not far from your place. Is Madigan there?
No.
Where is he?
I don't know. He got a phone call and left right afterwards.
Was the call about Krause?
He wouldn't tell me. What about Max?
He was killed.
Oh, I knew it was something awful. I could tell by his face. I've been scared to death ever since he left, and I didn't know why.
I'll call back later and see if he's in.
Mr. Dollar, I have no right to ask this, but there's something I want to tell you. Could you come up?
Can't you tell me over the phone?
No, Won't you come up?
You alone?
Yes, I'm alone.
Okay. I'll take a chance. It'll be about 10 minutes. It was a 5-minute walk, and I noticed that New York streets seemed to be quieter than usual. Inside the building, I walked the 2 flights up to save the noise my arrival would have created by way of the elevator. I listened a few minutes outside a door without hearing anything and took the plunge.
I had the feeling you'd change your mind and not come.
I almost did.
There's nobody here.
When did Madigan say he'd be back?
He didn't. He didn't say anything.
I have a funny feeling about Krause's death. But except for my getting mixed up in this mess, it was more Madigan's fault than your fault than it was mine. Why didn't he tell me it was Krause who was here? If he told me that, I probably would have believed the rest of his pitch.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody really knows anything about Jack.
Not even you?
Nobody.
You put 3 men on their way to federal court to sing and a few hundred wanting to stop him. The lid is going to blow. What'd you want to tell me?
I want to tell you where my brother is.
Huh? After what happened to Krause, do you think that's wise?
I have to say it. I'm in it, too. I think Jack knew these things were going to happen, even about you showing up.
Knowing about it or planning it?
I know it sounds impossible, but I keep remembering things he said about how he'd have the government men eaten out of his hand. He was bargaining for leniency.
He told me, but why are you ratting on him?
Because Jack doesn't care about anybody but himself. One of the threats to keep him from testifying was that I'd be kidnapped. Huh. If he'd known that Max would be killed, he'd have let him take me, too.
You think he did know?
He hadn't let Max out of his apartment for almost a month. Tonight he ordered him to go. I think he wants us killed, so it'll make it look that much more dangerous for him. Does it sound too crazy?
Well, not exactly, but it's hard to prove.
I know that. And I did a foolish thing after he left. I called my brother Nippy and told him all this. I don't know what he thought, but I tried to call him again, and I don't get any answer.
Where is he?
He's been staying with Jack. It's over on Lexington, Brighton Arms, apartment 302.
That's cozy. How afraid of kidnapping are you?
Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know how I can stand staying here and waiting. Where can I go?
Get a coat. I'll put you in my hotel room. Expense account item 6, $10. Tip to the hotel detective to see that she stayed in the room. Item 7, $120 cab fare to Jack Madigan's address. I dropped my taxi a half block down and walked the rest of the way. What slowed me was the sight of a couple of prowl cars parked in front of the building. And even at that time of night, a small group of the morbid in a scattered circle on the sidewalk. I saw the body, but didn't move close enough to recognize it. Hey, what happened?
Huh? Oh, a shooting.
Anybody know who it is?
The whole country will in the morning. He was due for a big federal probe. That's Jack Madigan. Where were you, Fred? Taking in another of them westerns, I suppose. There was more shooting right here than the whole picture.
Hey, pardon me.
Yeah?
When did it happen, do you know?
Not exactly. They've been here quite a while. Oh, about an hour, anyway. Can't find a medical examiner, and they can't do a thing about moving them till they do. Hey, Fred, wait till the editorials tomorrow night, huh? This top there, too mighty.
You got back in a hurry. What's the matter?
Your theory has just been riddled. Madigan's been killed.
I don't believe...
That's what the on-the-spot experts say.
I was wrong about him. What about Nippy?
I don't think your brother would have been there.
Were they the same ones that shot Max?
No.
How do you know?
Cars were parked solid at the curb, and Madigan was too close to them. He couldn't have been shot from the street like Max was. Do you think Nippy would go to your place?
No, he wouldn't go there. That'd be the first place they'd look.
The first place who'd look?
I don't know why I said that. Yes, I do. You're thinking the same thing, aren't you? That I told him what I was afraid of and warned him.
That crossed my mind. But I don't care who I can send in for Madigan's killing as long as I can go home. You seem to be the closest suspect.
You're not serious.
You've given yourself a motive. As far as I know, you were with him last.
I wasn't. He left the apartment.
If that's true, you've got nothing to worry about.
What do you mean? What do you want me to do?
Go with me and we'll both make a statement to the police.
You think I'm afraid to, don't you?
I don't know what to think about you.
Yes, you do. Because you found me in a mess like this, you think I'm as rotten as everybody else. I haven't been. But now I will be to protect myself.
Well, how badly do you need protection?
I know how the police are. They're just like you. They don't care either who they pull in for Jack's death. You tell me to go with you and make a statement. The police would love that. They'd love to count the whole thing off to jealousy or being afraid of Jack, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they?
Ah, you don't touch me. I don't care what they'd like.
Well, they would. It'd be much better to take me than to be laughed at because a star witness was killed right under their noses.
We can call them and find out.
No. It's easier to be rotten. I'll give you my brother. He is at my place.
How do you know?
I talked to him on the phone. He said he'd wait there until he heard from me again.
Okay. I'll go over there. want you to come with me.
Why? Haven't I done enough? Why do I have to see him?
Come on. I don't want to lose you in case Nippy isn't there. I'll do it. Give me the key. Vivian? Answer him.
Yes, Nippy.
It's going to work, Vivian. It's going to be a... Who's he? An insurance dick?
That's right, Nippy.
What are you doing here? Why'd you bring him, Viv?
He made me do it.
I asked her to make a choice between giving herself up for Madigan's killing or giving me you.
Nippy,
Put the gun away, Nippy. You've done enough.
Is what he says true?
he made me do it. He would have taken me to the police. You know what they would have done to me. But it's all right, Nippy. You can still work it out.
Get away from me.
She's wrong. You couldn't work it out, but you may do yourself some good by giving yourself up.
Why did you do this, Vivian? Did you want to get rid of me, too?
Oh, don't say that. You don't have
What
to
are
let
you going
him...
to do if you get rid of me? Who's going to take care of you? Who's going to find more Jack Madigans for you to play with?
Nippy, don't.
Who's going to do the job for you when you get fed up and afraid to tear yourself loose?
You don't have to let him take you, Nippy. I know you could take care of it when he got here.
Is she worth it, Nippy? There wouldn't be a chance to count me off to a gang killing.
You don't have to be afraid of him.
I'm not.
Then take him and get away.
Not him. I'm afraid of you, Vivian. You're going with me.
Stay away from her.
Nippy, let go.
And stop fighting. I wouldn't hurt you.
You will. Go, Nippy. Let me go.
Now, watch it, Dollar. Don't try it. Let go of me. Let go of me. No. Vivian, get it.
I should have let him take you. Give me the police. Where can I find... Oh, there you are, Stroll.
Ah, good morning, Mr. Dollar. I read about it in the paper. They're holding the girl?
Yeah, as accessory. And I wouldn't advise your going her bail.
No, I certainly won't. I've had trouble enough with this group.
You know, you didn't make it easy for me with that phony description.
Yeah, I know. That description. It was given to me by Madigan's boys. I should have checked it. But don't worry, a mistake like that won't happen again.
None of your mistakes will happen to me again.
Huh?
You'll understand what I mean, Stroll, when you get my bill. Expense account item 8, same as item 2. Item 9, miscellaneous, $2,500. Expense account total, $2,720. Remarks? I'm holding my retaining fee until this matter is settled. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd with music by Wilbur Hatch. Edmund O'Brien may soon be seen in the Paramount Pictures production Warpath. Featured in tonight's cast were Sidney Miller, John Daner, Clayton Post, Jeanette Nolan, and John McIntyre. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Dan Coverly inviting you to join us next week at this time when we will again bring you Edmund O'Brien as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
How's for trying to sing it again tonight? $5,000 in cold hard cash and $10,000 in fine prizes are waiting for the CBS listener who can solve the Phantom Voice mystery. Dan Seymour will be on hand with those coast-to-coast phone calls, and Alan Dale, Eugenie Baird, Bob Howard, and the Riddlers will be making the music. And remember, there's many a fine prize for solving the tuneful little riddle songs that lead to the Phantom Voice mystery. It's an hour of fun and music to entertain you and perhaps pay off. Every Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations, hear Sing It Again. And now stay tuned for Vaughn Monroe's Caravan, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Hopalong Cassidy rides every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
I'm Benson, Johnny. How fast can you get to Kansas City, Missouri?
Why?
Maybe you can stop a homicide.
Well, that sounds worthwhile. What's the dope?
We underwrite complete insurance coverage for the Paterson Transport Corporation. They handle the parcel delivery service for most of the department stores in town.
Well, that should be profitable, but hardly deadly.
There have been 6 robberies and beatings involving their drivers in the past week, Johnny. Apparently one guy is responsible, and he's gotten increasingly brutal with each holdup.
How far has he gone?
The last holdup was yesterday afternoon. He went berserk. The driver's in the hospital with 5 broken ribs and a fractured skull. If this guy isn't caught, it's only a question of time before he kills somebody.
I'll take the first plane out.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? In 1884, with a limited education and practically no experience in national affairs, he was elected president at the age of 48. During his administration, an income tax was passed, but declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And Coxey's army made its first march on the Capitol as a protest against unemployment. It was also during his administration that the Presidential Succession Bill was passed, which indicated the line of succession to the presidency from the president down through the cabinet. If you don't have his name by now, here are 2 more clues. He was the first president to be married in the White House and the only president to serve 2 non-successive terms. Who was he? Grover Cleveland, 22nd and 24th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Paterson transport matter. Expense account item 1, $73.20. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford, Connecticut and Kansas City, Missouri. I was met at the airport by Walt Hendricks, Vice President and General Manager of Paterson Transport.
It's a rough one, Dollar. 6 holdups in a week. Over $3,700 in COD money stolen. 3 drivers beaten so badly they can't work. One of them in the hospital in critical condition. Real rough one.
I understand one man has been pulling the job, Mr. Hendricks.
Seems to stack up that way. So far, we haven't been able to do a blasted thing to stop him.
How's he operating?
Well, it's like this. He buys something at a department store, has the package sent out COD to a vacant apartment or house. When the driver gets out there, he lowers the boom.
Mm-hmm. What about the police?
Well, since yesterday morning, they've had a plainclothesman riding the delivery trucks with the drivers.
Well, that should have brought results.
Yeah, we thought it would, too, till last night.
The driver that's laid up in the hospital?
Yeah. He got it in his own garage, coming home from a movie with his wife.
Hendricks dropped me off at the Muleback Hotel. He said the Paterson Transport Company would supply a car for my personal use. And it was there, ready and waiting, after I finished checking in. I drove over to police headquarters at 1125 Locust Street, where Lieutenant Herman of the Robbery Division filled me in.
Well, there's a few things about this that make sense, Dollar. Not many, but a few.
Like what, Lieutenant?
The way he operates, for one, there's a definite pattern.
Every holdup's either at the far end of the driver's route or the last stop or two before he checks in for the day.
Sounds like he's pretty familiar with the delivery operation.
And that's what we figure. Maybe from the Paterson transport end, maybe from the department stores. Then another thing. He's almost sure to be a psycho.
The way he's manhandled those drivers?
There wasn't any reason for beating them. Drivers all have orders not to resist. He gets increasingly brutal with every holdup. No sense to it, unless he's a psycho.
Mm-hmm. Any description on him?
Yeah, partial. Always wears a blue bandana handkerchief over his face. But here's what we've got on him for what it's worth.
Let's see, about 6 feet, 190 to 200 pounds, gray slouch hat, baggy gray suit. Has a noticeable limp in the right leg. Well, that's pretty general, but that limp might help tie him down.
I've got the personnel managers of Paterson and the department stores going over their records on the basis of that description. So far, they haven't come up with anything. But here's another angle. Take a look at this map.
Yeah, sure.
Now, the first robbery took place out here, 4300 block in Seneca. The next, here, at Observation Park. And one here on Cypress. The next at 32nd Terrace. Then 54th and Jackson.
Well, that makes a rough circle around the city. What's he been doing? Moving from route to route in a definite pattern?
That's it. Hitting one driver after another in turn.
Well, then you should know who's liable to be next on the list.
We do. Driver by the name of Milton Spears. He's got the Southwest Territory down here. If the man we're after follows his pattern, we'll get him. But if he breaks it like he did last night...
Yeah.
That's about all I can tell you now, Dollar. We're hoping this guy will try again with our men riding the trucks. It's our best bet for getting him. And even if he doesn't, maybe we can... Oh, hi, Grayson.
Lieutenant, we just got a report over in Traffic Division. One of the Paterson Company's trucks was in an accident on Anderson Avenue.
What kind of accident?
Well, apparently the truck got out of control, smashed into a parked car along the curb. The driver was killed.
What about our man?
They didn't have anybody assigned to it. The truck had been in for repair, and the driver was just road testing it. Doesn't sound like it ties in with a holdup, but I thought you'd better know.
Well, thanks, Grayson. Let me see the complete report when you get it in.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Say, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Did you get the name of the driver who was killed?
Yeah, we got it. The name was Spears. Milton Spears.
When we got to the scene of the accident, an ambulance and squad car were already there. One of the squad car men filled us in on what they'd learned.
He was heading east on Anderson here, Lieutenant. Then for some reason he suddenly clamped the wheel to the right and plowed into that Buick there at the curb.
He must have been going at a pretty good clip. Burned a lot of rubber off on the street when he swung in here.
Yeah. What did the ambulance men have to say?
He was dead when they got here. Didn't look as though the crash killed him. No impact wasn't heavy enough for that. I think he might have had a heart attack.
Uh-huh. Any witnesses?
No eyewitnesses, Lieutenant. There's a lady over there wants to talk to you.
Okay, ask her to come over. And have them take the body down to the morgue for an immediate autopsy. I want the results on it as soon as possible.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Oh, how does it hit you, Dollar?
Well, a couple of things don't quite add up.
Take him down to the
Like
morgue,
what?
boys, and have them...
Well, why he was road testing a truck on a quiet residential street. Why he was going fast enough to make heavy skid marks like that.
And why it had to happen to a driver by the name of Milton Spears.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the autopsy will give us something to go on.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's the lady I was telling you about, Lieutenant. Mrs. Robertson.
How do you do, Mrs. Robertson? I understand you have something to tell us.
I should say I do have something to tell you, Lieutenant. It's about time you police officers did something to protect the interests of our citizens. We've got rights, you know, and it's your duty to see that they're protected.
I'm not sure I understand.
No, I didn't think you would. Things have come to a pretty pass when a taxpayer can't leave a car parked out on the street without some drunken truck driver smashing it to pieces. It's your duty to see that such reckless, incompetent drivers are kept off our streets and highways.
You're the owner of the Buick that was hit, Mrs. Robertson?
Well, isn't that just what I've been telling you, young man? And believe me, somebody is going to pay for the damage done to my car and for the shock and damage caused to my nerves.
Did you see the accident take place, Mrs. Robertson?
Oh, no, I didn't see it. But not that I had to. I was upstairs in my apartment over there, playing whist with some friends.
Then what makes you think the driver was drunk or irresponsible?
Oh, of course he was. What other explanation could there be? Smashing into a person's car like that in broad daylight on a quiet street.
There's not the slightest doubt in my mind. Both of them were drunk.
Then there was somebody else in the truck besides the driver?
Well, of course there was.
How do you know, Mrs. Robertson?
Oh, because I saw him, that's why. I looked out of my window and saw him. A big, husky man he was. He got out of the truck right after the crash and went limping off down the street.
Additional questioning of the excitable Mrs. Robertson brought no further information. We got the same results from the other residents of Anderson Avenue. The men from the lab arrived and started working on the truck and Buick for possible physical evidence, and we went back to police headquarters.
No need for you to stick around, Dollar, unless you want to. We won't be getting the autopsy report on Spears for another hour or two.
Well, I thought I might look over the driver's statements on the robbery, Lieutenant. Maybe something will hit me.
Oh, sure. I'll have Grayson dig them out for you.
Yes, sir?
Grayson, will you get out the driver's statements in the Paterson transport files? Mr. Dollar would like to look them over.
Well, I've got them right here, Lieutenant. Adding another report to the list.
What's that?
Got a call from General Hospital. The driver who was beaten up last night just died.
I went over the driver's statements and the official investigation reports. Lieutenant Herman and his men had covered every angle I could think of, and a couple they hadn't. When I got through, the autopsy on Milton Spears hadn't been completed yet, so I drove out to the Paterson Transport Company in the Northeast Industrial District. I found Walt Hendricks in the offices of the company, which were located to one side of their busy garage.
Oh, that's a terrible thing about Milt Spears, Dollar. A terrible thing. Man had been with us for 15 years. Perfect safety record, and gets himself killed in an accident that way.
If it was an accident.
Well, you think it's connected with the holdups?
We'll know more about it when we get the autopsy report.
Well, I suppose it could tie in.
According to the pattern, Spears was the next driver due to get hit.
Sure, and if it had happened while Spears was out on the route, I'd say okay, but he wasn't.
Just what was he doing, Mr. Hendricks?
Well, his truck broke down, the clutch linkage. We sent a substitute out. When the garage got through, Milt took the truck out to road test it.
Anybody go with him?
No. Milt was a good mechanic. No reason to send anybody along. And we don't allow our men to pick up any riders or hitchhikers. No, there couldn't have been anybody in the truck with him.
Well, maybe he picked up somebody he knew.
Well, a possibility, I suppose. I don't know, Dollar. This thing's got me so busy I can't think straight at all. I guess there's one consolation, though.
Yeah, what's that?
If you count Spears, every driver in the organization's been hit by now. Unless he starts over again, this guy has any place to go.
I'll give you 8 to 5. He'll think of something. It was getting late in the afternoon, so I figured I'd pay one more visit to headquarters before going back to the hotel and knocking off for the day. As I walked into Lieutenant Herman's office, he was just finishing a phone call.
Okay, Doc. Thanks for the fast report. I'll buy you a dinner someday if you're lucky enough to catch up with me. Oh, hi, Dollar. That was Doc Winters, autopsy surgeon. There was a .22 caliber bullet in Milton Spears' brain.
Wow. Nothing very accidental about that, is there?
Not likely. Fired at close range behind the right ear. Point of penetration was covered by hair. Bullet lodged in the bone. That's why the ambulance attendants didn't catch it.
No wonder he crashed the truck.
Yeah. We'll have ballistics examine the bullet. Don't know that they'll come up with anything, though. Well, it's been a long day. What do you say we go out and have a bite to eat?
I'll buy that, Lieutenant.
There's a good steakhouse right down. Lieutenant Herman. I remember. We'll be right there. Now, let's roll, Dollar.
What's up?
Remember that Mrs. Robertson?
The woman who owned the smashed-up Buick?
Yeah. She just saw the man we were after. He's out in front of her place right now.
Mind if I cut in to say something, fellows? It won't take too long, since a word to the wise is sufficient. And in the English language, there is one word which is important to just about everyone in the world. That word is security. Security has several different meanings, however. Usually we think of it in connection with the protecting of our military installations and defense industries. But it means more than that. There is a security which applies to every man, woman, and child in America. The security which comes from being in good health, having a good education, and being well taken care of in case things get a little too tough to handle by oneself. This kind of security is the problem of the President's newest cabinet member, the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. This department ties together the work of several governmental agencies. First, there is the United States Public Health Service, which strives to make certain that the general health of the people in our country is in the best of conditions. Then there is the Food and Drug Administration, which guarantees that the food we eat is pure and safe to eat. The Social Security Board, which takes care of old people, children, and the blind who need assistance, also comes under the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, as does the United States Office of Education. This office does research on the educational possibilities, changes, and opportunities, and passes on its information to the various state boards of education. As you can see, the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare is one of the most important agencies in our government, assuring us, as it does, of a normal and healthy way of life.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
When Lieutenant Herman and I got out to the Anderson Avenue address, Mrs. Robertson was waiting for us in the vestibule of the apartment building.
It's the man, I tell you. The very same man who got out of the truck that smashed my car. And I want you to arrest him at once, do you hear?
If he's a man, we'll arrest him, Mrs. Robertson.
Of course he's a man. I ought to know. I saw him get out of the truck and limp down the street. And I saw him again just before I called you.
What was he doing, Mrs. Robertson?
Looking over my car, that's what. The nerve of him. A criminal returning to the scene of his crime.
There's no doubt about the identification.
I told you there wasn't, didn't I? A big, heavy-set man, dressed in a gray suit, walking with a limp. He's the man, all right.
Where is he now?
Oh, where would a man like that be? I told you he was drunk when he smashed into my car. He went into that bar at the corner.
At the bar.
Yeah. Only guy in the place answers the description.
You want to take him over there?
As good a place as any. Police officers, keep your hands on the bar.
Hey, what's going on here?
Hands on the bar. Shake him down, Dollar.
Yeah, sure.
What do you think you're doing, Mac? I ain't got no rod on me.
How about it?
He's clean, Lieutenant.
Sure, I'm clean. I told you I was, didn't I? Now, what do you guys want with me?
What's your name, mister?
What's it to you?
Your name.
Wesley, Gerald Wesley.
Where do you live?
I ain't decided yet. Just got into town.
What are you doing in this neighborhood?
Look, you guys ain't got nothing on me. A guy's got a right to come in and have a drink without coppers hopping all over him.
Why the interest in the car, Wesley?
What car?
The smashed-up Buick down the street.
Who's interested in a smashed Buick?
You were. You were looking at it. Why?
So I looked at it. Any law against that?
Man was killed when that car was hit, Wesley.
So what's that got to do with me?
We've got a witness who says you were involved in the accident.
Your witness is nuts. All I was doing was walking down the street. I seen the car, took a gander at it.
We'll talk it over downtown, Wesley.
There ain't nothing to talk. I didn't have nothing to do with that car. Somebody getting bumped off.
You heard the lieutenant. We'll talk about it downtown.
Might as well come clean, Wesley. Make it easier on yourself.
There's nothing to come clean about. I told you, coppers, that you ain't got nothing on me.
We've got a witness who says different.
I told you he's lying. I never been in that neighborhood before.
What did you do with the gun?
What gun?
The one you used to knock off Milton Spears.
I never had a gun. And I never heard of the Spears. Now, why don't you guys lay off and let me out of here?
Pretty good racket you had, Wesley. How'd you happen to think of it?
What racket?
The parcel delivery gimmick.
You nuts or something? I didn't have nothing to do with them Paterson trucks.
We didn't mention the name of the outfit, Wesley.
So you didn't mention it.
Then how'd you know what we were talking about?
I can read the papers, can't I? They've been full of them parcel delivery stick-ups.
You know more about it than that. Come on, let's have it, Wesley.
I tell you, nuts. I just got into town yesterday.
From where?
California.
Where in California?
Folsom.
We can check on that, Wesley.
So check. You'll find out it's like I said. You ain't got a thing on me, coppers. Not a lousy thing.
Lieutenant Herman sent in a teletyped request for verification from Folsom, along with telephoto copies of Wesley's prints for comparison. We got the answer back in an hour.
Well, there it is, Dollar. Wesley wasn't sprung from Folsom until yesterday morning. Served his full time.
We made one more check. We had Mrs. Robertson try to pick out the man she'd seen from a lineup including Wesley and 6 police officers. She made a positive identification of Sergeant Grayson. Expense account item 2, $17.85, dinner and drinks for Lieutenant Herman and myself. Afterwards, the lieutenant called it quits for the night, and I headed for the Paterson garage. I wanted to talk with Walt Hendricks again.
Lucky to catch me in, Dollar. Don't usually work this late, but it's different tonight.
Well, what's different about it, Mr. Hendricks?
I've got some drivers to get. A couple of substitutes for those who are laid up. 2 permanent ones.
Yeah. Well, I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to get a few things straight.
Sure, go ahead.
It's pretty obvious that whoever we're after knows the operation of this business. That means he knew he wasn't going to get much of a take on those morning stick-ups. The drivers hadn't time to collect many CODs.
No, but he got over 3,700 on the afternoon job. Nothing wrong with that.
I don't say there is. But it's possible that money is only the frosting on the cake.
Thinking that somebody might have a grudge against the outfit?
Well, there's enough evidence to support it. The systematic way he's gone after the drivers, the beatings he's dished out for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing.
Come up with any ideas?
No, not a one. Company's always had a good labor record, never any fuss with competitors. I even checked with Mrs. Thompson about it.
Who's Mrs. Thompson?
Oh, she worked here for almost 20 years as my assistant and secretary. Had an auto accident about 6 months ago. Left her crippled.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah. But she knows the business as well as I do, so I thought maybe she'd come up with something.
Have any luck?
Nothing. I even talked to her husband about it.
Did he work for the outfit, too?
No, but he got to know it pretty well through her. And he figured it the same way we do. But he couldn't come up with anything either. He did try to warn Milt Spears, though.
How was that?
Well, he had the guy's pattern figured out, too, and knew Milt might be next. So we warned him to be careful.
Mrs. Thompson's husband was here at the garage before Milt Spears left?
Yeah, that's right. He drove up just a few minutes before Milt took off to road test the truck.
I went back to the hotel and put in a call to Tom Benson in Hartford. In the company's interest, he was willing to bust up his bridge game and go down to the office. He called me back in about 45 minutes with the information I wanted.
The accident took place last Christmas Eve, Johnny. Thompsons were leaving a party at the Paterson offices. Apparently, the husband had a little too much to drink. Drove out of the garage too fast, skidded as he hit the street, and wound up on the wrong side. One of the delivery trucks was just coming in. They met head on.
Uh-huh. What's the medical report say?
Well, the driver of the truck was killed outright. Mrs. Thompson suffered 2 broken vertebrae, left her permanently crippled. We paid all medical expenses. She's got a life income of $100 a month.
What about the husband?
He was in the hospital up until a couple of weeks ago. Had a depressed skull fracture, bad compound fracture of the right tibia. Outside of that, he should be as good as new. Help you any, Johnny?
I wouldn't be surprised. The Thompson home was a modest frame bungalow on Prospect Avenue, less than a half mile from the Paterson garage. I was met at the door by a practical nurse who checked with Mrs. Thompson and then led me into the bedroom to see her.
It was awfully kind of you to call on me this way, Mr. Dollar. And I want you to know that Charlie and I are very appreciative of everything your company has done for us.
You're only getting what you're entitled to, Mrs. Thompson.
Well, perhaps. But when you've been used to making your own way of life, earning your own living, then suddenly find yourself in a position like I'm in, well, it's awfully nice to know that there are people like you around.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Thompson. Is your husband at home?
I'm dreadfully sorry, but he left just a few minutes ago. And you did want to talk to him about those robberies, didn't you?
What makes you think that?
Oh, Mr. Hendricks told me you were in town. And Charlie's been so interested in those holdups. Well, he just feels terrible about those poor drivers, you know.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes. Just terrible. He's been so worried about them ever since the trouble began. Well, he even wanted to ride along with some of them on their routes to help protect them.
Is that so?
Yes, he's felt that way, you know, protective about them ever since that accident happened to us. Some men might have felt the driver was to blame that night, might have felt resentful toward them because of what happened to me, but not Charlie. He's a wonderfully forgiving man, Mr. Dollar.
Where is your husband now?
Yes. He even had a presentiment about what was going to happen to them after the holdup started. He told me he was afraid that robber would go from one driver to the next, beating them, perhaps even killing them. He even made a list of the ones he was afraid would be hurt.
Where is he now, Mrs. Thompson?
That's why he went out tonight, Mr. Dollar. He's determined he won't let anything like that happen again. That's why he went out to protect him.
To protect who?
Well, the next one on his list, of course. My former employer, Mr. Hendricks.
The phone was in the living room. I put in 2 fast calls. The first to police headquarters.
We'll have a car right out, Dollar.
The second was to the Paterson garage to warn Hendricks. The garage was only a few short blocks away, and I made it before the squad car did. There was a light in Hendricks' office, but it was empty. I tried the darkened garage next. Thompson? Is that you, Thompson? Thompson? What's going on out there? What's the shooting about? It's Dollar, Hendricks. Dollar? Yeah. Throw some lights on, will you?
Yeah, sure. What's going on here, Dollar? What are you... Oh, Charlie Thompson.
Yeah. Where were you?
In the back room. But Charlie, what happened?
Well, somebody had to stop him from protecting you. Expense account item 3, $22.10. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 4, $71.30, airfare back to Hartford. Expense account total, $184.45. Remarks: when ballistics verified that Thompson's .22 Colt had killed Milton Spears, my official job was over. My unofficial one, informing Mrs. Thompson, wasn't nearly as easy. I guess I got a little confused. It's the only way I can account for the fact that she believes her husband died a hero, getting the bandit single-handed. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Time
now for Edmund O'Brien as...
Johnny Dollar.
Why in the world are you down here, Dollar? Your train leaves in 45 minutes.
Well, I'm taking a quick refresher course in ancient history. You're sending me out to find a missing archaeologist, aren't you? Well, I want to be able to talk his language in case I find him alive.
Edmund O'Brien in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Great Corinthian Life and Liability Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my investigation of the disappearance of Bruce Lambert, the archaeologist who never should have left his tomb. Expense account item 1, $7.50, railway and taxi fare from my Hartford apartment to room 317, Brighton Arms, New York City, a hotel whose front rooms had a depressing view of an 81st Street mortuary. Miss Lambert?
Yes, please come in, Mr. Dollar.
She was tall without awkwardness, had the physique of an athlete, but still with softness, and a golden tan made her seem out of place, set against the snow heaped on the sill outside the windows.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Dollar. I realize that mine was a rather unusual request to make of an insurance company.
Not at all, Miss Lambert. The company doesn't want to lose a policyholder any more than you want to lose a brother. But there are a lot of good private detectives in New York.
I couldn't afford one. I had thought of notifying the police, but I realized that Bruce's case would be just one of many to them. They're so impersonal. And if there's a chance of any notoriety...
Miss Lambert, if you mean that for some reason you'd rather the police didn't find him, you'd better tell me about it.
Yes, of course I was going to. I don't see how it could make any difference. Please sit down.
Maybe we'd better start way back at the beginning, huh? That would be in Egypt, wouldn't it?
Yes. In the desert some 100 miles west of Thebes. My brother's an archaeologist, and he'd uncovered some ruins. It was quite an important discovery, something about the 12th dynasty. I don't know much about it.
You were with him?
Yes, I didn't spend much time at the excavation site. I stayed in the village. But the reason the police might make it difficult is that Bruce discovered some relics that he didn't declare to the authorities there.
You mean he swiped them?
Well, if you're in the habit of using extreme bluntness, I suppose you could put it that way.
All right, I'm sorry.
Please, Mr. Dollar, this is quite unpleasant for me. If Bruce had stolen all the relics, you wouldn't expect it to make any difference in how I felt about his disappearance, would you?
Well, I'm afraid I can't do anything for you. I've got to know these things if I'm going to help you.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything I know.
All right. What were those relics that your brother didn't declare?
Well, I'm not sure how many there were. There was some statuary, an obsidian head of some old king, and then there was a scarab. It was supposed to have been the official seal of this king.
Do you know how valuable this stuff is?
I'm afraid that it might be very valuable in some circles. That's what I was afraid of, that someone harmed Bruce or even... But there's so many things to be afraid of. He isn't strong. Maybe even his mind. He was injured quite severely in a traffic accident in Alexandria just before we left Egypt. I've got to find out what could have happened to him.
Oh, come on now. We can't find out this way. What does your brother look like? Is he light or dark?
Here's a snapshot.
Oh.
He's blonde. His hair is straight and was quite long when I last saw him.
And that was 4 days ago?
Yes. The day our ship docked, I was arranging for my luggage. He just disappeared.
What else? What's his build? Slight, medium, heavy?
Slight, I'd say.
What about his clothes?
Well, he was wearing a dark blue suit and a gray overcoat. The right sleeve of both would be empty because his right arm and shoulder are in a cast.
Uh-huh. A traffic accident. Huh?
Yes, both were fractured. I wish I were able to be more help. But I've told you everything I know. He just vanished.
Did he... Did he have any enemies that you know of?
No, there's not even that. I can't let myself lose hope. But what can we do? How do you start looking for somebody with so little to go on?
Before I answered her question, we started at the beginning again. The second run-through was pretty much like the first. But disappearance from a foreign ship in the port of New York is not as easy as the telling of it. I left the troubled Marcia, checked into an 8th-floor room in the Brighton Arms, where a phone call told me the North Fleet had already sailed. No hope of information there. So I headed for the U.S. Customs Office.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Nixon?
Yes?
Well, my name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. The girl outside said you could help me. I'd like to get some information on a passenger who arrived from Alexandria on the North Fleet.
North Fleet. Well, I'd have to know the day of arrival and the name of the line.
It was 4 days ago. They'd made it... that would make it the 20th. It's a British ship.
North Fleet. Well, no. What was the passenger's name?
Lambert. Bruce Lambert. Did he clear any luggage through customs?
Bruce Lambert. Yeah. Witnessed the examination of one piece of luggage, a suitcase, personal effects, one piece of statuary purchased in Alexandria, no duty.
What address did he give you?
Bruce Lambert. No street number. A hotel. The Brighton Arms.
Oh, the Brighton Arms. Well, don't count on that. Expense account item 2, $30, which, with my ID card, helped impress the cab drivers who worked the entrance to the pier where the North Fleet had docked. Checking these cabs took the whole afternoon, and midway through it, I realized I wasn't the only one interested in that particular hack stand. I wasn't sure at what moment I'd actually noticed him. He was doing a very bad job of hiding behind a Journal American on the other side of the street. All I could see was the lower half of an overcoat, the seam of some razor-sharp trousers, and some pointed shoes. But I began to feel his eyes looking at me as I went on with my questioning. That finally paid off through the mouth of driver number 782.
You know, you meet all kinds in this business. Some you forget, and some others you remember.
Yeah, well, do you remember a guy with his arm and shoulder in a cast?
And something you learn in this business. That's to read people's faces. You get to know a deadbeat before he gets a chance to deadbeat you. And you catch on if a guy is scared of something.
Well, if he was afraid of something, it's not me. He's been reported missing by his sister. I've been hired to find him. How much does $10 buy?
You know, maybe he don't want to be found.
Is that what you think?
Sure. He paid me more to climb up than you offered.
Well, I've got more.
What are you going to do with him?
I want to talk to him. I want to find out if he's all right. If he wants to stay lost, that's his business, not mine. How's 25?
Get in, my boy. It's not very far from here.
Our destination turned out to be an old red brick hotel near 39th Street between 10th and 11th Avenue. And it occurred to me that as an archaeologist, Lambert was running true to form. He'd even used some ruins to hold up in. One $5 bill brought the information from the room clerk that Lambert was out of his room, and another brought a pass key that let me in. The first thing to catch my eye when I switched on the light was a black piece of statuary shining dully on a chipped bureau, a crowned head with exaggerated features sculptured in obsidian. I posed myself this riddle. If it was so valuable, why didn't Lambert take better care of it? But before I had a chance to try for the answer, a foot nudged the door open behind me. As might be expected, it was wearing a pointed shoe and was followed into the room by a slight yellow ivory-skinned man who rather resembled the black statue.
I must thank you for leading us to the hiding place. Where is he?
Well, that depends on who he's hiding from. It looks like
it's you.
Perhaps it is that you do not know where he is.
Yeah, perhaps.
I followed your taxi after you talked with those drivers.
That was very smart. Where did you think I expected you to go? What's your interest in Lambert?
You were employed by the girl to find him. How much does she pay you?
I never talk money with a stranger.
Perhaps we will not be strangers for long. The point of importance is that you have not yet found him. Mr. Drummond will pay you $2,000 to do so.
Mr. Drummond is generous, but what makes you so sure I haven't found Lambert?
Because he is not here.
But that only means he's someplace else.
Please, I have no wish for violence.
Well, then put that thing away. In the first place, gunfire, even in this neighborhood, is going to bring the law. In the second place, that's a lady's gun. One of those handbag jobs. You know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for carrying it.
Please, I have no wish to use it.
Then get rid of it. I hate little men who try to play bully. But there was more than that behind my fist. I figured I could learn to know him better if he was quietly stretched out on the floor. I was half right. An Egyptian passport told me that his name was Ammon Hyksos. Hometown, Alexandria. There was nothing else. I could turn Hyksos over to the police on an assault charge, or I could wait until he woke up and try knocking some information out of him. But I didn't do either. I left him there in the lobby. I gave a message to the room clerk for Lambert, telling him to stay out of his room when he came back and to phone me at the Brighton Arms.
Who is it?
Dollar.
Oh, just a second. Is there any news? Did you learn anything, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, I made some progress. I met Ammon Hyksos. You told me your brother didn't have any enemies. That little Egyptian is out looking for him with a gun. Why'd you lie to me?
I have no right to ask you to believe me now.
That's so true.
But I wish you would. Please come here and sit down.
No, thanks. You sit there and I'll stand here. I think I'll be less inclined to believe you from here.
That's not fair. I know. I wasn't fair with you either. I want to be. But there are some things I just can't tell you.
Why not?
Well, I can't tell you that either.
No, nuts. Women like you make everything tougher than it should be. You demand all, but you give nothing. You ask to be trusted, and you won't trust. You make yourselves look soft when you're as hard as steel. You've got warmth, but you only turn it on when you get something out of it.
You're wrong. I was trying to help him. Or us. I had to lie.
Look, I started this thing wanting to help you. There was something personal about it. But you wanted me to do things your way and not mine. Well, we just stopped doing that.
Please leave me alone. Just go away. Go back to Hartford and forget you were ever here.
I wish I could. But I'm working for an insurance company looking for a missing policy holder. Well, I'll be up in my room if you decide to help me find it. Yep.
Is this Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
This is Bruce Lambert. I got your message to call.
Where are you now?
Not so fast. There were 2 attempts on my life while I was on my way here from Alexandria. I'm not anxious to tell anybody where I am. How did you get into this?
Marcia called your insurance company when you took the run out. They hired me.
Good for Marcia. Is she all right?
Well, that depends on your point of view. I suppose she's being the helpful sister to you, but for me, she's done nothing but act mysterious.
I don't get it.
She won't tell the truth about you. I hope you do better.
She told you she was my sister?
Well, sure she did. Why shouldn't she?
Well, I can't see why she'd do that.
She isn't your sister?
No, I don't understand it. She's my fiancée. I don't understand it at all. Where is she? I better talk to her.
That's a good idea. Room 317, Brighton Arms. I'll be there with her, waiting for you. Which, in a way, was how it worked out. Except that I waited for him in the corridor outside her room. I left Marcia where I found her. She was on the bathroom floor, where she died from wounds inflicted by the proverbial blunt instrument, and where her lies had died with her.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But first... And now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Lambert?
Yes?
It's all right, I'm Dollar. Didn't take you long to get here. Where'd you phone from?
Just around the corner, a bar. Why do you ask? Where's Marcia?
Marcia's dead.
I don't believe you. I want to go in there. She isn't dead. Let me in there.
Come on, use your head, will you? There's nothing... Oh, your arm. I'm sorry. Look, you don't want to go in there. Believe me, you don't. There's nothing you can do for her.
She can't be dead. She can't be.
Come on.
Where? Why?
I want you to come up to my room with me. You've got to do two things. First, give me every reason you can think of why this should have happened. And then, before the police get here, you'd better start rehearsing a story of your own. Now, Lambert, the first hole in Marcia's story is that she wasn't in Thieves while you were working on your ruins.
That's right. I didn't even know her then. I met her in the hospital in Alexandria after my accident. I was there for 2 months, you see. She was my nurse.
But she did know about the relics. That statue and the scarab that I haven't seen.
Oh, yes. Here it is. This is the scarab. Oh, yes, she knew. We talked about my little deceit.
Well, how little is it really? You talk about 2 attempts on your life. Now we have actual murder. You'd better let me have that scarab.
Oh, yes, of course. But surely you don't think the relics are at the bottom of this? They're rare, but not valuable enough for this. Unless someone knows more about them than I do. I doubt that. I've made a thorough study of the 12th dynasty and King Amenemhet III. It's a carving of his head.
What do you know about a man named Ammon Hyksos? And another whose last name is Drummond?
Hyksos? Ammon Hyksos?
Do you know him? Does it ring any kind of a bell?
No, I'm afraid not. Drummond means nothing.
Oh, all right. Let's try the 2 attempts on your life. What about them?
Well, they happened on the nights of the 17th and the 18th. Both of them could have been accidental, except that, well, the same small man stood near me both times.
It would be too much for me to hope you could describe him, I suppose.
Well, it was dark. Both times I was on the promenade deck, and something heavy was thrown or pushed from the deck above. I reported the second one, and the ship's officer apologized for the carelessness.
But you thought enough of it to disappear?
Oh, well, I certainly did.
Instead of going to the police?
Yes. Oh, I suppose it was wrong, but you must understand, I was desperate.
Well, we'd better go down to the 3rd floor. I hope the police think more of your story than I do. In 20 minutes, room 317 really looked like a murder scene. The place was swarming with New York's finest, white with fingerprint powder, and blinding with flash bulbs. The lieutenant to whom I made my statement looked as if he thought I was as crazy as I thought everybody else in the mess was. But then he changed his mind.
Dollar? Hey, where is that insurance stick?
Here I am.
Him in the bathroom. Oh, there you are, Dollar.
Yeah, find a suicide note or something?
What'd you say that name was? Ammon,
Hyksos.
Yeah. Well, I guess there aren't too many ways to spell that one, so this must be it. Pillbox.
Let me see that.
Prescription from Alexandria.
Dr. Ammon Hyksos.
We'll put a tracer on that phone number you took off him first thing in the morning.
Yeah. Hey, you going to take Lambert in for questioning?
I guess we'd better. Routine. He's clear as far as I can see.
Well, do something for me, will you?
Have your doctors run a test of that plaster cast of his. And call me in my room, huh?
A test for what?
Well, just look it over. It would make a handy blunt instrument if nothing else. Expense account item 3, $7.50. A few late cocktails, a rare steak, and coffee in the Brighton Arms dining room. After which I picked up an armful of extra editions so I could catch up on what I'd been doing. I self-operated my way to the 8th floor and started toward my room. I was looking forward to a hot shower, but I didn't get it. I was still looking forward, but into a familiar gun muzzle.
This is the one, Garrett.
Ah, yes, Mr. Dollar. May I introduce myself, sir? Garrett Drummond at your service. Our meeting has been postponed too long.
Well, there's a difference of opinion on that.
You will please open your door.
How can I refuse that pint-sized invitation you're still carrying?
After you, sir. And I need to remind you that my friend here is prepared for any rash move upon your part.
Look, I'm tired. I don't have a rash move left in me.
Close the door, Ammon. I suggest that you sit there, Mr. Dollar, in that unsightly straight-back chair.
Thanks a lot.
Now, sir, I shall plunge right to the point. Where is that scoundrel, Bruce Lambert? Well?
I think I just decided that I don't know.
Please, we have no wish for violence.
You always say that with a gun in your hand. Well, let's get started. You make your pitch, I'll make my refusal, and we'll see where we go from there.
I have already made what I consider to be a generous offer for so unimportant a bit of information as merely the whereabouts of Lambert. $2,000. But if it will expedite matters, I am prepared to expand my offer by another 1,000 on the spot, sir.
The higher you bid, the greedier I get. What makes Lambert so important to you?
A problem which is entirely out of your province, my boy. How much do you know of Egyptian legends, sir?
Oh, no more than $1 worth.
Ah, pity. A fascinating subject. Well, sir, Bruce Lambert has in his possession a certain object of great importance, both culturally and economically. Certain landowners in Egypt hold it in such high esteem, sir, that as a reward for its return to them, they would throw open to exploitation untapped oil fields, the richness of which would shake the very foundations of world economy.
Are they shaky enough as it is?
My boy, think what it would mean to a civilization fast approaching the depletion of its petroleum sources. New horizons, sir, a brave new world. Lambert owes to us all relinquishment of this object so that it may serve humanity.
You're right. And it may be easier than you think.
Splendid, sir. Where is he?
Which relic is it? The black statue your playmate could have picked up for free?
It is King Amenemhet Scarab that I would discuss with Lambert. I demand to know where he is.
Why waste time on him? I've got the scarab.
I find that most difficult to believe, Mr. Dollar.
Well, I'll show
No, no. Keep your hands away from your pockets. Ammon will save you the trouble. Ammon.
Please remain still, Mr. Dollar. My wish is for peacefulness.
Sure. Right coat pocket.
He speaks truly, Garrett. Here it is.
What's the matter, Garrett? You don't have that brave new world look anymore.
I should be the first to admit, sir, that the lie has been put to the tale I created upon this useless gewgaw. But, Mr. Dollar, now that we are forced to fall back upon the truth, I remind you that it sometimes hurts. Your position has not been...
The desk knows I'm up here.
Answered, Mr. Dollar. But be cautious. Unfortunately, I do not share Ammon's aversion to violence.
Yeah?
Dollar?
That's right.
This is Lieutenant Black. Say, was that a hunch you had about that cast of Lambert's?
Why do you ask?
Well, if it was a good one. The doctors won't let us take it off, but we cut into it. It was put on in 3 layers. The middle one was wrapped in narcotics.
Yeah?
Don't be so modest, Dollar. There must be $300,000 worth. No, sometimes it's a whole month before we get that much. Looks like the work of your friend, Dr. Ammon Hicks's.
Yeah.
Oh, wake up, Dollar. I want to check Lambert's statement with yours. I'll have you in there in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Okay.
I commend you, sir, upon your show of intelligence. Who was it?
The police. They're looking for Lambert.
Oh, and what did they give as their reason?
Narcotics. The story of a man bound for America who cracked up in a car, and while he was unconscious and being patched, said narcotics were put in his cast by a Dr. Ammon Hickses, probably assisted by a nurse named Marcia.
But there's no proof.
Ammon, we'll waste no time on evasion. Yes, we used the boy. A courageous scheme, but for that silly goose of a girl. She was the true conspirator and the traitor as well.
She happened to fall in love with the guy.
The romantic Atlantic crossing. An empty proposal of marriage suddenly becomes more important than actual coin of the realm. But enough of that. The police are looking for him, and odds teeth, so am I. Where is he?
I don't know.
Ammon, call his hotel in 39th Street. No, wait, my friend. The police must be watching that. Are they, Mr. Dollar?
Well, that's where his personal things are. If I were the police, I'd be watching.
Yes, we seem to find ourselves in such a position that we must at least pretend to see eye to eye, sir. Very well. We shall wait here. The chips are down, so to speak. Ammon.
Yes, Garrett.
Take the pistol. Into the bathroom with you. With the door slightly ajar, you shall have a splendid command of the arena, as it were.
Yes, Garrett.
And remember, the stakes are high.
Yes, Garrett, I will remember.
And now, Mr. Dollar, it would seem that little remains but the waiting.
The waiting was more than enough. Drummond settled himself on the bed, facing the door, his pudgy hands folded over his bulging waist. I was still in the desk chair, facing him. As usual, the police were late. 20 minutes passed before we heard the knock on the door.
Your guest, Mr. Dollar. Come, we shall go to the door together. Now, keep your back to me and open it.
It's your party, Drummond. Come in, Lambert.
Not Lambert, the police. Ammon, shoot! Ammon, my friend, help!
Drummond's wound wasn't half as excruciating as his call for help. The doctors report that his shoulder will be in a cast, that as soon as the state of New York can gather a jury, he will stand trial on the charge of first-degree murder. The body of Ammon Hickses was taken to the morgue. As an insurance company, you are probably less interested in that than in the fate of your policyholder, Bruce Lambert. That's explained in expense account item 4, $280, hospital bill, paid in advance. In view of the possibility that there may be others interested in that $300,000 cache of narcotics he has to carry around with him until his arm is okay, I thought it would be safer to keep him under wraps. Oh, by the way, while he was lying there, helpless, I sold him a policy for you covering the scarab and that carved head. Expense account total, $456.90. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd with music by Leith Stevens. Edmund O'Brien can currently be seen starring in Harry M. Popkin's United Artists production, DOA. Featured in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jay Novello, Ed Begley, John Daner, and Pat McGeehan. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Join us again next week when Edmund O'Brien returns in another adventure of
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
$54,000 is burning a little old hole in that little old jackpot of Sing It Again this week, just waiting for somebody to light up the right answer and drop the cash and prizes in his lap or her lap. Dan Seymour gives the gals the same chance he gives the fellas when he starts putting in those calls from coast to coast. So be listening this Saturday when Sing It Again and the $54,000 Phantom Voice come your way on most of these same CBS stations. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where yours truly, Johnny Dollar, meets adventure every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM FM, Chicago.
The refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment presents for your listening enjoyment Edmund O'Brien as...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Hamill. Did you call me?
If you're Guy Hamill, the local coroner, I did.
That's who I am. What do you want?
I wondered when I could get together with you and talk over the Breer death.
Breer? Which one was that?
Neal Breer. He died last week.
Oh, why? What do you want to talk about him for? Funeral's all over. Folks have all gone home.
I'm an investigator from his insurance company. They aren't convinced that he died a natural death.
Huh? What do they think they know about it?
They received a letter from someone here in town who said they weren't quite sure.
What was that? Who was it?
I'm sorry I can't tell you that right now, but I'd like to go over the case with you.
Case is closed as far as I'm concerned. I'm busy with other work.
All right, Mr. Hamill. I'll have to start from someplace else.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you Edmund O'Brien in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The delicious, long-lasting, real mint flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The good, smooth chewing helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So, indoors, outdoors, at work or at play, enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Wrigley's Spearmint. Refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Great Eastern Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Neal Breer matter. Expense account item 1, $235 airfare and incidentals between Hartford and my destination. In compliance with the company's request, I will not make that city and its state a matter of this record, and I will leave it up to the company to strike the true names of the people involved. My first personal contact was the man whose letter had set off the investigation, Dr. Henry Richards. We met in his office secretly that evening after his nurse had gone home.
I'm sorry to admit, Mr. Dollar, that there have been moments when I regretted writing that letter. I have a wife and a son and a practice to think about. This is a small town, and I could be banished for stirring up a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Both the company and I understand, Dr. Richards, and we want you to know that your letter and everything you tell me will be kept in strict confidence if Neal Breer's death was due to natural causes. If it wasn't, of course, the letter and my report will do you no harm.
Yes, I see.
You've nothing to worry about. I'll be the villain. As a matter of fact, I think I am one already. I talked to your coroner.
Hamill? You told him why you were here?
Yes. The only way for me to handle this is to stay out in the open with him and everyone else. If I make a fool of myself, I'll take a late train out of town.
You told him you received a letter?
Yes, but not from whom?
You're sure he doesn't suspect me?
He didn't sound like he did. There's no reason for him to, is there? You issued the death certificate, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about Breer. How old was he?
He was 26. He was taken seriously ill at work.
Where did he work?
He was part owner of a service station. I was called there that morning. He was in a coma when I arrived, but Bircher described his convulsions to me.
Bircher was his business partner?
Yes, Wesley Bircher. He described the convulsions quite clearly. It sounded as though they were the result of a violent heart attack. I want you to understand, Mr. Dollar, a heart condition could have caused the symptoms he described, and his condition when I got there. I called for an ambulance, but he was dead before it arrived.
Do you know his medical history, Dr. Richards?
Yes, I do. He's been coming to me for a number of years. I was the attendant physician at the high school during his junior and senior years. He was a classmate of my son, Alan, and he and a number of the others continued to come to me, Bircher for one.
Did Breer have trouble with his heart?
Yes, there had been a condition, but it wasn't serious at his age. I told him that he'd have to be careful when he reached a certain age, but I was stunned at his death. I hesitated as long as I could before I signed the death certificate. But as I told you, if I'd refused to sign it, I don't think it's fair to ask a private physician to take that responsibility.
I don't either, but it seems to be the way we run things. What else might have caused his death, Doctor? Obviously a poison.
Yes. Bismine.
That's a metallic poison, isn't it?
Yes.
How fast does it work?
20 to 40 grains would be a fatal dose in from 10 to 30 minutes.
And the symptoms could have been those described by this butcher.
Yes, convulsion, coma, and death.
Breer is buried here in town?
Yes. What are you going to do?
We want to arrange for an autopsy.
I don't know how you'll do that.
Well, I'm going to ask you to play one more part in this, and then I won't involve you anymore. You haven't told anyone about the letter you wrote us?
No, not even my family.
All right. I'll come tomorrow morning when your nurse will be a witness. I'll demand that you show me Breer's medical history. Then I'll go to the coroner and ask for an autopsy.
I know I started it, but I don't like it now.
Believe me, Doctor, you have nothing to worry about. And you wouldn't have started it if you didn't want to see the right thing done, true?
Yes. I'll see you in the morning.
I made my appearance at the doctor's office the next morning, was unpleasantly efficient with his nurse, went through Breer's medical history, and proceeded to the coroner's office. The fact that he held that public office had nothing to do with Mr. Guy Hamill's personality. He was close to 50, and it had taken years to develop it. If he'd been a banker or anything else, I'm sure he would have been the same. I caught him as he came out of his office.
I told you yesterday I was busy with other business.
I know, but I hoped you might spare just a minute or two.
Why didn't you call for an appointment?
That's what I was doing yesterday when you told me you were too busy.
Well, I am. Why don't you come back tomorrow sometime?
It would be faster to go to the state police, Mr. Hamill.
Well, why don't you do that then?
I want to play fair with you. I don't want to go over your head unless I have to. I'll keep you from your lunch only a minute or two.
Well, all right. Come on. You've got a lot of nerve, you know, saying these things to me.
Maybe you're right. But I'm being paid to say them and a lot more. Right now, I'm going to ask you to have Breer's body exhumed, have an autopsy performed.
So, you're an investigator from an insurance company in Hartford. Well, I think it's time you brushed up on municipal law. As a coroner, I'm required by law to hold an inquest and order autopsy when there is reasonable grounds to suspect that the deceased suffered a violent or unnatural death or died suddenly from some unknown cause.
Yeah, that's a perfect quote.
Neal Breer died as a result of a heart attack, and a competent doctor issued a signed death certificate to that effect. Do you have reasonable grounds?
Yes, the letter I told you about.
Reasonable.
In effect, it said that Breer was young and healthy and that there was a reasonable question about his dying of heart attack.
Did this person presume to know as much about Breer as his doctor?
As much, maybe. How familiar are you with poisons? Have you been trained to diagnose their symptoms and so on?
No, I haven't. I rely on the attendant doctors to inform me.
I'm not blaming you for that, but has it ever occurred to you that every practicing physician is not an expert toxicologist? The study of poisons is almost a science in itself.
It's not my job to check up on the doctors that sign death certificates. And what's this about poison?
There is a poison that, while it's killing, gives the same symptoms as a heart attack. I'm adding that to the letter the insurance company received. To me, that adds up to reasonable grounds for suspicion.
You know, I think your heart is in the right place. I don't go for this poppycock, but I can see how you'd get upset.
It's not me. It's the insurance company that doesn't like even the possibility that murder or suicide can be committed and charged off to death by natural causes simply because a doctor signs a death certificate. Now, do I get my autopsy?
The case is closed no matter what you say or think. It's the law.
Do you think Breer survivors will feel the same way, his father and widow?
I don't know. You can go ahead. If his survivors demand an autopsy, and I don't think they're fools enough to, then I'll accept that as reasonable suspicion, and I'll order an autopsy.
That's good enough.
And if you talk them into it, you're going to be held responsible as far as I'm concerned. Now, I'd like to eat my lunch, if you don't mind.
I spent the rest of the day in the Hall of Records and in poring over old newspapers and the high school yearbook of Neal Breer's graduation. By that evening, I had a fair picture of the boy's background. He'd been a hard-working student, a good athlete. He'd eloped with a classmate, Paula Wilson, less than a month after they'd left school, and since then he had lived a completely average small-town life. There would be no reason for suspicion, except for the doctor's letter and his statement to me. So I kept that foremost in my mind, and after a 6:30 dinner, went to pay a call on Breer's widow, an attractive girl who turned an ashen gray when I told her why I'd come.
Why would anyone say such a thing?
I don't know, Mrs. Breer, unless they had reason to believe it.
Believe what? I don't understand. Why should anyone think Neal died from poison?
I went to see Dr. Richards this morning. I demanded that he show me your husband's medical record. There was a heart condition, but it shouldn't have been fatal. Not at his age.
Nobody told me. Please leave me alone.
I can't, Mrs. Breer. Not after coming this far and learning what I've learned. I can't stop until an autopsy is performed and I've learned the truth, whichever way it goes.
No.
It would be much easier for all of us, I think, if you'd help me.
No, I won't. I can't stand it. You can't ask me to go through it all again.
I'd hoped you'd want to know the truth yourself.
I know the truth. Neal is dead. And there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing. Now leave me alone. Please go away. Leave me alone.
Neal Breer's father ran a small grocery store with living quarters above. At first meeting, I hoped for more cooperation from him. He evidently had a calmer acceptance of death.
You should have come to me first. I could have told you about Paula. Grief ain't honest after a person's dead. When a person's alive and suffering, then it's honest. But after a person's dead, you ain't really feeling grief for them, you're feeling it for yourself.
Oh, I suppose you've got a point, Mr. Breer.
I made up my mind to that after Neal's mother died. Some people think it's cruel, I suppose. But at a time like that, the big problem ain't dying, it's living on.
Mr. Breer, after what I've told you, will you request an autopsy?
No, I won't.
Well, don't you want to be sure why your son died?
I'm satisfied. He had heart trouble. We all knew it.
I described a possible poison to you.
There'd be no way for Neal to get it. Oh, I know about insurance, too. I don't like what's behind what you're saying, and I'm not going to take no part in bringing up things that are finished.
What do you think is behind what I'm saying?
I know about Neal's new insurance policy, and I know about suicide clauses. You think my son took his own life, and I tell you he didn't.
You're wrong, Mr. Breer. It would be stupid to infer anything like that, not knowing the cause of death. And that's all I want to know. What made your son die?
I told you I'm satisfied how he died. He's beyond this world now, and I won't have him brought back.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. Key to room 312, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Dollar, you've had a couple of calls. The last one just a minute ago.
Oh, thanks. No name left?
No, sir.
Who took the calls, please?
I did. We don't have a regular phone operator.
Oh, this gentleman, what did he say?
Why, he asked for you. No, the first time he asked if you were registered here and had me ring your room. Then he called back a minute ago. He seemed awfully upset.
Did you ask his name?
Yes, but he said, never mind, I'll call back.
Could you tell anything about the voice, like whether it was an old man or a young man?
Well, I'd say it was young. Yes, young and almost hysterical.
Yeah. Here's my card and ID.
Yes, sir.
When this man calls again, I want you to listen to the conversation.
I'll get into trouble.
No, you won't. Maybe over a legal matter, I'd like to have a witness. I can't pay for your help because paid witnesses are no good. Will you help me?
If you're sure it's all right.
It is. That's a promise. Thanks. I'll go right up to my room.
More music in just a moment. But now I'd like to say this to the young women between the ages 18 to 34. If you've been wondering how you can help out in America's fight for freedom and liberty, investigate the many important jobs now open in the Women's Army Corps. It is again an important part of our team for defense. Get complete information at your local Army recruiting station. And now back to the music. Here's a request from a certain party over on Oak Street who signed her note, Restless. She wants to dedicate this.
Johnny Dollar.
You don't know who this is, Mr. Dollar, but you've got to listen to me. You've got to stop what you're doing and leave town.
Why?
Because there's no reason for you to be here. You're hurting people. You're trying to cause a lot of trouble that there's no reason for. You've got to stop.
Who are you?
It doesn't make any difference. You've got to stop, that's all. There's no reason for you to be here.
The fact that you call like this and won't give me your name makes me wonder if there isn't more reason than I thought.
You've got to stop. I don't want you to hurt these people. I'm warning you.
Warning me?
Yes, I'm warning you. If you don't stop, you're going to be hurt.
Hello? Hello?
He broke the connection, sir.
That was the same man?
Oh, yes, sir, it was.
And you heard him warn me?
I heard him all right.
Good. Now, will you get me the home phone number of Coroner Guy Hamill?
For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth feels dry, when you're warm or tired, Wrigley's Spearmint is really refreshing. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you feel your best and do your best. So for chewing enjoyment plus pleasant refreshment, chew delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. And now with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yes?
Dollar, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, yes. Come on in. Well, I suppose you feel perky this morning.
Better than I felt yesterday afternoon, I can tell you that.
And I suppose you've got it right. The toxicologist's on his way from the state capitol. The body will be ready for him and his helpers when they get here. I hope you understand that I couldn't do anything but what I did.
Sure I do.
All I have to go by is the death certificate. But something like that phone call to you comes up, and then I can move.
I suppose you never thought of it, but your position and that of a big share of the coroners in the country is pretty much the same as the position of the insurance companies.
Hmm?
Well, all they've got to go on is the certificate, too. Doctor signs one, the company meets the claim. Nobody will ever know how many poisonings have been chalked off to natural causes. Not because the doctor isn't sincere as a rule, but because he hasn't had the training to rate the responsibility of making the decision.
Well, it's 9:30. Those men from the Capitol should be here in an hour or less. I guess I'd better see that things are ready for them. You want to be on hand?
No, thanks, Coroner. I'll leave my name and number with the clerk if you'll have them phone me when they're through, huh? I boned up on it enough to know that a metallic poison such as bismine would leave traces in spite of embalming, where other types would be impossible to detect. I also knew approximately the tests and analyses they would have to make, and I didn't think it would take experts very long. It didn't. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the results were phoned me.
Hello, Dr. Richard speaking.
This is Johnny Dollar, Doctor.
Oh, yes. What is it?
Well, you should feel proud of yourself, sir. Neal Breer's death was caused by bismine.
What's that? An analysis was made? I didn't know anything about it.
It was kept under cover. A man from the state capitol came over. They just finished.
Well, then my instinct to write the letter was sound.
Certainly was, and I hope you get the credit you deserve.
No. But at least you and I can meet in public. How about dinner tonight?
I'd like to, but I can't promise. Actually, this case has just started for me.
Of course, I should have thought of that.
And I'm right back to you for help again.
Yes, certainly.
About the availability of bismine. Where could Breer have gotten a hold of some?
Very small amounts of it are used in the treatment of certain blood disorders. It's not a common drug by any means. I really don't know where a layman would get it.
Okay. Well, all right. Thanks, Doctor.
Of course. Good luck. Call me if there's anything I can do.
The inquest was not to be held until the following morning, but I asked for and got permission to start my investigation before the formal pronouncement of the jury. We all knew what it would be: death self-inflicted or by the hand of person or persons unknown.
Best quality I can find. Yes, Mrs. Kelly. Sam's late to work today, but when he gets here, I'll send it right over. Yes, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Breer.
Well, Mr. Dollar, you did it, didn't you?
I'm sorry, but at this point, I'm hardly the one to blame, am I?
I blame you for tearing up our lives again. It was better before, no matter what. Sometimes ignorance is more merciful than knowing things.
I'm afraid I can't agree with that.
Well, don't make no difference. We know, and we'll have to take the things that come with it.
You mentioned suicide yesterday, Mr. Breer. Did you have any reason other than being angry with insurance companies and me?
Not no definite one. Nothing he told me.
What reason, then?
Neal and me weren't very close. Hadn't been for quite a time. I didn't like his marrying that girl the way he did, and he knew it.
What do you mean, the way he did?
Running off. Her barely the age of consent, and him not much older. I told them they was ashamed to tell their parents because they knew it wasn't decent.
Haven't they been happy?
I'm not sure either way. Neal didn't come home much, and he wouldn't tell me anyhow. But his business partner, young Wes Bircher, come to talk to me. Asked me what was ailing Neal. Said something was. He was down in the mouth all the time.
And on the strength of that, you mentioned suicide to me, huh?
Well, when I learned you was an insurance man after something, and then you talked about poison, well, that's when I figured you thought it was suicide on account of that new policy he took out.
Oh, that isn't very much, is it? All right, Mr. Breer. I'll go down and talk to Wes Bircher.
Mr. Breer's talking about. Oh, sure. I went out to see him. I drop by the store and buy a pack of cigarettes once in a while. When did this happen about Neal, anyway? This thing about poison?
Just today, they exhumed his body and made some tests.
Good. I just can't believe it. And his dad talking about suicide. Nothing seems to make sense to me.
And you don't think he was depressed about his marriage?
Well, not depressed exactly.
What then?
What I said to his dad was that Neal didn't seem to be interested in anything anymore. We used to go hunting and fishing. He loved it. But the past year, maybe less, well, he just lost interest. But I never said had anything to do with his marriage to Paula.
That's what Mr. Breer told me.
Well, he's wrong. I never talked to him about her, about their marriage, because I knew that he was just against it.
What do you think was wrong with Neal?
Well, I don't know now. After he died, I figured it was because he'd been sick. I felt terrible about how hard he worked around here, and except that he never said anything about it, I was half blaming myself. But now, with the stuff about poison, I just don't know what to say.
Well, you realize how serious this is now. If it wasn't suicide, Wes, it was murder.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Everything you told me, I just never thought about that.
Was there something wrong with Neal's marriage?
Well,
I know it's tough, because to tell me you have to talk about friends that you've known for a long time, but the truth has to come out. I'm not the only one that'll question you, Wes.
Well, I don't mind talking. I don't think anything I say will mean anything. Everybody will tell you the same thing. There wasn't one person in our graduating class that thought Paul and Neal should have gotten married.
Why?
Well, because it was all so one-sided. Neal had chased her all through school, and Paula just sort of laughed at him. After they were married, they used to come over and spend the evening with my wife and me, and, well, even then you got the idea that it wasn't quite right. The only time Paula ever got interested was when we got talking about when we were in school.
Why did they get married, Wes?
Well, Paula, and everybody knows this, Paula's strong-willed. And the guy that she really liked in school had to go to medical college. She didn't want him to go away, and, well, when he told her he had to go, she just got sore. She threw herself at Neal, and they ran away and got married.
And you think he knew that?
Maybe not when he should have, but he must have found out. He never said anything. Like I said, he didn't seem depressed. More like he was always trying to, get her to love him. Gosh, I don't know. Maybe he did do something. Maybe he finally gave up and...
Who is this other guy? Is he still here in town?
Yeah, he's here for the summer. He's Al Richards.
Alan Richards?
Yeah, Doc Richards' son. They went together all through school, but she just told him that she wouldn't wait for him if he had to go away.
She sounds spoiled, huh? Suppose you tell me what happened here the day Neal died. According to Bircher, nothing unusual had happened that day. They'd opened their place at 7:30. They hadn't worked unusually hard. They'd taken a break at about 9. And Neal Breer had been taken ill about 25 minutes later. And as I'd heard, he was dead not long after that. These people didn't fit into a picture of murder. None of the innocent ones had suspected it for a minute. But it was murder. I didn't have any proof of it when I left the service station, but I thought I had answers to a lot of questions. The solution was pathetically simple. Hello, Mrs. Breer. Afraid I'll have to bother you again.
What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble?
The trouble started before I came here. I come in?
All right. They called me about the inquest.
I told you yesterday that it would be easier if you'd help me get one. You didn't, so it had to be done without you. Now that I've learned your husband was murdered, they're going...
Neal wasn't murdered.
How do you know that?
I know that no one would murder him. There'd be no reason to.
How do you think he died?
I don't know. If this story about poison is true, he must have taken it himself.
Why do you think he would have done that?
I don't know.
I've talked to people. I know more about you and Neal than you think I do.
All right. I didn't love him. He knew it. I could never love him.
That's why he committed suicide?
I don't know. You asked me why he would. We weren't happy.
Why didn't you get a divorce?
I wanted... I don't know. We didn't want to. There are only certain grounds in this state.
You aren't cut out for this part, Mrs. Breer.
What part?
The quick answers. You're scared stiff.
I am not. Why should I be?
Didn't you start to say that you wanted a divorce and then you thought better of that?
No, I didn't.
What you meant is that he wouldn't give you a divorce no matter what you did, isn't it?
No, that isn't what I meant.
What then?
What I said.
What about Alan Richards?
What about him?
Neal wouldn't divorce you and you just had to get away from him. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you're saying. Neal's heart. He said he...
Why don't you tell me? You married him on impulse. You knew you shouldn't have.
You talked to Alan.
Yes, I have.
What did he say?
He called me last night to warn me to leave town.
No, you talked to him today. He told you.
You tell me your part of it.
It's all lost, isn't it? You know, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do.
We couldn't help it. Al came home for Christmas vacation and it started all over again. I love him. I love him so.
Sit down, Mrs. Breer.
We couldn't help it. I wanted to get a divorce. Neal wouldn't. It was his fault, too.
This was near Christmas?
He told me he knew why I married him and he'd never let me go. He told me I deserved it for doing what I did to him. I begged him.
Did he know why you wanted to leave him?
No, nobody knew. Everybody forgot about Alan and me. We were careful. But we knew we had to do something.
Alan was studying to be a doctor like his father, wasn't he?
Yes. It was my fault. I should have waited for him.
He decided on the poison.
Yes. Oh, yes. It was all going to work. Neal's heart. No one would ever ask a question. But it was my fault. It was my fault.
The rest of it I gave to the police. The fact that the uncommon poison was available to a medical student. It was administered by way of a vacuum bottle of coffee. After that, I left town. Expense account item 2, miscellaneous, $86.70. Item 3, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $556.70. Remarks? I hope the company will understand my not going back to Dr. Richards. A doctor in doubt about a death certificate calling on the interested insurance company for confidential help is a splendid idea. But in this case, the doctor's son was an accomplice to murder. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, for refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. There's lots of lively real mint flavor in it to cool your mouth, freshen your taste, and sweeten your breath. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So, indoors, outdoors, at work or at play, always keep delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Edmund O'Brien can soon be seen starring in the Paramount Pictures production, Warpath. Featured in tonight's cast were Ralph Moody, Edgar Barrier, Joe Duvall, Gene Bates, Mary Shipp, Tony Barrett, and Peter Leeds. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at the same time when, from Hollywood, Edmund O'Brien returns in another adventure of...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as
Johnny Dollar.
This is Bob Case, Dollar, Piedmont Mutual. I've got to see you right away.
What's the rush?
The girl was pulled out of the East River. It turned out to be a policyholder.
What am I, a private eye? Why don't you go to the police to find your killers?
Oh, we know the killer. He's being executed right after midnight. What we want to know about is the victim.
Edmund O'Brien in another transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office Piedmont Mutual Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my search for the beneficiary of policyholder Pearl Carrasa. Expense account, item 1, $4.50, mileage, Hartford to Sing Sing Prison, last place of residence of the girl's convicted murderer, Monty Pruitt. He was sitting in his cell playing solitaire.
Hey, what time is it?
About 11, Marty.
An hour more. How much you say the policy was for?
$5,000.
5,000. That's funny. Just what I got paid for the job. Who'd she leave it to, the old lady?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew she would.
You know where I can find the beneficiary?
The beneficiary? You didn't know the beneficiary, did you?
Never had the pleasure.
If you'd known her, you wouldn't be looking for her.
Mrs. Carrassa's virtues are none of my business, Marty. The company has $5,000, and I've got to help them get rid of it. What good are you doing yourself by not telling me where she is, if you know?
What time is it now?
A little after 11.
Boy, did that money look good. You know all the things you can do with $5,000? This girl back home. I was going to get married. Nah. I wasn't going to get married. I'd have put it in roulette like all them other times.
You never did say who hired you.
No, that's right. I never did.
Marty, I know you've been through this before, but you got to admit it's a good point. You're going to die, and the real murderer is getting off free. Does that make sense to you?
What's your business, mister?
Insurance.
Stick to it.
I think I will.
You know what I'd do if I was you? I'd take that $5,000 and put it in flowers.
Thanks, anyway.
Hey, Dollar, let me give you some last-minute advice. Leave it alone. It's the most unnatural mess you ever got yourself into in all your life.
Expense account, item 2, $3.56, mileage, Ossining, New York to police headquarters, New York City, where the next morning, Lieutenant Bernard Goldberg offered me photographs of the dead girl, a cigar, and what little information he had.
A body. We got the name off the wallet in her hip pocket.
What?
Slacks.
Oh.
The patrolman down at the docks picked up Monty Pruitt right at the scene. The trial was cut and dried. But it's funny about these guys.
Yeah.
It's crazy loyalty to somebody who maybe wouldn't think twice about slitting his own. Yeah?
2 M's and remit.
Dollar. 2 M's and remit.
No.
No.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
You don't have any idea where I can start looking for the mother.
Most I can do for you is to give you the girl's last known address. But we've been over the ground 100 times. It's a rooming house. Nice but stupid old couple that don't know nothing.
This Seattle address on the policy.
1941. Then San Diego, then to Cairo, maybe. Who can know? But we're still working on it.
Hey, Lieutenant, how do you spell parasitical?
Dollar. Parasitical.
Tell him to look it up.
Look it up, Sergeant. What am I, a Webster?
Expense account, item 3, $1.50 cab fare to a stack of dirty bricks from the Lower East Side.
Well, you have no business being up here in the first place, and especially with your husband in that condition.
Looking for somebody, mister?
Yeah, the manager.
Third door to your right.
Thanks.
Now, don't tell me it's none of my business. Not when I bring soup down there every single day. Why, I never heard the like of you.
Oh,
You haven't
come
any
in.
place to talk.
Howard, why don't you sit down?
Thanks. You the manager?
I am the manager. Howard's the manager.
Well, my name is Johnny Dollar. I'm with the
It's all right. We don't ask for references, do we, Howard?
Except under special circumstances.
I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm not looking for an apartment. I'm an investigator with an insurance company, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
We never had a fire in this building. That was next door.
They keep rubbish in the basement.
The company's warned them time and time again.
Never does any good.
I'd like some information about a girl who I understand was a tenant here, a Miss Pearl Carrasa.
The police were already here, Mr. Dollar.
4 times.
Lieutenant Goldberg thanked us for our cooperation.
She was such a nice girl.
Quiet.
Homelike.
And generous.
Oh, yes, terribly.
How long was she with you?
How long was it, Howard?
Just 2 weeks.
Just 2 weeks. But we got to know her so well. She was such a lonely girl. She used to come down after dinner sometimes and talk about music and all the places she'd been.
Well, where'd she come from originally?
She never said, but she'd been everywhere.
In Florida?
Everywhere.
Did she have any visitors?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, and the first thing she told us was no visitors. If anybody asked for her, she wasn't home. Such a lonely girl. So pretty, too. You'd think she'd have boyfriends.
No, Mr. Dollar, no visitors.
Did she act as if she were frightened of something?
That's just what the police asked us, and we told them before, and we told them at the trial that we thought she was frightened.
Yes, we had her luggage here for a while, but the police took it.
I've been through it, thanks.
Did you notice all the labels from all over everywhere? Wonder what they're going to do with all those lovely dresses and shoes.
Look, I know the police asked all these questions, but did you happen to notice if she got any mail?
Yes, we did. She didn't.
No, not a single letter, no.
She spend much time away from her apartment?
Very little, only.
Twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, but she always came back within an hour.
I don't suppose you have any idea where she went.
That's right, we don't.
What'd you say you were again?
Insurance investigation. Thanks for your time. Expense account item 4, $50 in cab fares. It took me the rest of that day and half of the next visiting neighborhood postal substations. It looked like a beautiful way to waste time, but I was betting on the impossibility that her daily excursions had been for mail. This kind of foot padding taught me very little other than the fact that there are a good number of substations in any given half-hour area. The second afternoon, I dragged into a fruit store which advertised Postal Station 324, along with a special on honeydew melon. I walked up to the little cage. Anything for Carrasa today?
Who?
Carrasa, general delivery.
Just a minute. Grant?
Carrasa. C-A-R-R-A-S-A. Carrasa.
Just a minute. Yes, here we are. 3 cents postage due, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I looked at the envelope. Pearl Carrasa, all right. It had been forwarded from Las Vegas 3 days before. I said something to myself about hard work, patience, and fool's luck, then headed for a phone. This is Dollar, Bob. On the Carrasa thing, I'm still cold on the beneficiary, but we've got the girl traced as far as Las Vegas.
Well, that's a long haul for a $5,000 policy. You have a final address on her there?
A letter was forwarded to General Delivery here in New York that was originally addressed to the Rambo Club. I got a permit and had it opened. It's nothing but a dressmaker's bill. I guess the Las Vegas Postal Authority sent it on. That's all I got. You want me to follow it up?
Nothing else we can do. You hereby have authorization. Get going.
Expense account, item 6, $200 air travel and expenses to Las Vegas, Nevada. Specifically, the Rambo Club. It's always the same when I hit Las Vegas. I expect to find tuxedos and evening gowns playing the games, but I never do. A bootblack comes in off the street with the last quarter he made and plunks it down on 21. A grandmother with a California pension. A red-headed kid with Oscar's Super Service tattooed on his overalls. I always ask myself, where's all the big money? The answer is they're getting rid of it in the back room.
Hey, jackpot on the nickel one. How do you like that?
Oh, boy. Come on.
If I do it, you hit the jackpot.
I told
my relief, I had to go powder my nose. What I really wanted was a drink.
Sly, real sly.
Is this taken?
No, sit down.
Thank you.
What do you have, mister?
A good bourbon, soda.
Oh, thanks for your confidence in me. I'll fix you up.
You worked here long?
Have I?
You like Nevada? What's your hometown?
Las Vegas, there I head in the summer.
Yeah, I guess you know a lot of people here, huh?
By sight, mostly. Very few by name. Everybody's a stranger.
Say, maybe you know a friend of mine. I went to school with her. What was her name again? Carrasa. Pearl Carrasa.
Save me my drink, Eddie. I gotta get back to work. Take it easy, mister.
Best bourbon in the house.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's $1.50. This is a real clip joint.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Thanks.
Say, wait a second. You know where I can find Mrs. Henrietta Carrasa? She's the mother of a girl that used to hang around here, Pearl. Well?
Yeah. I think I can help you. Harry, take over. Here's your $1.50. Come on.
Oh, I'm sure going to win it this time. I'll tell you, boys. Wait a minute.
Grace, will you quit? Grace, will you? Will you quit, Grace? Grace, I'm telling you, quit. Listen to me, Grace. Will you quit? Grace, quit!
Shut up!
The stairway led to the mezzanine. I followed the bartender along the thickly carpeted hall to a door labeled Peter Barron. My benefactor knocked, a shadow loomed on the frosted glass, and just like that, there he was. A long red gash of a scar ran across the left side of his face, twisting it into a humorless smile. The barkeep was dismissed with a nod. We sat down.
Cigar?
Thanks, no.
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Henrietta Carrasa.
Why?
I got business with her.
What kind of business?
Insurance?
She don't need no insurance.
Where can I find her?
She don't need no insurance.
Well, thanks anyhow.
Sit down.
What for?
You see this mark across my face? You know how I got this? Asking foolish questions and not giving the right answers. Suppose you tell me what you want with Mrs. Henrietta Carrasa.
I'll tell Mrs. Carrasa you were interested.
Oh, look. This is no way to talk to me. Now, I got a lot of respect for your business ethics and all that, but you know how it is sometimes. Now, come on, Mr. Insurance. What do you want with Mrs. Carrasa?
Are you a pretty good shot with that thing?
38's my specialty.
In that case, I've got a check.
What kind of a check?
A $5,000 kind of a check.
From whom?
A daughter.
Pearl?
Pearl. She left her mother $5,000.
How did you trace Pearl to Las Vegas? Never mind. You know what you look like to me? You look like a city official.
It's the pinstripe. Now, how do I find Mrs. Carrasa?
It's very simple. Mike, this is Mr. What's your name, Insurance?
Dollar, Johnny.
Take Mr. Dollar to see Mrs. Henrietta Carrasa. Treat him gentle. He's got some money for her.
The place looked and sounded the same on the way out, but something was different. Maybe it was the 4 6-footers standing at the door. As they fell in behind me, I thought maybe I'd asked one question too many. At the alley, I found out how right I was.
He was a tough one. Would have been easier. Just slipping my Mickey.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, you hear them all on CBS, and some of the funniest parts of that all comes from the bird brain of a woman, Miss Gracie Allen of Burns & Allen. Top troopers on the American stage for years, top radio stars after that. George and Gracie are now playing a big part in CBS's great Wednesday night lineup. Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, George and Gracie, and Dr. Christian. Join George Burns and Gracie Allen this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. And now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
There was a lot more to this case than a $5,000 insurance payoff. I'd sensed that from the beginning. A hired killer with a still unknown employer had searched out the girl in her New York hideaway and done a thorough, if not profitable, job. His warnings, which a man of my profession is bound to ignore, were beginning to materialize. As I woke up, I could hear voices.
Could have brought another wallet with him and left it at the hotel,
I took him in the alley and Joe and Harry.
Oh, wait a
in bed
minute.
with Ed.
Wait a minute. I think he's waking up. Hold his head.
Okay. Hey, you ought to get a doctor for him, maybe.
Nah, doctor.
He looks terrible.
Dollar. Dollar, can you hear me?
Dollar.
Huh?
Where you from?
Yeah, what's this insurance stuff?
Who you really working for?
Is it the New York Police Department?
Where did you get these cards in your wallet?
Come on, Dollar.
Answer me, Dollar.
Give me some water.
Get him some water.
Hey, get some water, Joe.
Now, sit up. Come on, sit up. Here, I'll help you. There.
All right, now what's the idea?
That's what we'd like to know. Where do you know Pearl Carrasa from?
Oh, that name.
Come on.
I'm looking for her mother.
What do you want with her mother?
She left an insurance policy. Girl, $5,000.
Hey, here's the water.
Thanks. Who are you?
Pete Barron.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the face is familiar.
You mustn't be bitter, Dollar.
Why?
Why questions?
Look, I'm just a working man. It's so simple. There's a company in Hartford, an insurance company. They sold a policy. The girl that bought it is dead. Policy is for $5,000. The money goes to her mother. All I want to know is, where is mother?
No kidding. Are you really an insurance man?
No kidding.
Well, why didn't you say so? Why didn't you come right out with it? Why do you go sneaking into bars asking funny questions?
Mister, do you know a Mrs. Henrietta Carrasa?
Here in Las Vegas?
Here in Las Vegas.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll look it up for you.
Thanks. Now, lay me back down again. Expense account, item 7. $20, doctor bills. Nothing serious, but I couldn't go out in the street looking like that. I stayed in my hotel room for 2 days until the swelling went down. On the third morning, I had a visitor. It was the girl who gave me the brush-off in Rambo's bar. She had an overnight bag with her. There was a label, Bloomington, Indiana.
You're in trouble, you know that?
3 days ago, that information would have done me some good.
I mean real trouble. You don't think Pete Barron let you out of there because he believed your story.
No more than you think you weren't followed
I
here.
know. She'd never come here. But Pearl, get a message to her, will you? Tell her never to show up here again.
She won't.
What do you mean she won't?
She's dead.
You got to her.
Do you know why?
I gotta get out of here.
Wait a minute. Why did Pete Barron hire Pruitt to kill her?
Let me go. I gotta get out of here.
He came up here for a purpose.
Yeah, but I didn't know she was dead.
You're going to let him get away with it?
It's narcotics. The gambling place is up front. They fly it up from Mexico at night and get out by morning. Pearl found out about it, and that's why they did it.
Does Barron know Pearl told you all this?
I don't think so, but I'm not taking any chances. I got a bus ticket. It leaves from across the street. I only got a minute.
Good luck, honey. After she left, I went to the window and watched her leave the hotel and cross the street. A nice girl, I thought. And I wondered how she got mixed up with Barron's crowd. The bus door opened, and she put one foot on the step. She crumpled to the sidewalk. The little overnight bag tumbled into the gutter. I got downstairs just ahead of the deputy sheriff, just after the bus had left. The people were still standing around. She was a nice kid.
You knew her?
Not for long.
Did you see this happen?
Yeah.
Step over here for a second, will you, please? May I have your name, please?
Yeah, sure. Here, here's my ID card.
Insurance investigation. Something about her?
No, a friend of hers. Pulled out of the East River. Pearl Carrasa, shot to death.
Carrasa?
Yeah, you didn't know?
Oh, we heard she left town. That was about all. She got mixed up with Pete Barron and her family disorder. Well, did you see what happened to this girl?
She was just getting on the bus. Sounded like a rifle. She was working for Pete Barron, too.
Yeah, I thought I recognized her.
She just come up to see me. Had quite a story to tell. Barron's running narcotics up from Mexico by plane.
Yeah, so I've heard. We've had our eye on him for months, but we aren't ready to pick him up yet. Why would she tell you that?
She had to tell somebody. She had a message she wanted me to deliver. To Pearl.
Well, this is beginning to tie up. But what's insurance got to do with it?
Carrasa girl left a policy, $5,000 to her mother.
Her conscience must have bothered her. Comes from one of the finest families in this part of the country and starts downhill with a crowd like that. Now, her mother needs $5,000 like I need 2 haircuts. And, mister, if I were you, I'd take that check out to Carrassa's and catch the next plane out of town.
You know something, Sheriff? That's just what I'm going to do. And that's just what I tried to do. Expense account item 8, 50 cents cab fare to the Carrasa estate on Juniper Drive. They should have charged admission. There was an ivied stone wall running all around it, and a mile drive through a cactus rock garden to the mansion. I felt a little like a grocery boy delivering a check for a measly $5,000. I was met at the door by a butler in a business suit and was toured around an indoor swimming pool and potted palms to the library. Buried in a large leather chair, reading a 25-cent version of How to Be Your Own Gardener, was the man of the house. I was introduced and left alone with him.
Insurance?
Investigation. How long since you've heard from your daughter?
Oh, such a long time, such a long time. Is she in more trouble?
She's dead, Mr. Carrasa.
Dead? Pearl dead? Can't be. What happened?
She was killed.
An accident?
No, it wasn't.
Not an accident.
Someone hired a killer.
Oh. It's my fault. I knew, and I did nothing.
Gregory, I've been looking all over for you. Have you watered the palms today?
No.
You didn't water the palms. Now, Gregory, the leaves will get all yellow and fall all over the floor, and it'll take simply minutes to clean up the mess around the pool. And I told you specifically that the music club had changed from Wednesday to Monday, and Monday is tonight.
This is a man from the insurance company.
How do you do? Now, Gregory, please do this one thing for me. You know how much I have to do.
Henrietta, it's Pearl.
I told you never to speak that name in my presence.
She's dead.
Dead?
She was murdered, Mrs. Carrasa, in New York.
I'm not sorry. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. Not in the least. She's never done anything but bring shame to me and to her father. She brought these awful people to the house. To this house, mind you. Humiliating me in front of my friends. She even wanted to marry one of them.
Henrietta, please, not now, Henrietta.
I'm not adept at putting on false grief like you are, Gregory. She was no good. When she brought this man in, I told her right there and then, you're not my daughter. Go to the people that you fit in with. Well, this is the way it had to end. I'm going upstairs.
Mrs. Carrasa, just one thing more. If you'll sign this paper, my job will be over. I have a check for you.
A check? What kind of a check?
She left you $5,000.
Me? She left me $5,000?
I remember. The policy she took out in high school. She never canceled it, even when you sent her away.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Tell me, do you know who killed my daughter?
Well, the man that did the actual killing has already been executed in New York State. The man who hired him, it's only a suspicion. I'd rather not say.
Barron.
What about this check?
I don't think she wants the money. You can tell your company that.
Look, Mr. Carrasa, I've come a long way. I'll leave it here. You can sign the form and mail it. Would you mind calling me a cab? Expense account item 9, 50 cents cab fare. Just as we pulled out of the driveway, somebody else pulled in. I don't know if he saw me, but I saw him. It was Pete Barron.
Are you sure, Donner?
Positive. Sheriff, I woke up looking at that face.
What would Barron be doing at Carrassa's place?
Could be a connection you didn't know about.
Yeah, this could be the tie-up we've been looking for. Somebody who supplied the dough. It's a big operation. I'm sure Barron didn't have enough dough to start it.
Well, what are we waiting for? I rode down with the sheriff. We bypassed the butler by taking him into custody. We heard voices coming from the library and stopped outside the door.
Business, I had to do it. She threatened to go to the police. She may have been your daughter, but she wasn't mine.
Why did you tell her?
I didn't. She found out.
She knew about us?
Sure, she knew about you. She knew about everything. She would have turned you and your wife in a long time ago if you hadn't been her parents, but she was willing to turn me in, and I did what I had to. Wasn't my idea, you coming into this thing, but now that you're in it, you gotta learn that things like this happen.
Yes, and things like this happen, too.
Come on. Drop it, Carrasa.
And look who's here. Hello, Mrs. Carrasa.
Let's go, Carrasa.
No, wait. I want you to know about this woman. I want you to know what she is. All respectability and shine. Chamber music and non-objective paintings in high society. And where did the money come from, Henrietta? From narcotics. From the same people you hated so much.
Gregory, stop
it. I had a tile business before the war, but it wasn't good enough for her. She wanted this place, Italian marble, tapestries. She met Barron in back rooms and arranged to have me buy into his gambling casino. That was the first thing.
Don't you dare put the blame on me.
Whose idea was it to have the narcotics flown in? How many times did I beg you to stop? But you never listened to me. You couldn't keep from impressing the ladies and gentlemen. And when Pearl wanted to marry a decent young man, you insulted him right out of this house. This is the woman who sent her daughter away because her friends were not good enough.
I don't think you need me anymore, Sheriff. I'll just take that check and go home. Expense account, item 10, $200. Transportation back to Hartford. I don't know what you can do with the check. If it were up to me, well, I'd use it to clean up the respectable slums. But that's not my problem. Expense account total, $712.55. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd and David Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Edmund O'Brien can currently be seen starring in the Harry M. Popkin United Artists production, D.O.A. Featured in our cast were Hy Averback, Joseph Kearns, Bill Johnstone, Bill Conrad, Martha Wentworth, Sarah Selby, Howard McNair, and Virginia Gregg. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, Edmund O'Brien returns in another transcribed adventure of...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
There is no more pitiful sound in the world than that of a hungry child. And it's a sound which can be easily heard in Europe and Israel, Korea, and the islands to the east. You can do much to help alleviate this condition through your continued purchases of care packages. Help banish the sound of hunger through your donations of care packages now. There's a man with a little black bag turns up on most of these CBS stations every Wednesday night. And out of it comes some of the most light-hearted and most moving stories on the air. The man, why, it's Dr. Christian, of course. And tomorrow night's the night for another of his famous visits. Be sure to hear Dr. Christian starring Gene Hirschholt as the beloved small-town physician every Wednesday night. Now stay tuned for the adventures of Philip Marlowe, which follow immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Wednesday night is Bing Crosby night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Ed Quigley, Johnny. Are you free?
If you mean am I available, yeah. What's up, Ed?
Remember Mark San Antonio?
The bootlegger? Yeah, sure. What about him?
Well, somebody shot him this morning. Shot him to death in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Oh, yeah?
Great Eastern Fidelity set up a trust 2 years ago for San Antonio's daughter. They'll want a full report before they come across.
I see. They know who killed him yet, or why?
No, not a thing, Johnny. Just that he's dead. When can you leave?
As soon as I can get a plane.
Good.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. Yes, for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, it's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, delicious flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and gives you a nice little lift. The good, smooth chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Great Eastern Fidelity and Life Insurance Corporation, 6th and Jordan Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the San Antonio matter. Expense account item 1, $162.03. Transportation and incidentals, Hartford to St. Petersburg, Florida. I arrived exactly 10 hours after I received the call from Ed Quigley. The rainy weather there was as bad, if not worse, than the weather I just left. I checked in at the St. Petersburg Hotel, shaved, showered, had a meal, and started in. My first contact was a police officer, Lieutenant Benjamin by name. A big, swarthy man who seemed to know what he was about.
I don't quite get this, Dollar. What's your part?
Just that my insurance company would like a full report on everything that's happened.
Oh, you mean a report separate from what we have?
Yeah, that's about it, Lieutenant.
Well, it's their dough. They can spend it any way they want to. What can I do for you?
Well, maybe we can help each other, Lieutenant. If you'll sort of let me tag along and see what's what on the case.
We'll see. Well, San Antonio bought a big place over on the south end of town 11 years ago, just after he was released from Alcatraz. He's lived there ever since. Quiet, minding his own business, keeping his nose out of trouble.
Yeah, so I understand.
Well, as long as a man does that, even a man with a background like San Antonio, as long as a man does that, we don't bother him, he doesn't bother us. Well, today was the first peep we ever got out of him.
What happened?
Seems at 6 o'clock this morning he phoned into the station and said that somebody was watching his house. The prowl car went out to have a look around. He told the officers that 2 men had been hanging around the front of his house, but they got away just before the car showed up.
Uh-huh. He give a description?
Yeah, both about 6 feet, dark, wore dark overcoats and hats. San Antonio didn't recognize either of them. The officers put the description on the air and tried to find them, but they didn't have any luck. Now, San Antonio wasn't the kind of a bird to get excited about a couple of guys staking out his place. He pretty well knew how to take care of himself and handle trouble.
Yeah, but you say that he hadn't been in trouble or asked for any around here.
That's right, too. And I'm sure he didn't want any either. So his call was treated like any other prowler call. We investigated, didn't find anything, and promised to keep our eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
The cook came on duty about 8:30. She went in the kitchen, made him some breakfast, took it up to his room, and she found him dead. He'd been shot twice with a Luger.
Lab has the slugs now. It was a close-range job.
Well, then the surest bet is the two men that San Antonio reported watching his house, huh?
Well, that's about it. Wish we could find them somewhere.
What about the cook?
She just worked their days fixing his meals and taking care of him. San Antonio must have been past 60.
He was 67.
I guess he was beginning to show a little tread. A man who's lived the kind of life he has and done the things he's done is bound to show some wear and wants some rest sometime in his life. According to her, he spent his days painting.
Painting?
Yeah.
Mark San Antonio?
Every room in the house covered with pictures he's done these last few years. Oils, pretty good, too. And when he wasn't painting, he was listening to records, all kinds of heavy stuff in the way of music around the place. Now, you hardly figure a bootlegger like San Antonio thinking of anything like music and art.
Hardly ever.
Yeah. And all the time he was in action running booze up in New York and getting himself in trouble with the tax people, he was bound to step on a lot of toes and get himself a lot of enemies. The kind of people who wouldn't forget.
You talk to him much?
Oh, yes. Now and then I'd meet him on the street or in a store. He seemed pretty gentled up.
How'd he live?
Apparently he saved something from the old days. A house he paid for in cash. The Bank of New York used to send him a statement every month. I suppose he had some arrangement with them. Well, that's about it so far.
I see. Well, I sure appreciate the information.
It's okay. When I get any more, I'll let you know. Crime Lab's still working on some of the stuff in his room. Maybe we'll get something there.
Mm-hmm. Say, do you mind if I talk to that cook?
Oh, that's your privilege, Dollar. Her name's Olson. She's staying at the San Antonio house during all this.
Okay.
San Antonio's daughter blew into town this afternoon. She's at the house, too.
What did she have to say?
Oh, nothing. She didn't even know Mark San Antonio was her father until your insurance company told her.
Didn't know?
No. She's been living in Philadelphia all these years with an aunt. All very legitimate. The girl's been using the name Randall. Edith Randall.
Yes, sir.
How do you do? You Mrs. Olson?
Yes, sir.
My name is Dollar, Mrs. Olson. I'm from the Great Eastern Fidelity people. You suppose I could speak with Miss Randall?
Oh, I don't think so, sir. She's not feeling well. All of this has been quite a shock to her.
I see. Well, then I guess my trip out here tonight was for nothing.
Well, you come tomorrow, Mr. Dollar. Please.
Mrs. Olson? Miss Olson?
Yes, Miss Randall.
Who is it?
It's Mr. Dollar. He's from the insurance company.
Insurance company?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to him, Mrs. Olson.
The woman who stood at the base of the iron grille stairway was tall and dark-eyed. She came toward me smiling, showing a frank, wide, happy mouth. Young kind of face that could have been 20 or maybe 30. Mrs. Olson excused herself, and we were alone.
I wanted to talk to someone who might be able to give me a little more information about all this. It's all quite new to me.
Well, I'll tell you what I can, Miss Randall.
Yes, I'm sure you will. From what Mr. Hurth and the insurance offices told me on the phone, I'm to be quite well off because this man was murdered here today.
You mean Mr. San Antonio?
Yes, Mr. San Antonio. They tell me he was my father. To awaken one morning and discover you're not one person, but an entirely different person. I mean, I'm the daughter of a famous racketeer who's been murdered.
You seem to me like a very nice person.
And so do you, Mr. Dollar. Will you tell me all about this, please?
Well, just our part of it, Miss Randall. Let's see, you're 26 now, is that right?
That is.
Well, 26 years ago, your father was on trial for income tax evasion. Just before he was convicted, he set up a trust fund with my insurance company to provide for you. It's been paying money for your support and education all these years. According to the condition of the trust, the rest of the money reverts to you now. Comes to well over $50,000.
And that's all there is to it?
Yeah, except for this.
You mean my father... So strange to say that. My father's murder?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I'm grateful to my father. I suppose I should be grateful. I can't say that I'm particularly sorry about his death any more than I would be if any human being died violently somewhere. How strangely life treats us sometimes. How very strangely. You know, you've somehow made me feel comfortable in this house. May I offer you a drink?
It was strange for me, too, because I felt comfortable in the house. Over the drinks, we talked of Mark San Antonio. I told her what I knew of his life, of his activities up until the time he'd been sent to Alcatraz. She told me how she'd been reared, far removed from anything that might have connected her in any way with the San Antonio name. Altogether, it was a revealing conversation for both of us. She'd never imagined any part of the kind of life her father had lived. And I never imagined that it was possible for anyone to get away from a man like San Antonio.
For the road, Johnny?
All right.
How long will you be in St. Petersburg?
Till all this is straightened out.
You mean you'll be here until they find out who killed him?
Mm-hmm. How about you?
Oh, I really don't know. I really don't even know why I came here exactly. Yes, I do. I wanted to see him, see what he looked like, what kind of a life he led here.
Did you see him?
No. I suppose I can if I want to. But I have seen what kind of a life he had. He was just an ordinary man, wasn't he? Have you noticed the pictures he's painted?
Mm-hmm. May I ask you something?
Well, yes.
How do you feel about him now?
Is this for your report?
For myself.
Since you've been here, in these last 2 hours, I've begun to think of him for what he was. My father, I mean. I'd like to know why he was killed and who did it. Will I see you again?
I hope so. Edith.
Yes.
I hope so very much.
So do I, Johnny.
I left her at the door that night with a warm sensation inside of me. Something I certainly hadn't expected in the routine business of investigating a murder case. The next morning, I was back at the house talking to Mrs. Olson. She gave me all the information she could remember about San Antonio's activities up until the time of his death. Same information she'd given the police. All of it accurate, but lacking in any possible clue as to the identity of his slayer or slayers. I had breakfast with Edith there and then went back downtown to spend a solid 12 hours in the company of Lieutenant Benjamin, who had still not located or identified the two mysterious men. However, there were other developments.
Say, this may be something.
Oh?
San Antonio's partner in the old days, Palalici, was murdered in Newark last night.
Timmy Palalici?
That's the one.
Any details?
No, just that he was shot to death with a Luger.
When the slugs taken from San Antonio's body were compared with those that killed Palalici and were proved to have been fired from the same gun, the case took on new proportions. Every available bit of information regarding the two ex-big shots of the 20s was located, read, and reread. It meant activity in such cities as St. Louis, Chicago, New Orleans, and Buffalo. But no new information as to the identity of the killer.
Johnny.
Hey, what is it? You're shaking.
Hold me. Hold me, please. I suppose I'm being a terrible fool about it all, Johnny. But they've been after me all day. Cheap little things. A newspaper syndicate wants me to write my exclusive story as the daughter of Mark St. Antonio. Very princess daughter of racketeer.
Hey, now take it easy, honey.
Even Hollywood called. Some producer saw my picture in the paper and offered me a contract. He says he has a script all ready.
Come on now.
I'll try. Women are fools, aren't they? I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have shown up at all.
Then what would I have done, Edith?
And what would I have done? Mix yourself a drink, Johnny, and I'll put on a new face.
It had become apparent to me in the 5 days I'd known her and the 5 days that she'd known of her father that she'd grown to love him, or the memory of him. She stated it very simply.
Everyone needs a father. If you find out you have one, or had one, really, well, you love him.
We were walking up the gravel path of the house when she said that. I suppose I was thinking of how nice it would be to kiss her at the door when I heard someone behind me. I twisted, trying for the gun in my inside pocket, but there was nobody to shoot at. At least nobody I could see.
Why me? Why me, Johnny? Why?
Edith died right there, and I lowered her to the ground.
Friends, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a refreshing little lift. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes your job seem easier. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving, when you're enjoying sports and other activities. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum tastes good anytime, and the natural chewing aids digestion and helps keep your teeth bright and attractive. Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Ten seconds after Edith Randall died in my arms, I was stumbling down the gravel path that led from the house to the road. It all happened so suddenly and violently that I can't say that what I did from there on or what I felt was entirely rational. All I know is that a car was parked at the deep end of the gateway and 2 men were just climbing into it. Hey, you two! Stop! 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 Get out of there. Both of you. Get out with your hands up.
I'm hit. I'm afraid to move.
Get out! Come on.
I'm coming. I come.
All right, you two. Come on.
No use on him, mister. He's used up. You got him real good. I need the doctor.
Stay where you are.
Mr. Dollar, what is it? What's happened?
Don't phone the police, Mrs. Olson. Tell them to get over here right away.
Who are they? What is all this?
Go on, do what I tell you. Hurry.
All right, Mr. Dollar. All right.
You pretty tough fella.
What's your name?
Giuseppe Rico.
Who's he?
He was my brother, Giovanni. I need the doctor.
Listen. Tell it to me. Tell it to me right now. There's no policeman around to cover you, nobody but you and me. If you don't tell it to me now, you'll never tell it to anybody. Now tell it. Tell it.
Never. I die first.
I had 1 bullet left in my gun. I set the barrel back against his temple and pulled back the hammer. I think I really meant to go through with it. And for the first time, I noticed that my shoulder was covered with blood. My head began to ring, and I had to let go and straighten up. That was not the thing to do. Oh.
Hello there, Dollar.
Huh? Oh, Lieutenant.
Quite a night, this one, huh?
Yeah,
Oh, you stopped one, boy. You were sure curled up when we got there.
Edith?
I'm sorry, Dollar.
I thought I might have been wrong.
No, you weren't.
How long am I slated for this place?
Well, the doctor says you can get out when you want to. Feel like talking?
They were just there, and they shot her. That's it.
Which one?
I don't know. They were together. That's enough, isn't it?
Sure. Same Luger that killed San Antonio and Palalici. Just trying to pin it down a little more. We can't get much out of the one that's left.
Let me ask him some questions, Lieutenant.
Easy. I know how you feel about her. Just lie back there now.
Did he say anything at all?
No, nothing more than his name and his brother's name. Found papers on him that say they're from New York. Police in New York are looking him up right now. So far, they haven't been able to find any connection with San Antonio. People like San Antonio and Palalici make enemies, but that girl, it doesn't figure. And those two flew here from New York just to get her.
Yeah.
Dollar, you talked to her a lot in these last few days. What'd she say?
Nothing that has anything to do with this. You know yourself, she didn't even know who her father was till he got killed.
Well, that could have been an act.
No, it wasn't. I knew her well enough to tell you that.
Yeah, well, why would they gun her down? Why the trip?
That Rico boy you're holding in the jail hospital has the answer. Get it from him.
Yeah, we will, Dollar. We will. Oh, there's someone. Here, just a minute.
Sure.
Oh, Dollar.
Huh?
Maybe I spoke too soon. Rico died 5 minutes ago.
As far as my investigation of the San Antonio case went, could have ended right there. The Luger found on the dead Rico brother was the same gun that had fired fatal bullets into all 3 victims. I got my release from the hospital and late that afternoon walked into Lieutenant Benjamin's office.
Dollar, I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Here. This just came from New York on the Rico boys.
Oh?
Came to this country when they were 18 and 21. Both of them were naturalized citizens.
Records?
Not a thing. No trouble ever.
Oh, that's funny. What else?
Well, that's about it. Police there can't seem to locate their old man. He disappeared a week ago. Lived on the east side somewhere.
He a naturalized citizen, too?
Oh, that's another funny thing. He's taken out his papers and was due for examination with the immigration people this week. They're looking for him, too. When are you leaving?
Tomorrow afternoon on the 1 o'clock plane.
Well, come on. I'll buy you some dinner.
We had dinner together and talked about the case. It had been a strange one. The deaths were useless, the motives unknown. The killers weren't even associated with their victims. I parted company with Lieutenant Benjamin and went back to my hotel to trouble it out with sleep. About 11 o'clock, I had a phone call. Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Dollar. This is Ben.
Oh, what's up?
Old man Rico just walked into the city morgue. He wants to take his 2 sons back to New York for burial.
20 minutes later, I was standing in the coroner's office when Lieutenant Benjamin led a small, wizened old man into the room and sat him down in one of the chairs. Gave him a glass of water, offered him a cigarette. Old man refused.
No, senor, no. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Rico, this is Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Mr. Rico?
I read of you. You killing my boys. You so?
Yes. They tried to kill me.
Yeah, I know. Too bad.
Why, Mr. Rico?
It is simple. You was in the way.
I don't mean about me. I mean about Edith Randall and Palalici and Mark San Antonio. Why?
I take the water now, please.
Why? Do you know why?
See.
Then tell me. They're all dead now.
I'm still alive.
Pietro Rico was held in custody for the immigration officials. He refused to talk about his sons or any of their activities. He just stayed in his jail cell, silent, non-committal to all visitors, including the chaplain. I don't suppose we'd ever have gotten the story of it, except that the will of Mark San Antonio disclosed that before her marriage to him, his wife's name had been Maria Rico.
Yeah. More questions, Mr. Dollar?
No, I've got some answers. Mark San Antonio's wife was your daughter, wasn't she? Wasn't she?
See.
Well, is that all you have to say?
I no talk.
Well, then I do, Mr. Rico. Because your daughter had a daughter. A lovely, wonderful daughter that your two sons killed. I happen to know that girl.
She had to die, too.
Why?
Paralici, San Antonio, and her. They had to die. All are bad.
All of us are bad at one time or another. Who made them die? You?
See.
Who gave you the right?
I'm the father. When a daughter marries a bad man, only bad can come of it. He came to our village many years ago and he took her away. He and the men Paralici helped him. It live with me all this time. I live only to destroy him for that. I destroy him and the other man and the girl through my sons.
Why the girl?
She could not have been good from a bad man.
A vendetta. Was that it?
If you like, vendetta. He was a bad man who did bad things. Bad man. I smoke now. You got a cigar?
The disposition of old Pietro Rico is up to the immigration authorities. I didn't stay around St. Petersburg for all the complex examinations that would have to be made to test his sanity. I had enough of St. Petersburg. Expense account, item 3, hotel and board, $79.30. Item 4, hospital, $168.13. Item 5, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $573.49. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, freshens your taste, sweetens your breath. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied, makes whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Yes, for refreshment plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Millions enjoy it daily. Get a few packages and always keep some handy. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by E. Jack Newman with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were John McIntyre, Joe Kearns, Jeanette Nolan, Virginia Gregg, and Jay Novello. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Henry Grant, Johnny. You read your morning paper yet?
I'm on page 4 on my second donut.
Well, turn back to page 1. There's a picture there of Mrs. Frank Loring.
Oh, I read it. Enoch Arden divorce decree. Husband missing 7 years. New York court declared him legally dead. So?
So we had him insured for $250,000.
And this court decision means you'll have to pay off?
Within 10 days.
Something make you think Loring isn't as dead as he ought to be?
It's a possibility. I had a phone call a little while ago from a woman up in Boston. She saw the item, too.
What's her connection?
She's a nurse. 10 years ago, when we issued the Loring policy, she was working for the physician who examined him. Now, her story may not mean anything, but, well, I asked her to take the first plane she could get and come in for a talk. She should be here by 11 o'clock.
I'll grab a cab and come right over.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. Yes, for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, it's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, delicious flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and gives you a nice little lift. The good, smooth chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Hemispheric Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Enoch Arden matter. Expense account item 1, 50 cents, cab fare to your home office, where Henry Grant provided me with a complete file of previous investigations and police reports covering the disappearance of Frank Loring. I was about halfway through them when Grant came in with an attractive woman in her early 30s.
Johnny, this is Miss Ruth Boulogne, the young lady I told you about.
How you do?
Miss Boulogne, this is Johnny
How do you
Dollar.
do?
Mr. Dollar's an investigator, Miss Boulogne. I want you to tell him exactly what you told me on the phone this morning and, well, anything else you may have thought of on the way down here.
Well, I don't really know whether I've anything to tell.
You worked for the doctor who examined Loring when his policy was issued?
Yes, Dr. Felton. That was in New York. I'd just gotten out of training. It was my first job. I was only there 3 months, then I went into the Army during the war.
Mm-hmm.
And since the war, I've worked in Boston, the Haywood Clinic. I feel sort of foolish telling you all this. I'm probably wrong.
But she thinks she saw Loring in Boston, Johnny.
When?
Well, about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago yesterday.
Where?
At the clinic. Look, really, I'm not sure about
You're not
all this.
hurting anybody, Miss Boulogne. Suppose you just tell us, and we'll take it from there.
Well, as I said, it was 2 weeks ago. A man came to the clinic. He wanted to be vaccinated.
He give his name?
Yes, but it wasn't Frank Loring. He gave the name of Michael Walsh. I thought he looked familiar, but I couldn't place him.
What was the reason for the vaccination?
He needed an international certificate of vaccination. It's required by law for anybody going abroad.
Oh, he was leaving the country.
Well, I guess so. He wanted the certificate. I administered the vaccine. He came back 5 days later, and the doctor entered the result on his card and signed it. That's all I know.
What made you connect this Michael Walsh with Frank Loring?
I really don't know. I didn't until this morning. I remembered thinking I'd seen him before, and then when I saw that story this morning about Mrs. Loring, the name just came into my mind.
You'd only seen Loring once, 10 years ago?
Yes, but as I said, it was my first job, and I was impressed at the time having him for a patient.
Why impressed?
Well, I knew he was an actor. I'd seen a couple of shows he was in, read his name in columns, things like that.
Did this Michael Walsh look like Frank Loring, as you remembered him?
No, he didn't. I can't explain it.
Well, it seemed worth a try, anyhow, John.
Wait a minute, Grant. Let's not chuck it out so easily. I've been reading this file on Loring. Played a lot of character roles. Expert on dialects and makeup. A man like that could change his appearance very easily. Something about him, the way he moved, the tone of his voice. Something registered with this girl.
He'd have recognized her, too, when he went to the clinic.
She was impressed with him. She had a reason to remember. He didn't.
I feel a little foolish.
And I feel a little curious. How about you, Grant?
I've been curious all morning. So curious, I checked the steamship and airline.
And?
And a man named Michael Walsh sailed on the SS Castillo 6 days ago. She runs between Boston and Santiago, Chile.
You know when she reaches the Panama Canal?
Yeah, day after tomorrow. That's plenty of time for you to get down there by air.
Yeah, with enough to spare for a stopover in New York and a chat with Mrs. Loring. Expense account item 2, $11.30. Train fare and incidentals between Hartford, Connecticut and the Greenwich Village section of New York, where Mrs. Frank Loring was living it up bohemian fashion. It was evening and the party was in full swing when I arrived. The apartment door was wide open, so I just walked in. Somebody shoved a glass into my hand like they used to do it at the local movie houses on dish nights.
Wow. You must be Linda's boyfriend.
Oh, must I?
I knew it the minute I saw you. She always goes for the same type. Musician, aren't you? They always are. What do you play?
Ring Alivio and double on Parcheesi.
Oh, a funny one, eh? Well, Linda said when you got here to tell you the benefit is going to run late, so make yourself comfy and wait. She won't be here until 12. I'm Freddie.
You must be a poet.
How did you know?
I'm psychic. Now, what's the party for?
Oh, Marcia's celebrating. She's going to get $250,000 just because her husband, Frank, disappeared. She ought to be happy enough just to be rid of him.
Don't be so bitter, lad. It'll throw your rhymes out of meter.
I helped her get over him. I helped her. Anytime she wanted anything, all she had to do was call little Freddie. Now she's getting all that money and she'll just run out.
Oh, she wouldn't do that to you, would she?
Oh, no? That's how much you know about women. She's going to Chile, South America.
Oh, now that's an interesting bit of information, Freddie.
She thinks I don't know about it. The airline called to confirm her reservation while she was out shopping this afternoon.
Which one of those lovely ladies is Marcia Loring?
Those? She doesn't look like any of them. Marcia's out in the kitchen fixing sandwiches. She needn't think she'll get any help from me.
Oh, maybe I can lend a hand.
Listen, mister, you've got a girl coming.
Oh, sure, Linda. Well, she told me to give Marcia a message. Besides, you don't want to talk to me. Interferes with your brooding. I'll see you later, Fred.
Come on.
Well, hello. Come in. I'm making sandwiches for the starving multitude.
I know. I came in to help.
How are you on opening bottles?
Champagne?
What, for those peasants? Beer. It's right there. The opener's on the hook.
Oh, we're in business.
Hey, what are you, a party crasher, or did you come with one of the girls?
A crasher.
Oh, the breed is improving.
We both know some of the same people, though.
Like who? Who's been hiding you from me?
Fellow up in Boston.
I don't know anyone in Boston.
Not even Michael Walsh?
Get out of here.
Now listen, Mrs. Loring.
I said get out. You weren't invited here. You don't belong here, so...
What is it, Marcia? What happened? What did he do?
Keep your rompers on, Shakespeare.
I told you not to bother her. You musician.
Look out, Freddie!
Oh, no!
I came out of it lying on the cold stone of a basement areaway. And then I went in search of a diner, a telegraph office. Expense account item 3, 80 cents for breakfast and aspirin. Item 4, $1.20 for a telegram advising that payment of the Loring claim be delayed until my investigation was completed. Item 5, $7.60, cab fare to the international airport. And item 6, $415, plane fare and incidentals to the city of Colon, Panama Canal Zone. As usual, it was raining in Colon. The SS Castillo had reached port slightly ahead of schedule. It was waiting to go through the locks when I made my way aboard. It was almost midnight. I located the name of Michael Walsh on the passenger list posted in the lounge, and then made my way to the inside cabins on B deck. I knocked on the door of cabin B64. There was no answer.
May I help you, senor?
You the cabin steward?
Si.
I'm looking for the passenger who occupies this cabin.
Oh, Senor Walsh is not here. He's gone ashore.
In this downpour?
Si.
Look, here's $5. All you have to do for it is to bring me the biggest towel you can find and open this cabin so I can wait inside.
Gracias, senor. But if you are waiting for Senor Walsh, he will not be back.
Why not? He's booked through to Santiago.
When he went ashore an hour ago, he took his baggage with him. I helped him with it.
You know where he went?
No, senor. He was most anxious to get ashore as soon as our lines were fast.
I see. Ship's wireless take any kind of cablegram for him in the past 24 hours?
Si. I delivered one to him in the middle of last night. It was most urgent, I think. He seemed most concerned.
Yeah, I thought so. Thanks. I knew that Frank Loring, alias Michael Walsh, wasn't going to be easy to find. Away from the ship, he was likely to have a third name. And since he was an expert with dialects, there was every chance he'd adopt a different nationality. I thought about it as I made my way through the narrow, rain-swept streets. I seemed to be the only man without shelter in all of Panama. But I wasn't.
Do you have a match, senor?
Huh? Oh, I could hardly see you. Yeah, I got a match. I doubt it will light in this rain.
You don't appreciate the rain, senor? In the rain, I always get what I want. The turistas, they never refuse Jose.
Hey, that isn't a cigarette in your hand.
No, senor. It is a gun. You join me in the doorway, no?
Well, I'd rather die than say no.
Now, if the senor has some little thing he wishes to give Jose for a gift, Jose will be most grateful.
I don't have much cash, but this wristwatch is worth a couple of $100.
Oh, see. Oh, that's a very nice one. I will like that.
He bent his head slightly to look at the watch, and his gun hand dipped automatically. I brought my hands up to undo the watch strap, stepped quickly to the side, and let Jose have a left in the solar plexus. Now, drop it.
Very well, senor. If you insist.
That's better.
You are going to turn me over to the police, senor?
Well, that depends.
Oh, senor, the jail here is very bad. Jose does not like it.
I tell you what. You help me and I'll help you.
What kind of help does the senor need?
Suppose the police or somebody were after me. Suppose I had to get out of here without using my passport. How would I do it?
From Colon? There is no way, senor. Too many Americano officers.
There must be some way out.
30 miles down the coast is Puerto Bello, senor. It was once the hiding place for pirates. In Puerto Bello is a cafe called the Geisha Girl.
The Geisha Girl?
Si. And the proprietor is Senor Kamamoto in Japanese. He is very good at making people disappear, senor.
Friends, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a refreshing little lift. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes your job seem easier. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving, when you're enjoying sports and other activities. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum tastes good anytime, and the natural chewing aids digestion and helps keep your teeth bright and attractive. Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 7. $20, flat rate. For the native taxi that slithered its way down the miserable, muddy road to Portobello, Caribbean stronghold of the old-time pirates. It was a port of intrigue, an international black hole, a Western Hemisphere counterpart of Shanghai or Calcutta or Suez. And at the bottom of the hole was the Geisha Girl Cafe.
You look lonesome, mate.
Maybe it's because I want to be. I don't know you, and you don't know me. Let's keep it that way.
Now, that ain't no way to be. Especially here in Portobello, where we're all friendly like. You looking for Yamamoto?
What are you, a cop?
Well, I've been a lot of things, Governor. Never a cop. What's the matter? Start on a little trip and forget your passport?
Let's say I lost it. What are you doing? Running a private embassy?
Yeah, I'm sort of a missionary for people in trouble. You look like you're in trouble.
I'll talk to Kamamoto about that. Where is he?
Try the storeroom back there. It ought to be worth the price of a drink, eh?
Thanks. Here, drown yourself.
Oh, it's nice of you, Governor.
Kamamoto? Ow. Hey. Anybody in here? Oh, matches.
Don't bother with that. We won't need a light.
Oh.
Well done, Suki. You may read now. I will tie him up.
I came to in a room filled with packing cases and lit by a feeble candle. 2 men were seated on a couple of small barrels. One of them was the Cockney who had spoken to me in the bar. The other was a Japanese.
Are you feeling better, Mr. Dollar?
How did you know my name?
From your American driver's license?
Is that all he had on him?
Well, there was some money which I will find most useful. You were carrying the exact amount required to pay for your passage, Mr. Dollar.
Over $1,000? That's pretty high fare.
I am a charitable man. My rates are based upon what my passengers can afford to pay. An unscheduled ship line is expensive to operate. So you will be taken aboard the Kiramatsu shortly. You will sail at 4 a.m.
For where?
You will be put ashore somewhere in South America. Venezuela, possibly, or Brazil.
I'm not your only passenger.
Oh, no. No, you are not.
Well, how about untying me? As long as we're friends.
Well, you will be untied when you reach your destination.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I can see the point here where somebody might give you away, but why aboard ship?
Well, fugitives from the law are a risky cargo, Mr. Dollar. The South American nations are rather thorough about their coastal patrol. So, if you are tied up, we can make certain you are not caught.
What do you mean, Kamamoto?
Simply that you're hot cargo, Mr. Dollar. And the only way to carry hot cargo is to be certain that you can dispose of it in an emergency. If we are challenged by a patrol vessel, you'll be weighted down and thrown overboard.
It was dark when they carried me aboard and left me still trussed in the deck cabin. Then the Kiramatsu pitched and rolled her way into the open sea. I knew that Loring was on board someplace, and I knew something else. Kamamoto had lied to the Cockney about what he'd found when he searched me. He had more than a driver's license. He had my insurance company credentials and my passport. Then the door opened, and I got something else to think about.
Buenos dias, Senor Dollar.
Jose, how did you get here?
After you left me, I ran into another Americano with no wristwatch but much money. He was kind to me. He gave me money to leave the country when I told him about the bad jails.
Well, how come Kamamoto is letting you run loose?
Why, you are the only one who is tied up, senor. I do not think they intend for you to finish the trip.
How many other passengers are there?
Besides us, 3. A man and a woman came just before we sailed.
That's 2. Who's the other one?
A man with a white suit and a hat.
A Cockney accent?
What is that?
He sounded like an Englishman?
Oh, yes, he is English.
Yeah, I thought so. How many in the crew?
Kamamoto and 5 seamen. It is a very small boat.
Yeah, I can feel that. Look, Jose, I gave you a break with the police. How about giving me one?
I'm a businessman, senor. No sentiment.
$1,000. Guaranteed by an American insurance company. If you cut these ropes and lend me your gun.
Cash, senor. No credit. Too much book.
I haven't got any cash. Kamamoto took it all.
Too bad. Maybe next time.
There isn't going to be any next time for me. Ever buy a sweepstake ticket?
See?
Well, then take a chance on me. Come on. How about it?
All right. But when is the time for the drawing? To see if my ticket wins.
As soon as you get these ropes off. But let's do it now. This tub may get to my stop any minute. Jose cut the ropes and gave me his gun. There was an oil slicker hanging behind the cabin door, and I slipped it on for cover. The crew on deck was too busy to be counting noses in the storm. I edged my way forward to the main cabin, grasped the door handle, and crashed in.
Dollar!
Now, let's not get jumpy, anybody. I'm wet and I'm mad, and I've been pushed about as far as I go.
Well, good for you, Governor. Glad to see you up and about.
You can drop the accent, Loring, and stop flexing your fingernails, Freddie. Now, what's the matter, Marcia? You get too nervous to stay home and fix sandwiches?
I didn't have to stay. My lawyers can collect for me.
Now, what? Loring looks pretty alive to me, even with that Cockney accent.
I'm more alive than you're going to be.
Don't be a fool, Loring. You're more of a clay pigeon than I am. You've been practicing for the part for 7 years.
What are you talking about?
You think you were going to get to spend any of that insurance money?
You think I'm not?
Ask Freddie. How about it, Freddie?
I don't know anything. I just came with Marcia because she asked me to.
Freddie's a nice boy, Loring. He writes poetry, and he'll do anything Marcia asks him to. Won't you, Freddie?
What are you trying to do?
Wait a minute. I want to hear this.
Yeah, you ought to, before your hearing stops altogether. Maybe you've been dead for 7 years, but your widow hasn't been putting flowers on your tombstone.
You stop talking about Marcia.
You see, Loring? Freddie gets mad when I talk about Marcia. Freddie loves Marcia, don't you, Freddie?
Yes.
You ever take a look at his eyes, Loring? If Marcia said the word, he'd put a knife in you in a minute. Think it over, mister. Michael Walsh turns up dead in South America, and Mrs. Frank Loring and friend Freddie go back to Greenwich Village with $250,000. Only this time they'd have nothing to worry about.
Don't listen to him, Frank.
Why not, Angel? He sounds like a pretty smart guy.
We've waited 7 years for this. Do you think I'd have anything to do with this little idiot? I've used him, that's all.
Marcia.
You see, Freddie? She'll get rid of you, too, after a while. There'll always be somebody else coming along to open the beer bottles.
I was kind of wondering how Freddie got in on this little trip. I was wondering why we kept something between ourselves for 7 years, and then you spill it to him.
I was frightened, Frank. I knew Dollar was after you. That's why I wired you. I couldn't come down here alone until I was sure we'd be together.
We'll be together, and we'll stay together until the money comes. Then maybe I'll have some ideas of my own.
Give up, Loring. You're never going to get that money.
Yes, I am, Dollar. Kamamoto's standing right behind you, the curtain between this cabin and the next one.
Don't turn, Mr. Dollar.
Now, let me have that gun, Dollar. All right, Kamamoto. Now let's get rid of him.
Oh, of course, Mr. Dollar.
Why, Kamamoto? Why don't we bargain a little first?
I'm afraid you are not in a bargaining position.
How much is he going to give you for dropping me?
You'll get $5,000, Dollar.
Oh, you're dealing with a real cheapskate, Kamamoto. I'm worth more than that.
I could shut you up right here.
Please, Mr. Loring. Let the gentleman speak. And do not use that gun unless I say so. This is my ship.
You took my credentials before, Kamamoto. You know who I am.
Yes.
How much did Loring tell you he was going to collect?
He's stalling, Kamamoto. Get rid of him.
I warned you, Mr. Loring. I will decide who leaves the ship, and when, and how. Suppose you tell me the amount of the piracy, Mr. Dollar.
$250,000.
He's lying. It's only $25,000.
Is it, Loring? I tell you what I'll do then, Kamamoto.
Put us both ashore back in the canal zone where I can get them into the hands of American authorities, and my company will pay you $25,000.
And I'll make it $50,000, Kamamoto, $50,000.
I bid 60. Do I hear 70? Come on, Loring, bid. I can go the whole $250,000. Won't cost my company any more either way.
I'll kill you, Dollar.
No! Loring and Kamamoto fired at the same time. Both of them were hit, but only Kamamoto went down. Loring turned to Marcia.
You wanted him. You can go together. All right, Dollar. That ends everything. Now I'm around to you for sure.
Oh, I wouldn't count on it, Loring. This time I've got a friend in the doorway.
What he says is true, senor. Senor Kamamoto was no longer using his gun, so I took it. Besides, you have only one bullet left. I have 5. You kill Mr. Dollar, and I will have to kill you.
You're cooked, Loring. Your wife's dead. You couldn't even get the money if you could get away.
All right. Here. You can have it. Kamamoto hit me in the side. It hurts.
Maybe I can patch it up a little. You better just rip your shirt.
I loved her. She always wanted things more than an actor could give her.
Whose idea was it?
Hers. I hid out like a dog. She sneaked up to Boston to see me. Maybe once every 6 months after the first year. The rest of the time I was without her. I guess she wasn't lonely.
Yeah. Some women never are. And that about finished it. Expense account, item 8, $60, miscellaneous expenses. Expense account, item 9, $1,000 as promised to Jose. Item 10, $421.80. Plane fare and incidental expenses from Colan, Panama Canal Zone, back to Hartford. Total expenses, $1,879.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Remember, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, freshens your taste, sweetens your breath. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Yes, for refreshment plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Millions enjoy it daily. Get a few packages and always keep some handy. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Joel Murcott with music by Milton Charles. Featured in tonight's cast were Stacey Harris, Jeanette Nolan, Sidney Miller, Mary Jane Croft, Elliott Reed, John McIntyre, and Howard McNear. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, this is Henry Foreman down here in Fort Jarvis, New York.
Port Jarvis.
That's right.
Lucky man.
I beg your pardon?
Well, the Delaware River on one side and the Neversink on the other, and that Neversink just happens to be one of my favorite trout streams.
Oh, I see.
Many's the time I've wet a line in that piece of water. Foreman, did you say?
Yes, I'm the local representative for Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company.
What can I do for you, Mr. Foreman?
Not for me, Mr. Dollar, but for one of my clients. I should say the husband of one of our clients, one of our rather important clients.
Yes?
His name is Tekler, Rudolph Tekler, and he lives a few miles north of here, the other side of Monticello.
I see.
Lovely place. 200 or 300 acres of beautiful woodland, a private lake, and so on.
Sounds very nice.
Usually, though, at this time of year, they're back in New York at their big apartment, one of those luxurious duplex affairs on East River.
Also sounds like they're really loaded.
Loaded? Oh, yes. Oh, you mean... yes, Mr. Dollar, they're quite wealthy.
Well, now, what's his problem?
I haven't the least idea.
Hmm?
All I know is that he called me a few minutes ago, and he asked, well, as a matter of fact, he insisted that you come and see him. If, that is, you have some free time, and by that he meant anything from a few days to a few weeks.
Funny. Must have something to do with his insurance.
I don't know, sir.
Well, look, Mr. Foreman.
He did make it very plain that it's most important. Important to you, that is, to you personally.
To me?
Yes, he implied that if there were any question about your expenses, so on, why, he'd be more than glad to pay your expense account himself.
Ah.
Yes. Oh, in other words, Mr. Dollar...
In other words, maybe I can be a little free with the old expense account for a change.
Well, now, that isn't quite what I was thinking.
Well, let's pretend it was, though.
Now, look
Now,
here.
just relax, Mr. Foreman. I'll grab a plane or a train or something and be down there to see you.
Now, Mr.
I'll
Dollar.
see you.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company office in Port Jarvis, New York. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Monticello mystery matter. Expense account item 1, $9.10 plane fare to New York. Item 2, $50 deposit on a rental car. I picked up Route 46, then 23, and some 70-odd miles later, pulled into Port Jarvis at the point where Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York all come together. It's a nice little city there on the Delaware. Quite a railroad center, and even better known for its glass companies. Henry Foreman's office was on Main Street, and after the usual howdy-doos, I again asked the question.
Believe me, Mr. Dollar, I don't know anything more about it than I told you on the phone. But in view of this company's policy of service to its clients, service of any kind, well, I felt we must accede to his request that you be brought down here.
I see.
And after all, when you consider the size of Mrs. Tekler's life policy alone, the annual premiums we collect on it, and remember this too, sir. She was a client of the company's long before she married Tekler. She's the widow of the late Horace Rathbun Mellinger. Well, you know.
The big steel and oil fortune.
Yeah.
Well, it's no wonder, then, the Teklers are loaded.
Precisely.
Well, just give me their address, and I'll see what I can do about inaugurating a Share the Wealth program. I drove north on 42 for some 25 miles to Monticello. Especially at this time of the year, this foot of the Catskills country is mighty beautiful. Then west for a few miles to the little town of Bethel, then north on a narrow, twisting little road to a spot somewhere between Canosa Lake and Swan Lake. There was a tall steel wire fence about the place, but the heavy gate was unlocked, so I went on through. And there it was. About as isolated and beautiful a place as I've ever seen. It might as well have been 100 miles away from the dozens of resorts and vacation spots that dot that area. The main building, the lodge, I guess you'd call it, was a kind of a large, two-story log cabin affair with a high peaked roof that would shed the winter snow. It was surrounded on three sides by tremendous trees, and they framed the lodge perfectly. It was a picture spot of the sort you see in a movie. And on the fourth side, out in front of the lodge and not more than 100 yards away, one look at that blue, placid lake. and there must have been at least 20 acres of it. Made me wish that I'd brought along every bit of fishing tackle I'd ever owned. As I stood there by the side of my car, taking it all in, a pair of lunker smallmouth bass jumped clear of the water, scattering it like the proverbial pearls in the sunshine.
So you like it, huh?
Like it? Oh, brother, what a fisherman's heaven this is.
Yes, it really is. And you must be Johnny Dollar, and I'm Rudy Tekla. And how are you?
Spellbound, if you want the truth. I didn't think a place like this ever really existed. Look at that. Did you see him?
I saw him.
Son of a gun, Mr. Tekla. That bass just broke water out there. Must be over 3 pounds. You're a fisherman, too?
Mm-hmm. I certainly am.
What are we doing just standing here?
I thought you might just possibly feel that way about it.
Why, sure. Why aren't we out there and... Oh, it is slightly out of season, isn't it?
Well, what's the difference? Private lake on private property. If the game warden comes around, I just shoo him away.
I also forgot that I'm supposed to be up here on business.
Oh? Are you?
Well, aren't I?
Not so far as I know.
You're kidding.
Not a bit.
Well, you sent for me, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. My wife and I sent for you, but not on business.
I don't get it. Not on business?
Not a bit of it.
Well, why then?
Johnny, suppose you come on into the house. Here, I'll help you with your bag.
Well, now, wait, Mr. Tekla.
Oh, no, come. Mr. Tekla, a fine fishing pal you're going to make. To you, it's Rudy, okay?
Okay, Rudy, fine. Now, what was that crack about a fishing pal?
Now, come along into the house and meet Nancy, my wife. Come on.
All right. But if you're implying that you sent for me just to fish this beautiful lake of yours...
Well, why not?
Well, I'm afraid it's a little hard to believe.
I don't see why.
Well, let's just say I've been around, Mr. Rudy.
Well, then maybe if Nancy tells you the same thing.
Well, much as I'd like to, I still won't believe it.
Come along and we'll see.
Maybe because of long years in this job of mine, I'm overly suspicious. But it all seemed just a little too good to be true. Now, I ask you, what would you think if a couple of complete strangers casually handed you the sort of chance and situation you've only dared dream about all your life? Yes, and when I met Mrs. Tekla there in the lodge, that silly little bell in the back of my head that saved my job and even my life on occasion, that warning, if you like, suddenly began to ring out loud and clear.
Have you ever stopped to realize how lucky we are? When people behind the Iron Curtain turn on their radios, they hear only what their leaders want them to hear. In this country, you can flick a switch day or night and get a true, complete report of what's happening everywhere. You get the news first, fastest, most accurately, and most completely when your dial is set to this CBS radio network station. Because the network is serviced by the far-flung fact-gathering facilities of expanded CBS News. Experienced CBS newsmen stationed in strategic places of the world over are on top of a story the moment it breaks. For news about local, state, national, and international affairs, even the news from out of this world, count on the frequent broadcasts of expanded CBS News. Hear CBS News every hour on the hour, every weekday. Wherever you are, keep in touch with the world through world-spanning CBS News. In this land where the news is free and reliable, let CBS News satisfy your need to know.
Mrs. Rudolph Tekla, beneficiary of the vast Horace Rathbone Mellinger fortune, was short, sweet, pert, and pretty. About 5 feet 2 or 3 with a trim, almost wiry figure. She had a pale, flawless complexion, sparkling dark blue eyes that contrasted with her light-colored hair, and she gave the impression of being very active, very alert, in spite of the fact that she must have been almost 60 years of age.
Then you do like our little country place, Mr. Dollar.
Like it? I love it, Mrs. Tekla.
Oh, I knew you would. We do, too, don't we, darling?
Well, you know the answer to that as well as I do, Nan.
And, Johnny, you must call me Nancy, even if only to flatter me and make me feel young again.
Well, you are young, Nancy.
Well, thank you. In spite of the fact I had to ask for it.
Not at all.
You see, Johnny, this was Horace's. He was my first husband. Horace's hunting lodge. We used to come up here during the deer season, and we'd have all sorts of people around shooting off guns and playing poker all night and eating their heads off and making a general nuisance of themselves. But Horace liked it, so I put up with it. spite of all the work it meant for me.
It certainly did, and it still does. And I think we ought to bring a couple of the servants up here.
Oh, now, darling.
Well, you work much too hard all the time we're here.
Yes, but I like getting away from the servants for a change. And all their problems.
Well, I know, Nan.
And it's no hardship for me. Does me good, keeps me healthy.
Well, just the same, Nancy, next year when we come up here...
Next year? Well, we'll see. But if I'm feeling as well as I do now... Well, anyway, Johnny.
Yes?
After Horace died, well, Rudy's never liked hunting, have you, dear?
Well, Johnny, I'm no sissy, but I just don't like killing, that's all. I mean, poor, dumb animals. Fishing, though? That's something else again.
I'm with you.
So, after Rudy and I got married, that was in 58, well, that's when he put in the lake. Stocked it with nice big bass and some pickerel and sunfish and bluegills and things.
Oh, you have me fairly drooling, you know that.
Well, I'm glad, because that's the reason I thought of having you up here. And when I suggested it to Rudy...
now, honey.
Well, at first he thought I was silly. But then when he had a chance to think it over, he was just as enthusiastic about having you here as I was.
Just to go fishing?
Well, Johnny, I'll make a true confession. I'm an old fan of yours.
Oh?
I never miss those weekly radio reports you make on the cases you solve.
Well, maybe I'm lucky you don't know about the ones I don't solve.
I think the work you do is wonderful. And I've wanted to meet you for years.
Well, I thank you, ma'am.
Well, but never having any insurance problems, well, I just couldn't think of a logical excuse. And I knew you'd only be bored to death at any of the constant round of big, dull parties we have to give all winter long down in New York.
And believe me, Johnny, they are dull. But they're expected in this circle that we're obliged to travel in.
You know, Johnny, old friends of Horace's, so what can we do? Anyway, one Sunday night, listening to one of your radio reports, well, I suddenly realized you constantly talk about fishing. So here you are, and please stay as long as you like.
Nancy, I love you dearly.
Good. And by way of celebration, darling, why don't you pour us all a drink, huh?
Good idea.
And then while I'm fixing dinner, there'll still be about an hour of daylight. Why don't you two go out on the lake?
A very good idea.
And Johnny Dollar, if you don't bring back at least a couple of 5-pounders...
I promise, Nancy. Honest Injun. Short, sweet, pert, and pretty, I said. I should have added one more adjective. Smart. And that's why, in spite of her excuse for having me around, I wondered what her real reason was. But they didn't give me much time for wondering or anything else. Within half an hour, Rudy and I were out on the lake. That beautiful hunk of water so loaded with fighting bass that who could miss coming in with a limit? But we did. For no sooner had we got started across toward the far side, where there was plenty of the reeds and lily pads the big ones like to hide under.
Johnny, it looks to me...
Yeah, I see the place, Rudy, and if there aren't some lunkers over there, I'll eat my shirt.
No, what I was thinking
I still think we could have got a sackful right off the dock.
But not the big ones. No, what I was thinking of is that mass of black clouds moving in on us there.
You're right. Look, there's a little shop building up in the water, too.
Yes, I'm afraid we're in for a sudden blow and a lot of rain. You know what that does to the fishing.
Oh, darn it, especially in a shallow lake like this one.
But I tell you, it's not as shallow as it looks.
Oh?
See, this was a kind of canyon up here in these mountains before we dammed it up, and some of the spots are nearly 20 feet deep.
Maybe we better figure... Uh-oh.
Yeah, here it comes.
Boy, don't you mean here it is. Wow.
Regular cloudburst. Certainly can't fish in this, can't even see where we are.
I'm afraid you're right, Rudy.
Well, don't you worry. We'll have plenty of time in the days ahead for all the fishing you can take.
Well, that may be a bigger order than you think.
Of course, if this blows over, we can come out tonight again. Sometimes the night fishing is great.
I'll try anything.
But as long as it keeps up like this... Oh, well, I'm sorry. So we'll go on back to the dock, if I can find it. Then back to the house, build a big fire. We can sit in front of it and drown our sorrows, huh?
You mean if we don't get ourselves drowned first?
Right.
After cocktails, and plenty of them, during the delicious dinner Nancy had cooked for us, although we talked about nothing but fishing, I began to wonder again. Because I suddenly became aware of something between these two that hadn't shown before, but I couldn't quite put my finger on. A sort of tension that they both very obviously tried to hide. This very young man and the older, wealthy woman he'd married. Later, in the living room, as we sat in front of a roaring fire and Rudy became a bit too generous with the highballs, especially his own, I wondered some more, because several times when he glanced over at her while she was talking to me, there was a very strange look in his eyes. Fear? Could it have been fear? But of what? I decided I'd better get him alone and talk to him, but by the time Nancy went up to her room to bed, the drinks had had their effect on him, and he didn't make very much sense.
Just one more little one, huh, Johnny? I mean, for a sort of nightcap.
No,
huh?
thanks, Rudy. I've had enough. You always drink this much?
Oh, well, remember what I said this afternoon? Drown your sorrows, I said. Drown your sorrows. Yeah, Johnny, it's a very good idea. Okay, bottoms up. Oh.
Rudy, are you worried about something?
Why, me? With lots of money, I never have to do liquor work. Nice little wife, couple of nice places to live. Not me, Johnny. Not a thing in the world. Not as long as I can drown my sorrows. Hey, let's have just one more.
Now, look, if the weather stays clear the way it is right now and we're going to do any fishing tomorrow morning, maybe we better hit the sack, huh?
Yeah, sure, okay. You find your way up to your room all right?
I think I can. The point is, can you?
Me? Oh, sure. Right next to Nancy's room. You're on the other side. Oh. Well, shall we?
I think we'd better. I helped him up to his room, put him to bed, and he promptly went out like a light. What he'd said about the clean, cool mountain air was certainly true. I slept like a log, almost as though I'd been drugged, and not because of the after-dinner drinks. I'd watched that pretty carefully. Then, shortly after sunup, came the rude awakening.
Yeah, yes, Johnny. Johnny!
Yes. What's the matter, Rudy? What is it?
It's Nancy. Something's happened to her. Come on, quickly, quickly!
Where can you find such entertainers as Buster Davenport and his Talking Minor Bird? Where can you find Lucille and her magic ocarina, or Little Billy and his 14-piece jug band? Well, frankly, we don't know where you can find them. But one sure thing, here on the CBS Radio Network, you find the top names in show business: Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Gary Moore, Bing Crosby, and Rosemary Clooney. And you find them here every weekday morning. Guaranteed entertainment, Monday through Friday, right here at the Star's address.
All right, what is it, Rudy? What's happened?
She's gone. Nancy's gone. Something's happened to her. Look at this. Her bed's been slept in, but she isn't here.
All right, now, just take it easy. Maybe she just got up early to fix breakfast for us before we go out on the lake.
No, Johnny. She isn't anywhere. I mean, not anywhere in the house. I've looked all over.
Out for an early walk, maybe.
What, without getting dressed?
How do you know that?
Look, the only things that are missing are the nightgown she wore and her robe and a pair of slippers.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you've checked every other article of clothing she owns?
Well, no, of course not. But those things are missing.
Did you look around the ground?
Oh, yes, all over. Except in the woods, of course.
Which just happens to cover most of this place of yours.
Johnny, the point is she's gone without letting me know. I say something's happened to her.
How many cars do you keep here?
Well, just the one, but it's still in the garage. Besides, Nancy doesn't drive.
Did you look for any footprints when you were outside?
Yes.
In the mud from that rain we had?
Yes, Johnny, there were none.
How about tracks down at the gate?
The road is paved down to the gate, even out to the highway.
Is there any way off the property except through that gate?
No, there's no other way out. What could have happened to her?
Just calm down, Rudy. Let me get some clothes on and we'll look around.
I hope she's all right.
Any reason why she shouldn't be?
Well, no, of course not, and yet...
Yes? Well?
Oh, there was something. Last night, Johnny, there in front of the fireplace.
Yeah?
Well, didn't you get the feeling, too, that she was worried about something?
Now that you mention it, yes. But what?
I wish I knew. Then maybe I'd know what's happened to her.
All right, you go downstairs and make some coffee while I get into my clothes. Then we'll have a look around. I still didn't understand all his alarm until we had to look around that place. And I mean all of it. There was no sign of her anywhere, no clue as to why or where she'd gone. And to leave by that front gate and only a nightgown and a robe, Rudy must have been wrong about that.
But even if she did change, why aren't those things still here? And why did she leave? And without letting me know, Johnny, it isn't like her.
Rudy, any problems between you two?
Oh, good heavens, no. Nothing serious.
In spite of all her money? And let's face it, your comparative youth...
Oh, now wait a minute. Now, I resent that, Johnny. I mean, whatever implication you're trying to make.
What about your drinking?
What, do you say that just because I happened to have a few too many last night? Oh, no. Now, that's ridiculous. And she would have told me if she'd really objected to it.
Speaking of which, I think I could use one.
Yes, so can I.
All right, I'll get her something.
No, I'll get them. The stuff is still on the bar from last night.
I'll get them, Rudy. You just sit tight and keep an eye out this front window in case.
Well, but I... All right. Bourbon, you know?
Yes, I know. It had really hit me. Two things. Several things. Like the complete lack of a hangover, though I'd had to help him up to bed only a few hours before. Nancy and I had been drinking scotch. He'd taken all of his from a bottle of bourbon, so I checked that bottle. Bourbon? Nothing but weak tea. So he'd been putting on an act last night. Why? And why the insistence on keeping my glass filled? More things. That crack about drowning his sorrow, for instance. Was Nancy his sorrow? Because she got wise to the fact that he'd married her only for money? And was she the one who was really afraid? Is that why she'd sent for me? Of course, he hadn't wanted me around at first until he realized what a wonderful cover-up I'd be for him. But then where was the body? There was one place, a very obvious place, maybe so obvious I wasn't expected to think of it. It's the obvious we most often overlook. Or was all this just wild speculation on my part? I had to find out.
You say a hunch, Johnny?
Yes, Rudy, and by some miracle, they usually pay off for me.
Well, what kind of a hunch?
There's one place on this property we didn't think of.
Where?
You just sit tight and finish your drink while I have a look.
Well, all right, Johnny.
You wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes. The little dam there at one end of the lake was a simple affair. 2 concrete abutments with a wall of 12-inch planks between them, one on top of the other. To raise the water level, you added a plank, and to lower it, of course. It was a bit of a struggle to pry away the top one, but I managed it. And the water started pouring out into a sort of canyon below, and then, as I fully expected...
Johnny, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?
Yes, I know, Rudy. I hate to spoil
the whole lake will go down.
You want to give me a hand and help me pull another one of these planks?
What?
Until we get the water low enough to see where you left her body after you killed her last night? Well, Rudy?
Johnny, look, it won't be necessary. You see, I'll show you the spot, but listen to me.
I'm listening.
Not only the insurance, but all of her estate, it'll mine. And without her to dole it out to me like she would to a child. And there's plenty. You see? There's plenty for both of us.
Rudy.
We'll both be rich, Johnny. You understand? You see what I mean? It'll be so easy.
Rudy, I hate to sound corny.
Yes?
But why don't you try telling that to a judge? Any comments? Why bother? I hate this kind of case. But it does happen. Expense account total, including mileage on the rental car and the trip back to Hartford, $71.70. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the Everglades of Florida. And believe me, there are spots in there that can be pretty dangerous. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were William Redfield as Rudy, Adele Ronson as Nancy, and Reynold Osborne as Henry Foreman. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hannon.
I always say if you take a trip halfway around the world, you've got to expect you'll get your ticket punched. This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Constant Sun Trading Company, Cairo, Egypt. And may I say, this is an unexpected pleasure. The one thing I didn't expect to bump into during this case was somebody to pay the bill. It started out being my answer to a fire alarm rung 12,000 miles away by an old wartime friend. It wound up being a game of who gets killed first, with a bunch of guys who suddenly declared themselves a small peacetime war. The difference of opinion arose over a little hassle I might call the expiring nickels and the Egyptian jackpot. Expense account, item 1, $2,200. Air transportation from little old Connecticut to big old French Indochina, or specifically Hartford to Halfpenny. That's where I got off the plane to take a breather. But after smelling the air and getting hit in the face with a bucket full of lukewarm raindrops, I got right on another plane bound for my destination, where I'd been summoned by an urgent cable, Calcutta. We took off on instruments in the downpour of a drenching monsoon. It was like climbing up a waterfall, blindfolded. We got chased up to 20,000 feet, clear up into the penthouse, by a batch of black-hearted thunderheads laced with lightning. And there we stayed, sucking oxygen for 9 dreary hours, and waiting for the moment we'd get off our island in the sky. Expense account, item 2, 3 rupees. Transportation from airport to the address of old friend who had summoned me. A place you'd never expect to find trouble. In church. And what a church. 2 Quonset huts on Chowrangi Road. A couple of dozen wooden benches, a retired USO Hammond organ, and most important, its pastor. A guy I'd met when I was calling the CBI Theater my home away from home, Chaplain Joe Blessing.
Johnny, it's good to see you.
Long time, Joe. Too long. Well, you haven't changed a bit since you were passing out those SL slips to unhappy GIs. So you did decide to stay out here after all.
Yeah. Yeah, I decided the East Indian brand of soul needed a little more saving than the kind I used to know back in Magnolia, Tennessee. Now, come on in the office, Johnny. It was good of you to come right over. You must be wondering why you did.
Well, your cable did start a worry or two, Joe. You know, when an ex-soldier gets a trouble call from a chaplain, something's really wrong. What's up?
Sit down. Johnny, tell me, how'd you like to do some work in my department?
Wait a minute. I wouldn't know where to start.
I'm asking you to save a man's soul and to save another man's life while you're doing it.
Why me, Joe?
Why did I ask you to come all the way from Hartford, Connecticut? Well, Johnny, the ways are devious. There wasn't time for me to do anything else.
Huh?
If I'd gone through the proper channels here, if I'd become involved with all the inevitable red tape, well, there just wasn't time. Johnny, there's a man in Cairo waiting to be executed at dawn day after tomorrow for a murder he didn't commit. And here in Calcutta is a man who not only witnessed that crime, but has in his possession the evidence that can save that man from swinging.
Uh-huh. Now, who is this man on the flying rope end?
Lionel Brooke Nichols. He's the president of a vast enterprise called the Constant Sun Trading Company. Now, Johnny, I wasn't ignoring the fact that you work for a living. I'm sure that if you're successful, you can name your own price. This is not a colloquialism, Johnny, but Mr. Brooke Nichols has nothing but money.
I didn't realize that such big men got into such big trouble.
Oh, he didn't get into it all by himself.
Huh?
Oh, no. No, this particular big man had the bad luck to have a fun-loving cousin who'd like to see him out of the way, and the faster the better.
Name of?
Miles Atkinson. He must be some sort of big wheel in the Egyptian government. That's all I know about him. Except that to gain control of the Constant Sun Company, he would move heaven and earth to see Brooke Nichols dead.
Well, I don't care what he does with the earth, but I guess I can't stand by and let him mess around with your heaven. Now, let's get down to cases. What about this dude here in Calcutta, the witness with the evidence?
Well, his name's William Briggs. He's a very sick man, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that he might die soon, and it looks like he might. He's had a sudden rush of conscience to the mouth. He wants to talk. Evidently, he's decided that since it's too late to save his body, He'd better do a quick job on his soul.
And I nurse him to Cairo, is that it?
Told. I'm sending a young assistant of mine who'll take that job off your hands. I think you'll like him, Johnny. Now, I want you to get Briggs to the right officials. Arrangements have been made for an ambulance to meet you in Cairo. And, well, we've chartered a cargo plane to take you there. Now, the pilot says he can get you there by tomorrow night.
Well, I spent so much time in the air getting here that it shouldn't make any difference. But why a cargo plane? Why not a passenger plane? They have nice soft seats.
Well, Johnny, the airlines refuse to transport a leper.
Heaven sure has some good salesmen on the road, and Chaplain Joe Blessings is one of the best. Before I knew it, a big Horizons Unlimited plane was lifting off the runway at Calcutta, and I was in it. Sitting on a suitcase, it looked like I'd never have time to unpack. The invalid Briggs was forward, being bedded down under the gentle hand of Chaplain Joe's assistant, Frankie.
Well, that is done. And I give up me Saturday afternoon at Belmont Park for this.
You're in luck, Frankie. Think of all the losers you missed betting on.
Mr. Dollar, you have the philosophy of a man who has never enjoyed the exquisite thrill of losing his last $2 upon a horse who was retarding the improvement of the breed.
Young man, you've never heard of the Bluegrass branch of the Dollar family? Kentucky, sir.
Mr. Dollar, sir, if it were not for a certain horse from Kentucky named Breezy Boy, who ran a very poor eighth at Rockingham, I would not only be a Kentucky colonel, I would be a Kentucky general, passing the time of day with my esteemed co-general, 3-star Hennessy. Here.
What's this? Whose briefcase?
Briggs. He wants you should take care of it.
And what's in it?
What's in it should be in a holster.
How do you know?
Mr. Dollar, I got a sense of feel. Besides, I looked. It's a Luger.
A Luger, huh? Yeah. Off that, I'd say we are now in possession of the evidence. The murder weapon, in person. Exhibit A. Oops. Still loaded. With Exhibit A making an arsenal out of my right coat pocket, we touched wheels at Bombay for 3 hours and fuel, and then hiked back up for the run across the Arabian Sea. Made landfall high on the coast of Saudi Arabia, and the freight of the Cuff shoreline led us on to the Queen of Sheba's old hometown, Arden, where we sat down again for service, airplane and personal. Frankie and I got our sick man Briggs out and into the shade of a hangar, figuring he could use a breath of fresh air, but he didn't find it in that sun-baked hellhole. The grubby little ground crew burned up 4 valuable hours, taking their own unsweet time servicing the ship. That left us just 8 hours to get Briggs and his evidence up to Cairo, and left me almost enough time to save Mr. Brooke Nichols from taking the rope ride. Estimated time of arrival, midnight. Time of execution, 6 a.m. And I've learned that British officials are hard to wake up. The pilot stood the ship straight on its tail and made a fighter takeoff, getting out of there. We were 40 minutes out of Arden, about 5,000 feet above the Red Sea, when we ran into what I've learned to expect in my business, the unexpected.
Hello. Could either of you gentlemen tell me where I pay my fare?
Well, where did you come from?
Hey, a walk-on like this I have not seen since Minsky.
It's all right, gentlemen. You can pop your eyes back in. You've seen a woman before.
Oh, I've never scooped one up out of the sky before.
Could it be she is an angel?
What are you doing here?
I'm afraid I'm what you'd call a stowaway.
How'd you get aboard?
When the plane was empty, I locked myself in the powder room. I'm sorry I had to do it this way, but I have to get to Cairo immediately. The next airline flight doesn't go out till 11 tonight.
I should write to the captain and have him turn around and dump you back.
Please, don't. I'm perfectly willing to pay my way.
Don't worry. We can't spare the time.
Mr. Dollar, there are only certain things which make air travel a pleasure to certain people. With me, that is a stewardess, and I would be glad to brief her about her duties.
You go check the patient, Frankie. I'll check Miss Stowaway.
That's what comes from always being only an assistant.
I noticed that poor man on the stretcher when you took him out. Who is he?
Never mind. What's your name?
Fate Fabian.
What's so important you've got to get to Cairo this way?
Sorry, Mr. Dollar, that's a secret.
It's also a secret how you get into that tight little dress you're wearing.
I'm glad you like it.
A dress, yes. Secrets, no. When I find myself in an airplane with a stowaway, I smell trouble.
That trouble you smell costs $85 an ounce.
Now, listen, save your sharp talk for a cocktail lounge. Don't waste it here. You must think I'm kidding. This is serious. You're flying across international boundaries. Now, who are you?
I told you. Fate Fabian. Here. Here is my passport, and here is money. How much?
Okay. We'll call it a sort of bond to ensure your good behavior. $500.
All that for good behavior? That's awfully high.
So is this airplane. If you don't like it, jump. She didn't jump. And, after 7.5 more droning hours, I was glad of it. Fate Fabian was all woman, all beautiful. All in a pretty nice relief from watching the time run through my wristwatch. She spent most of the trip sharing my suitcase with me. But once I looked up at her, when she was silhouetted against the window, posed against that moonstruck Egyptian sky. And it was almost worth the trip, the way she looked, wearing those stars in her hair. Just about then, a vague glow on the horizon took over where my conscience left off. We were coming into Cairo, and the problem of landing 50,000 pounds of airplane replaced the problem of landing 120 pounds of woman. I've never learned how to hold back a sigh of relief when I hear those big tires take a hole in the runway. And I sighed another one when I saw an ambulance standing by at the parking ramp. By the time the loading platform was pushed into place and the door opened, the ambulance was backed up, ready to receive Briggs.
Oh, are you the chap bringing a Mr. Briggs in from Calcutta?
Yeah, that's right. Never mind the stretcher. He's on one.
Oh, right, sir. We'll fetch him off then. Come along, Roscoe. Come in.
You all ready to go, Frankie?
Mr. Dollar, watch your language. That is not the thing to say about Mr. Briggs. But he will look at home in that ambulance.
Now then. Oh, congratulations upon the trip, Governor.
Thanks.
Take the other end, Roscoe. We'll hoist the poor chap out of it. All right, here we go now.
Hey, I'd better check with the pilot, Frankie. Give these guys a hand, will you? They may need it getting down that ramp.
Anything that moves me toward the end of this is a pleasure. Easy now. You want me to help lifting him in? Hey, Mr. Dollar, these guys ain't just plain ambulance drivers.
In just a moment, we return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, whatever you're planning to do over the Labor Day weekend, be sure to plan to listen over most of these same stations tonight to a wonderful new show on CBS. It's Horace Height's original Youth Opportunity Show, a full half hour of fun and excitement. You'll get the thrill of a lifetime hearing talented young Americans get the chance of a lifetime. Don't forget, Sunday night with Horace Height, the Horace Height Original Youth Opportunity Show, starting tonight on CBS.
Tune in this fall for the shows that you love best of all. Listen carefully, here's the address. It's CBS.
Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I had made 4 steps toward the cockpit when I heard Frankie yell, and a half a step back toward the door when I heard the shots. By the time I got to the top of the ramp, the ambulance was about 20 yards away, and pitted against that distance were 2 overlapping thoughts. One, the way to stop, or at least slow it down, was to puncture the rear tires. 2, the tool at hand was that loaded Exhibit A Luger that should have been in my pocket. It wasn't there. I looked around, didn't see it. But I thought I knew where to find it. Come on, open up, or I'll put this fire extinguisher to that door. And if your head isn't in the way, I'll get that neck.
Wait a minute.
Moral, don't use the same hiding place twice.
It could be that I wasn't hiding.
And it could be that purse is now holding a Luger. Give me it. Yeah. Now all I need is to hear you say you don't know how it got there.
I don't know how it got there.
That does it. Come on, you're coming with me. Come on, get going.
Ouch! You don't have to do that.
What I did have to do was dig up some transportation. It turned out to be a taxi whose driver had slept through the excitement and therefore was the only one at the hack stand. I think he was still asleep when I gave my unwilling companion an ungentlemanly shove into the rear seat. And we left. Nobody in full control of their faculties could drive the way he did. He knew he had a horn, but somebody had forgotten to tell him about brakes. All I had to go on was the direction in which that ambulance had taken off, straight toward Cairo. So that's where we went, straight toward Cairo. Come on, whatever your name is, sit up and start your story.
My name is Faith Fabian.
That I couldn't be less interested. What I want to know is where those friends of yours take Briggs and Frankie.
I have no friends.
I can believe that. Whatever those thugs are, where are they?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, don't be coy. You and those mugs in that ambulance add up, that's all. Doesn't take any brains to figure out what you're all working for the same guy.
What same guy?
Miles Atkinson. The guy that's trying to keep witness Briggs and his evidence from saving Brooke Nichols from hanging about 5.5 hours from
You're being stupid.
Maybe so. All I know is somebody got away with a witness, and I find the evidence sharing your purse with your eyebrow
I found
pencil.
it on the plane. Somebody must have dropped
Oh,
it.
don't give me that. You can probably recite the serial number. Okay. You wanted the murder weapon? I'm going to be a real nice guy, just long enough to give it to you. And then I'm going to give you to the police. They have a nice little game they play with combinations like that. Hello. Are you the chief inspector?
I am.
Now, this girl keeps telling me her name is Faith Fabian.
How do you do, Inspector? I've looked forward to this.
I'll bet. Well, my name is Johnny Dollar. I'm looking for somebody who knows the Brooke Nichols case.
Well, you certainly came to the right place. I know about the Brooke Nichols case.
Well, that's what I'm here about. You can bust that case wide open, Inspector. Brooke Nichols is innocent. Now, here. This Luger is all the evidence we'll need.
Thank you, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, one thing you'll still have to help me find, though, is a man named Briggs. He was an eyewitness to the murder. I brought him all the way from Calcutta, and somebody put the snatch on him at the airport. Not only that, they grabbed the guy who was helping me.
Oh, yes. Yes, that would be the obstreperous young gentleman you call Frankie.
Well, you know where he is?
Oh, yes, indeed I do.
Then he's all right.
Yes. If you could call a man all right when he's just been arrested for the murder of Mr. Briggs.
Murder?
Yes. Mr. Briggs was shot in the ambulance that took him from your plane.
Hey, what is this?
This is a very good time for both of you to remain perfectly still, Mr. Dollar. After you raise your hand, Miss Fabian, you needn't bother. There's hardly enough of that dress to conceal all of you, let alone the weapons.
Thank you.
Mr. Dollar, this is what a romanticist would call a poetic injustice. You see, this Luger, the evidence, as you call it, happens to belong to me.
But that's the murder weapon. Who are you, anyway?
Chief of Inspectors Miles Atkinson.
Miles Atkinson? Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
I fly 5,000 miles from Calcutta to put you in the hands of the police. And you turn out to be the police.
Yes. Bloody convenient, isn't it?
Not for me, it isn't.
Get steady, old boy. You know, this gun was probably the most fortunate purchase I ever made in my life. First, it killed a man who was in my way. Then, because it disappeared, it made it possible for me to establish false evidence, ostensibly proving that my esteemed cousin, Brooke Nichols, was guilty of the murder. And now, his death by hanging will place in my hands the controlling interest of the Constant Sun Trading Company.
Quite a bargain.
Thank you, Mr. Dollar.
Not you, the gun.
Which I shall now put to its final use. And after it has disposed of you two, I shall dispose of it.
That was the prettiest confession I've ever heard. I'm surprised that a chief inspector and bargain hunter should sell himself out so cheaply.
What do you mean by that?
That the confession was complete, voluntarily made in front of witnesses, and that we are leaving with it, and that you are coming with us.
Hey, Faith, baby, take it easy. No sense going on the make for a hot bullet.
Mr. Dollar is right. I warn you, the one who moves first dies first.
Very well.
Faith. One step closer, Miss Fabian.
I'm not afraid of you.
All right, you asked for it. Now take it. What is this?
No use, no bullet.
No, you can't stop me now.
Take cover,
you won't.
Faith. When ladies stay so far, now it's boys'
Look
time.
out, he's throwing the gun.
He did throw the gun, but not at me. At the single light fixture in the middle of the ceiling. And when that went out, so did Atkinson. Out through the door. And the case was on. It was no joke. He knew where the light switches were, and as he went racing past them, he switched them off. It was like night flying without the benefit of carrots in my diet. Chasing him down those long, empty, echoey corridors and up the stairs to the roof. At the door to the roof, I threw on our brakes by throwing an arm around Faith. She was soft, and it was dark, but I was scared. I figured Atkinson might have picked up a weapon on the way. And that turned out to be an underestimate. What he had picked up was a fire hose. When we stepped through the door, we got hit by a big fat bolt of liquid lightning. A couple of 100 pounds of water backed up by a couple of 1,000 pounds of pressure. It felt like a salmon swimming upstream to spawn. Over at the edge of the roof, braced against the low parapet, was Atkinson, using all his weight to keep the writhing nozzle from flipping him around. He was just one man on a fire department's errand. Hey, wait, I'll move around the other side. Try and draw that water off you. Get over that valve. See it?
Where?
That wheel over there. The end of the hose he ain't on. Turn off the water. Come on. Quick.
I see it. I'll get it.
Instead of dropping away to a dribble, the hose suddenly snapped its muscle up to its hardest as a driving surge of water went through it. And before Atkinson could get himself untangled from the canvas and rubber snake, it snapped him over the parapet, off the roof, and high into the night. Hey, Faith! Turn off that water!
What happened?
Oh. Poetic justice, baby. That fire hose threw Mr. Chief Inspector Atkinson off the roof. And he made a hole in one. Right through that gallows down there. The same gallows from which Brooke Nichols was supposed to hang in a few hours.
That's horrible. Let's move away from here.
Hey, wait a minute. That's not like you. After all, you're the gal who turned that water up instead of down.
You wanted it done right. Why didn't you send a plumber?
I won't ask you whether you meant it that way or not. As far as I'm concerned, it turned out just jolly this way. Oh, and while I'm at it, I'd like to thank you for taking such a brave chance with my life downstairs in the
Oh,
office.
really, Mr. Dollar? I knew that gun wasn't loaded. I unloaded it myself back in the powder room in the airplane. Just before you accused me of trying to steal it, remember?
The next time I take a shower, I promise to wash my mouth out with soap. But now I figure it's also about time you came clean. Really, now, who are you?
I'm sorry. My name is still Faith Fabian.
All right, you've made a sale. Your name is Faith Fabian. Well, what's your interest in this case?
No interest at all. It's just part of my job. They do hire people to police the police, you know. I happen to be one of those people. Do you want to see my credentials?
Your credentials look all right to me, baby. We got off the subject, off the roof, and into the problem of getting Brooke Nichols off the end of a rope. After going through those motions, and that gal made all the motions, including retrieving young Frankie from the pokey, I kissed Faith Fabian goodbye, just for luck. And receiving no interest on that investment, we headed back to the airfield. By the time that fireball Egyptian sun had poked its top rim over the leftover GI issue hangars at the east end of the field. The plane was serviced and panting to pry open the sky. Came the time to board ship, came a visitor.
I say, old boy, is Mr. Dollar about?
Yeah, about right here.
Oh, splendid, splendid. I'm Lionel Brooke Nichol.
Congratulations.
I suppose you know you saved my life.
Yeah, with a lot of help, yeah.
Well, I should like to make it up to you somehow. Is there anything I can do?
Well, besides paying my expenses.
Oh, naturally, naturally. Send your chit to the Constant Sun Trading Company. You'll be paid post-haste. But beyond that.
Well, could do something for the guy who got me out here. Back in Calcutta, I have an old army buddy named Chaplain Joe Blessings. He runs a church.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Perhaps I could donate a stained glass window or anything you suggest.
Did you say anything?
Yes, anything.
Okay. Well, look, Chaplain Joe Blessings doesn't need a stained glass window because he hasn't got any place to put it. What he does need is a new church. A real one with steeples and all that.
Oh. All right, then. Very well. Done.
Expense account, item 3. Same as original entry. Transportation from the land of the Sphinx to the land of the free by way of Calcutta, where I delivered a happier, though wiser, Frankie. Received the blessings of Chaplain Joe Blessing and ordered a custom-made lightweight pearl-handled blackjack in blue suede and inscribed to Fate Fabian, with a hope that you will never fail to supply the black to go with this blue. Love, J.D. Well, I guess that's all. Oh, expense account total. Oh, wait, there's one more. Expense account item 4, $10. Paid to Cassidy's Pawn Shop, Hartford, Connecticut, for purchase of one Hawk Air Medal. After all that flying, I thought I deserved one. Now, expense account total, $5,350.40. If you don't think the founder of your company is worth that, kindly suggest someone who might. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, was produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell, with script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Jack Edwards, Parley Bear, and Paul Dubov. The special music is written and conducted by Leith Stevens. Be sure to be with us again when Johnny Dollar returns to the air after a short vacation. Listen on Saturday, October 1st, when another most unusual expense account is handed in by
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Next week at this time, on many of these same stations, Eve Arden will bring you the madcap adventures of America's favorite schoolmistress, our Miss Brooks. Miss Arden, who has been heard later on Sunday evening for more than a year, is moving to this new time, and CBS cordially invites you to hear her and her famous brand of comedy. To make sure, consult your local newspaper listings next Sunday for the new time, when you'll hear Eve Arden and our Miss Brooks. Now, stay tuned for Your Hit Parade on Parade, which follows immediately over these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Harrison, Johnny.
Oh, hiya.
How fast can you get to Beverly Hills, California?
Why?
You've got to find an uncut canary.
Let's take that again, slowly, shall we?
It's a diamond, Johnny. A rough, uncut, orange, yellow diamond they call a Canary. Weighs 89 carats, and it's insured by us for $125,000.
Pretty expensive bird.
Yeah, what's more to the point, it took wings sometime last night and hasn't been seen since. How about it, Johnny?
I'll see what I can do.
Right here, I'd like to take a few seconds to talk about dreams. You know, psychologists tell us that dreams are one of the most common forms of escape from the everyday world. But what would you think if you woke up one morning and read in the paper that the president had appointed an elephant to the cabinet? Yes, I agree. That is a ridiculous question. And it doesn't really have anything to do with animals in politics. Actually, it's a question of memory. I was thinking of the Secretary of State when I asked this, and you'll have to agree that with all of the varied and difficult jobs he has to do, the Secretary of State would have to have the memory of an elephant. The Secretary's biggest job, of course, is managing our country's foreign affairs for the President. Since the President can't be in all the foreign countries at the same time, he sends ambassadors and ministers to the various capitals and sets up consular officers in the big commercial centers of the world to assist the Secretary of State. Then, when questions arise, the officials of foreign countries get together with the American ambassadors or ministers or consuls, depending on the country and the type of problem, and they iron out their difficulties. Of course, there are many treaties and international laws which guide these conferences. With their help and the work done by our State Department, we're pretty certain of getting along all right when we tour foreign countries or have business dealings with them. In other words, whenever we have dealings of any sort with countries other than our own, it is the Secretary of State and his department who acts as our intermediary.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Uncut Canary matter. Expense account item 1, $181.60. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Los Angeles, California. Expense account item 2, $3.75 cab fare from the International Airport to a rich-looking jewelry store in Beverly Hills. Inscribed on the door in what looked like a thin line of pure platinum was the single name, Johannes. According to Harrison, this had been the last known nesting place of the Uncut Canary. Whoever Johanna may have been, I doubted that it was the tall, artistic type with the heavyweight padded shoulders who was looking down his long, aristocratic nose at me.
Yes.
I'd like to see Johanna.
May I ask who you are, sir?
My name is Dollar, insurance investigator.
Oh, you're here about the Minas Gerais Canary.
If that's the full name of the missing diamond, yes.
I believe you'd better come back in the morning, Mr. Dollar.
Any particular reason why?
No, it's been a trying day for Madame Johanna. She's quite fatigued.
Nobody's too tired to spend a few minutes trying to collect $125,000.
In the morning, Mr. Dollar. I'm certain Madame Johanna will be pleased to interview you then.
Maybe I won't be in the mood then.
Oh, really?
It's a possibility.
Well, that's your affair, of course.
No, not the way I see it. Madame Johanna is claiming the loss. She's entitled to her own opportunity to slam the door in my face.
You're quite correct, Mr. Dollar, and I take this opportunity to open it instead.
Madame Johanna, I thought you were resting in your office. I did not wish to have you disturbed.
The next time, Carter, I would thank you not to be so overly zealous in your desire to protect my health at the expense of my bank account. Come this way, please, Mr. Dollar. Want to sit down, Mr. Dollar?
Thanks.
We wish to discuss the Miniature Canary, Mr. Dollar. What is it I can tell you about it?
Well, you might begin by telling me its history.
I purchased it in Rio from a local broker down there a year ago last September.
Over a year ago.
You find something surprising about that?
Well, you've got a pretty large investment in an uncut stone. That's a long time to have it just sitting around, isn't it?
The cutting of a diamond that size is a very delicate matter, Mr. Dollar. Months must be spent studying it, planning the precise manner in which it is to be finally cut and polished. Correct cleavage of such a stone could enhance its value 3 times over. Incorrect cleavage could prove disastrous.
How's that?
Diamonds are capricious. A slight mistake may cause the gem to fly into 100 bits. A bitter lesson my father learned some 25 years ago with a stone similar to the Canary. I do not intend to make the same mistake.
Mm-hmm. When did you first notice the thing?
It was 9:30 last night. Carter and I came down here to watch the cleavage of the stone.
And you were going to have it cut last night?
Yes. We have 2 of the finest diamond cutters in the world working here. Adolph Spears and Hans Plessner. They have been with me and my father before me for over 30 years.
I see. And when you came down here?
Carter opened the vault. The Canary was gone.
Carter has the combination?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Adolph? Hans? And of course myself.
Was the vault touched in any way? Any attempt made to break into it?
No.
Well, that boils down the number of suspects.
No, Mr. Dollar. It could not possibly be one of my employees. I would be willing to swear to it.
Well, you wouldn't be the first to make a mistake about something like that.
Oh, you do not know these people like I do. Well, you couldn't say that. During all the years, they've... Your pardon, please.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh, no. I see. Thank you. I would tell them.
Something wrong?
That was Adolph Spears. He said if I would send the police over to his house immediately, he would give them the uncut Canary.
I put in a call to Chief Anderson of the Beverly Hills Police Force, and a few minutes later, Lieutenant Hankins of his office came by and picked me up. How come you're on this, Hankins? You're still in homicide, aren't you?
Yeah, but the head of robbery's been out with a cold, and with this latest development, the chief sent me out to wrap this up and see you on your way. Disappointed?
You know better than that. Always glad to see you.
Yeah, looks like a quick ending to a long trip, Dollar.
Well, I won't complain.
Why should you? Counting traveling time, you'll get 2 full days' pay for a few minutes' work. Not bad.
Jealous?
Not me. You insurance boys can have it.
Rather work on the force, huh?
Maybe it doesn't pay as well, but I know I can figure on a check every 2 weeks. Hang on, we turn here. Well, what's your trouble making that turn? Cutting back at an angle that way, it's not too easy to figure. Now, that's Johanna. There's a woman who'd wring the sweat out of a man. Always got an eye out for a fast buck. I don't think she's going to be too happy to get that uncut Canary back.
Why is that?
Well, the rumor around town is that it can't be cut.
Flaws in it?
Oh, the stone's clear enough, but some of them are just shaped wrong. Can't be split clean. The stone's liable to break in the dust if you try to cleave it.
You think that's what's wrong with the uncut Canary?
She's had it hanging around her shop for over 1.5 years. Bought it at a price way under the market. There's got to be some reason for it.
Uh-huh. How much you figure the stone would be worth if it could split?
Maybe $250,000, give or take a little. Be easier to sell that way, too. This way, her money's tied up in it, and they say she's tight for cash.
Who isn't?
I don't know what you mean. Oh, that's her worry, not ours. Here's Adolph Beer's house. Let's go in and get it. What do you think, darling?
Doesn't seem too anxious to turn it over now.
Door's locked. No lights inside.
Let's try the back.
All right.
Hear that?
Sounds like a car motor running somewhere.
In the garage, maybe.
There's the garage, Dollar. Lights on inside. The door's closed.
Come on. It's no easy job to wrestle some 200 pounds of dead weight out from behind the wheel of a car in a monoxide-filled garage. But Hankins and I finally managed it. Over here. In the grass. Yeah, that'll do it. Adolf Beers?
Yeah. It's a cinch he won't tell us where that uncut Canary is now.
Yeah, it's a cinch he couldn't have told Johanna only 15 minutes ago, either. While Lieutenant Hankins waited for the homicide boys to arrive, I walked down to the corner drugstore and tried to make some phone calls. I was phenomenally unsuccessful. There was no answer at the jewelry store, at Johanna's home, or at the bachelor apartment of the obnoxious Mr. Carter. Expense account item 3, $1.75. Cab fare from the corner drugstore to the residence of Johanna's other diamond cutter, Hans Plessman.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Are you Hans Plessman?
Of course I am, of course. And you must be from Albert. Let me have it at once. Do you hear?
I think you've made some kind of a mistake, Mr. Plessman. My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
I'm not interested in your name, young man. I just want the lenses I ordered from Albert for my refractometer. The lenses for my... Insurance investigator. Is that what you said, insurance?
That's right, Mr. Plessman. I want to ask you a few questions.
Questions? Questions? What kind of questions?
About the Minas Gerais Canary.
What did you want to know about it? Insurance investigator, eh? What do you want to know about it?
Could we talk about it inside?
Inside? Oh, yes, inside. Of course. Come in.
Thanks.
Told the police all I know about it. Why are you coming around bothering me? Why don't you question Adolf? Yes, question Adolf.
You think he had something to do with it?
Didn't say that. Just ask you why you didn't question him.
Adolf Beers is dead, Mr. Plessman.
Dead? Adolf dead?
That's right.
Well. Adolf dead.
He might have been murdered.
Murder? Adolf murdered? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Maybe somebody wanted to get the canary from him.
Nobody could have murdered poor Adolf for that. He didn't steal the canary. Didn't steal it.
What makes you so sure, Mr. Plessman?
Because I stole it, that's why. Murdering poor Adolf when I stole the uncut canary.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? During the Black Hawk War in 1832, he volunteered for service and was made captain of his company. As a member of Congress in 1847, he was opposed to the Mexican War. He also opposed the Kansas-Nebraska bill, which favored the extension of slavery. During this time, he was offered the governorship of the Oregon Territory, but refused it. Over 6 feet tall and not particularly good-looking, he was known for his droll sense of humor. If you don't have his name by now, here's an important clue. His unexpected acceptance of an invitation to attend the dedication of a soldier cemetery was responsible for one of the greatest speeches in our history. Who was he? Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
That's absolutely lovely dress. Oh, well, thank you. Really?
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty. Here, let me freshen up that drink. Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now.
Why not? Well, it's a great party.
I don't care.
Such a drink.
No, I want to go home right now. Now,
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Oh. Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, Don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want. A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
After his astounding statement about stealing the Uncut Canary, the heretofore voluble Hans Plessman closed up completely. He refused to say anything about anything. And 2.5 hours later, at the Beverly Hills Police Station, the situation was unchanged.
Unless Plessman talks or we dig up something else, we won't be able to hold him long.
I don't think he's the only one who's clamming up about that canary.
Johanna?
I'd like to know who really called her on the phone when she sent us up to Adolf Beer's house.
We'll find out when we locate her. She's not at her home or at the office, though.
No sign of the stone at Beer's?
Nothing. A couple of the boys still going through the place. They started at Plessman's, too. Hankins? Okay, Doc, thanks. Autopsy surgeon, they're posting Beers now. Looks like homicide, all right. Heavy blows struck on the back of his head. Doc's offering 8 to 5. There'll be no monoxide in the bloodstream.
Well, I won't cover that.
You going somewhere?
Yeah, the evening's still young. I might as well try to earn some of that big money. You think I'm getting paid for this job? Expense account item 4, $2.25. Cab fare from Beverly Hills to the apartment of Johanna's assistant, Mr. Charles Carter.
Come in. Door's open.
Stripped down to a pair of shorts, Carter was standing on his head at one end of the room, heels resting lightly against the wall.
Oh, it's you, Dollars.
What's the idea of that?
What?
The headstand.
Tones up the system, reverses the blood flow, good tonic for rejuvenating muscular tissue, strengthening the internal organs.
You don't say.
You should try it sometime. Most beneficial.
Amazing.
What do you want here, Dollar?
What? Oh, well, I was just wondering where you were earlier this evening after you left the shop.
Down at the beach. Exercise there for an hour every evening. Why?
Adolf Beers is dead.
Oh, not surprised.
Oh?
Overweight, disgusting, poorly cared for body. Can't abuse the machinery of life, Dollar. It'll refuse to function.
In this case, the refusal wasn't voluntary.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to know where I was, huh? Well, now you know.
Mm-hmm. Johanna wasn't with you, was she?
No, haven't any idea where she... Oh, now you're going too far, Dollar.
Oh, why?
Johanna's the epitome of all womanhood, a gentle, delicate soul. I'll not have her maligned by you or anyone else. Not clear?
Oh, sure. But I'd still like to know where she was. Now, tell me, Carter, how often do you do that headstand stunt?
Twice a day.
And how long do you keep it up each time?
30 full minutes.
Remarkable. I hit a drugstore and tried to call Johanna's residence, but there was no answer. A call to Lieutenant Hankins brought the information that Plessman was still refusing to talk, and that they'd finished searching both his house and that of Adolf Beers. The Uncut Canary was still among the missing. I was drinking a cup of coffee at the fountain when I suddenly remembered something Hans Plessman had said. I grabbed the yellow phone book and started looking for an optical lens manufacturer whose name was Albert. I found one. Albert Schoenbeck. Both an office and a residence phone were listed. At that hour of the morning, the choice wasn't too tough to make.
Yeah, Minadora. I have been making optical lenses for Johanna Vanderwood for many years now. And for her father before her. But to call at this hour of the night with such a Christian...
And did you ever make lenses for a refractometer, Mr. Schoenbeck?
Yeah, for Hans it was.
Hans Plessman?
Of course, Hans Plessman.
Would you mind telling me what a refractometer is used for?
You are... asking me questions about this? Or you do not even know for what it is used?
It's important, Mr. Schoenbeck.
Yeah, for whom important? For you or for Johanna?
Both of us.
So. All right, then I will tell you. It is for measuring the bend of light through a precious stone. With mirrors, lenses on the scale, this machine measures the stone's index of refraction and tells exactly what the stone is. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I think I get the general idea, yeah. Could you use one to determine the proper cleavage of a diamond?
For cleavage, you ask?
Yeah. Would it help any?
I have never thought that. Yeah, it is possible, I presume. If there were some interior flaw, some imperfect strata of crystalline structure, that could possibly show up, yeah. But while you ask, what does all this have to do with Johanna?
I'm not quite sure. Thanks, Mr. Schoenbeck. Expense account item 5, $3.60. Cab fare to 621 West Canyon Road Drive. That's somewhere near the top of the Santa Monica Mountains, about 2.5 miles from Sunset Boulevard.
I'd just come in and was preparing for bed when you rang, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, so I noticed.
Then if you would please tell me quickly why you have come visiting at this late hour.
It's about the rumors.
Rumors?
Yeah. I understand that Jeweler's Row believes that Johannes is heading for the financial rocks.
You came up here tonight to discuss with me the financial status of my business, Mr. Dollar?
Not exactly.
Well, then.
But suppose the rumors were true, and you're hard up for cash with $125,000 tied up in an uncut diamond that can't be sold until it's cut, and can't be cut because it'll fly into bits.
That is utter nonsense.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Why?
It removes any motive you may have had for stealing the uncut Canary yourself.
I think I'd better leave now, Mr. Dollar.
You haven't denied it.
You've gone too far for that.
Adolf Beers must have gone pretty far, too.
The reference is beyond me.
Beyond Adolf now, too. Or maybe you haven't asked yourself why somebody wanted to murder him.
Adolf? Murdered?
You didn't know?
How could I have?
Just wondering.
Adolf murdered. But why?
Well, I'd say either Adolf took the stone and somebody got it away from him, or he knew who did steal it and was going to talk. Either way, the result's the same.
Unbelievable.
Not quite as unbelievable as your statement that you talked to him on the phone when actually he'd been dead for 2 hours.
Now it is time for you to leave, Mr. Dollar.
No further explanation?
None.
Okay. Oh, by the way, did you know Hans Plessman had confessed to stealing the Canary?
I did.
I suppose you think that's unbelievable, too.
My attorney is arranging his release on a writ of habeas corpus at this very moment.
Oh, that's very interesting. You sure you don't want to change your story about that supposed phone call from Adolf Beers?
I do not.
I didn't think so. The lack of transportation from Canyon Road Drive back to Beverly Hills didn't bother me. The walk would give me a chance to clarify my ideas about the uncut Canary matter. It took me a little less than an hour to get back to Sunset Boulevard and an all-night gas station where I called Lieutenant Hankins.
Yeah, that's right, Dollar. Hans Plessman was sprung about 45 minutes ago.
You put a tail on him?
Yeah. He went straight home.
Expense account item 6, $1.65, cab fare again. It took about 15 minutes to get to Hans Plessman's house.
Yes, who is it? Who is it?
Hello, Mr. Plessman.
Oh, it's you, that insurance man. What do you want now?
Have you cut it yet, Mr. Plessman?
It was just about when you interrupted me.
Do you mind if I watch you finish the job?
That's all. Come in.
Thanks.
In here, right in here.
Well, Looks like you've got a pretty capable assistant, Hans.
Yes, I think our partnership in diamond cutting will prove quite successful.
Of course it will, of course. The refractometer will make the difference. Told Adolf that, but he wouldn't listen. Was going ahead in his own stubborn way. He would have smashed the stone, just as he did 20 years ago.
So Adolf Beers was the cutter who smashed your father's stone, huh, Johanna?
Yes, that is quite right, Mr. Dollar.
Ruined him and killed him. Couldn't let that happen to my little Johanna, like my own daughter, you know. Couldn't let Adolf do that to her, too. Couldn't.
So you took the diamond to keep Adolf from cutting it.
It was my fault, Mr. Dollar. I wouldn't have listened to Hans's warnings. I was going to let Adolf go ahead with it.
Wouldn't listen to me, who was like her own father. So I had to take the stone. I was going to cut it myself, Johanna, and give it back to you as a gift.
I know you were, Hans.
Only Adolf saw me getting ready. He was going to stop me, so he could cut the diamond himself. He shouldn't have done that. Adolf shouldn't have done that. I had to stop him. Well, we have work to do. Put the stone on the cut, Johanna. That's it. Now, hold the steel blade right on the incline. That's it. Now, hold it firmly, but without pressure. Not too much pressure. So.
Thank you, Hans. You've done it.
Of course. But it had to be done my way. Only the refractometer showed the proper place. That stubborn fool Adolf would have ground it into bits. Well, I guess everything is all right now for you. Hey, Johanna? I will save your business all right. And you, young man, no trouble about the stone now, is there? No trouble?
No, Hans. There's no trouble about the stone.
You understand how I couldn't let anything happen to my Johanna. Not to my little baby. Oh, his stone. Beautiful. Once I have him cut and polished, the stones will...
Hans, what is it? Don't you feel well?
Oh. It's all right, Johanna. I'm a little weak and shaky, that's all. I can't understand it. Weak, shaky like this. Ridiculous. I think I'll lie down for a bit.
Mr. Dollar?
Sure. Go ahead.
I can't understand it. Weak, shaky.
Mr. Dollar, now you know.
Yeah. So it was Hans and not Adolf who called you on the phone.
Yes. He told me that he had hidden the stone in my house. But not that he had killed Adolf. I brought the stone to him tonight after his release from jail. And there they are. What was once the newest Jedi Uncut Canary. A gift, Hans said. They'll accomplish everything he wanted to accomplish for me. And I'd rather I'd smashed the stone into dust before it all began. I didn't want this gift from Hans.
Expense account item 7, $179.25, airfare and incidentals from Beverly Hills, California, back to Hartford. Expense account total $373.85. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were William Johnstone, John Stevenson, Hal March, Virginia Gregg, and Fritz Feld. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Charles Lyon inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when from Hollywood, John Lund again transcribes his expense account as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Johnny Dollar.
Danny Nixon, Johnny, Mono Guarantee Insurance.
Hi, Danny. What's up?
Remember Amos Crutchfield?
Sure, former city attorney.
Right.
Retired in a blaze of glory a couple of years ago after he clamped the lid on the policy racket.
Well, he's also the one who had Skimpy Dingle sent up, Johnny, about 4 years ago.
Dingle?
Yeah, Peter Foreman Dingle.
Sure, I remember him.
Well, he's out. That soft-headed parole board let him off early. Fell for that good behavior bit.
Oh, too bad.
You bet it is, because you know what it means.
Do I?
Well, you don't remember what he said to you in Crutchfield when the judge hit him with the sentence?
Oh, look, Danny, not one of those courtroom threats in 1,000.
Oh, no? Well, that's not the way Crutchfield thinks, and you ask me, I agree with him. And what's more, Johnny...
Yeah?
We just happen to have written a policy on Crutchfield's life. $75,000.
Oh?
Yeah. Well, want to go talk to him?
Okay. The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Skimpy matter. Expense account item 1, $4.80 for a tank full of gas for my car. Instead of heading straight for Mr. Crutchfield's home over in Lakewood, I made a slight detour to the local parole office. And you know something? I'd have been perfectly content to stay there and forget all about Amos Crutchfield, because the parole officer I talked to turned out a little different than I'd expected.
We got the official notice of Peter Foreman Dingle's release just this morning, Mr. Dollar.
It's Johnny, Miss Barlow.
Sure. My name's just plain old Mary.
Well, now, the name may be plain, but,
Yes?
perhaps we'd better talk about Skimpy Dingle first, hmm?
Well, there isn't really too much to tell you, because he hasn't reported into it.
You have no local address for him?
No.
Well, that's too bad. That was really my reason for stopping by. Speaking of addresses, though, Mary...
Well, I'll be glad to let you know as soon as he does check in.
Good.
And meantime, Johnny?
Yes?
Be careful, huh?
Why do you say that?
Because of what he said in court. That could apply to you as much as to Mr. Crutchfield, you know.
Oh, I doubt it. Would you like to act as my bodyguard?
You know something, Johnny? You're pretty fresh. My mother...
I know. But did she tell you how come a man like Skimpy Dingle got out so soon? I mean, after all, the parole board is a pretty intelligent group.
His older brother, Johnny.
Hmm?
Percy Dingle. He's a psychologist of sorts, the bookworm type.
Oh?
It's Percy who kept Skimpy out of jail on a lot of earlier, lesser charges.
I see. And you think he convinced the parole board?
I'm sure of it. A man like that who can toss around 7-syllable technical terms can be pretty convincing. Apparently it's worked before.
Maybe. Do you have his address?
Yes, I think so. Let's see. Oh, yes, here it is. The Kingston Plaza on Walnut Avenue.
Good.
But why bother with him? You won't like him.
A couple of reasons, Mary. If Skimpy is in these parts, Percy ought to know where.
That's true. What's the second reason, Johnny?
Well, if Percy, a psychologist, has any influence over him, and apparently he does, maybe together we can show him the light. Thanks, Mary. I'll see you again. Some 20 minutes later, I pulled up in front of Crutchfield's home in the pretty little community of Lakewood. Parked in front of it was one of the new compact cars. I should have taken a better look at it, or at least let the air out of the tires. Instead... Hey. Mr. Crutchfield? Mr. Crutchfield! One way to get in there. Mr. Crutchfield? Hello, Mr. Oh, Lord, listen. Mr. Crutchfield, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Who did this? Who did this to you? Too late.
When you have to stay alert, don't let drowsiness slow you down. Perk up. Perk up with No-Dose. the safe way to stay alert without harmful stimulants. Remember, when you're driving, working, studying, and monotony makes you feel drowsy, perk up. Perk up with No-Dose. No-Dose.
Though unconscious, Amos Crutchfield was still alive. Whoever had done it had broken in through one of the windows there in the den, fired the shots, and left by the window all in a matter of seconds. One of the bullets had creased the old man's skull, but how the other missed his heart, I'll never know. As I carefully lifted him up onto a couch, I heard the car I'd seen pull away. I cussed myself for not having made note of its license, but I hadn't. And to try to pick it out from all the hundreds, perhaps thousands like it in that area would be impossible. Come on, operator, come on.
Operator.
Operator, listen, my name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dollar.
I'm at the home of Mr. Amos Crutchfield, and we need a doctor here right away. It's an emergency.
Well, I believe that Dr. Edwards usually takes care of him.
All right, call him, get him over here, and then get hold of the police.
Police?
Yes. Tell them to get here immediately. A few minutes later, Dr. Franklin Edwards arrived, looked over Mr. Crutchfield, bandaged him up, gave him a tetanus shot and a sedative while the old man remained unconscious.
I feel confident he'll recover, Mr. Dollar.
Good. Now, Dr. Edwards.
I must say, though, he was very lucky. Another inch to the left, and that one bullet would have snuffed out his life.
I don't doubt it. Now, listen, Doctor.
Yes?
I've told you exactly what happened.
Yes?
Would you stick around and tell the police when they get here?
Well, yes, of course. I'll be glad to, but... Well, are you leaving now, Mr. Dollar?
You bet I am. Knowing the inadequacy of the police force in that quaint, quiet, ordinarily peaceful little town, I realized it was up to me to find Skimpy Dingle and fast. And his brother Percy back in Hartford was the one who might be able to give me some information. But exactly 2 blocks later, as I approached an intersection with a stop sign on the cross street, a car came barreling out of it and heading straight for me.
The devil's the matter with you? Didn't you see the stop sign? Skimpy, put down that gun.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's for you!
You want to know what it felt like as Skimpy sent 4 shots at me at close range before I could even make a grab for my own gun? Did you ever see a magician that put somebody inside a basket and ran swords through it? By some miracle, only one of the slugs grazed me, took a bite out of my left arm, enough to draw blood. I tore a piece off my shirt, improvised a pad to stop the bleeding, then drove back to my apartment in Hartford. After a quick cleanup on the arm and a Boy Scout-type dressing I hoped would stop any chance of infection, I put on a clean shirt and reached for the telephone.
Just a minute. Be right there. As soon as I get this jacket on.
Oh. Coming.
Who is it? Mr. Dollar?
That's right. Who are you?
My name is Dingle.
Dingle?
Percival Dingle. All I have to say is you better be alone, Mr. Dingle.
Hey, what?
Come inside.
I beg your pardon. Okay, so you're Percy Dingle, hmm?
Yes. I can see that my brother was right.
Oh?
That gun you're holding. You're a killer, aren't you?
I am. Are you kidding?
And this completely unnecessary strong-arm welcome into your apartment.
Just take it easy, Mr. Dingle.
Take it easy? After this sort of treatment? I had hoped you might be the sort of person with whom I could rationate.
You'd be surprised at how reasonable I can be when the occasion warrants it.
And I assure you this one does.
All right, then sit down, Mr. Dingle. Sit right there.
Thank you. But won't you put that gun away, please?
Oh, sorry. Until I could be certain that you'd come here alone, Mr. Dingle.
You were expecting someone with me?
Well, I wasn't expecting you. Now, what's it all about?
Well, when you speak gently as now, you do appear to be a man of intelligence.
Well, I thank you.
And I hope that I can reason with you, Mr. Dollar. Awaken some understanding in your heart. Some well-deserved sympathy for one who has been less fortunate than yourself.
Like whom? As if I need to ask.
Peter, my younger brother.
Skimpy,
Well, if you choose to call him by that rather disparaging sobriquet.
I choose. And I'm afraid you're not going to get much sympathy out of me, Dingle. That brother of yours is riding for a fall, about as hard and as fast as he can. He was a hot-blooded, hot-headed young tough when he got himself in trouble a few years back, and I have good reason to think that he hasn't changed one bit. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Will you listen to me, please?
Afraid it won't do you any good. Or him.
Peter has been in trouble more than once. I know it just as well as you do. But do you know why?
All right. Suppose you tell me.
Simply because of his lack of the education that you and I were fortunate enough to receive. And the guidance, the constructive behavioristic influences that inevitably are part of it.
Oh, sure.
The social adaptability in relationships that are so necessary to conformation with our scheme of living.
Didn't Skimpy have just as good a chance for an education of some kind as you did?
Yes, but he rebelled against it. And who was to tell a child what the lack of it would do to him? The social and emotional instability it would engender in him. The hatred of such as you, who were contributory to his incarceration in that prison.
Well, his incarceration apparently didn't do him much good.
Why do you say that?
And what about his hatred for the lawyer, Amos Crutchfield?
You and he, Mr. Dollar.
What?
You and Mr. Crutchfield, the particular two people he feels have persecuted him. You two are the ones, and the only ones who can help him now.
You must be joking.
I'm very serious. I'm a psychologist, Mr. Dollar.
So I understand.
I know the human mind. More important, I know Peter's mind.
Oh, you do? Then why haven't you made some attempt to get him off of this crime kick?
All of his earlier offenses were relatively minor. Little more than the mischievous pranks of any youngster.
Oh, they were,
But this last one that sent him to prison. Mr. Dollar, you must believe me, because I know what I'm talking about.
Well?
That was the fulcrum that finally provided me with enough leverage that enabled me to convince him of the error of his ways.
Oh, you think he's convinced now?
Well, isn't the fact that he was released for good behavior sufficient proof that he's made definite progress? Isn't it proof that with a little help, the kind of help and understanding you can give him, Mr. Dollar?
I?
Yes, you. Particularly you. Because up until now, Mr. Dollar, you have been a symbol of only one thing to him. Persecution.
I see. And what about Amos Crutchfield?
That doddering old fool? You must be joking. Do you think that he could understand that a man so narrowed in his regard for a boy who made a mistake that he persuaded the judge to impose a completely unjust sentence on Peter? You think that a prejudiced, bigoted old man like him could be of any help?
Unjust sentence,
Yes, Mr. Dollar. It was utterly unjust. Uncalled for.
That's right. Instead of 5 to 7 with time off, the judge should have given him 20 solid, or maybe 30.
You can't mean that.
Look, I've known this kind before, Mr. Dingle. I've known a lot more of them than you ever have or ever will.
If only you were a psychologist, Mr. Dollar.
Maybe I am. Just the purely practical kind. Not with any head up in the clouds, full of lovely, impractical theories, the way yours seem to be. Or is it?
What?
Or is all this just a bluff?
Now, wait, sir.
Because the more I think about it, Percy, the more convinced I am that, 1, your brother is rotten clear through.
No.
That, 2, he got out of prison only because a smart pitch like this one you're handing me caught the parole board in a weak moment.
No. They saw the wisdom in what I told them.
I think you're all wrong in what you say about Skimpy, about any chance of his ever straightening out, and I think you know it.
I know that if you will see him, we'll talk to him, Mr.
Oh, come off it. Tell me the truth. Isn't all of this just a little stunt that you've dreamed up? To lead me to him? To get me in range of his gun so that he can polish me off the way he tried to kill Mr. Crutchfield?
What? You are saying that he, Peter, or Skimpy, whatever you wish to call him, that he actually tried to kill a man? No, I don't believe it.
All right, then you go and see Crutchfield. And here, have a look at this. If I can get my sleeve up, move this bandage a bit. Here. There you are.
Mr. Delver?
Yes, one of his bullets just a few minutes ago. What do you think of your poor, misguided little brother now?
All right, all right. It happened simply because he feels that you not only have, but will continue to persecute him.
Sure.
But once he learns otherwise, finds out that you are on his side, are willing to help him. Oh, please, Mr. Dollar, see him, talk with him. Believe me, sir, if you'll do that. Will you? Please?
You know where he is, where I can find him?
Yes. And we'll do as I ask.
I'll see him for only one reason, Mr. Dingle.
Yes?
To turn him over to the police.
No. No, Mr. Dollar, I couldn't do that to him. So unless you agree to talk to him first, to at least try to understand him, I won't tell you where he is.
All right, then we'll have to find him ourselves, and we will. Goodbye, Mr. Dingle.
Mr. Dollar, let me do this.
Yes?
I'll go to him. I'll tell him that you're willing to see him. I'll tell him why. And then, if his reaction is the proper one, I'll telephone you where he'll be, waiting for you, to listen to you.
You really honestly believe there's a cure for him, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then go ahead and contact him. We'll see.
Newport filter cigarettes. Newport menthol cigarettes. A hint of mint makes the difference. So fresh that you know the difference. There's smoking with cool menthol. It's so refreshing while you're smoking Newport filter cigarettes. While you're smoking a Newport, remember this hint. Coolness of menthol, freshness of mint. Best of tobaccos, flavor that's bright. Smoking a Newport, smoking is right. So refreshing while you're smoking Newport filter cigarettes. Newport filter cigarettes. Newport.
I suppose I could have tried to tail Percy Dingle when he left. But the bullet wound in my arm was really kicking up. And I felt kind of groggy. Maybe that's why I let him talk me into a pointless meeting with his brother. Or was it possible that it hadn't been Skimpy who tried to kill Mr. Crutchfield, that it was somebody else? No. And I was sure, absolutely sure, that it was Skimpy there in the compact car who'd taken the shots at me. And yet... but I was groggy and I wasn't thinking straight. So after napping for a couple of hours, I got up, poured myself a drink, and ordered some dinner sent over from a nearby restaurant. That's item 2, by the way, $6 plus $1 tip. By then, I began to feel a little better. Johnny Dollar.
This is Percy Dingle, Mr. Dollar.
Well?
I told you my faith in him is entirely warranted.
You think so?
I'm certain of it, more certain than ever. He's waiting for you now.
I'll bet he is.
You'll find him in room 4 on the ground floor of a rooming house at 1217 North Chala.
Okay, Mr. Dingle. I'll run on over and see him.
And Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Thank you.
So I drove to 1217 North Chala. Apparently, Skimpy was the only one home in the rather decrepit-looking old boarding house. Through the open window of his room, I could see him slowly pacing the floor, his head down, thoughtfully, a finger to his lips, the perfect picture of a repentant man. Nonetheless, after entering the building, before knocking on his door, from well at one side of the door frame, I drew my gun.
Yes, who is it?
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you've come.
Just in case.
No, you didn't need to kick it open, Mr. Dollar.
Can you blame me for taking no chances, Skimpy?
No, sir, I guess I can after what I... Oh, look, you can put your gun away, too, honest.
Sure, why not? But just remember that it'll still be handy.
Look, you gotta believe me, you got no worries, Mr. Dollar. You see, my brother was here all afternoon, and he told me about talking to you.
Well, then?
Listen, Dollar, and I mean it. I was wrong, see? I was all wrong. I mean, when I tried to shoot you there in your car, and I'm awful glad I missed. Honest.
Well, I'm kind of glad you're such a lousy shot, but what about Mr. Crutchfield?
Oh, I only hope and pray the old guy will live. Don't you see, Dollar, I was wrong. I mean, all along, too, but I didn't know it, you see? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Until I seen you come in the door here just now and to help me. Just like my brother promised you would.
Skimpy, I promised him only one thing. That if he'd tell me where to find you, I'd turn you over to the police.
No. Look, don't you understand?
I understand your brother's living in a dream world.
No, Dollar, that isn't what I mean.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he is. Sure he is.
You better make up your mind.
Well, I mean, that's why the dope was stupid enough to get you here. Right here, where I can't miss. You're still a lousy shot.
That was a big mistake, Skimpy.
Okay, so I missed you.
Get up on your feet.
Okay. You win, I guess.
Sit down over there. A chair against the wall.
Okay. What else can I do?
Not a thing. Your little act wasn't good enough. Now stay there while I pick up this gun of yours.
Don't bother, Dollar.
What?
Don't move another step. You hear me? Don't move.
I see.
Yeah. You see. But now face around the other way. Go on! I had a feeling you might get rough when I pulled that gun. So I had this other one, see? And, Dollar, it's aimed right for the back of your head.
Thanks, Percy.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, how did you... Oh, then you saw me outside this window.
That's right.
And you knew that I would pull this trigger before he could...
After you'd seen what he was up to? After hearing what he said? Percy, I hoped you would.
My own brother. Did I kill him, Mr. Dollar?
No, Percy. Just like him, you're a pretty lousy shot. Skimpy? And without his brother's support anymore, he'll be lucky if he ever gets out of the pen. Percy, well, I hope he never forgets his lesson in practical psychology. Expense account total, $10.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a very bad case of not knowing enough about your friends. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Do you like a car with plenty of pep? A car with reserve power for safe passing? Most good drivers do, but they don't like to pay extra for premium gasoline. Listen, in 3 out of 5 cars, regular price Sinclair Dino gasoline matches performance of premium gasolines. Save up to 4 cents a gallon. Almost anywhere you see the Sinclair dinosaur sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon with Dino. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dino gasoline. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson, music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Rosemary Rice, Larry Haynes, Jack Arthur, Melville Ruick, and William Redfield. Sound patterns by Walter Otto. Technical direction, Michael Shoskis. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Get in the game with Phil Rizzuto's Sports Time every night but Sunday on the CBS.
Johnny Dollar.
Lucian Peterson here.
Luke, how are you?
Just fine, Johnny. How are you?
Still out there in dear old Seattle Wash?
Yep.
And still holding down a job with Western Maritime and Life?
Sure am. Or let's say I'm trying to, but at the rate we've been paying off on claims lately on some of my own clients, well, the Home Office doesn't like me too well.
Something phony about some of those claims, maybe?
No, but they've all been big ones. $500,000 here, $250,000 there, $600,000 just last week.
No wonder the company doesn't like it.
So right now, I don't want to have to pay off on Mrs. Myra Brittingham. That is, if I can help it.
Well, I don't know Myra Brittingham or anything about her, but if you've insured her and she is now dead...
That's just the point, Johnny. She isn't.
Hmm?
Not yet.
Oh? But maybe somebody would like to see her that way?
Well, I don't know, but I think so. Or maybe this hunch of mine is all wrong, Johnny. And I'll be the first to admit it, that this feeling, this worry of mine is nothing more than a hunch. If I were to tell the police about it, they'd probably laugh in my face.
Well, I don't know, Luke. I've had some pretty wild hunches work out for me more than once.
I know. That's why I've called you. And I hope you can fly out here and, well, see what you think. See if you think he's liable to try it.
He?
Yes.
Who?
Her husband, Mark.
Oh.
Yeah. Well?
Sure.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Western Maritime and Life Insurance Company, Seattle, Washington office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Chuckanut matter. Expense account item 1, $6 for a cab out to Bradley Field. Item 2, $186.70 plane fare. It was after 11 p.m. by the time we set down at Seattle-Tacoma International, so item 3 is $5.25 for a cab into the Benjamin Franklin, where I proceeded to get me a good night's sleep. Then, after a hearty breakfast the next morning, I dropped in on Lucia and Paterson.
Now, Johnny, you're staying at the Ben Franklin?
That's right.
And that's where I'll have them deliver a rental car for you. You can repack your bags, toss them in, be on your way.
Oh? To where, Luke?
The little town of Chuckanut.
Where is that?
Well, you know where Bellingham is.
Yeah, it's about 85 miles north of here.
And Chuckanut's 5, 6, 7 miles this side of Bellingham.
Oh. And that's where Mr. and Mrs. Brittingham live, hmm?
Well, just this side of it, off Chuckanut Drive, is Paleoop Lane. A narrow, badly paved road that'll take you up into the mountains. Be real careful of that road, Johnny. And if it's wet when you get there, be doubly, triply careful.
Why do you say that, Luke?
That dinky little road has more twists and kinks and switchbacks than you ever saw in your life. Miss one of the turns, and you'll end up either flying off into space or smashing into the face of a cliff.
Well, I remember that. But tell me, what's going on between the Brittinghams?
Well, to begin with, they're both heavily insured. As a matter of fact, $500,000 worth apiece.
Wow.
Yes, and they're insured in each other's favor.
I see.
Mark Brittingham is about 35, Johnny, and all his life he's been nothing but a playboy and a sportsman. Mm-hmm. Living first on the money his father gave him, and now on the insurance left him by his last wife.
Oh, then Myra's number 2.
Myra's number 4. Oh. And, Johnny, I'm as sure as I am that I'm sitting here, that the only reason Mark married her is because she had one of those incurable diseases, only a few months to live type of thing.
I see.
Yes. Then modern medical science, not long ago, suddenly, unexpectedly, found a complete cure for it.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Luke, did his former wife die of some incurable disease?
Well, that's what the police and company investigator and the court decided. Johnny, I've always suspected that he somehow helped the old biddy on her way.
Now you think he wants to do the same for Myra, so he can collect on her insurance, huh?
I do.
You have any concrete evidence, Luke?
Well, it's no secret that Mark and Myra haven't been getting along lately. Things have been pretty tense between them.
Why?
Well, Myra's 5 or 6 years older than he is. Still a very attractive woman, Johnny, believe me. But she's older than he is.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that woman has more expensive taste than anyone I've ever known. In other words, instead of dying off like he thought she would and leaving him a lot of money, all she does is spend it for him.
I see.
So instead of having plenty of dough for the racetracks and nightclubs and parties and so on, he's having to reef in his sales. And the only way he can ever get together a sizable hunk again is by having her dead.
Well, you think he'd go so far as to kill her?
If he can get away with it, yes. Because evidence to the contrary notwithstanding, Johnny, I still think that's what happened to the last one.
Well, if he should, he'd never collect the insurance.
If we could prove it.
Well, yes. Well, what am I supposed to do, Luke? Go up there and scare him out of it?
Why not?
That's a new one.
I know. As I told you on the phone, this is really all just a hunch on my part. But I think it has a pretty solid basis. Look, suppose you go up there. Just see him on the pretense you're interested in buying that property.
Oh, is it for sale?
Well, he wants to sell it to raise some of that green stuff he loves so much, and that he's rapidly running out of.
To spend a couple of hours talking about their house and property.
Now, listen, Johnny. And then just let it slip out who and what you really are.
What?
Sure. If that doesn't convince him he's under suspicion, make him change his mind about trying anything, I'll eat my hat. Will you do it?
Okay, Luke. As long as you're paying the bill.
Good.
But I still don't think that you have any real... Well, we'll see. The weather was clear, and the drive up to Chuckanut was a pleasant one. But that little side road, leading up to and around the edge of a mountain toward the Brittingham place, was anything but. A couple of times, on an outside turn on that tortuous, narrow asphalt, I could catch a glimpse of the house, far above and nestled in among the trees. But most of the time, I was too busy watching the road. Until suddenly, as I rounded a particularly sharp, tight outside turn... Whoop!
Hey, watch it there!
Directly in front of me was a police car. In front of that, smashed head-on into the face of a cliff, was one of the new compacts, the whole front end of it bashed in.
Well, now, mister, who might you be?
How are you, Lieutenant?
Only it's Sergeant, Police Sergeant Bill Foreman.
Oh, Sergeant?
Well?
My name's Johnny Dollar.
What? The insurance investigator?
That's right.
Well, I'll say this. It sure beats me how you found out so quickly.
Found out about what?
That stiff in there in that car that smashed up.
Stiff? Who, Sergeant?
One of those crazy Brittinghams that have been tearing at each other's throats for so long now that one of them just plain had to go.
Which one, Sergeant?
Not much question about that, Dollar. Go take a look.
All right.
Yeah, Dollar, that's Mr. Mark Brittingham. What's left of him.
Mr. Brittingham?
Hey, you sound surprised.
Yeah, I am.
You know him?
No.
Oh, his wife, then?
No, Sergeant. I never met either of them. How did you find out about the accident?
I got a call from his wife, Myra. Said Mark's been away for a while. He wouldn't be back until sometime early in the week, so she was all alone.
Yeah?
Said she was sitting up there on the porch. You notice the porch that sticks out the side of their house up there, Dollar?
No, it's so far away and I was so busy driving. Go on.
Well, when you walk back to your car, there on that outside curve, maybe you can see it. Anyhow, she caught glimpses of a car coming up the road. Whose it was, she didn't know. And, well, her being alone, she didn't want any prowlers around, so would I come take a look?
So?
Well, I told her I was busy. Maybe it was just a special delivery or something, but then she hollered, "Oh, my goodness, it sounds like there's been an explosion down there on the road." So I came on up here.
She didn't recognize the car?
This morning sun right in her face, and the car only showing itself now and then on those outside curves. But just take a look at that sun.
I see what you mean. So it wasn't the sun in Brittingham's eyes that caused this wreck?
No. The sun was directly at his back as he came around that last hairpin. But, Dollar, I always warned him about the way he'd come tearing up this twisty little stretch. That is, until he made me ride with him one day to prove his point.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he used to be a racing driver. Sure. He had me hanging on for dear life a couple of times.
I'll
But I'll tell you this, Dollar. He could really handle that wheel. Anything made him crack up this way, wasn't himself. Must have been something gone wrong with his car.
Well, if that's so, it's going to be pretty hard to prove, Sergeant. Considering the way it's smashed up.
Don't be too sure about that. You ever hear of Mr. Hartford Homer Ransom, the sudden death detective, they call him?
Hartford? Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. Greatest reconstructor of traffic accidents that ever lived.
So I understand.
Yeah. Well, he lives just the other side of town. You give him maybe an hour or so with this wreck, and he'll tell you just exactly how it happened and why. Just as though he'd been standing right here watching it.
Well, then maybe you
Talk about Sherlock Holmes. Oh, why, Mr. Ransom can look at a set of tire tracks or even a couple of pieces off an accident, and he'll reconstruct the whole thing. Just like that. I tell you, sir, it's uncanny.
Well, Sergeant, you better get him up here to look at this.
I'll do that.
Also, I think you better have your coroner look at Mr. Brittingham's body. And,
Yeah? Well, what is it, Dollar?
the way that he apparently threw his right arm up in front of his eyes just before the crash. You notice?
Yeah. Well, sure, in the hopes of patting himself when he hit the windshield.
Former racing driver? Instead of slumping down, relaxing?
Anybody would.
I wonder.
Well, now tell me this. Wouldn't you put up an arm? I mean, seeing that wall of rock coming straight at you?
I don't know.
Well, I do. I know I would.
Wouldn't you have had both hands tight on the wheel, going around that turn at the speed he must have been going?
Well, maybe so. But he put his arm up.
And that's what puzzles me. Because he must have done it while he was taking the curve. That outside curve.
Yeah, well, I don't know. But now we better get up there to the house and give Myra Brittingham the bad news.
I'll tell you what, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Let me go up there and tell her. Meantime, you get this man Ransom on the job and have a medico do an examination of the body. And I mean a thorough one.
Now. Wait a minute. You think maybe this wasn't just an accident, Dollar?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you meant, isn't it?
Let's wait and see. The Brittingham place, built there on the side of a mountain among the trees, was quite an establishment. New, modern, and very expensive. As for Mrs. Brittingham, Myra, well, Lucian had said she was about 40. She didn't look it. She was 5'3" or 4", brunette, with an almost olive complexion, very dark eyes, and the kind of natural beauty that you seldom see in a figure to go with it. I introduced myself and made no bones about my connection with the insurance company. Before I could tell her why I was there, she led me out onto the little porch where, looking out against the sun, I could see occasional spots on the road I'd just driven up. And then, calmly and with a self-control that I hadn't expected.
Was it Mark, Mr. Dollar?
I'm afraid so.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, I knew it would happen sometime. I warned him over and over about the way he drove so madly up and down that crooked little road, in spite of the fact he'd driven expensive racing cars when he was younger. I knew he'd kill himself sooner or later, and now he has.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Brittingham.
Are you? I'm not.
What did you say?
It rather settles things, doesn't it?
Does it?
We hadn't been getting along, Mark and I, for quite some time. And I know it was partly my fault.
Why do you say that?
Because of money, Mr. Dollar. You see, I married him for his money because I thought that for the rest of my life he'd be able to give me all the things I'd always wanted.
Yes?
Oh, it was all great fun with him while he still had it. The big parties night after night, the racetracks all over the country, theaters, nightclubs. I even put up with his silly hunting and fishing up here. But when the money began to run out and we had to sell the big home in Bellingham and the cars and get rid of the servants and settle down in this little place, I've hated this place, Mr. Dollar. And I hated him. And we fought like spoiled, hysterical children. But you see, when he knew the money was getting low, well, if he had any gumption, he'd have got himself a job of some kind. For once, he'd have had to work for a living. But instead, he only got moody. He drank a lot, acted very strangely. Began looking at me in a peculiar, frightening kind of a way.
Oh?
And then, because of something he said one night, I began to fear him, what he might do.
Go on, Mrs. Brittingham.
Oh, I I know, Mr. Dollar, he was upset that night because we'd had another argument, a terrible argument. And he'd had too much to drink. But he started laughing to himself, quietly chuckling to himself. And then he tried to say it lightly, as though he might be joking, but he said...
Yes?
He said, wouldn't it be nice for him if I should die, like his wife before me had? Then he could get a little fun out of life again, on my insurance money. It frightened me, Mr. Dollar, terribly.
I can't say I blame you.
And then these long trips and leaving me alone like this.
Trips to where, do you know?
No. Oh, I've wondered if he hasn't been out looking for someone to take my place. Or just planning some way to,
Well, it's all over now.
Well, I'd lie to you if I said I was sorry.
You know, of course, that you stand to collect some $500,000 of insurance.
Yes, I know. And I'll use it to get as far away from here as I can. Can you blame me?
I want to talk further with you, Mrs. Binningham.
Of course.
First, though, I'd better check out the police report on this accident, purely as a formality.
Of course.
So, if you don't mind.
I'll be here, Mr. Dollar.
Why paint herself so black to me? To impress me with her honesty? So I'd dismiss any thought that she might have somehow had something to do with the accident? And another thing, a little thing. Her sudden alarm when she'd seen that car coming up the road, even if she couldn't recognize it against the morning sun. Was that enough to call the police? Something wrong here. Something very wrong.
In the United States today, there are more than 6 million children under the age of 18 who live in homes where there is no father. Among them are hundreds of thousands of boys who need the guidance and interest that large-hearted men can give them. They can be set on the path toward fine citizenship through the Big Brother movement. Now, at the beginning of Big Brother Week, find out what you can do to help expand this valuable program in your community. Contact your local Big Brother organization or write Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania.
It was early the next morning at police headquarters that I met with Sergeant Foreman, Dr. Hugo Bascom, the coroner, and with Mr. Hartford Homer Ransom, who knows more about the basic laws of inertia, matter, and motion than anyone I've ever seen. He can read a set of tire marks like an expert tracker reads a trail, and more important, he's an expert on human reaction times.
But the one thing I don't understand, Mr. Dollar, is his right arm up over his eyes that way.
Hey, that's funny. That's what Dollar said, too, Mr. Ransom. Seemed to me, though, he was trying to protect himself against the windshield frame.
Have time to take one hand off the wheel after pulling around that turn at that speed? No, Sergeant.
So he must have raised his arm to that position.
While he was on the outside of that curve, which simply doesn't make sense. Not at the speed he was traveling.
And like I said, he wasn't shading against the sun because the sun was at his back.
Do you suppose a good-sized bird or some kind of animal had dashed across in front of him and might he have done that involuntarily?
A man with racing experience on a turn like that? No, Mr. Dollar. It would have to have been something like...
Like what, Mr. Ransom?
I don't know. I don't know. And there was certainly nothing wrong with his car.
You're sure of that?
I'd stake my reputation on it.
Well, there was certainly nothing wrong with him, Mr. Dollar.
You did a complete autopsy, Dr. Bascom?
I did as thorough an autopsy in Mark Brittingham's body as I've ever done. There was absolutely no physical reason for that accident.
Mm-hmm. You checked for alcohol in his bloodstream?
I checked everything. And what's more, incidentally, I know that Mark's general condition was perfect. I myself gave him a complete physical less than 2 weeks ago. So if you're thinking about a temporary blackout or something like that, well, there's no reason for it.
Well, I wasn't, Doctor, but can you be absolutely certain that that isn't a possibility?
In my job, Dollar, and I mean as coroner, I would have to find actual evidence of such a thing before I could put it on record. No, there's only one conclusion that we can reach here.
Suicide, Dr. Bascom?
Suicide, Mr. Ransom.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you.
No, you can't, eh? Why not?
Well, for one thing, the tire tracks. Had he crashed into that rock wall deliberately, the tracks would have gone straight to it. As it was, they were quite erratic for the last 81 feet.
I'm putting it down as suicide.
Also, that position of his arm, as though he'd brought it up to shield his vision against the sun.
And the sun being at his back. That doesn't make sense, and you know it. I say it was suicide, and that's the way that I...
Wait a minute. Maybe it was the sun.
That's impossible, Dollar. Of course it is. Ridiculous.
Is it?
Ridiculous.
Dr. Bascom, before you file your report, I'd like time to play a little hunch.
A hunch?
Yes, maybe it's a pretty wild one, but there's one thing that could possibly have made him take his hand off the wheel on that curve and made him raise up his arm that way.
Are you still harping on that, young man?
I'm still harping on that because if this hunch of mine is right, Mark Brittingham was murdered.
Murdered?
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
I want you to drive up to the house and bring Myra Brittingham down here.
But why?
Any excuse you can think of to look over these gentlemen's reports or something, but make it good because she's smart. Then when I call you on the phone...
Where'll you be?
When I call you, drive her on back to the house. And listen, when you get to that curve, take it slowly. Just crawl around it and with one foot on the brake.
Well, now, look...
Unless you want to end up the way Mark Brittingham did. When the sergeant got her away from there, I went over that house top to bottom. Sure, there were mirrors on the bedroom walls, big, clumsy ones, a couple of hand mirrors, too, on her dressing table. But the kind I was looking for would be in among her husband's fishing and hunting equipment. I found the survival kit, all right, and in it were the usual, the water-purifying pills, some iodine, salves, bandages, a couple of cans of sea ration. But the little mirror was missing. I mean the kind that's used for signaling. A small, clear, oblong mirror with a hole in the center. By facing the sun and peering through that hole, you can aim it. You can focus the full rays of the sun on anything up to a mile away. And then I found it, tucked between the pages of a book on a table out on the porch, where she practiced with it and then used it as a murder weapon. I called Sergeant Foreman and told him to drive on up the hill, but slowly. And then as he poked his car around that crucial curve, as I aimed the mirror to reflect the blinding rays of the sun full into his windshield, well, fortunately, he was able to stop before losing control. He waited there until I drove down to meet them. Then...
No, she hasn't said a word, Dollar, since I jammed on the brakes and raised up my arm to cut off that glare you shot down here.
I see. Well, Myra?
How did you know? How did you know that's the way I killed him?
I didn't. It was purely a hunch, I guess, but it looks like it paid off, doesn't it? $500,000? That's a nice round figure. A lot of money. But don't they ever learn that even millions aren't enough to murder for? Expense account total? Oh, call it a nice round figure, like, say, $391.18. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, I'll be back with another exciting adventure that'll really surprise you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Joan Ellison as Myra Brittingham, Robert Dryden as Sergeant Bill Foreman, Richard Kendrick as Luke Peterson, Bernard Lenrow as Hartford Homer Ransom, and Ivor Francis as Dr. Hugo Bascom. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. Get the news firsthand and in full from expanded CBS News on the CBS Radio Network.
Hello there. This is Kelly Maddox, Executive Secretary of the Citizens Traffic Commission. And here is our safe driving tip for today. You know, there's a lot of confusion on the part of motorists and pedestrians as to what a flashing red light means. A flashing red light, when used as a traffic signal, means that the motorist must come to a complete stop before entering an intersection and after stopping, proceed only when it is determined that the coast is clear. This same rule applies to pedestrians. The Citizens Traffic Commission would like to impress on all motorists that they must stop their car when the traffic signal shows a flashing red light. A flashing yellow light means that you are to slow your car to a safe and reasonable speed and proceed with caution. All traffic signal lights have a meaning, and the motorist must remember that traffic signals are placed at intersections to control conflicting movements of traffic.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Tom Benson, Johnny. Feel like traveling?
Not particularly. Why?
About 6 months ago, we wrote 2 policies, a man and his wife, Harrison and Maida Langley. Double indemnity. $125,000 each.
You got a death claim already?
No, but we're liable to. Got a letter from the underwriter. Says Langley claims somebody's trying to murder both him and his wife.
Where do I go?
Sundown Rubber Plantation, Kuala Lumpur, Federated States of Malaya.
Well, I should have my passport around here somewhere. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund and another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Friends, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum present these weekly adventures of Johnny Dollar because they know that millions of you enjoy Johnny Dollar. That's true of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, too. It's enjoyed by millions, day in and day out. People find that chewing on a smooth, delicious piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum somehow makes time pass more pleasantly. Whether you're working, driving, shopping, or just taking things easy, that good, tasty chewing gives you enjoyment and satisfaction. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. And whenever you want a refreshing, delicious treat, chew a stick. You'll like it. You really will. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the terrified Taun matter. Expense account item 1, $1,043.50. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Kuala Lumpur. I checked into the Coliseum Hotel and then walked over to Batu Road and the offices of George Allister, the rubber and tin broker who doubles in brass as your Malayan representative.
Oh, filthy climate, Dollar, filthy. No man in full possession of his God-given senses would ever live out here. I don't understand why you came.
Well, you wrote about the possible forthcoming murder of some policyholders, Allister.
Oh, yes, the Harrison Langley business. Utter rot, this talk about murder. Dismal obsession of disordered mentality. I wrote that letter only in the line of duty.
You don't think there's anything to it?
Oh, beastly nonsense. Jungle's breaking Langley down. He's a weakling to start with, no moral fiber. Turn that fan up a bit, huh? Yes, fellow's disintegrating under the strain of trying to run that rubber plantation.
Then there haven't been any attempts to kill Langley or his wife?
No, sheer delusion. Concepts of a diseased mind. Checked with the police. No reports made. Oh, Jungle's got him. That and the filthy terrorists.
His plantation's in terrorist country?
Sundown some 45 miles north of here. Everything north of Kuala's in terrorist domain. Filthy blighters. Ambushing traffic. Attacking villages, plantations. Murdering, burning, slashing rubber trees. No man's in his right mind would live in this filthy country.
Yeah. How do I get out there?
I hire an armored car. Only way to travel through the jungle. Take your own chances, though. Might be blown up by landmines. I won't take any responsibility.
I'm not asking you to.
Oh, you make your investigation if you have to, Dollar. Won't get you anywhere. Utter waste of time. Then go back home to the States, out of this filthy climate, beastly country.
Uh-huh. If you hate this country so much, Alistair, why do you stick around?
Very good question. Asked myself that many times. Always came up with the same answer.
What's that?
Making too much money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Expense account item 2, $120. Rental of a 1949 Ford, completely equipped with armor plating and bulletproof glass. The jungle trip was hot but fairly uneventful, and only the barbed wire enclosure and the armed Malayan guards at the entrance to the sundown plantation gave evidence that this was anything but a quiet, peaceful land.
Good afternoon, Tuan. May I have your identification, please?
Yeah, sure. Here it is.
Tuan Dollar. You are here to speak with Tuan Langley?
That's the general idea, yeah.
I think perhaps it would be wise for you to speak with Tuan Crawford first.
Crawford? Who's he?
He is the plantation overseer, Tuan.
Why should I talk to him instead of Langley?
Tuan Langley is not well at the moment. He is still suffering from the shock.
What shock is that?
His wife, Tuan. She has disappeared.
Well, in that case, if you don't mind, I think I'll see Mr. Langley. Through the screen door, I could see part of the interior of Langley's house. There wasn't a sign of anyone around, but it looked cool and inviting in there. Too good a bet to pass up.
You take one more step into this house and I'll kill you.
Wow. Thanks for the warning.
I mean it. Every word of it. You're not going to murder me the way you did Maida. No, not a bit of it. You didn't expect me to be waiting here ready for you when you came sneaking in, did you? No, I'll bet you didn't.
You win on all counts, Langley. Now, suppose you put that thing down and let's start talking sense.
Not a move, I said. I know your kind. Sneaky, tricky. Try to get me off balance.
Look, my name's Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. Washingtonian Life sent me out.
You're lying. George Alistair told me they wouldn't do anything about it. Wouldn't send a man halfway around the world to help me. He was right.
I've got my identification here to prove it.
You have identification?
How do you think I got past those guards at the gate? Here. Take a look for yourself.
What are you...
Thanks. 38 caliber Webley, isn't it?
All right, go ahead. Use it.
I think I'd rather have a drink first.
Over there, the liquor cabinet.
Thanks. You might take a good look at those papers while I'm mixing one.
But these papers say you're Johnny Dollar, an insurance investigator working for... Why, I'm sorry, Dollar. Dreadfully sorry. Please accept my apologies.
Forget it. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Oh, it's been a nightmare, Dollar. Constant threats against my life. Terrorist raids. Living in fear 24 hours a day. Sleeping with a gun at my side. Seeing this plantation ruined before my very eyes. And helpless to stop it. It's no wonder I'm not responsible for my actions.
Langley, it's not your plantation I'm interested in right now. It's your wife.
Maida?
Well, she's disappeared, hasn't she?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course she has. But, good Lord, man. What do you think's got me all upset this way?
I was beginning to wonder. Well, let's start with your wife and go on from there. What makes you think that she's been murdered?
What's the trouble here, Mr. Langley? Trouble? One of the yard men told me you heard a shot fired.
There was, accidentally.
Guns don't go off around here without a reason, mister.
There's nothing to get excited about, Crawford. Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator.
Insurance investigator? So the vultures are gathering for the feast before the body's even cold.
That's enough, Crawford. Nobody's asking you for your opinion.
I don't need to be asked about something like this. If Mrs. Langley was my wife, I wouldn't be wasting my time talking to insurance men.
Then let me remind you that Mrs. Langley is not your wife. Even though I'm certain that two of you wish she were.
Why, you dirty little...
Okay, Crawford, hold it.
If you've got anything to say, suppose you tell it to me.
Yes. That's a good idea, Crawford. Instead of my saying anything, why don't you tell Mr. Dollar all you know about the disappearance of my wife? That might help clarify things in a hurry.
Okay. I'll be outside in the Jeep, Mr. Dollar. I'll take you on a personally conducted tour. That way you'll be sure of getting the truth from once.
Well, there's part of your answer.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Crawford's in love with my wife. They've been carrying on behind my back for months. If anyone has a motive for trying to kill me, it's Crawford.
Yeah, or it could be the other way around.
That's been going on for 3 or 4 months now, Mr. Dollar. This crazy idea Mr. Langley has that somebody's trying to murder him and his wife.
What makes you think somebody isn't?
Hey, he says he gets threatening notes and telephone calls. Only nobody else has ever seen them or heard him talking to anyone.
Uh-huh. Now, what about Mrs. Langley?
Oh, he was driving her nuts. Walking around afraid of his shadow. Carrying a gun every place he went. Spying on her and me. Trying to find out if something was going on between us.
Was there?
If you knew Mrs. Langley, you wouldn't even think of asking that question.
But I don't. And I'm still trying to find out what happened to her.
Well, I'll show you. There, you see where the barbed wire's been cut? Those young rubber saplings have been slashed?
A terrorist raid?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Well, what's this got to do with Mrs. Langley?
The guard who met you at the gate, Bandar. He found the fence and trees that way, making his rounds this morning. He also found a sleeve torn from one of Mrs. Langley's blouses. It was covered with blood. And no one has seen Mrs. Langley since last night.
You figure the terrorist took her with him?
I think Mr. Langley staged the whole thing to make it look like that.
Yeah? Why?
He's in debt. The 50,000-pound note on the plantation's coming due in 60 days. His wife's insurance would cover that nicely.
Well, it's an interesting theory. Let's go back, huh? Where's Mr. Langley, Bandar?
He has left for Kuala Lumpur, sir, some 10 minutes ago.
Why? Did he say?
Oh, no, sir. I only know that Tuan Langley received a telephone call, and then he left.
Did he leave any message for me?
I do not know if it was a message, sir, but he made some strange comment concerning yourself.
Oh? What was it?
He was rather excited. I did not get all the words, but it was something about giving you something to really investigate.
And that was all?
Yes, sir, that was all. Then he took a .45 caliber automatic from the gun rack and left.
Where's the phone, Bandar?
Yes, that's right, Dollar. I did speak with Langley a few minutes ago. Nothing important. Just a routine business question about a shipment of rubber.
You're sure that's all it was, Alistair?
Well, of course, man. What's the matter, Dollar? Is filthy heat getting you down, too?
Did either of you say anything about Mrs. Langley?
Maida? Yes, she was mentioned casually.
Casually? And he didn't tell you that she's disappeared, possibly been murdered?
You being serious, Dollar?
Did he tell you anything about it?
No, not a word. Matter of fact, I was the only one who mentioned Maida. Perfectly casual reference, as I told you.
Well, what did you say, Alistair?
Merely that I just finished having a drink with her at the Coliseum bar.
Friends, here's a suggestion that'll help you go through a busy day feeling more relaxed and satisfied. From time to time, especially when you're feeling tense or under pressure, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. You see, chewing is a natural way to get rid of some of that pent-up tension. Chewing on a good, smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum not only helps you feel more relaxed, but also gives you taste enjoyment. There's lots of refreshing, delicious flavor in Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. You'll really enjoy it. So do what millions do. Always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy and chew some every day. You'll feel more relaxed, and you'll get more enjoyment out of the things you do. Next time you're at the store, get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I managed to get back to Kuala Lumpur in about half the time it had taken me to get to the plantation. George Allister was still grumbling about the climate, the country, and being involved in the Langley affair.
Oh, confound it, Dollar. I told you Langley was disintegrating, but I didn't think he'd ever take a gun and go hunting his wife to kill her.
Has he tried to get in touch with you?
No.
But he knows you saw Mrs. Langley at the Coliseum bar.
Why, yes, I told him that on the phone.
Did she say anything about a raid at the plantation? About an attempt to kill her there?
Oh, not a word. Claimed she was in town on a 2-day shopping trip. Seemed cheerful and happy.
And she's staying at some hotel, huh?
Mm-hmm. Room 22 at the Crown House. Small, reasonable rates. She usually stays there when she's in town.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better call the police and brief them while I'm on the way over. The sooner Langley's picked up, the better.
Yes, of course.
Oh, by the way, Alistair, you wouldn't happen to know who holds that 50,000-pound note against Langley's plantation, would you?
Why, yes. I own the note. Why?
Just curious. There wasn't any sign of the Koala police in the Crown House lobby, so I went right up to Mrs. Langley's room on the second floor. Whatever preconceived ideas I might have had concerning what Maida Langley would be like didn't even come close.
So you're an insurance man, Mr. Dollar. That outfit of yours must have a hole in its head, sending you all the way to Koala because of those crazy ideas of Harry's.
You don't think there's anything to him, Mrs. Langley?
But nothing. The lad got himself into a lather with that crummy plantation that's riding his back. Been working too hard, that's all.
You think that's all there is to it? Overwork?
What else? All he needs is a good long vacation away from that stinking plantation.
What went on out there this morning?
What do you mean?
Well, you were at the plantation when the terrorists made that raid, weren't you?
Oh, that, sure. I'm getting so I don't pay any attention to those things anymore. They're happening all the time.
Where were you when it took place?
My room, packing for this trip to town. Why?
Well, both your husband and Crawford have the idea that somebody staged that raid in order to kill you.
Kill me?
They both said you disappeared right after it.
Well, sure I did. I drove to town.
Anybody see you leave?
Dandar was at the gate. He let me out. And Harry knew I was coming here.
Your husband knew that?
Sure, Harry's going to join me here. This place has got a kind of, well, you might call it sentimental feeling for us.
Oh, yeah? How's that, Mrs. Langley?
I was staying here when I first met Harry. Lots of show people stay here.
Oh, you were in show business?
Oh, couldn't you tell? Sure. I was traveling around the Orient with a girly show. Nothing big time, you understand, but it was a living. Funny how those things turn out. Never figured I'd wind up someday being the wife of a rich plantation owner.
Must have been quite a change.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. Just another chorus cutie on the make who managed to snag herself a gold mine.
I didn't say that.
Well, don't. I happen to love that guy of mine. When he meets me here, I'm going to make him take me to Singapore for a month. Just the two of us. A real vacation. And then he'll forget all this crazy business about people wanting to kill him and me. Everything will be okay then. When we get back, we'll go...
Get down!
What was...
Get down!
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. You didn't get started on that vacation soon enough. The shots had come from the rear of another hotel, just across the alleyway from the Crown House. When I got over there, I found just about what I'd expected. A room filled with babbling tenants, the smell of burnt cordite, and an excited room clerk.
Yes, Taun. It was the gentleman who rented this room. He had registered here 30 minutes ago. I do not understand why he's not here now.
Happen to remember his name?
Oh, yes, Taun. I take great pride in my work here. I remember the names of all the hotel guests.
Well, I'm only interested in one, the man who rented this room.
Oh, yes, I remember quite distinctly. He registered here under the name of Harrison Langley.
I went back to Maida's room to get her out of there and under police protection.
I could have saved myself the trip. She was gone. I spent the next 3 hours going round and round with the Koala police. Eventually, they decided they'd try to pick up Langley and see what they could do about protecting Maida. Expense account item 3, $10 for a double scotch on the rocks and a half-eaten dish of mame at the Coliseum bar. I don't think the bill would have run that high, but when I saw the face in the crowded bund outside the window, I didn't feel like waiting for change. Still looking for her, Langley?
What? Oh, it's you, Dollar.
Still looking for Maida?
Then you knew I came here to Koala to kill her.
That's the general impression I received, yeah.
It's a terrible thing. What a scheming woman can do to a man, Dollar. Terrible thing.
You want to tell me about it first, or do we go straight to the police?
Doesn't really matter now, does it?
Probably not.
There's a little garden across the square. I used to meet Maida there. Do you mind if we talk about it there?
Sounds like as good a place as any.
I don't know, Dollar. Maybe it's because I'm a weakling. Maybe it's because when a man marries late in life, as I did, it hits him harder when he learns that his wife no longer loves him.
You still think that's the real story?
I know it is. She and Crawford.
That's not the way she tells it, Langley.
I should have known better. A cheap dance hall tramp. She only married me for my money.
And you're convinced Maida and Crawford intended to murder you?
Oh, no. Don't underestimate my sweet, darling wife, Dollar. She didn't want me killed. Then Crawford could force her into marrying him. No. All she wanted was to have me adjudged mentally incompetent. Then she'd have control of my money and no strings attached. That's why she was so brazen about her affair with Crawford. Why they tried to break me down with all those threats against my life, fake those terrorist raids against the plantation. To make me crack, break down under the strain, commit some unreasoning act of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they almost succeeded. I came here to Koala today to kill Maida, to get rid of her once and for all. I couldn't see any other way out. No other answer for me.
Murder's never an answer for anything, Langley.
I'm not sure. I spent the whole afternoon walking the streets, thinking about it, trying to bring some semblance of sanity back into my life. I don't know, Dollar. Maybe I shouldn't have changed my mind. Maybe if I'd gone to that hotel and killed her. I don't know.
You still have the gun with you?
Yes. Yeah. Here it is.
Thanks. Well, the magazine's full. Gun doesn't look as though it's been fired.
Why should it? I told you I changed my mind about killing her, didn't I?
Yeah. So you did. I asked Langley to wait in the garden and went across to the Coliseum Hotel, where I made 3 quick phone calls. The first was to the Koala police. They told me the slugs they dug out of the wall in Maida's hotel room were .38 caliber. The second call was to the Sundown Plantation.
Yes, sir. That is correct. One Langley's wife left the plantation early yesterday morning.
And why did you tell me she disappeared?
It was at her request, sir. She said to tell everyone that. She was planning some surprise for Tuan Langley.
Uh-huh. What about Crawford? Is he around?
No, sir. He left for Kuala Lumpur shortly after you did.
Did he say when he was coming back?
Yes, sir. He said he would return by midnight tonight.
Uh-huh. He had a gun with him, of course.
Yes, sir. He not only took his, but also Tuan Langley's .38 caliber Webley.
The third call was to the room clerk of the hotel where the shots had been fired. His memory was still good concerning the man who'd registered as Harrison Langley. 6 feet tall, brown hair, heavy set, about 30. It was a perfect description of Crawford. I drove back to the garden in my armored Ford, picked up Langley, and we headed out on the jungle road leading back to the sundown place. Sure, I'd get the proof I needed when we got there. But I was wrong. I got it when we were still 15 miles away.
Bullet.
Must have been a landmine.
If some poor devil ran over it in his car.
Well, we'll find out.
There it is, Dollar. An armored car. Blown clear off the road.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh. Dollar, is there any?
Not a prayer for either one.
The gun he's wearing. It's my Webley.
I know. He used it this afternoon. Looks like I was the target and not Maida.
So, she died out here like this. Instead. Cheap chorus girl. All she wanted was money. So she married for it. But that wasn't enough. She had to scheme and connive to break me down, destroy me. So it could be all hers, alone. Well, she didn't succeed, Dollar. And I'm well rid of her. She deserved to die like this by violence. Just another dead animal in the jungle.
Mr. Langley, let's...
Cheap, no good tramp. That's all she was. Believe me, I'm well rid of her. Well rid of her. She deserved to die like this. Nothing but a cheap, gold-digging... Maida, darling, Maida.
Expense account item 4, $39.70. Hotel bill and incidentals in Kuala Lumpur. Expense account item 5, $1,083.25. Airfare and incidentals from Kuala Lumpur back to Hartford. Expense account total, $2,296.45. Remarks? Sorry I couldn't save you the loss on Maida Langley's death claim, but if it's any consolation, you're in good company. Everybody concerned seems to have lost something. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Friends, when you've got a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum with you, you're all set for refreshment and enjoyment at any time. At work, at home, in your car, wherever you are. Just slip a stick of delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your mouth and keep on with what you're doing. See how refreshing that lively spearmint flavor tastes, how it cools your mouth and helps keep your throat moist. Enjoy the good chewing, too. It'll make the time pass more pleasantly for you. And remember, chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep breath sweet and teeth clean. So it's a nice thing to have with you at all times. Get some next time you're at the store. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Ben Wright, Jack Edwards, Bill Johnstone, Jack Moyles, and Virginia Gregg. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when from Hollywood, John Lund returns as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Johnny Dollar.
I am thy father's spirit,
What?
doomed for a certain term to walk the night,
Well, good for you.
and for the days confined to fasting fires,
How about that?
till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away.
Bravo, Mr. Shakespeare. Now, why don't you just relax and enjoy it?
I wish I could, Johnny. This is Jack Price down here in Corpus Christi.
I thought I recognized those pear-shaped tones. How are you, Jackson?
Fair.
Why the long-winded quote from Act One of Hamlet?
Tell me, Johnny, do you believe in ghosts?
Are you kidding?
Not a bit. Because a lot of innocent people down here in Corpus are beginning to.
You are kidding.
No, sir.
How come?
Because of a so-called psychic medium who's moved in on us.
A medium? Hmm?
He's been holding seances, or whatever you call them, and making with the clairvoyance bit. He's a rare one, Johnny.
Now, which is it, Jack?
Huh?
Rare, medium, or maybe well done?
Well, the act he puts on is well done, all right.
Well, what's your worry about him?
He's costing us money.
How?
Come on down here, Johnny. I'll give you the story, and you can get to work on him, okay?
All right, Jackson. Why not?
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-Western Life Insurance Company office in Corpus Christi, Texas. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the medium rare matter. Expense account item 1, $132.15 for a cab to Bradley Field, then plane fare to Corpus Christi. Item 2 is $1.35 for the airport limousine to the Robert Driscoll Hotel, where I got myself a room, parked my luggage before walking over to Jack Price's office in the Katz building.
I'll bet you're tickled pink to get away from that cold New England winter weather,
That's the truest thing you ever said, Jackson. How are you?
Oh, fit to be tied, Johnny, on account of this so-called psychic medium.
Oh?
Sit down, I'll tell you all.
All right. Tell me, don't the police around here kind of frown on such? This one is a phony, isn't he?
Sure is. But somebody's got to prove it and put him out of business. Johnny, there are a lot of people who believe in spiritualism. But when a rank charlatan like this comes along...
Well, let's face it, Jack, you find them all over. They ought to be locked up, but they're usually too smart. Now, let's have the story.
Well, first off, he operates out beyond the city limits. That's why our Corpus Christi police are helpless.
Yep.
His name is Udi Vishnu.
Vishnu?
At least that's the name he uses. And you ask me, that Hindu or whatever it is accent he uses has a touch of Brooklyn in it.
No?
Phony, phony, phony. But they continue to fall for him. Knowledge of the past, present, and future. Mind reading, message from the dead. Phooey.
You really don't like him, do you?
He's already cost us money.
Oh?
Unless you can stop him, he'll cost us a lot more. Us and a lot of other people. And that means a lot of heartbreak, too.
Don't tell me that he makes a charge for his meetings, seances, whatever you want to call them.
Too smart. He'd be up against the laws on fortune-telling. No, Johnny, all it takes is contributions. There's no law against that.
Just where and how does he operate?
A few miles out South Staple Street. You remember the place they call Ranch 66?
Wasn't that a gambling joint, among other things?
Well, they prefer to call it a roadhouse. Anyhow, on a side road ways beyond Ranch 66 is a little theater that's been empty for years.
Mm-hmm.
And now, all decked out in fresh paint with a new facade. It's Udi Vishnu's Temple of the Living Truth. And, Johnny, every single night of the week, that place is packed with the poor suckers who think he's some kind of a new prophet.
He must be good.
He is. He's great. And, brother, you should see the money they lay on the drum.
Plenty,
Right. Including proceeds from the insurance policies they've been cashing in.
Ah, so that's where it hurts.
You bet it does. We've made a big thing over the years of insuring the little guy. The one that some of the big companies don't want to bother with. Policies for only $1,000 or $2,000. Don't you see, Johnny? Those are the people who need that insurance. And you've got to stop him.
Well, Jackson, I don't know.
You've got to, Johnny, before any more of these people get hurt. Every single night they're out there shelling out their dough to hear his glorified magic act. People from all over this part of the country.
Oh?
Yeah. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, wherever he's carefully planted his literature.
At least that brings some extra money into this thriving city of Corpus Christi.
Wrong. I forgot to tell you. The suckers don't know it, or if they do, they don't care. But he also owns a big old hotel that just happens to be only a block away from his temple. It's always jammed with his followers. This thing's been going on for over a month now, so he's really cleaning up. But mostly, of course, on the contributions.
I don't know, Jack. I mean, if he's not committing any actual crime...
I think he is.
What do you mean? What sort of crime?
Murder.
Murder?
Yeah. He's been getting his people his followers to name him as the beneficiary of their insurance. Not the temple, Johnny, but him.
Oh?
Yeah, and listen.
Go ahead.
In the last 2 weeks, for no apparent reason, and remember that.
Yep.
2 of our clients, both of them in good health, but neither of them wealthy or anything like that.
Yeah, go on.
For no apparent reason, they've been murdered. And the murders are unsolved.
And you think this Udi Vishnu did it? Now, wait.
No, he's too smart. But knowing his influence over his followers and their fanaticism, the way that some of them do anything for him, and I mean anything, Johnny, even murder. Well, what do you think? You want to look into it?
Looks like somebody better, doesn't it?
Good. Now, just how do you plan to start your investigation of this phony mystic, this Udi Vishnu?
Well, it seems to me, Jack, that it might be smart to go on out there to his temple and catch his act.
That's what I thought. So here, you better have this.
What's this?
Admission ticket.
You mean you have to have a reserved seat?
Sure do. And here you are, for row H, seat number 43.
Well, I thought you said there was no charge.
Well, there isn't. But you have to have a ticket or you'll never get in.
It's funny.
Most of them are handed out there at the Temple of the Living Truth Hotel. And just to make it look good, some of the small hotels and motels on the edge of town are given a few ducats, too.
I see.
Anyhow, if you want to go tonight, here.
Okay, Jackson. Thanks. Item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car. By the time I'd got it and going back to the Robert Driscoll to freshen up, well, item 4 is $6.80 for a cocktail and a leisurely dinner. Then I drove out to the Temple of the Living Truth. Literally scores of people were standing around begging to be let in. But only those with tickets for reserved seats were admitted. And remember that. Reserved seats. The audience, or rather the auditorium, held something over 100 people. And the house was packed. The wide, shallow stage was hung with gray velvet drapes and was bare, except for a sort of reading stand or lectern. There were steps leading from the audience to stage center. And Jack had been right. Most of the people gathered there looked like rather poor folks, the very kind most likely to be taken in by this self-styled mystic. My ticket stub said the service would start at 8:30. At exactly 8:27, the lights were slowly dimmed, except for a blue spotlight that shone on the lectern and on the steps that led up to it. And from somewhere came the recorded music of an organ. Low, haunting, mysterioso. The crowd grew silent. They all leaned forward expectantly. And then at 8:30 on the nose, from one side of the stage into the spotlight, glided Udi Vishnu. I'll say this for him. He cut a mighty impressive figure. He was tall, with curly chestnut hair and a smart, short beard. Brown eyes that were set deep in their sockets, but that almost seemed to glow in the spotlight. His face rather pale and wan, like that of someone who has suffered. He wore a long gray robe bound in the middle by a cord that looked like gold. It reached to the tips of his gold-colored sandals. His hands were those of the artist, with long, slim fingers that barely gracefully curved as he gave the sign of a blessing. He simply stood there for a moment, his eyes raised upward, as a soft, almost imperceptible sigh passed through the crowd. Then he lowered his hand, and the music died out. As he looked out over the crowd, I realized that there was something almost magnetic in that gaze of his, almost hypnotic. Believe me, whatever it was, this man had it.
And do you believe? We believe. And do you believe in me? We believe. And do you know that I, and I alone, possess the infinite knowledge? Yes, we know. Of all things then, and now, and forever? Yes. Then you know, my children, that through me, you too can be possessed of supranormal, supernatural powers, can share my unification with the omnipotent consciousness that rules the cosmic destiny of all mankind. My bond with the supreme intelligence, and you can gain psychic powers beyond belief. Know all things about all people. Yes. Now, these tremendous forces lie dormant within you. They must be aroused and developed, as only I can show you how. If you will uphold me, not only in worldly things, but in things spiritual. If you will believe in me, and show me that you believe, your lives will be successful, full, and complete. Yes. You know this. Yes. Then be silent. As I close my eyes, as I concentrate on someone here I have never seen before, but who will be the first tonight to be relieved of all worldly cares, who is one of the elect to share with me Yes, I see now a number. The number H41.
Oh, it's me.
Really?
That's my ticket. My seat number. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. But see? It's the number of my seat.
Yes, I see, miss, but no, wait a minute. I mean...
Patience, my child, that I may speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In the eye of my mind, there comes a vision now. A farm in Oklahoma, near the town of
Yes, El Reno, yes. Oh.
And a little girl, perhaps 10 years old. Her name is Martha.
Oh, that's my name.
Martha Winter.
Yes.
And with her, a little dog.
The dog.
The dog she was not supposed to have. She never told her mother. His name was Skipper.
Skipper. I'd almost forgotten.
Then Martha's school and Miss Albright.
My teacher. But how could he know?
Yes, who alone helped Martha decide not to run away from home.
It's true.
And now, when she got the call to come here to see me, but she left the car, an old one, It's blue.
He's right. He's right.
43 U7418.
Oh, that's the license number. But it's back in Oklahoma.
Are you here, Martha?
Yes. All you said is true.
And do you believe?
Yes.
Do you all believe?
Yes.
He went on that way for 2 hours, telling people there in the audience all about themselves. Names, places, dates, intimate things about their faraway homes, their childhood friends, events in their lives that they themselves had almost forgotten. Believe me, it was impressive and very convincing. And when he promised eternal supernatural help for all those who would help him, well, brother, you should have seen the money pour into the collection baskets. After it was over, in the crowd outside, I talked with those people to find out how he had learned so much about them. But they'd only arrived that very day, that morning. And more important, not one of them had told anyone, not anyone, of the personal things that he had known. Who could blame them then for believing him, and for believing in him, and for going on back to their farms or whatever, convinced that thanks to him all their troubles were over and forever? And the next night there'd be another, a fresh mob there, to shell out their money for his phony promise of supernatural help. But how to stop him?
You know the only way, of course.
Do I, Jack?
Sure. Somehow prove to those followers of his how he actually does get all that information about him. But it's pretty fantastic, isn't it? He's never seen them before, doesn't even have any way of knowing they're going to be there.
Yeah, he's mighty convincing.
And what he does is just plain impossible. But until you or I or somebody can duplicate his act, then tell him it's all a phony. But how? Even Houdini or Thurston or Blackstone or any other magician would have to take a back seat to this punk.
Wait a minute, Jackson.
Yeah?
Reserved seats.
Huh?
And one of those names you mentioned, a magician, years ago when he set out to expose the phony mediums.
What are you talking about?
In all the big cities where he played, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, all the big towns. But this one, this Udi Vishnu, plays to the country folks who couldn't have known about that magician's expose.
Look, will you please tell me...
Jackson, I think I can do it.
Yeah?
Get some tickets for tonight's performance and drag in all the state or county authorities, whoever has jurisdiction, all of them that you can. Also, somebody from one of the news services.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
See if I can prove once and for all that this big mystic is just one big mistake. The next few hours were about the busiest I ever spent. First of all, through a contact there in Corpus Christi, whose name I had better not mention, I got the answer to the one key question in my mind. Amount of the latest monthly phone bill paid by the Temple of the Living Truth Hotel. Then, on the excuse that I wanted a reservation for the night, I paid a visit to the hotel. Needless to say, all the rooms were taken, but I sneaked a good long look at the register, and sure enough, beside the name of each guest were the two things I needed to know: home address and ticket number for the night's meeting. Only let's call it performance now. Then back in town, I ran up item 4, $121 in telephone calls. I know, a lot of calls, but very necessary ones. Then, I don't know where and how Jackson got the tickets, but he did. And there in the audience with us were 6 or 7 state and county cops, out of uniform and looking fresh off the farm, and 2 reporters from the National News Services. Again, the house was full. Again, the dim lights and organ music. Again, the opening preliminaries.
Do you believe? We believe. And do you believe in me?
We believe.
And do you know that I alone possess the infinite knowledge?
Yes, we know.
Of things then and now and forever?
Yes, yes, yes.
Then when he had him in the mood, and again I say it was pretty impressive, then he began his demonstration. He was every bit as good as he'd been the night before, and by the end of an hour he had them with him all the way. Finally came the break that I'd been waiting for when he called out one of the numbers on the list that I had compiled.
And I see another number in the eye of my mind. Number L13.
Hey, that's me. It's my seat number.
Then listen, my brother. While I tell you of the wondrous things I know through the psychic powers that have been granted me.
Yes.
That have made you one of the elect.
No, let me tell him. What's this? Hey, Johnny, what's here?
Wait. Be silent, my children. And who are you, my brother?
I was here last night. Don't you see you've inspired in me the same powers that you have?
The same powers?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Seat number L13. Have you ever seen me before? No, I haven't.
Wait, my children.
Of course you haven't, nor have I ever seen you before, but that doesn't keep me from knowing all about you.
Please.
About the same kind of trickery that this Udi Vishnu has been using on you.
Do not listen to him.
Number L13. Your name is Martin Mefford. You came from Cotton Valley, Louisiana, car license number CFU 160. You're a plumber's helper, right? Yes. Oh, no. He has the gift. He has the gift.
Please do not listen to this man.
Mr. Mefford, you walk with a limp because you broke your leg when you were 6 years old when Tommy Parkin shoved you out of a tree. That's true.
Do not listen to this
Your
man.
teacher in the first grade, Miss Brewster, she promised you a book if you'd stop chewing your nails. Is that a fact? Yes. How do you know? I forgot it myself. I know by the same trick this crook has been using.
My children.
Seat number C41, Mrs. Nathan Parry. Yes. Your maiden name was Wilma Leonard. You were born in Asherton. You ran away to Austin when you were 14, and a little secret in your life. Well, listen, and I'll tell you.
No. Stop this man. Stop him. Stop him.
By the time I got through telling some of those people stuff that even Udi Vishnu hadn't found out about them, and some of it was pretty personal, they fairly tore the place apart. Then when Udi dragged a gun from under his robes to protect himself and pulled off a couple of shots, well, then the police moved in. As for the radio newspaper story that followed, well, believe me, Udi Vishnu, whose real name turned out to be Bernie Bildrick, won't try that caper again, even if he does get out of a pen.
But you still haven't told me how you got all that dope on those people, and in only a matter of hours, Johnny.
Same way he did, Jack.
And some of it pretty intimate stuff, too, and stuff they couldn't have told you because they'd forgotten about it. What's more, you'd never seen them before. How, Johnny?
Look, the tickets were free, but all the seats were numbered, reserved. Now, there had to be a reason, Jackson. That's what reminded me of the famous magician, the trick that he'd used up in New York.
Yeah?
He'd call the ticket agency, the hotel, find out the name and address of a guest who'd bought a ticket to his show.
Well, down here, of course...
All I had to do was look at the register, right there at the Temple of the Living Truth Hotel.
Which will soon be out of business, I promise you.
All right. Having seat number, name, and home address, I got on the phone. That Mr. Martin Mefford from Cotton Valley, Louisiana. I called the police chief there and the mayor. On the information they gave me, I called his old school teacher, 2 cousins, a couple of boyhood pals, an old girlfriend. Jackson, by the time I got through, I knew more about him than he did about himself, and the same with the others.
Well, I'll be darned.
So, that's that.
You certainly proved your point.
Point?
Big mystic? No. Big mistake.
Whether they can pin the 2 murders on him that Jack told me about remains to be seen. That's up to the authorities and out of my hands now. Expense account total, $465.30. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a nice, quiet little town in South Jersey that doesn't stay that way for long. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Featured in our cast were Maurice Tarplin as Jack Price, Dan Arco as Udi Vishnu, Evelyn Juster as the first woman, Bill Lipton as Martin Mefford, Tony Darnay as the second woman. Also heard in our cast were Guy Rep and Sam Raskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. The #1 network for news, expanded CBS News on the CBS.
John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. Shelley Thomas at Federal.
You're up early today.
I've already been at my desk for 2 hours. How'd you like to work on one for me?
What's it about?
In cold, hard claim cash, it comes to exactly $12,482.16.
That's interesting. What does it mean?
Somebody's been filching a lot of merchandise over in Toledo, and it's beginning to hurt. Could you get over there and have a look around?
Sure. But it sounds like a police job to me.
Well, I don't expect any miracles, Johnny. I just want a good factual report on the whole business for my clients.
See you in an hour.
John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Federal Insurance and Claims Adjusters, 2044 Appalachian Drive, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Costain matter. Expense account item 1, $49.15. Plane fare and incidentals, Hartford to Toledo. En route, I read over the details concerning the case. 37 stolen merchandise claims had been filed and paid off in what looked like a first-class shoplifting epidemic in Toledo. I parked my 2 bags at the Commodore Perry Hotel and went over to the main police station. A Lieutenant Sturgis was in charge.
Sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Federal Insurance and Claims Adjusters, huh?
That's right.
You're here to find out what we've been doing about all this shoplifting, is that it?
Well, we represent the insurance companies who've had to pay off on these theft claims.
Yeah, sure, I see. Well, where do you want to start?
Let me see. How about this Maumee dress shop, Lieutenant?
Okay. Uh-huh. Let's see. February 10th, proprietor Mrs. Bancroft registered a complaint with us that a dress and a coat were missing from the store racks. Well, we went over there and talked to her about it, made out the report as another shoplifting job, and put a description of the coat and the dress in the hot sheet.
Mm-hmm. Dress wholesaled at $113. Coat had a fur trim. Went at $395.
Yeah. Looked a little better than most shoplifting jobs to us. We had it in mind when we got another complaint 3 days later from a place over on Oak Avenue.
That'd be, Milady's Shoppy?
Yeah. Negligee and a silk robe.
Yeah, we covered that one, too. Both of them came to $286.
Yeah, same thing as the mommy. Clerks hadn't seen anyone, didn't know anything. The week of the 15th, we had 2 more complaints. On the 23rd, 3 complaints. They've been coming in regular ever since. The last one was 3 days ago. Always the best stores, always expensive merchandise. We rounded up every known shoplifter in our files, and we've had our store personnel at all of our lineups. No one's been able to make an identification so far. First, we thought it was a plain, expert shoplifting done by a well-organized gang.
Looks that way.
Not so much anymore. Did you notice on your list there that all of these items are for a woman?
Yeah.
Dresses, coats, blouses, cosmetics, millinery, costume jewelry, and so on. Now, what we didn't pick up until about a month ago is that all of the articles of clothing that have been taken are for a woman who wears a size 10 dress.
That is a funny one.
Yeah, and it rules out a gang right away. There's pattern to it, but I'm going to have someone else tell you about that.
Yes, Lieutenant?
See if Sergeant Beidler's in.
Right.
99 times out of 100, a shoplifter will take anything he or she can get her hands on, regardless of cost, size, color, or anything else. So we don't think this is the work of an old-timer either.
You mean somebody's just gathering up a nice wardrobe at my insurance company's expense?
Something like that. If any of these stolen articles have been sold or disposed of, we'd have a lead by now. The stuff has been on the hot sheet for months. We've covered pawn shops, second-hand store. Yes?
Sergeant Beidler on 2.
Right. Hello, Sergeant. How's it going?
Fine, thanks, Lieutenant.
There's a man in my office named Dollar. I'm sending him down to see you.
Women in the department reacted a little differently than the men to all this.
How's that, Sergeant?
Well, when they went over the stolen property sheets, they were first impressed, of course, by the fact that all of the clothing was for someone who wore a size 10. The other thing, though, was the good taste.
Well, a lot of thieves have good taste, I suppose.
This one seems to have not only good taste, but a pretty exclusive taste.
You mean the expensive places that have been robbed?
Well, that, but even more. You see here,
Uh-huh.
on March 4th, one green suede coat missing from Toll's apparel shop, and here on the 13th. A brown organdy dress from the Commodore, and here, cocoa-colored sports coat.
Yeah?
Hats and gloves in green and brown, beige, sometimes yellow. No other colors.
Well, what does it mean?
Any woman who restricts herself to these particular colors in dressing, green, brown, beige, cocoa, yellow, must have a very definite coloring of her own. We think a redhead with green eyes.
Well, you know best about that. But, why green eyes? Couldn't they be blue or brown?
Yes, they could be. But there's been a particular emphasis on green in the coats and dresses that have been stolen. And besides that, there's the cosmetics. Did you cover Jaeger's?
Jaeger's, let me see. No.
Well, Jaeger's is a very plush cosmetic store here. Nothing but perfumes and makeup. They reported March 2nd, a whole box of green eyeshadow had been stolen from one of their counters.
And green eyeshadow only goes with green eyes?
Yes, whereas blue eyeshadow would fit a person with either blue or brown eyes. Now, at the same time the eyeshadow was taken, several tubes of lipstick and rouge were also stolen. Both of those items contained orange tinting. That gives us another reason for thinking the eyes are green.
I'm convinced. A redhead with green eyes.
Oh, and it's a short hairdo.
It is?
Look at my hair.
I am, Sergeant.
With a short hairdo like mine, I'd look rather ridiculous in a big picture hat that requires a hair frame. But a small hat, one with a tight contour, would be all right.
Hey, I'm coming around. The Case Millinery store, eh?
Yes.
4 hats. Total value $185?
Yes, those hats that were taken from cases were small, especially designed for a woman with a short hairdo. We think that some of the costume jewelry that's been stolen ties in with the clothes, too.
Uh-huh. Well, how does it stand right now?
Well, we've had our troubles on this one. It's impossible to tie up the manpower it would require to cover every dress and apparel shop in town, not to mention the department stores.
Sure.
We're doing the next best thing. No store has been taken a second time, so we've spotted a dozen policewomen from my department and as many stores around town that still hasn't been hit. And they're posing as clerks.
How long has this been going on?
Since Monday. Maybe we'll get a lead this way.
Yeah. Sergeant, this is just a wild one, but suppose a red-headed woman with green eyes isn't doing it after all. Suppose somebody's doing it for her.
We've thought of that, and it looks like a possibility. None of the personnel we've questioned in any of these stores has been able to say definitely whether or not they saw anyone with red hair on the premises or around the shop to fit the time incidents of the particular robbery.
I see.
And there's another thing we're working on, too, beauty shops.
Oh?
She's a redhead, and she's got all of these expensive clothes. It's a good bet she keeps herself up. You know, has her hair and nails done regularly.
Yeah.
We've covered about 50 different beauty salons in town, the best ones. Told them the kind of woman we're looking for and given them an idea of what she'll be wearing.
Well, if she's still in town, something should break pretty soon. I'd like to go over the original complaints, if it's possible.
Main filings on the 2nd floor. Ask for Sergeant Kelly, and he'll give you what you want.
I'll do that. Thanks a lot. After a full day and a half of studying the crime reports, I wholeheartedly agreed with Lieutenant Sturgis and Sergeant Beidler. Since none of the stolen articles had appeared in any of the usual places for disposal, I was convinced it was not the work of an organized gang or of a previous offender. All clothing that had been taken was the same size and a small variety of colors, and, as Sergeant Beidler had pointed out, suited only to a certain type of woman with definite physical characteristics: red hair, green eyes. Johnny Dollar.
I think we've got something here.
What?
The lead on one of the coats.
I met Lieutenant Sturgis in the police garage, and we drove over to Toll's apparel shop on West Oak Street. One of the clerks there had phoned in and reported she'd seen a woman wearing a green suede coat that had been stolen from the store a month before. The clerk's name was Alice Emerson.
I'm sure it was the coat.
Well, how can you be sure of that, Mrs. Emerson?
Well, it was the only one like it in the entire store. And as far as I know, in Toledo, it had a gathering at the back and gold buttons. I just knew that coat the minute I saw it on her. I just knew it.
Oh, this was about a half an hour ago, you say?
Yes, I was on my lunch hour, and I was eating at the Westgate.
The cafeteria?
Yes. She was about 3 people ahead of me in the line. I didn't remember at first that the coat had been from us, but when I sat down to lunch, I recalled it.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't know what to do exactly. Then I thought, well, I'd better make sure it is the coat, you know. I wouldn't want to make trouble for anyone.
What did you do?
Well, she had a table over by the wall eating her lunch alone. So I finished my lunch, and I walked over near her, and I took a good look at the coat. It was our coat, all right. The one that was taken from that rack over there. I was going right out on the street and call a policeman, but I guess she got a little suspicious of me looking at her the way I did, and she got up and left.
What did she look like, Mrs. Emerson?
Oh, she was a nice-looking woman. About my size, 30 or so. Very nice.
What color was her hair?
Dark. Very dark.
Dark? Black, you mean?
Or dark brown. I don't know which.
Did you happen to notice the color of her eyes?
No, I didn't, but she wore glasses. Horn-rimmed.
You're certain it's the same coat?
Oh, I'm positive.
Have you ever seen the woman before?
No, never. At least I don't think I have.
Nothing familiar about her at all?
No.
Did you happen to notice which direction she went in when she left the cafeteria?
No, I don't know where she went. She just got into a taxi cab.
I went with Lieutenant Sturgis to the offices of the taxicab company that covered metropolitan Toledo. There we began checking the waybills as they came in. Since less than an hour had elapsed from the time Mrs. Emerson called in, we didn't have to go through too many of them. At the intersection of Oak and Westgate, which was right in front of the cafeteria, cab number 418 had carried a fare to a hotel apartment house called the Colonial on the east side of town, Yondota Street. We spoke with the driver of the cab on the phone when he checked into the office. He remembered the fare. A woman in a green suede coat. Try that.
Yeah.
Hello, can I help you?
Police.
Oh?
Sometime in the last hour, a cab brought a woman to this address. We'd like to talk to her. She's about 5'4", about 30, dark hair, wearing a green suede coat. You know her?
Well, let's see.
Wore horn-rimmed glasses?
Well, I've got 175 apartments here. Wait, a green suede coat?
Yeah.
Well, Miss Jones.
Jones, huh?
Yes, Lillian Jones. She just checked in 2 days ago.
Alone?
Yes.
What apartment is she in?
1429. Shall I ring her?
No, never mind. We'll just go on up. From the description we gave the desk clerk at the Colonial Apartments, he identified our suspect as Lillian Jones, apartment 1429. She'd come in approximately 20 minutes before we'd arrived. As far as the clerk knew, she was still in her apartment. We took the self-service elevator up to the 14th floor.
Ought to be down this way.
Hey, wait. 1410, then it goes to 21.
Yeah. Oh, the corridor.
Oh, yeah.
Lillian Jones?
What do you want?
Police. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, just a minute.
May we come in?
We can talk here.
It'll be easier inside.
Here's all right for me.
Let's go inside, Miss Jones.
Okay. What's this all about?
A woman who works at Toll's apparel shop saw you in the Westgate cafeteria at lunchtime today. She said you were wearing a coat that was stolen from them.
She's a liar. I don't even know where Toll's apparel shop is.
She was pretty certain about it.
I've been here all day. I had my lunch here.
Anybody with you?
What do you mean?
Did you eat alone?
Sure, I ate alone.
Miss Jones, we can get the woman from Toll's to come over here and identify you.
Say, listen.
And we can get the cab driver who brought you here to identify you, too.
They'd all be lying. I've been here all day.
Can you prove it?
Sure, I can prove it.
Clerk downstairs said you just came in about 20 minutes ago.
He's lying, too.
It's a green suede coat. You have a green suede coat?
No. Listen, you just get out of there.
Where's the coat, Miss Jones?
I don't know what coat you're talking about.
A green suede coat. Now, what'd you do with it?
I don't have a green suede coat.
Do you have any objection to our looking around?
You bet I have.
All right, we'll get a search warrant. I'm afraid you'll have to come with us, Miss Jones.
I'm not going anywhere with anybody. Get out of here. Get out of my apartment. I'll make plenty of trouble for the both of you.
Come on, Miss Jones.
Lillian Jones had a record of one previous arrest 2 years before. The charge, grand theft. She'd been released for lack of evidence. Her profession was listed as a domestic. The saleslady from Toll's apparel shop appeared and positively identified her as the woman she had spotted in the Westgate cafeteria wearing the stolen coat. The cab driver who'd driven her from the intersection of Westgate and Oak to the Colonial Apartments was called in. He also identified her. She still refused to admit anything, maintaining that she hadn't left her apartment all day. Lieutenant Sturgis took a detail of men to her place to search the premises. I stayed with Sergeant Beidler while she questioned Lillian Jones.
Why won't you tell us what you did with the coat, Lillian?
I don't know what coat you're talking about. Honest, I don't.
Mrs. Emerson saw you wearing it at the cafeteria today. The cab driver saw you wearing it. The clerk at your apartment desk saw you wearing it.
They're all liars. I don't own a green suede coat. You people have no right to hold me like this and ask me all these questions. I haven't done anything.
What did you do with the coat?
There isn't any coat.
Where'd you hide it?
I want a lawyer. Can I call a lawyer?
Tell us about the coat. You stole it from Toll's apparel shop on March 4th. Isn't that right?
I don't know anything about Toll's apparel shop. I told you.
It's on Oak Street.
I'll drop in and say hello sometime.
What about the other thing?
What other thing?
You know what we're talking about, Lillian. Why don't you get it off your chest? We'll find out sooner or later. Who are you working with?
I want a lawyer.
Where's it hidden?
I want a lawyer.
You can make a statement now and save yourself a lot of trouble.
I want a lawyer.
We continued to question Lillian Jones regarding the green suede coat. She denied ever having such a coat in her possession. However, at 3:45 that afternoon, Lieutenant Sturgis returned with his detail of men. They had found the coat, stuffed into a clothes hamper.
I took it over to the shop, and the people there positively identified it as the one stolen on March 4th.
Yeah?
Yeah, it had their label and one of their stock tags in the pocket.
Well, that should do it.
I don't know what we've uncovered here, though. There wasn't anything else in the apartment that fit any of the other thefts.
Yeah? Well, you can hold her on this.
Oh, sure. I'll have her booked in right away.
Lillian Jones was charged with grand theft. Before she was taken to the main jail, she admitted that she had stolen the coat. But not from the apparel shop. From the home of a family by the name of Costain. She said she'd been employed there for 2 weeks as a domestic servant. Mr. Costain was a civil engineer with offices in downtown Toledo. They informed us that he'd already left for his home, so we drove out there to interview him. It was a large, 12-room place on the edge of town. A servant took us into the living room. A few moments later, a tall, gray-haired man in his early 50s made an appearance.
I'm Mr. Costain. I'm Lieutenant Sturgis, Mr. Costain. This is Mr. Dollar.
How do you do? Police?
That's right. They hate to bother you around dinner time like this.
Quite all right. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
We're holding a woman downtown named Lillian Jones, Mr. Costain. I understand you employed her at one time.
Lillian Jones? Oh, the maid, yes. Is she in trouble?
We're just checking her story.
I see.
She was in possession of a green suede coat at the time we took her in, Mr. Costain.
Mm-hmm.
She insists that she took the coat from your home.
Why would she say a thing like that?
Well, we don't know. We thought maybe you could clear that up.
I have no idea what she's talking about. I fired her last Tuesday, I believe it was. That was the last I saw of the woman.
Was she very angry when you fired her?
Not particularly. It's just that she didn't work out here very well. I gave her 2 weeks' pay, told her to go.
It's a green suede coat with gold buttons down the front.
I don't know where she got it, I'm sure, but I know she didn't get it here.
Funny she'd tell us she stole it from here?
Yes, it is. But I don't know why.
Is Mrs. Costain at home?
Mrs. Costain passed away last February.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a daughter?
No.
Well, we have to check into all these things, you know.
Oh, I understand. I wish I could help you.
You can, if you will, Mr. Costain.
How's that?
Would you mind dropping into my office tomorrow and taking a look at the coat?
I don't know what good that would do, but I'll be glad to do it.
You just might recognize it. Perhaps it belonged to Mrs. Costain.
Possibly, although I don't remember it.
Room 212 in the main building.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll be there in the morning.
Fine.
Sorry to have bothered you.
Not at all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Did you see it?
The color print on the piano?
Yeah. A red-headed woman with green eyes.
A check in the neighborhood revealed that the Costains had been living in Toledo less than a year. Before that, they'd lived in Detroit. Financially, they were in the upper income bracket. The house was completely paid for. There were 2 expensive late-model cars in the garage. The Office of Vital Statistics informed us that Mrs. Costain had died on February 6th of a heart condition. It also noted that her hair had been red, her eyes green.
Lieutenant Sturgis, robbery. Oh, yes, of course. I see. Well, are you going to be home? Fine. Arnold Costain.
Yeah?
Yeah, he just changed his story. He said he did know that Lillian Jones stole that coat when she left the house.
You give any reason for not admitting it when we were there?
No, just wants to see us.
I'm afraid I've caused you some trouble on this.
Oh, we don't quite understand why you didn't tell us about it last night.
It's rather simple, probably rather silly. I have a devil of a time keeping servants here for some reason. If a notice got in the paper, I'd accused one of them of theft. Well, I'd have a difficult time getting another one. They're that way.
That coat's worth over $600, Mr. Costain.
Yes, I know. It belonged to my wife.
And you let it go like that?
Oh, I'm insured for personal loss.
Did you report this to your insurance broker?
Oh, yes.
Did you file a claim?
Yes.
What's your broker's name?
Mr. Levant. He has offices in the Metropolitan Building.
When did you report the loss?
On Wednesday.
You mind if I call him and check this?
I don't see why that's necessary. I've just told you what I did about the matter.
Oh, we're still puzzled, Mr. Costain. That coat was reported stolen from Toll's apparel shop last March 4th.
Oh, that's absurd, of course. Mrs. Costain bought that coat for herself a week or so before her illness.
Did she handle it, or did you?
What do you mean?
Well, did she pay for it, or were you billed?
I suppose I was billed. I don't recall. Are you insinuating that Mrs. Costain might have stolen that coat?
No, Mr. Costain. Your wife was already dead when that coat was stolen.
Oh, no. You're wrong.
What do you mean?
Edna's not dead. She'll come back. And when she does, I'll have all these things for her. The things I denied her before.
Denied her?
Yes. I always told Edna she was too extravagant, that she didn't need all those expensive things.
Well, you could have bought them. Why did you steal them?
I always denied her the things she loved. When Edna went away, I don't know what came over me. I mean, the loneliness seemed too much somehow. And I'd go out during the day from my office and wander through the stores that she used to love very much. And whenever I had the opportunity, I stole the things she always wanted.
What did you do with them?
They're in Edna's bedroom, hanging in her wardrobe. Would you like to see them?
Expense account item 2, $75.25, board and room while in Toledo. Item 3, $62, miscellaneous. Item 4, $41.10, plane fare back to Hartford. Expense account total, $227.50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by E. Jack Newman with music by Milton Charles. Featured in tonight's cast were Hal March, Hy Averback, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, Mary Lansing, and Peggy Weber. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar.
Toby Tetrick, Johnny, over here at Northeast Indemnity.
Well, good for you, Toby.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Just that I always have liked the nice big fees that that company of yours hands out on cases. Just happens that I can use one of them right now. I've been running a little short.
And I don't get excited, Johnny.
Now, what is it this time? Murder? Arson? Embezzlement?
Well, it's...
Oh, come on, Toby. What is it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's a robbery.
Well, fine. If I'm lucky, if I latch onto the loot, whatever it is, I'll collect my usual commission and be loaded again.
Johnny...
So tell me all. Now, what's the amount of the loss,
Well, that's the trouble. It's only $5,000.
$5,000?
Cash.
Well, it was only... Why, you're kidding me, I hope, huh?
Nope. Sorry. That's the full amount.
Oh, now look, Toby, that doesn't make sense.
Robbery never makes sense.
Well, how much of a commission can I possibly pick up on a loss of only 5 G's?
Johnny...
Now, I don't mean to sound money hungry. Oh, of course I really am. But look at it this way. If I tie myself up with this piddling little case, I might have to pass up something really lucrative.
Listen, Johnny, it happened right here in Hartford, and it just happened. And from what little I know about the circumstances, it ought to be a lead pipe cinch for you.
Oh, sure, they all are.
Yeah, but if you're not tied up with anything else at the moment, oh, come on, at least take a cab on over here and talk about it, huh?
Okay, Toby, just to keep you happy.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Northeast Indemnity Associates, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the earned income matter. On only a $5,000 loss, I wouldn't even dare to put in too big an expense account. However, I wasn't kidding. I could use some extra dough. But as long as I didn't have anything else to do, all right, take it on. Item 1, $1.20 for a cab into Toby Tetrick's office at Northeast Indemnity.
Well, I guess it was kind of thoughtless of me to have you come right over here, Johnny. I should have sent you straight to Mercy Hospital.
Well, I can't imagine why, Toby. I'm feeling fine.
Now, come on, Johnny. I'm serious. I want you to go over there and see this client of ours. His name is Philip Standish.
Now, what's happened to him? I thought this was a robbery matter.
Well, it's this way, Johnny. Standish lives at the Ashley Arms apartment, alone. You know the place?
Yeah, I know the place.
Well, early this morning, while he was still in bed, somebody broke in, bashed him over the head, and walked off with his $5,000.
$5,000 in cash lying around his apartment? That's kind of silly, isn't it?
Well, he thought he'd had it pretty well concealed, Johnny.
Where?
On the wardrobe in his bedroom.
Now, don't you mean in the wardrobe?
No. Right on top of it. Right out in plain sight.
Well, now, look, I've heard about the most obvious place being the least likely place to find something, but isn't that a little ridiculous? $5,000?
No. What I mean to say was the urn was in plain sight.
The urn?
Yeah. You know, one of those heavy bronze cremation, that is, funeral urns, the kind they use to keep somebody's ashes in after that somebody's been cremated. Kept the money in that.
I see. Well, that's not such a bad idea, as a matter of fact. If it had a good tight lid on it.
And it did, with a tricky kind of lock on it. Who'd ever expect a man to keep money in one of those things? I mean, instead of the ashes of a dear departed relative or something.
Well, evidently somebody did. But the question still remains.
What question?
Why under the sun keep that much cash lying around?
Well,
what sort of business is he in?
Well,
Standish, you say his name is?
Yeah, that's right, Philip Standish.
Mm-hmm.
The way I understand it, he has an interest in some sort of an import business down in New York. Art goods, novelties, furniture from the Orient.
And he commutes all the way to New York?
Well, only goes down there once or twice a week, I think. Anyhow, Johnny, the man's been beaten and robbed by somebody who got in through the open window of his apartment. He has one of those policies covering cash loss up to $5,000. He's over there in a private room at Mercy Hospital, and he wants you on the job. So, if you have nothing else to do...
Do the police have any ideas about who may have done this to him, or is he...
Why don't you run over there and ask him yourself?
All right, Toby. Footing the bill.
Now go easy on the expense account of yours, will you? For once. After all, it's a pretty small amount involved.
Oh, but who knows, Toby? Pursuit of the missing $5,000 may lead me to the furthest corners of the earth.
Why?
To strange, exotic lands where never before has the white man set foot.
Oh,
where untold dangers lie lurking in the jungle.
Oh, go on, you bum. Get out of here before you break my heart.
All right, Toby, I'll see you later. Item 2, 75 cents for a cab to Mercy Hospital. Philip Standish, a rather good-looking man of about 50, had taken a beating, all right. The back of his head was taped up with a heavy bandage. There was a splint on one of his arms, but he was still very much alive.
The police? No, Mr. Dollar, I want you to handle this.
But why? If you were beaten and robbed, it's a police matter.
But what can they do? That is, with no clue whatsoever as to the man who did this to me.
The man?
All I've been able to tell them is that somebody came into my bedroom through the open window, beat me up this way, then left with the urn containing the money.
Then you've told them?
Yes, of course.
Do you expect me to run this man down for you?
Well, yes, I do.
You're sure it was a man? Huh?
Yes, of course I am.
Because you recognized him, maybe?
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
But that you didn't tell the police?
No.
Why not?
Because it would only bring out of my past something I prefer not to have known. It's something I wouldn't want publicized.
Keep talking, Mr. Standish.
Well, now, this must be absolutely confidential, Mr. Dollar.
All right.
That's the reason I asked to see you.
Go on.
Well, 15 years ago, I served a short prison term.
For what?
Oh, it was a ridiculous thing I did, utterly stupid, but I signed another man's name to a check, and, well, I paid for it.
I see.
Now, my cellmate, while I was in prison, was a man by the name of Thomas Slade.
Tommy Slade?
What?
Well, that kind of rings a bell. Now, what was he in for? Illegal liquor, narcotics, something like that? Wasn't he in the headlines sometime or other for shooting a man?
Frankly, Mr. Dollar, I don't remember. He was a tough and dangerous sort, though.
I see.
And I remember that one day in our cell, we talked, among other things, about places to hide the loot from a job.
You planned to resume a career in crime after you got out?
Oh, good heavens, no. But that's all the people in a place like that talk about. Crime, past and possibly future.
Go on.
Well, anyhow, it was Slade who suggested this funeral urn. A place even an experienced criminal would never think of or want to tamper with. And so, ever since I got out, that's where I kept whatever money I've had. Friends, people who've seen it, have suspected nothing, have sympathized over my loss of a dear one. And I've encouraged that illusion.
Why not keep your money in a bank?
Well, that's silly of me, I know, but ever since the foolish thing I did with that check, well...
Suppose you were to accumulate a real sizable sum.
Well, to be honest about it, there is considerably more than $5,000 in that urn.
Well, the insurance only covers it to $5,000.
Right. Now, I must have it back, Mr. Dollar. And if you can get it for me, I'll pay you far more than your insurance company will.
Well, now, that's an inducement.
Frankly, I thought it would be.
What's the matter with him?
Well, my head doesn't feel too great.
Yeah, you take it easy. Now, you figure that Tommy Slade is the only one likely to know that that's where you kept your money?
Oh, I'm sure of it. I'm also sure that, although I've tried to avoid him over the years, he's kept track of my whereabouts.
All right, now, how to find him?
Well, it shouldn't be too difficult. He lives in Los Angeles, in West Los Angeles, California.
Oh?
His address is 1308 Pandora Avenue.
Now, I know that section of L.A. pretty well, Mr. Standish. You think he'd simply haul that urn back out there?
Well, why not? You know that if I were to pursue him or alert the police, it would only give him opportunity to bring up that part of my past that I've tried so hard to live down.
Wouldn't he be more likely to simply yank the dough out of the urn and then toss it away?
No. In the first place, it will take him some time and skill to find the clever way in which I've locked in the threaded plug in the top of it.
Now, even so.
And knowing Slade, I'm certain he wouldn't risk giving away the secret of the urn by letting some mechanic or machinist open it up for him. Now, don't forget, Mr. Dollar, that if the police have given this robbery to the papers, anyone seeing the money in that urn would spot him immediately as a thief.
You have a point there.
What's more, certainly no one would try to steal a thing like that from him. So he has no worries about the safety of the money.
I suppose you're right.
But somehow, Mr. Dollar, you must find him. Get that urn away from him and bring it back to me. As I said before, I'll make it very much worth your while.
Okay, Mr. Standish, I'll see what I can do. Wish me luck. Expense account item 3, another 6 bits, this time for a cab to police headquarters. There I asked Sergeant Jimmy Wormser if he could somehow get me a flyer on one Tommy Slade.
Oh, what's the matter with this one right here on the top of my desk?
It'll do fine. How come, Sergeant?
Well, it came in with a little note from the boys out on the West Coast one day last week.
What, he's on their wanted list out there?
No. The note just said he was headed this way. On account of his record, the boys in L.A. thought we'd like to keep an eye on him while he's here in Hartford.
Oh, did he arrive?
Yeah, and we kept an eye on him. But all he did was fool around for a couple of days, and he did pay a visit to the Department of Health.
Oh, why?
Well, something about a permit to carry somebody's remains back to California.
Now, what do you know? And would you say this picture is a good likeness?
Yeah, perfect.
Good.
I'm sorry I can't let you have it, Dollar, but I think we better keep it here in our files. I can have a photostat made if you like.
No, that won't be necessary. But if you've been keeping tabs on him, where'll I find him?
Oh, well, that's a good question. You like train rides?
Train rides?
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Tommy Slade bought himself a reservation to New York and a berth on the Starlighter Express to Los Angeles just this morning.
And then he's already left town.
Well, not more than a couple of hours ago. But if you grab a plane down to New York...
All right. Thank you very much.
Now, wait a minute, Dollar. What's your interest in him?
You know something, Sergeant? I'm not absolutely sure.
What?
Not yet, anyway. The more I thought about that picture of Tommy Slade, the more certain I was that somewhere, sometime, our paths had crossed before. Item 4, $6.50 for a fast, and I mean fast taxi out to Bradley Field. I was lucky. So item 5 is $8 even for a plane to New York that took off almost immediately. Item 6, $5.70 for a cab into the railroad station. And then, item 7, $209.35 train fare. I boarded the Starlight Express only seconds before it began the long journey westward. And after settling down in my roomette, I suddenly realized that I had no proof at all the man I was looking for was even aboard this train. However, a $2 tip to a porter, that's item 8, took care of that. Yes, there was a man by the name of Slade on board, also in a roomette. Just one car in front of mine. All right. Now, all I had to do was to make sure it was Tommy Slade. That he looked like the picture I'd seen at police headquarters, and more important, that he had the bronze urn with him. At cocktail time, somewhere out in the middle of Ohio, I joined the mob in the club and observation car, but I saw no sign of anybody who even remotely resembled the man in the picture. But then, as I walked into the dining car...
If you don't mind sharing a table with another single gentleman, sir...
Not a bit, steward.
Fine, I can seat you immediately. This way, please. Take care of table 7, Waldo. Amos, your table's ready for the check. Do you mind if this other gentleman sits with you, sir?
Why should I? Sit down, mister. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
Here's a menu, sir.
Thank you, steward. Now, let's see.
My name is Slade, Tom Slade.
Well, how are you, Mr. Slade? My name is Harry Walker.
Walker, huh?
That's right. Going all the way to the coast?
Yeah. What about you?
Well, at the moment, I'm not sure.
Are you making it funny?
No, not a bit. I just haven't planned that far ahead. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me? Not that I know of. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. Now, let's see what's on that menu.
Yeah, you do that.
And that ended the conversation. He didn't look up again from his food. When he finished, he got up without a word and returned to his sleeping car. I'd rather hope that he'd go the other way to the club and observation car to give me a chance to look into his roomette. Because this was the Tommy Slade, all right. No question about it. I'd simply have to bide my time and wait for an opportunity to get my hands on the urn. If he had it. And then somehow get off the train with it. Or, of course, if that opportunity didn't materialize, I could only pray for the best and follow him all the way into L.A. Well, after my dinner, I had a couple of brandies in the club car with a pretty little blonde who spoiled everything by having to go back and look after 3 kids she happened to have on board. And then I wandered out to the observation platform. The night was beautiful, unseasonably warm, with a full moon that bathed the countryside in its pale, eerie light. This was quiet, peaceful farmland country. The smell of the clean, freshly turned earth had an almost intoxicating effect on me, and I dozed off for a while. How long I slept, I'll never know, because I was rather rudely awakened by a cloth or coat or something wrapped suddenly about my head, and then a blow on top of it that knocked me out. Oh!
All right. Okay, now, buddy. Now you're going over the side.
I came to flat on my back in a roomette. A completely unfamiliar but kindly old face looking down at me.
Well, now, that's better. Much better. Who are you? I'm Dr. Springer. I think you're going to be all right now. You just relax and rest. There was no great damage done. I know. I'm afraid your head may hurt you for some time. You have a rather nasty bump there.
What happened, Doc?
I was hoping you'd be able to tell me that. According to the conductor, as he was making his rounds, he stepped out on the observation platform, and he saw a man leaning over you. The man said something about your apparently having fallen from your chair out there.
And I hate to think of what might have happened to me if that conductor hadn't come along.
What'd you do, faint or what? There is a trace of alcohol on your breath.
Now, believe me, that had nothing to do with it. Oh.
Now, why don't you just lie here until you feel better? And I'll drop by again a little while to make sure you're comfortable.
Look, Doctor, does the conductor know who that man was? The man who was leaning over me?
Well, I'm afraid he just shouted at the conductor and walked on by him so quickly.
Well, I think I know who it was. Thank you, Doctor. How much do I owe you?
Not a thing, my boy. Now, you just rest. And I'll drop in on you later.
Right. So, I rested. For all of 5 minutes. By the end of that time, I was all fired up to settle accounts with Tommy Slade immediately, once and for all. But as I walked forward into the next car full of sleeping passengers, I realized I'd better take it easy, use my head. What there was left of it. And then I saw that the door of Slade's roomette was wide open. Not even the curtains were drawn across it. It was empty. Except there in the corner, the heavy bronze urn. I glanced around to make sure I was alone, and then I slipped in and I looked it over. The tiny crack between the lid and the body of it had been pried at, but it very obviously hadn't been opened. I was about to pick it up and carry it back to my own roomette.
I thought you'd try this, Dollar.
Oh? Well, I'd ask you in here, Tommy, if there was room for both of us. As it is, if you'll just move aside.
All right, drop that urn unless you want a couple of slugs in you.
Oh, I see. You have a silencer on that gun.
That's right.
Well, that's good planning. Now, let's see if I can hear it through this door. I'll kill you. Oh, that slug must have been the armor-piercing kind. It came all the way through that door, narrowly missed me. That one was too close to the lock, but the train was slowing down. Now, listen, if you think it's easy to break through 2 layers of a Pullman car window, well, it isn't. As for climbing out through the jagged glass loaded with that hunk of bronze, but somehow I made it. Item 9 is $184 transportation. That means a few miles by car, a train to Pittsburgh, PA, a plane to New York, another to Hartford, and finally a cab to my apartment. Well, after cleaning up and changing my clothes, I got in my car and I drove to Mercy Hospital, the urn wrapped up in my topcoat. Item 10, there in the lobby, a dime for a phone call to police headquarters. And then I went up to Standish's room.
Mr. Dollar. Oh, is that it, Mr. Dollar? Wrapped up in that coat?
That's it, Mr. Standish.
Good. I told you I'd pay you well for its return, and believe me, I will.
I think you'll pay all right.
What?
You see, this urn and I had a little accident on the way back here.
Accident?
Sort of a train accident. I mean, when we left that Pullman car, one of the wheels almost cut the urn in 2.
But it didn't, but the money didn't fall out?
Not the money or anything else.
Oh.
The cap flew off, and it jarred loose the top of the false bottom that you have on it. Too bad, huh?
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
I'm afraid you do, Standish.
No,
Just
really.
lie there quietly in that bed. Now, you said there was a lot more than just $5,000 in the urn, didn't you?
Now, Dollar,
made a living in Oriental imports, huh? Well, that is the understatement of the week. You made a fortune, is more like it, in one of the foulest, filthiest rackets in the world.
Now, look,
just you stay there, Standish. You're still a sick man, remember? Remember, huh? You said you couldn't remember what Tommy Slade went up for. Well, I remembered, and that's how I knew that you had turned to his caper when you got out. What happened? Were you holding out on him? Is that why you had to come all the way in from the coast to get the urn away from you?
Will you listen to me, please?
It's no wonder that you didn't dare go after him yourself. He knew you. He would have spotted you, would have killed you. As who wouldn't for a kilo of the stuff in the false bottom of the urn? 2 pounds of it. Pure, uncut. And wholesale, maybe $8,000 or $10,000 worth. But carefully cut to individual fixes, you'd probably get $1 million, maybe even more than that, for this much heroin. Yes, heroin, you dirty, rotten, filthy son of... All right, Sergeant, take over. Interesting sidelight on the case. I saw in the afternoon papers that the railroad company didn't look too kindly on Tommy Slade's little act. I mean, when he was caught standing there blasting away at the lock on the door of his roomettes. Come to think of it, I better tip the federal boys to his having gone back to his old racket. Expense account total, $418.15. And no padding on this one. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in our cast were Ralph Camargo as Philip Standish, Ralph Bell as Tom Slade, William Mason as Toby Tetrick, Jack Grimes as the police sergeant, Bill Smith is the doctor, and Sam Raskin was the steward. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Don Regal at Worldwide Mutual.
Oh, sure, Don. Out in Chicago.
No, guess again.
You've been moved?
Yeah.
Where? I hope it's been a promotion.
Well, Johnny, I'm sitting here looking out the window of my office at the vast blue expanse of the mighty Pacific. Or at least I would be if the fog weren't so dark and thick this afternoon.
San Francisco.
Right.
One of my favorite towns.
Go on. I'll bet you say that to every city in the United States.
No, I mean it. I have some real fond memories.
Oh, yeah? Who is she, Johnny?
I mean memories of nice, big, fat fees. You know, Don, every case I've handled in that fair city of yours over the years has paid me very nicely. How about this one, Don?
Let's wait and see, huh?
What's the problem?
Man missing.
Anybody I might know?
Well, I doubt it. His name is Harvey Lehman. And, Johnny, I find we have the gentleman insured to the tune of exactly $250,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Don. I'm on my way.
CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company San Francisco office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the buyer and the seller matter. Item 1, after a quick early dinner, is $6 for a cab out to Bradley Field, and item 2, $175.70 plane fare. It was quite late by the time we sat down at San Francisco International Airport, so item 3 is another $6 for a taxi into the Huntington Hotel, high on famous Nob Hill, where from my window I could look out over Telegraph Hill and Chinatown, Fisherman's Wharf, the Embarcadero, and other familiar spots of this wonderful, colorful city. First thing in the morning, I dropped in on Don Regal at his office right near station KCBS that carries these reports of mine on CBS Radio every week. You know, come to think of it, the last time I was in San Francisco, a couple of them in at KCBS helped me solve an important arson case.
Yeah, I remember that one, Johnny. Where are you staying this trip?
Over at the Huntington, as usual.
Well, I hope you didn't bother to unpack your bag.
No, why?
Well, you may have a little more traveling to do.
What do you think I did to get out here? Had my way, I'd stick around and enjoy this time of year for a little while.
Well, no reason why you shouldn't. You can come back after you've cleared up this case for us. And believe me, I hope you can, Johnny.
What's it all about, Don?
Well, as I told you on the phone, the man's name is Harvey Lehman. As I also told you, he's disappeared.
And if somebody's knocked him off, you'll have to pay a nice hunk of insurance.
Yeah, exactly $250,000. But if that man ever had an enemy, I'm crazy as a bedbug.
Well, I've always suspected that. Who's the beneficiary?
His wife, Doris Lehman.
They've been getting along all right?
No, to be honest with you.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Johnny. Don't start jumping to any fancy conclusions.
Why not? That's a lot of money.
Yeah, sure it is. But Harvey Lehman is only 48, 49.
All right, so why wait around for him to grow old and die before collecting on him?
No, Johnny. What I mean is that he has a good business going, and it'll be worth a lot more over the years than any hunk of insurance is now.
Even 250 G's?
Even that.
Even if it means putting up with him over the years?
Well, any putting up with it, Johnny, I'd say is on his part.
How do you mean?
Well, Lehman's a real solid, hard-working citizen who's so completely straight and decent that, well, he's the sort that other folks often take advantage of, especially his wife.
Yeah?
Domineering. She's overpowering. And while he's working, she's spending, and not on him or his house, anything like that, mind you, but on her own selfish self.
Well, then you've just opened up possibility number 2.
That he's disappeared deliberately to get away from her?
Sure.
No.
Why not?
Well, he's simply not the type. And there's a stubborn streak in him, Johnny, and I'm sure he'd keep trying to make a go of it in the hope that she'd get over this extravagance and nagging one day, and... Well, I just don't think he'd give up. I know he wouldn't run away.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I'm sure of it.
How long ago did he disappear? By the way, what sort of business is he in?
Well, he's a buyer, Johnny. I guess you'd call him a commission buyer.
Oh, buyer of what?
Well, antiques, that sort of thing. You want a giant ruby from some ancient Persian idol, layman would get it for you if anyone could. Or the suit of armor that King Arthur wore. Or even a whole room from some Scottish castle. You know, that sort of thing.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyhow, he left here just a week ago.
A week ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means a pretty cold trail.
Yeah, I know. He told his wife he was going down to Los Angeles, to Beverly Hills to be exact, to see a man. Told her he'd be back the following day. But he wasn't.
Any reason why he couldn't have just stayed over for a while?
Well, look, Johnny, if Lehman said he'd show up at 9:16 on Tuesday morning, he'd be there at 9:16 on Tuesday morning on the nose. Not a minute sooner, not a minute later.
That kind.
Yeah, that kind. Anyhow, Johnny, I've checked every hotel and apartment down there, so have the police. There's been no sign of him.
What about this man that he went to see?
Well, his name is John Arthur Whittington Maynard. I've been on the phone with him. The police have been on the phone with him half a dozen times. Lehman never showed up.
Maynard. John Arthur Whittington.
Yeah, you remember him, Johnny. Big producer-nick of a lot of big movies some 30 years ago. Well, at least they made a lot of money.
Yeah.
All of them horror films, Edgar Allan Poe and vampire and werewolf sort of stuff, before all this science fiction type of stuff came along. Well, the old screwball made himself millions.
Well, why did Lehman say he was going down?
Well, like I said, Lehman was a buyer of some pretty unusual stuff on commission. And I understand Maynard has a house full of it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Don, isn't he the one who had an old movie set, an old castle moved onto some property to use for a home?
Yeah, that's the one. You've probably seen it in one of the picture magazines. But now, to get back to Lehman.
You better give me his description.
Let's see. Here's the dope on him, Johnny, all scribbled out for you.
Thanks.
And if you want a picture without having to go to the police, his wife has promised to have one for you.
Good. Because she's the one person that I want to talk to about this. Now, have you got a car I can use?
No, sure, you can have mine. But listen, Johnny, so far as Mrs. Lehman is concerned, I thought I made it clear a couple of minutes ago
Okay, Don, okay. Let's just wait and see. The Lehman house was up in Marin County over the Golden Gate Bridge, and it was quite a mansion. From the minute I stepped inside, it was plain who dominated this household. The rugs, every piece of furniture, every bit of decoration, everything was in the unmistakable taste of a woman. Even Lehman's so-called study would have done much better as a sewing room. There was certainly no place where a man could open his collar, take off his shoes, put up his feet, and relax. And the more I talked with Doris Lehman, the more I became convinced that one of two things had happened. Either he, in spite of what Don had told me, either he'd skipped out simply to get away from her, or she had done him in for that insurance.
Or cars left out at night, or in unheated garages. Don't ask for trouble, ask for DuPont, Xerox, antifreeze.
Wintertime is trouble time for many of us who leave our cars out at night or in unheated garages. So don't ask for trouble. Ask for DuPont Xerox Antifreeze. Xerox outlasts winter. It protects your car against sudden drops in temperature all winter long. It won't boil away, even during a warm spell. And Xerox has an exclusive rust inhibitor, MR8, that protects all engine metals, including aluminum, against rust and corrosion. So, for safe, dependable protection, do as millions of motorists have done for over 20 years. Ask for Xerox Antifreeze. It's made by DuPont. Remember,
for cars left out at night, or in unheated garages. Don't ask for trouble, ask for DuPont Xerox Antifreeze.
Now, just a minute, young man. If you came out here to insult me...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lehman.
You very well should be.
But in my job, we have to consider all the possibilities.
Ridiculous. Do you think for 1 minute I'd dirty my hands with such a low act as murder? It's ridiculous.
Even for $250,000?
Make no mistake about it, Mr. Dollar. Harvey is worth a great deal more to me alive than he might ever be dead. He's done very well for me and will continue to. If you can find him and bring him back to me.
I'm sure he will.
Of course he will.
Have you considered that he might have just wanted to get away from you for a while?
I beg your pardon. Harvey just run off and leave me?
Well?
He wouldn't dare.
I wondered.
Well, you can stop wondering right here and now. Harvey would no more... He would no more...
Yes? Go on, Mrs. Lehman, or if I hit a sore spot.
Mr. Dollar, if I thought for 1 minute, if it were possible that you were right... No, I refuse to believe it. And if you have no better theory, I suggest you get out of here and forget the whole thing. If he's to be found, the police can do it.
Have they accomplished anything as yet?
No. Big, talking, do-nothing men. They haven't accomplished a thing. And those bumbling, movie-struck police down there in Beverly Hills are just as bad.
Now, just a minute. It just happens that Beverly Hills is a mighty fine police department. I know. I've worked with them.
Then why haven't they found him? That's where Harvey went.
Well, how do you know? How do you know that he ever got there?
Because he telephoned me from Mr. Maynard's home. If you can call that atrocity a home.
He said that's where he was calling from?
The night of the morning he left here. Harvey always calls me when he gets to a destination, wherever it is. I insist on it. And naturally, Harvey obeys.
I'm sure he does. Did you tell that to the police?
Of course I...
Yes?
No, I guess... I was so confused. These stupid police annoy me so with their endless questions and insinuations. They're even worse than you are.
Thank you very much.
What?
Don't you realize they're only trying to do a job for you?
Well, then why don't they? Why don't they know that Harvey got there?
Because you didn't tell them. Why did he go to see Mr. Maynard?
To collect the money due for a lot of junk he bought for him. $10,000.
Junk?
Oh, chunks from some ancient Roman ruin. Artifacts out of the temple of some old pagan god. And a lot of other nonsense that castle is stuffed with. Maynard simply refused to pay. He told Harvey he should feel honored for having been able to contribute to the decoration of that silly place. And that if he didn't stop dunning him, he'd
what, Mrs. Lehman?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is that he threatened Harvey, and more than once.
For simply trying to collect a bill?
Well, you don't know that crazy old Maynard.
Oh, I guess I don't.
Anyhow, I got fed up with it. I told Harvey to go down there and collect that money or else. Why should I tell you this? I don't like you. It's none of your business. So just leave and forget about it. Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
I was afraid if I lingered any longer, she'd literally throw me out. So I got the next bit of information, her telephone number, from the phone book in my room at the Huntington. Then I put through a call, not to her, but to an old pal of mine. Under the circumstances, it wouldn't be diplomatic to give his right name, so we'll just call him Brady. Sergeant Brady, the Beverly Hills Police Department. And 15 minutes later, he called me back. Johnny Dollar.
Brady, Johnny.
Yeah.
Well, as you suggested, I snooped the phone company, and yes, there was a call to that Marin County number the same night Lehman should have arrived down here.
All right, then, Brady.
So maybe old Maynard called to see why he hadn't. He must have known Lehman was planning to come.
I don't think so. I don't think Maynard would have called because I don't believe he did know Lehman was heading your way.
Oh, you don't, huh?
What's more, it was Lehman himself who made that call.
No, wait a minute. You're sure of that?
Yes. At least that's what I was told by...
Yeah, Johnny?
Well, maybe I'm not sure.
Well, if you're thinking that maybe Lehman did get here and that maybe they had a fight or something, well, Johnny, we thought of that, too. You see, we know that wacky old Maynard pretty well. He's a real nut. And if you don't believe me, just dig up some of those old horror pictures he used to make. Wow.
I know what you mean.
Made a lot of the props for him, too, with his own little hands. Anyhow, just in case, some of the boys and I went through that joint of his from stem to stern.
And?
Nothing. Zero. No sign of Lehman or anybody else. We even tapped on walls and took measurements, looking for hidden rooms or secret panels, that sort of thing. Nothing.
But you did suspect him?
Did? Yeah. But only because that crazy old man, just to be dramatic, might try most anything, just for kicks.
Even murder?
Murder. So what's a murder to him? I mean, after all those he put on film. But you know something?
No?
If that ham ever did kill somebody, why, Johnny, he'd be the first one to ask us over. He'd probably lead us right to where he'd hidden the stiff after fixing it so we wouldn't see it.
Just to show off.
Yeah, sure. That's why we went over the place so carefully. Even poked around in all the old suits of armor that he kept pointing out to us.
Brady, how long are you going to be on duty?
Well, I'm off in half an hour, but now listen, Johnny, if you think you have some
Well,
idea...
I'm not sure, but maybe I'll run on down there. If so, I'll holler.
Yeah, you do that.
Item 3, $83 even for a cab to the airport, a jet to Los Angeles, and a deposit on a rental car. I drove into Beverly Hills to police headquarters. As I suspected, Brady wasn't there, nor did a phone call raise him at his home. However, the officer on the desk promised to keep trying and gave me some directions, so I took off. After leaving a pleasant residential section, I took a narrow dirt road high up the side of a mountain. I could see all of Beverly Hills and most of Los Angeles spread out below me, and Catalina Island over 20 miles out in the blue Pacific like a jewel, fairly sparkling in the late afternoon sun. I could also see the crummy castle where John Arthur Whittington Maynard lived alone among the tattered glories of his past in the film business. And suddenly, that wee small voice in the back of my brain spoke out loud and clear. Watch it, Dollar. You may be getting into more than you bargained for, so watch it, Dollar. Watch it.
In thousands of communities throughout the nation, this is the time of year when we strive to help our less fortunate neighbors. Not that we don't try to help all year round. It's just that now many health, recreation, and welfare agencies band together in a common fundraising campaign. When you give just once to your United Fund or community chest, you'll help many people in your city, the sick, the needy, the aged, the serviceman, and veteran. So give the United Way, and please give generously.
Picture it for yourself. This castle, once a movie set, built up among the rocks and boulders at the top of a mountain. Complete with gray stone walls, battlements, a gallery between the towers, and believe it or not, even a moat with a heavy wooden drawbridge. I almost expected to see the bridge thumped down and a half a dozen fully armored knights come galloping out to challenge me with lances at the ready. Instead, as I drew up in front of it, the bridge was lowered slowly. There was something almost ominous about the creaking and clanking of its iron chains. And then standing there, the man. Or rather, the caricature of a man. He was short, heavy-set, and in a way almost grotesque. The ugly face, the eyes of a pig, the long, black, straggly hair and 3 or 4 day growth of beard, the heavy, beefy shoulders hunched forward. I thought of Quasimodo, the horrible hunchback of Notre Dame.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to my castle.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Maynard, is it?
That's right. Surely you heard of me.
As a matter of fact...
Come in. It's not often I have visitors. Someone to show my place to. So few people even know of my beautiful castle.
My name is Dollar, Mr. Maynard. I'm an insurance investigator.
Insurance? Not a salesman. I'll have none of it. Get out. Leave my place.
No, I said I was an investigator, Mr. Maynard. I'm trying to find out what happened to a Mr. Harvey Lehman.
Harvey? Oh, yes, of course. A very old and very dear friend of mine. Come. Let me show you some of the wonderful things he has brought me over the years.
Well, I would like to ask...
Magnificent suits of armor, regal pennants and banners, beautiful tapestries.
Pinning him down to talk about Harvey Lehman was almost impossible. But I must confess that the trip around that phony castle was interesting, to say the least. Much of what he showed me deserved a place in a museum. Real collector's items. And some of the props from old horror pictures that he's made were just fascinating. Especially down in one of the dank, dark, dirty dungeons. Ancient instruments of torture, the rack, the wheel, the Iron Maiden, a metal boot to be filled with boiling oil.
From my pictures, Dollar. From my pictures. Realism, that's what I had in all of them. Because I was the greatest plotter of them all. when it came to mystery and torture and murder.
Get back to Mr. Lehman.
And can you think of a better place to keep them than down here in this dusty old dungeon, eh?
Yes, very fitting.
Now, in here, I must show you my wine cellar.
There are still a couple of questions, though, that
29 years ago, I laid down the wines in here. And it's all that time they've been aging in here. Cases and cases of them, rack after rack. Do you see them under the dust and cobwebs? Finest vintages of all.
Yes, sure. Now, Mr. Maynard.
Yes, 29 years ago, when I retired and moved into this place, I put these wines down here.
So you said.
You can tell how long by the dust and the cobwebs.
Yes, I know.
Spiders. Here undisturbed for 29 years.
One thing more, though, about Mr. Lehman.
No, I told you, Mr. Dollar. I know nothing whatsoever about him.
When did you see him last?
Oh, almost a year ago.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure. Oh, look here, this case of port. No label. But the finest vintage port.
Mr. Maynard?
Over here. Do you see them? The sherries. Magnificent sherries. And the longer they lie there, undisturbed, the finer they'll be.
You never drink them?
Drink them? Such treasures. Drink them indeed. Look at this one. The color of this ancient sherry. Hold it up to the light. There. Do you see?
Yes, I'm afraid I do now.
What?
I see. Realism, you said. Didn't you mean what looks like realism? By the time it was shown on a movie screen?
I don't understand, Mr. Dollar.
Tell me the truth, Mr. Maynard. These torture machines, for instance, in the other room, and some of that armor upstairs.
Well, some of that armor cost me a fortune because it's genuine.
Maybe so, some of it. But how about the rest?
You mean you could tell?
That it's only imitation? Stuff that was made up for some of your old movies?
But I made it myself. I have a skill in such things. I thought it was perfect.
It would have fooled me, all right.
Well, then I don't understand.
Even as the dust down here and the cobwebs fooled the police, too, didn't they?
What?
When they came around here a few days ago for a look.
Now, just a minute.
I'll bet by way of showing off, you dragged them down to this wine cellar, too. You were so sure of yourself.
Dollar?
Phony cobwebs are almost like the real thing.
Phony?
All the dust. What is it, Maynard? Fuller's earth that you've scattered around?
You don't know what you're talking about.
The whole setup would have fooled me royally if you hadn't picked up that bottle of wine and held it up to the light. I'm going to take a look under some of these cases, Mr. Maynard.
No! You leave them alone.
Why? Because they cover up something you don't want me to see?
No, don't do that.
What was the name of that gruesome old picture in which you had a man buried under a cellar floor?
I said stop it. If you don't, I'll pull this trigger.
Oh, I see.
There.
That wild, silly guess of mine paid off.
That's right. Harvey Lehman is buried under your feet, and you will join him there.
Now, put down that gun, Mr. Maynard.
Stand back, Dollar.
You heard him, Maynard.
What?
Put it down.
The police. I'll kill you.
Watch him, Brady. Thanks, Brady.
Well, it was a pleasure, Johnny. I'm sure glad you left word for me at headquarters.
Oh, believe me, so am I.
And he certainly fooled us when the boys and I went through here a couple of days ago. But how did you ever guess?
A bottle of wine when he held it up to the light.
Well?
He said it was fine old sherry, lying around down here for 29 years.
So?
Sherry? There should have been a sediment in that bottle this thick.
Uh-huh. So the age and dust and cobwebs were a fake, huh? And he must have moved the bottles over this spot only recently.
That's right. I just took a wild guess. You know the rest.
Pretty smart, Johnny. Pretty smart.
Needless to say, wild as the whole thing may seem, they found Lehman's body buried there in the cellar. Expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford by way of San Francisco to pick up my clothes, $477.30. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, Savannah, Georgia, after one of the cleverest crooks I've ever had to tangle with. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Leon Janney as Maynard, Gertrude Warner as Doris Lehman, William Redfield as Brady, and Carl Frank as Don Regal. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Don't just stand there. Enjoy the Gary Moore Show weekdays on the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as...
Johnny Dollar.
Is this Mr. Dollar, the insurance gentleman?
That's right.
Well, this is Captain Lyle Woodstock. I was given a message that you had telephoned.
Yes, I did. Your insurance company wanted me to look into this trouble with your wife. I wonder when I could see you.
At your convenience, but it's not trouble yet. It's quite possible that nothing is wrong at all.
Oh? I understood you were worried about her disappearance, that you hadn't heard from her in over a week. Isn't that it?
Yes, but, well, I'll explain it all to you. But as I said, in spite of her absence, it's entirely possible that nothing is wrong at all.
All right, Captain Woodstock. I'll be out to talk with you this afternoon.
Edmund O'Brien in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Celia Woodstock matter. Expense account item 1, $25.50, car rental and mileage to the Woodstock home off the highway just east of Bridgeport. It was a large frame house, shuttered against the cold. Icy landscaping swept down to the shore, where an empty dock stood against the winter wind blowing across Long Island Sound. Captain Lyle Woodstock, please.
Yes, you are Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
Come inside.
Thanks.
I am Captain Woodstock. Nice of you to come out. Nasty wind, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't blowing like this in Hartford.
Quite often windy here in the Sound. I'm afraid you'll have to leave your coat here.
That's fine.
I discharged the servants, all of them. Couldn't stomach their attitudes since Celia's departure. Come along. We'll talk in the library.
How did you happen to turn to your insurance company, Mr. Woodstock?
Yes, it would seem unusual, wouldn't it?
It seems unusual that they would bother with it, unless they thought she'd met with bodily harm. But you told me you don't think so.
Yeah, after you, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks.
I'm afraid I was guilty of a certain amount of deception when I spoke to Mr.
At the Washingtonian Company? Miller, Sam Miller.
Yes, Mr. Miller. Through a delicate choice of words, I'm afraid I intimated that I was frightened for Celia's very life. Sit down.
Why the deception?
Well, naturally, to interest them in the situation and with a purpose, Mr. Dollar.
Couldn't you afford to hire a private detective?
My good man, I've wasted a considerable amount of money doing just that. It was from the stumbling idiot that I received the news of Celia's disappearance.
He was following her?
He had been for a month, until he lost her. I'd entertained certain suspicions about Celia.
What's this investigator's name?
Slater. Mr. David Slater. He was recommended as the best in Bridgeport. Considering his dismal failure, you surely understand why I felt it necessary to turn to someone else. My insurance company struck me as a wise choice, since there's a large policy on her life.
All right. I'll talk to this later. Well, will you give me everything you can on your wife? Description, so on?
Yes, they're on the table. I brought out a few photos.
Brunette.
Yeah.
How old?
27. That one was snapped on Doctor's Cave Beach on Jamaica. Striking woman, isn't she?
Yeah.
This one was taken while we were anchored off Hilo last summer.
You get around.
Travel has its advantages, Mr. Dollar.
Your boat?
Yes, 64-foot schooner in drive dock at the moment. As a matter of fact, I met Celia because on an impulse, I put into Pia del Cuesta instead of Acapulco. And it seemed that she, too, wanted to travel.
Where do you think she's traveling now?
I haven't the faintest idea. I started to tell you I'd been troubled by a certain suspicion. She was in seeing entirely too much of a young doctor in Bridgeport. His name is Masterson, Dr. Charles Masterson.
You think he could have had something to do with her disappearance? Is that what you mean?
No, I shouldn't like to say. I believe that she is a quite perfect physical specimen, yet she visited this doctor fellow at least 3 times a week.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, yes. We were in Acapulco 2 years ago. Anchored off
The rest of the story wasn't too far from typical, although I don't meet too many of the breed. A, the 55-year-old Woodstock, captain because he owned and gave orders on the schooner, had dedicated his life to what he called adventure. And B, the 27-year-old Celia had also dedicated her life to what she called adventure. The results were a number of voyages, and finally, Celia Woodstock's disappearance. Except for the doctor, I didn't learn what had gone on between. I found the private investigator, David Slater, in a conservatively crummy suite of offices on Front Street in Bridgeport.
Well, you've met him, so you know what type he is. Yes, I followed his wife.
What did she do?
I've got a report on every move she made for a month. You want to see it?
No, not if you remember the highlights. What about this Dr. Charles Masterson?
Doctors are hard to pin down, you know that. She went to his office 3 times a week, but never met him anyplace else. Maybe she was sick.
Her husband says no.
Well, I didn't find out. I couldn't have talked to the doctor without letting out who I was. He had a nurse who quit the day before I left the case.
You didn't talk to her?
I was going to, but after I left, I didn't. Why should I?
Do you know who she is, where I can find her?
Yeah. Her name is Janet Squire. She went to work in a Red Cross blood collection center up on Union.
Good, thanks. Now, what about the day she dropped out of sight? Was there anything special?
Sure, there was something special, or I wouldn't have lost her. I'm no rookie in this business. She bought a ticket to New York City on the 345. So did I. I got in the same car she did. I didn't see her, but I figured she was powdering her nose or something. Then when she didn't show before the train left, I went through the rest of the cars. But I never picked her up after that.
She knew you were tailing her, huh?
She must have. Must have got on the car and then right off. That and the money she drew out of the bank makes me think she was running out on old Woodstock and nothing else.
No money was mentioned to me.
That's funny. Woodstock knew about it. $2,000 the morning she left.
I wonder what else the old renegade is holding out on me.
The phone call she made?
No, he didn't say anything about any phone calls.
Well, she made quite a few from public booths. I finally got into one next to her. I couldn't get the number, but she talked to somebody named Spray. Didn't say much but the name, and then asked, "Where do you want me to meet you?" When she was answered, she said, "All right, I'll let you know when everything is arranged." And that's all.
Well, that's enough for me. If he thinks he's got a free wife chaser in me, he's mistaken.
You going to drop it?
Sure, if that's the way it is. I gave up that kind of work a long time ago. I don't like it. Dollar cap.
Close the door.
What's this? Where's Woodstock?
Close the door. You do anything else, I'll kill you.
What's happened? Who are you?
Stay away from me.
I smell cordite. You fired a gun. Where's Woodstock?
He's gone. You come this way now. Move down the hallway.
Why?
I'll kill you if you don't. You came in here. Now you've got to do what I tell you or I'll kill you. It'll happen. Come on. You better turn around and look at me. walk backwards.
You don't even know who I am. You're in trouble. Maybe I can help you.
Never mind that. Hop now. Turn around again. Open the door and get in the closet.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, mister. Please do what I tell you. It won't make any difference if I kill you. Maybe I'd have more of a chance if I did. But I won't if you don't make me.
Okay.
Now, close the door.
I heard him open and close some nearby doors, and shortly after that, the front door closed. Then I started kicking my way out. The paneling was heavy, and it caused a torn trouser leg and a scraped shin before I made it. Mrs. Woodstock? Mrs. Woodstock? Hello? Hello, operator. He'd given himself some more time by pulling out the phone wires, but it took less than 5 minutes for me to cover some 200 yards to the nearest neighbor, explain myself, and get through to the Bridgeport police. A short time after that, I met Homicide Lieutenant Al Jester, and with him watched 2 ambulance attendants start Mrs. Woodstock toward the hospital.
What's the condition, boys? Can you tell?
It's bad, Lieutenant. Her right lung.
No chance of a statement?
We'll do what we can, Lieutenant.
Well, I guess it depends on her, how hard or easy this thing is going to be.
Yeah, but better not count on him. I've been disappointed too often. What else did Slater tell you?
Well, that's about all. She'd drawn $2,000 the day he lost her on the train. He said he'd heard her talking on the phone to somebody named Sprague about where to meet him and about some arrangements of some kind. Now, what about Slater? Is he clean?
Well, if he isn't, he's careful and he stays out of trouble. I guess the worst thing I can say about him is that he does a lot of divorce snooping. Why?
I just wondered. I had no reason not to believe his story. He said as far as he was concerned, the girl was running out on her husband. The more I saw of it, the more it looked that way to me, too. And I came out here to drop the case, and it blew up in my face.
The man he described, could he have been this Sprague?
Well, he could have. I didn't ask him. He was half crazy. If he was Sprague and I'd thrown the name at him, I'm afraid he'd have killed me. He was that bad.
Can you describe the gun?
Yeah. Cheap revolver, nickel-plated, short barrel, 32 caliber.
You sure of that?
Well, I guess a smart lawyer could keep me from swearing it was a 32, but it was.
I'll take that.
I got only one definite thing out of him. He said Woodstock was gone. That's all he'd say. Then he put me in the closet. I didn't hear him drive away. I was kicking up some noise getting through that door. But the people in the house where I phoned said they saw it leave. The next house that way.
Oh, Sergeant. Yeah, Lieutenant? Next house towards town. People saw a car leave. Send a man over and get what you can on it, will you?
Yeah, all right.
They said they didn't hear any shooting.
You didn't see a car when you got here?
No, it must have been parked on the other side of the house.
Then I'll get it roped off.
Yeah.
Snow ought to hold some good prints off the tires. Did I get the amount of the insurance on the victim right? $100,000?
Lieutenant Jester.
Yeah?
You better go upstairs. There was shooting up there, too.
Oh, where?
In the hallway, toward the back. Jared says there's a man lying sort of half into a room, but there's no question about it. This one, he's dead.
We will return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. Have you heard the new Sing It Again, the new comedy with Jan Murray as your host on the Coast to Coast phone? The new cash prizes for cracking the mystery of Sing It Again Phantom Voice. The new speed and color of the tuneful little riddle songs that make Sing It Again a Saturday night must for radio listening. Be listening for Sing It Again tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
A little gloomy, Lieutenant, but I don't want to handle any of the light switches. Right back there.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Woodstock. Let me see. Huh? So it is.
Get some light on in the room. The shutters are all closed. Push the switch for something that won't hurt Prince.
Yes, sir. Car key ought to do it.
Shot from behind.
Here's a gun on the floor, Lieutenant.
That guy told you Woodstock had gone, Dollar.
He couldn't have been more right, could he?
Oh, I guess not. Well, let's get out of here until the photographers show up.
Neither the photographers nor the fingerprint men, nor a thorough search of the house, resulted in any progress. By the end of that first day, the description of the man I'd tangled with had been broadcast, along with a possible description of the car he was driving. The police had also put out a futile search on the single name Sprague. And Celia Woodstock hadn't died, but she hadn't regained consciousness either, or shown any signs of recovery. I took a hotel room in Bridgeport that night where I'd be called if and when anything happened. Nothing did. The next morning, I went to the Red Cross Blood Collection Center to talk with a nurse who had recently resigned the office of Celia Woodstock's friend and/or doctor. I'd come in with my mind tossing motives for murder around, motives of personal greed and selfishness and hate. And it was almost a shock to suddenly face a segment of this country, citizens, old ones, young ones, men and women, quietly going about the business of helping the best way they knew how. I stayed to give my own blood after Janet Squire talked with me, and I knew it would go overseas in the best of company.
We can go in here, Mr. Dollar.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Squire, but I was told that you were in Dr. Charles Masterson's office until a short time ago.
Yes, that's right.
Have you seen the morning papers?
No. Why do you ask?
Mrs. Lyle Woodstock was shot last evening.
Mrs. Woodstock? Well, she's one of Dr. Masterson's patients. Was she, seriously injured?
They don't know if she'll live. Her husband was killed at the same time.
How dreadful. What happened?
I don't know. I'm working with the police on it. I'd like to learn as much as I can about Mrs. Woodstock.
Well, I'm afraid I know very little. She was a patient, but other than that, I know nothing.
Her husband seemed to have the idea that she might be more than just a patient.
That there might have been romantic interest between them.
Uh-huh. Was there?
Well, not that I know of. I make it a point to do very little prying into other people's affairs, Mr. Dollar.
Sometimes I wish I could. Do you know anything about anyone named Sprague?
Sprague? No, I'm afraid I don't. I'm sorry.
So am I. I hope the results are better when you start working on me.
I am sorry, Mr. Dollar. If you'll step right through there, Miss File will take care of you.
A telephone check with Lieutenant Jester about an hour later added nothing. He'd been in communication with Mexican authorities, but they were unable to come up with any leads on Celia Woodstock, or even proof that she'd been in the Acapulco vicinity 2 years ago when Woodstock had told me he'd married her. Homicide men were searching the captain's schooner, and they were still working on the name Sprague. I played my last card and went to see Dr. Masterson.
I read about it. Tragic. But, Mr. Dollar, I'm sure you realize why my name mustn't be dragged into it.
It won't be if it doesn't belong there, Doctor.
Why, there was absolutely no basis for his suspicions. Whatever made him say anything like that?
He had a detective following her. He had an idea she came to your office too often.
Then why didn't he talk to her?
He did. He said something about a sinus condition and heat treatment.
That's precisely the truth. I resent your attitude, Mr. Dollar.
That puts us on a par. Your attitude doesn't set so well with me. Keeping your name out of this case isn't as important as clearing it up, no matter what you think.
But I know nothing about it.
You must have talked to the woman. As often as she was here, you must have become fairly well acquainted.
No better acquainted than with most of my patients.
Well, I don't ask for any more. What did she talk about?
Why, the conversations were unimportant. She talked about her travels. They'd come here from Florida to have some work done on their yacht.
She talk about her husband?
Yes, occasionally. General things.
Like what?
I realized that he was much older than she was, but that she was quite satisfied with their marriage and their life together. That's what makes his suspicions of me so ridiculous. She was happy with him.
Never anything about unhappiness, about leaving him?
No, they were planning on a trip to South America in a few months.
Dr. Masterson, did she ever mention anyone named Sprague?
Sprague?
Yeah, Sprague.
This is one of the strangest things that's happened to me in a long time.
Why?
She went to pieces because of that name. completely and helplessly to pieces. Just before she stopped coming for treatment.
What happened?
The last visit she made, the afternoon about a week ago. Someone telephoned and asked for a Mrs. Emil Sprague. My nurse and receptionist called in and asked if Mrs. Sprague could answer the phone.
Was the nurse Miss Squire?
No, she'd just left me. It was Miss Hall, who didn't know my patient by name. But when Mrs. Woodstock heard the name Sprague, she went into hysterics. I gave her a sedative. When she was calmed, I wanted to ask her about what had happened. But, well, I didn't. There was something about her that begged me not to. I decided to wait until she came back. But she never did.
Well, it's Emil Sprague now.
I'm sorry I was hesitant, Mr. Dollar.
Well, it's in the works now. We'll see what we can make out of it. How's Mrs. Woodstock?
Still alive. Those chest wounds are bad, though. Well, here's how the shooting stacks up so far. She was wounded by 38 caliber slugs. Her husband was killed by 32s. So if you were right on your gun description, the man you ran into killed the husband.
What does that leave? Woodstock killing his wife?
He was shot from behind while he was going into the upstairs room. Apparently chased up there. He had a gun in his hand, and he dropped when he was hit. That was the gun we found on the floor. 38 caliber.
Ballistics hasn't run any comparison tests yet?
No.
I won't buy the theory. Mr. and Mrs. Woodstock seem to have been pretty happy. What about their schooner?
Well, I talked to my men on the phone. Nothing yet. Crewmen are all available and with alibis. But what's all that got to do with somebody named Mrs. Emil Sprague?
I couldn't answer him. Nobody could. But close to 12 that night, the lieutenant phoned me that Mrs. Woodstock was finally responding to treatment and would likely live. I was at the hospital at 12:30, but it wasn't until almost 3 that Lieutenant Jester and I were told that she was conscious and able to answer some questions.
Good morning, Miss Woodstock. Feeling better? My name is Lieutenant Jester. This is Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Woodstock.
We're both interested in what happened at your house the other evening.
Mrs. Woodstock, do you understand what we're saying to you? Do you understand?
My husband smiled. They told me he was all right. Is he?
Yes, Mrs. Woodstock.
He was shot. They tell you that?
Yes.
Do you know who did it?
Yes, I know. I was there. I remember.
We wish you'd tell us, Mrs. Woodstock.
Emil Sprague?
Yes. Yes, Emil. No one else was there. He made me go.
Made you go where?
To my house. To talk to my husband.
Emil Sprague made you go? Why?
How could he make you go?
Because I'm Mrs. Emil.
You're Mrs. Emil Sprague?
Yes. And I hate him.
But you were married to Mr. Woodstock.
I shouldn't have.
I think I understand. You were married to Sprague. Your marriage to him was never ended, but you married Woodstock anyway.
Yes. I was wrong. I lied. I didn't tell him. And then it was money. He wanted money.
Sprague did?
Yes. I didn't know where he was. Mexico. I had to get away. And I married my husband. That's all that matters.
I'm afraid it isn't.
Sprague followed you here?
From Florida. I begged him not to.
The $2,000 you drew from your bank?
I gave it to him.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't enough. He made me stay with him. And made me go with him for some more money. And my husband, I tried to make him understand, and he wouldn't. He blamed me and called me things. He went to the drawer. Oh, why didn't he shoot Emil instead of me?
Are you sure of that? Woodstock shot you?
Going to the drawer. I remember. Turning around with a gun. And that's all.
You know where Sprague would go?
What happened? Why did he? What did my husband say?
He hasn't said anything. Evidently, Sprague chased him upstairs, shot him there, and left. Do you know where he'd go?
Back to Florida.
No, we don't think so.
We got a good description of him and the car he was driving. We think he's still in Bridgeport someplace.
You said you were with him. Where?
He had a room on Commercial Street. 713.
Rooming house?
No, it's a big building. Apartments.
Now, which one is Sprague?
It's, number 12 on the second floor.
Does he have a phone in the room?
Yes. Pleasant 2132.
Well, thank you. We won't bother you anymore.
Thank you, Mrs. Woodstock.
I want to help my husband. I'll do anything I can. I want him to know that.
We'll tell him, Mrs. Woodstock. It's a little after 3. Rogers' trucks are going to be rolling on Commercial Street before long. Think Sprague will give us trouble?
Yeah? If he's been holed up since the shooting, I think he's probably farther off as not the one I saw him.
We might slip on him this time of the morning. I'll get some men started out there. You better come with me.
Sure.
I'll need you to identify.
Lieutenant. Men should be set in the back of the building.
All right, Sergeant. You'll go in with me. Well, Don and I took a look at the floor. It's that corner one up there. There's a door to another room right across from his, so we want to keep him from firing if we can.
We didn't warn anybody because we want to keep it quiet.
Hope it stays that way.
All right, Sergeant. Let's go across. Good luck.
Lieutenant, the window. He's onto it. We'd better go on across. He's onto it. He's been watching at the window. I saw him move.
Oh, the devil. Well, you better see what you can do on the phone then, Dollar.
The phone?
We thought if you couldn't catch him off guard, we'd try and talk him out.
There's a payphone in the hallway. His room's just to the right at the top of the stairs there.
That phone's right in line from up there.
And we'll cover him. Okay, Dollar, if you're ready.
He won't answer.
It's ringing. I can hear it upstairs.
He'll do something with it. Hello? Hello, Sprague?
Yeah?
We just got a complete statement from Mrs. Woodstock. You blackmailed the works.
She's alive?
Yeah, and she's going to make it.
I thought she was dead. I saw her fall. I killed him because I thought she was dead. If I'd known, I wouldn't have killed him. I should have found out.
You should have done a lot of things. What we want you to do right now is to give yourself up without any trouble. Every door in the building is covered by police. You won't get out if you try. We want you to come out of your room and down the stairs with your hands out where we can see them. You understand that? Are you listening to me? Come on, Sprague. Come on out and make it...
Stairs, look out. Get down, Dolphin. Stay there, Sergeant. Be careful, Dolphin.
It's all right. Sprague? He's dead, Lieutenant.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
I'll go phone in. Keep the people away as best you can.
Okay.
Expense account item 2, $45, miscellaneous, hotel, meals, etc. Expense account total, $73.60. Remarks? I understand the lawyers for the Woodstock estate are already measuring ways and means to cut the bigamous wife out of the estate. I don't think the Washingtonian Company has a chance of doing the same with the insurance money. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Doud with music by Wilbur Hatch. Edmund O'Brien's latest picture is a Paramount Picture production, The Redhead and the Cowboy. Featured in tonight's cast were Francis X. Bushman, Jim Nusser, Ted Osborne, Lorraine Tuttle, Bill Johnstone, Tudor Owen, and Ray Hartman. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Dick Cutting inviting you to join us next week at this time when Edmund O'Brien returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
There's a very charming, very amusing young couple to be found at CBS, the Star's address, every Saturday evening. And you're invited to stop by and call on them. They're Liz and George Cooper, and Liz is played by the lovely red-haired Hollywood comedian, Lucille Ball. Liz is nice and easygoing. When trouble's ahead, Liz goes for it easily. It's wonderfully hilarious. It's My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball, every Saturday evening on most of these same CBS stations. Stay tuned now for Von Monroe's Caravan, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
Well, hiya, Johnny. Hiya, boy.
Well, I'm fine. Who's
Johnny,
this?
You been out here to sunny Southern California lately?
No, as a matter of fact,
Sure
I haven't.
You out here. How's about hopping on a plane?
Well, that depends. Who are you?
Huh? Oh, sorry, Johnny. This is Will Burnett.
Trinity Mutual Insurance.
Right. And the reason we need you is a couple of fish.
Couple of what?
2 mammals.
Look, Willie, I haven't the least idea what you're talking about. I'm beginning to wonder if you have.
Sure I have. Petey and Sue. Dolphins.
What happened? They are what? Dolphins?
That's right.
Now, don't tell me you've insured the lives of 2 dolphins.
An important client wants it. I think we ought to, but the whole fishy deal needs looking into.
You know what I think?
What, Johnny?
I think you're nuts. Dolphins. But as long as you're willing to pay the freight. Okay, I'll see you sometime tomorrow.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Trinity Mutual Insurance Company, Los Angeles office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the vociferous dolphin matter. Expense account item 1. At the crack of dawn the next morning, $224.43. That's for a wire to Willie Burnett, a taxi to Bradley Field, and a jet going west. Then at L.A. International, while I was picking up my luggage...
Yo, Johnny, right over here.
Oh, hi, Willie. Oh, pardon me, please. Excuse me, ma'am.
Glad to see
Hi,
you, boy.
Willie.
Glad you can make it so fast.
Oh?
Here, got a rental car all gassed up and ready for you. You can stuff that stuff in the bag.
All right, good enough. There we are.
Huh?
Well, now what?
I got a client waiting for me in the office, so I can't go along with you the way I planned.
Go along to where?
Shelter Point, just this side of San Diego.
Oh?
Now, here's a map all worked out for you. And see, right here is where Professor Dr. Euryantha Eurydice Estwell has her private oceanarium.
Professor who?
Estwell.
No, those first names again.
Couldn't say them again if I tried.
I'll bet not.
She's an eccentric, nonconformist. Call her an oddball if you like.
Mm-hmm.
But she once held down chairs of zoology and ichthyology at 2 important colleges. And like I said, she's an important client of ours.
Zoology?
Uh-huh.
And her own private oceanarium. You were serious about wanting to insure the lives of a couple of dolphins.
Well, why not? I mean, if they can do what she thinks they can.
Which is what?
Uncurl that lip, Johnny. This is based on scientific knowledge. But it's the wildest, the most... Well, get yourself on down there and see for yourself.
I think I'd better. I cut on over through Inglewood to Route 101, the freeway, and then about 40 miles later hit the Pacific Coast Highway at Capistrano Beach. There I plowed into a cold, wet fog. Real pea souper. By the time I passed through the usually colorful town of La Jolla, I began to wonder if I shouldn't stop somewhere and wait for it to clear. But it was still early afternoon. Traffic wasn't too bad, so I kept on.
By the time I finally found the unpaved road that cut over to Shelter Point, I wished that I had stopped. But a sudden, very short-lived breeze gave me a quick look at my destination. Down near the edge of the Pacific was a home, and leading out over the ocean was a long, wide pier with lockers lining one side of it. On the other side of the pier, rising out of the sea, was a tremendous tank. Boy, I could use a seeing-eyed dog in this fog. Sunny Southern California. Somebody down there in the pier must have caught a glimpse of me. A very good glimpse of me. That last shot was too close for comfort. But the fog, now a solid wall again, was to my advantage. Moving without a sound, I felt my way onto the pier, and by pressing close to the lockers, I showed no silhouette. Finally, I saw the hazy outline of the marksman who was not looking my way. I waited. After what seemed like an hour of hardly daring to breathe, I jumped. All right, let me have it. Let me have that gun. Come on.
Well, who are you? What are you doing out here?
Wait a minute. You always shoot at people?
Now, I asked you a question, mister. Who are you and what are you doing out here?
As a matter of fact, I had come here to see a Professor Estwell.
What about?
My name is Johnny Dollar.
What? Johnny Dollar?
That's right.
Oh, Johnny, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, cheers. Now, look.
I'm Penelope Wyman.
Penelope? Well, let's call you Penny, hmm?
Well, I like that better,
You mind telling me why you were pulling off those shots at me?
At you? Oh, but I wasn't. It must have been a ricochet.
Oh, sure.
Oh, really, Johnny? I was aiming at those sharks. You see them? Around the big tank where Aunt Yuri keeps her 2 dolphins?
Oh, you were, hmm?
Honestly. But come on, Johnny. Let's go up to the house where it's warm and we can talk. Because... Well, Johnny...
Yeah?
Why have you come here? Is it because you're worried about Aunt Yuri, too?
Should I be?
Yes, Johnny. Yes.
This ever happened to you? You're driving down a long highway or working late, and then monotony makes you feel drowsy. Perk up with No-Dose. No-Dose keeps you alert with the same safe refresher found in coffee. Yet No-Dose is faster, handier, more reliable, absolutely not habit-forming. The safe way to stay alert without harmful stimulants. No-Dose.
Here, Johnny, we can sit in here.
After you.
Thank you. Would you like a drink or something?
No, thanks. Now, Penny, tell me, does this worry about your aunt have something to do with your standing down there on the pier with a rifle?
Well, no, I told you I'd thought of going swimming.
In all this fog?
Well, sure, anytime. But when I saw all those sharks nosing around the dolphin tank, Well, all right, no, Johnny. I did have the rifle there because of Aunt Yuri.
Why?
Her experiments with the dolphins.
What kind of experiments?
Did you ever hear one of them?
Well, I've heard the funny little noises they give out. That's about all.
Well, most of the sound they make is too high in pitch for the human ear. But scientists believe they communicate the same as we do with a regular language.
It seems to me I read something about that recently.
Well, Aunt Yuri, with all her money, hopes to prove it. Prove that the dolphins, she calls them her children, that Petey and Sue can actually talk, that their intelligence is almost as high as ours.
That's a possibility, I suppose. But is that all that worries you about her?
Well, no, Johnny, it's that... Well, I think that somebody's trying to stop her.
How?
Well, she's old, quite old, and... Well, there have been too many near accidents lately. Like the night one of the planks on the pier gave way. And just think if there'd been sharks around then. And she still insists on doing everything alone out here, in spite of the fact that she could afford all kinds of help. But she does it all alone, except for Carl and me.
Who's Carl?
Oh, Carl Petermill. He's a... Well, he was my fiancé. Johnny, are Are you going to stay long?
Well, I don't know. Tell me, what does Carl do for your aunt?
Oh, he handles the recording equipment for the funny sounds that Petey and Sue make when they talk to her, she calls it. I don't really know how it all works, Johnny, and I don't think she does either, but that's her big project.
Well, do you think she's getting anywhere with it?
Of course I am, young man. Carl, set those tape recordings over there in the corner.
Right you are, Professor.
Who are you?
My name is Johnny Dollar.
Well, I don't care who you are. What business have you coming in here? Dollar? From the insurance company?
That's right.
Good. This is Carl Petermill, my assistant.
How are you, Carl?
Friend of yours, Penny?
No, Carl.
Mr. Dollar, I want some insurance on my children, Petey and Sue.
The Dolphins, you mean?
I said my children. Haven't you showed him Penelope? Haven't you let him hear them talk? Now, come along, all of you. But first, Penelope, go in and put on a decent dress.
Yes, Aunt Yuri.
Come along, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, ma'am. While Carl fooled around with a mess of complicated electronic equipment over at one side, we climbed onto a platform across the big tank, and the two dolphins came flipping up out of the water like a couple of playful puppy dogs demanding attention, splashing around, squeaking like mad, then leaping high into the air, clear over the platform and down into the water on the other side. The thing that really stopped me was when one of them, leaping out of the water onto the platform, just lay there for a moment until the professor gave it a few pats on the head like you would a playful dog. It was amazing, and a far more personal kind of play than I'd ever seen at Marineland or any other oceanarium where they train small whales and dolphins. They really seemed to understand her.
That's enough.
Then, at her command, they quit and stayed below, swimming around. Of course, coming up for a breath of air now and then and watching us all the time.
There you are. Do you see, Mr. Dollar? They are my children. Completely obedient. And they love me, too.
It's almost unbelievable, Professor.
Well, that alone is reason enough to insure their lives.
Well, now...
But there's a far more important reason, Mr. Dollar. One of tremendous scientific value to the whole world. At least it will be when I've given them more training to prove my point. I'm going to show you, demonstrate to you how they talk. Is the recording equipment ready, Carl?
All set up to go, Professor. You get one of them up to the surface, and I'll handle the mic from here.
Very well. Susie, come here. Come here, pet. Start the machine, Carl.
Okay, we're rolling, Professor.
All right, now, Susie. Talk to me. Talk to me, dear. Come on, Sue. That's right. Talk to me. That's a good girl. Do you love me? Do you love your mother? Say, mother. Mother. Mother, did you hear it, Mr. Dollar?
I heard it, but I'm afraid I don't exactly understand her.
Then we'll show you, won't we, Carl? Down you go, Susie. And thank you, dear.
These tape recorders, Professor. How come?
What's the matter with you, Mr. Dollar? Can't you see what we're doing?
I'm not quite sure.
It's obvious. We make a recording at ultra-high speed of sounds that are almost too high for the human ear to register properly.
Yes, that much.
Then Carl puts it on another of those machines, like he's doing now, and plays it back at a very slow speed.
I see.
That will make it not only audible, but understandable.
Understandable, hmm?
Well, of course, you'll see.
All ready, Professor.
Then go ahead, Carl. Go ahead. Now listen. Do you hear it now, Mr. Dollar? Now it's at a pitch that we can understand. You hear that? She said mother.
She did, huh?
Well, yes, of course she did. Because I taught her to. Well, didn't you hear it? She said mother. Well, didn't she?
Or was it something else, Professor Eswell?
What? Something else?
Yes. Like maybe murder.
your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent. Smoke Kent, the micronite filter cigarette.
Yes, people who want to get away from harsh, rough-tasting cigarettes know that the one to switch to is Kent. And there's a very good reason why. Kent, with the micronite filter, refines away harsh flavor, refines away rough taste for the mildest taste of all. Yes, that's your reward for smoking Kent, the cigarette that made the filter famous. So when you want to get away from harsh, rough-tasting cigarettes, remember, the finer the filter, the milder the taste. And you'll decide to treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent. Smoke Kent, the micronite filter cigarette.
I'm no salesman, I guess, because the minute I questioned the so-called words from her pet Dolphin, those that came out of the tape recorder, the professor politely but firmly ordered me to leave. Her timing was just exactly right, for as I drove on past the house...
Oh, Johnny! Johnny!
Hi, Penny.
Hi. Are you going back to L.A.?
Well, maybe into San Diego. You like a ride?
Oh, no, thanks. But, well, I'm driving in, too, for some shopping.
You know, I was thinking that I might hang my hat at the El Cortez tonight.
Oh? Well, that'll be right close to where I'll be.
Well, if you're shopping late, Penny, you'll have to have dinner somewhere.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that, Johnny. It's a date.
Good, I'll be waiting. Just holler when you're ready. After phoning Willie Burnett and reporting no sale as yet, that's item 2, $1.45, I checked into the El Cortez, shaved, showered, dressed, then waited until Penny called. Then, a night on the town with that beautiful girl. Only once during dinner at Luback's did we make with any serious talk.
Wonderful, Johnny.
Oh, good.
But I shouldn't leave her alone even for a few hours this way.
Even with Carl out there with her? Your engagement to him is really off, hmm?
Yes. And I guess he hates me now because of the reason for it. Oh, I knew he hadn't had much formal education, but when I found out about the only life he really cared for...
Well, Penny, let's not worry too much about him.
But, Johnny, all his life, he'd worked in carnival.
Well, that's a pretty colorful life, you know.
A barker, a spieler for a freak show, two-headed snakes, that sort of thing. And that's what he hopes to do again.
Let's forget about him, then.
Johnny?
Hmm?
Do you think Aunt Uri really has anything with those dolphins?
Well, those tapes are pretty, provocative.
Oh, why doesn't she just relax and enjoy her money?
Tell me, who gets her money when she dies? You?
Yes, everything. Except for the dolphins. They'll go, too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, now you're the one who said to stop worrying. What do we do next, Johnny?
You just wait till I pay this check and you'll see. Waiter. We did the nightclub route, all stops. It was one of the greatest evenings I ever had. Penny, not only clever, beautiful, charming, witty, but... Well, I was sorry when it was all over. And sometime after 4 a.m., I piled her into her car, kissed her goodnight, and watched her head on back to the beach. It was almost an hour later when... Oh, Johnny Dollar. Oh, wait a minute. Hold everything. Hello?
Johnny, please, come out here.
Penny?
Yes, Johnny.
Well, Penny, what's the matter? What's happened?
Aunt Uri. She's dead.
Penny was waiting for me at the turnoff from the highway.
Oh, Johnny, I don't know what to do. And there's nobody else around.
Where's Carl?
I'd forgotten when I left her alone out here. Last night was a night off for him. He won't be back till 6.
Well, it's almost that now.
Listen, when I came in, I found Aunt Uri wasn't in her bedroom.
Yes?
And it wasn't a feeding time for the Dolphins, but I looked around anyhow. No, don't stop at the house.
Well, where is she, Penny?
Down there, at the pier. In the tank with her children.
Her body was floating there, and the Dolphins, her children, were beside her, protecting her. I rigged up a sling and brought her body up onto the platform, and I could see where she'd been struck on the head. Just then, Carl came running out onto the pier. I must say that his reaction was wholly unexpected.
I knew it, Penny. I knew you'd get her sooner or later.
Carl!
Just a minute, Carl.
Couldn't wait for her to die, could you, to get all her money? You had to help her along.
I said just a minute.
Hit her over the head, did you? Then pushed her in? Is that what you did?
Oh, Carl, you're terrible.
It's true, Dollar. It's true, because of her money.
Now, look here, both of you.
And listen. Yeah, the Dolphins. I can prove it. I think I can prove it. Because they'll know. They must have seen and they can talk. Dollar, they can talk. And I can understand them, and they can understand me. Oh, yeah. You'll see.
He rigged up the microphone again. Then, after starting the ultra-high-speed tape machine, he talked to one of them. He asked that Dolphin who had killed her. And when he finished, he moved the tape to the other machine.
And now we'll play it back slow, and we'll see, Dollar. We'll see.
What's that?
It's my voice when I asked him. So low at this speed, it's only a rumble. The high squeak of that Dolphin when it slowed down this way. Listen.
Listen.
I told you. I knew it. She killed her.
Oh, no.
All right, turn it off. Carl, drive into La Jolla. Get the police.
You bet I will.
If it was true about Dolphin's intelligence, this might be no actual proof at all, but it was pretty damaging evidence against the girl who would inherit all of the professor's money. But from the time of the professor's first demonstration, I've been thinking about a man who knows every electronic trick. Bob McKinney, an engineer for CBS. So the minute Carl left to get the police and the medical examiner, I pulled the tape off the machine and we left. Then, at McKinney's home, Penny and I waited 4 or 5 hours while Bob experimented with different playback speeds, with filters, equalizers, a variac, and heaven knows what all. And then, finally...
Well, Johnny, I can't be sure.
Yes, Bob?
But if the tape recording was faked up the way you think it might have been, this should be the way the voice on it sounded originally. And it wasn't any Dolphin.
Go ahead, play it, Bob.
Penelope. Kill, murder.
Johnny.
Me see. Penelope. Kill.
All right, turn it off. Well, Penny?
Carl. It was Carl.
Yes. Yes, Carl faked that, like he faked all the other Dolphin voices.
But what? Why kill her?
Weren't the Dolphins and the aquarium to go to Carl?
Oh, yes. Yes, they were.
Well, apparently he was afraid that your aunt would find out about his electronic tricks. This way, he'd have his sideshow, the life that he wanted. But instead, he's booked himself a one-night stand. And its blackout is permanent. Thanks to Carl, the police and he were still there at Shelter Point, waiting for us. Expense account total, including hotel and the trip home, $531.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week,
The calm, blue, beautiful waters of the Pacific almost hide the work of a clever team of killers. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Do you like a car with plenty of pep, a car with reserve power for safe passing? Most good drivers do, but they don't like to pay extra for premium gasoline. Listen, in 3 out of 5 cars, regular priced Sinclair Dino gasoline matches performance of premium gasolines, saves you up to 4 cents a gallon. Almost anywhere you see the Sinclair Dinosaur sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon with Dino. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dino gasoline. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Larry Robinson, Ethel Everett, Joan Laser, Bill Lipton, and Ben Yaffe. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mrs. Wish, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yes?
Do I understand that you're in San Francisco because of the disappearance of my husband?
That's right, Mrs. Wish. The doctor's insurance company seem to feel that the circumstances deserve some looking into.
It is very strange, and I'm quite frightened.
I know you must be upset, and I know that the police have bothered you quite a bit. But I wonder if I could come out and talk to you.
Of course, Mr. Dollar. Only one thing is important. That is to learn that my husband is alive and safe. Please feel free to come any time that's convenient to you.
Edmund O'Brien in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Malcolm Wish, M.D. matter. Expense account item 1, $218.45 airfare and incidentals between Hartford and San Francisco. There, after a phone call to his wife, I went to the home of the missing Dr. Wish, which was situated about halfway up fashionable Nob Hill.
Good morning.
Oh, Mrs. Wish is expecting me. My name is Dollar.
Yes, she is. Come in.
Thank you.
You're the insurance investigator.
That's right.
I'm the daughter. My name's Cecil. You learn anything about Father?
Not yet, but I just got here this morning.
Sure, should have realized that. I'd like to talk to you about it.
Do you mean you think you know some other things that other people don't?
Some other people.
You haven't told the police?
No, I didn't like the man who came here, Lieutenant Hughes. I don't want to talk to you until after you've seen her.
Sure, anything you say.
Where are you staying?
The Cleveland Hotel on Cellar.
I'm going to be downtown. I'll meet you at the coffee shop at noon.
Okay, Cecil, I'll be there. Now, where can I find your mother?
The second door leads to the morning room and a view of the bay. She's waiting, so just walk right in. And don't mention what I said to you.
All right. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wish?
Yes?
I was told to come right in. I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, I've been waiting. Come and sit down.
I'll take up as little of your time as possible, Mrs. Wish.
Oh, it's quite all right.
I understand the last time you saw your husband was night before last when he left the house to make a professional call.
That's correct.
Would you tell me about it, please?
Oh, I only wish I knew more about it. My husband very seldom accepts night calls. But night before last, the phone rang, and he talked for a moment, and then he left.
What time is that?
A little past 9.
Isn't it his habit to let you know where he's going when he goes out at night?
No, I'm afraid it isn't anymore. Once it was, yes.
And you didn't hear him mention the name of the patient that called him?
No. I was out of the room, and he answered the phone himself.
Well, he must have said something to you.
Well, he seemed to be in a hurry. And he told me he'd be back in an hour or so, that it was an emergency. Naturally, we assumed that it was one of his regular patients. So yesterday, my daughter and I started phoning them. We got the names from Dr. Huber.
He's the other doctor in your husband's office?
Yes. I believe he's called some of Malcolm's patients, too, but none of them seem to have phoned that night. Oh, I'm terribly worried, Mr. Dollar.
We'll do everything we can. How do I get to his office from here, Mrs. Wish?
It's in the Tide building on post. You can take the cable car on the corner. It'll drop you just a half a block away.
Thanks. I'll be in touch with you.
Come right in, Mr. Dollar. I'm sorry I was so brief with you on the phone. I had a patient in the office at the time.
That's perfectly all right, Dr. Huber.
It wouldn't help matters to discuss Malcolm's disappearance in front of him. You know how tongues wag. Please be seated. It is true that this situation is not yet common knowledge?
The papers have left it alone. How did you hide the truth when you phoned his patients?
What? Oh, of course, you have met with his wife. She was insistent that I do that. But it is not my duty, I thought, at least at this time. Do you not agree?
I suppose so, if you don't think Dr. Wish is in danger.
I don't jump to that conclusion until I see some reason.
The man has disappeared, Doctor.
Many men have disappeared. Dr. Wish is 52 years old. He has practiced here in San Francisco for more than 20 years. Before that in Seattle. The past 2 months, I have noticed a change in him. Tiring. He was no longer satisfied with his life.
Are you inferring that he might have ducked out on his own?
Perhaps even amnesia.
Does it sound like amnesia for a man to answer the phone, tell his wife he'll be home in a short time, pick up his medical kit, and drive away in his car?
Who knows about amnesia?
Does an amnesia victim go to the trouble of keeping a car hidden from the police of 3 states?
It would depend on the type of amnesia.
I didn't think there were types, so you must mean voluntary or involuntary. If he did just suddenly drop his life here, and you know that to be the case, I hope you...
I know nothing. Dr. Wish and I discuss very little but medical matters. I repeat, that I realize that for 2 months or longer he was not a happy man. If he has made arrangements to change that, I do not know, but it is a possibility.
You wouldn't tell me if he were in trouble over his practice, would you?
I would not, but I'm sure that he wasn't. Dr. Wish is, to the best of my knowledge, a highly ethical man of medicine.
You're probably being cooperative, Doctor, but I'm not sure whether it's with Wish or with the police and me.
I am simply without information.
Yeah. I have an appointment in 15 minutes, but I'd like to come back this afternoon and get a list of his patients.
You are welcome. Please mention it to the receptionist on the way out. She'll be happy to gather the information for you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you prefer a table or the counter?
I was supposed to meet someone here at noon.
It's 5 after, sir.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't see her. I guess she's later than I am.
Would it have been a Miss Cecil Wish, sir?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Then if you're Mr. Dollar, she phoned and asked me to tell you that she wasn't able to lunch with you, but that she would be reached by phone at her home any time after 2.
I see. Well, thanks very much. I'll take the counter. Might as well have a sandwich. I didn't suspect Cecil's motives until I left the coffee shop. Then I realized I was being followed. I kept my eyes pretty much off the man, but saw enough to describe him. Medium height and a broad-shouldered suit, and the hair that showed below a hat was so white blonde that I thought it must have been bleached. He followed me to a drugstore where I phoned Lieutenant Hughes, the detective on the case. Then my shadow followed me aboard a Market Street bus and dropped off a block after I did. He was lounging on a corner when I went into police headquarters.
I'm glad to have you in town, Dollar, but I don't have anything to give you. I put out a description of the doctor in his car, and I've been riding along on that. I'll have to for a few more days unless something breaks.
I take it you've talked to the other doctor in his office?
Yeah, I talked to him.
And he hinted that Dr. Wish dropped out of sight.
Yeah, and that in itself doesn't happen to be a crime. No, not yet, anyway.
Things like that sometimes crowd the law against insurance fraud, Lieutenant.
No, not for a while. Oh, don't think I'm passing this off without reason. With the information I have now, there's darn little I can do, except wait and see if the wife doesn't get a brush off by mail from Alaska, someplace that's legal.
You have a line on any women in his life?
It doesn't necessarily have to be one, does it?
It helps sometimes. Do you know any reason why somebody should be tailing me?
Tailing you? When'd you spot it?
Right after I had lunch at the Cleveland Hotel coffee shop.
When do you think the tail was put on you?
I'm not sure.
I went out to the Wish House this morning. From there, I went to his office. From there to the coffee shop. And I came here.
Any ideas?
Yeah. I've got an idea that a man who wants to drop out of sight wouldn't risk drawing attention to himself by putting a tail on somebody who's looking for him. Would you?
Hardly.
It's all right with you. I'd like to leave things the way they are. I wanted to let you know about it, but I think we ought to let him play for a while.
I'll go along with it. I got some good men I could put on it, but there's always a chance of tipping him.
Let's leave him alone. Maybe he's only a hungry tourist who thinks I might lead him to a good steak. He followed me back to the doctor's office, and he was waiting for me 15 minutes later when I left with the names, addresses, and phone numbers of what I'd been told were all the patients of Dr. Wish. By this time, I was learning a few things about the man following me. He was good at it. Unobtrusive, not too eager, yet never losing me, though I didn't make myself too easy to follow. I let my shadow watch me buy some stationery and a paper near my hotel. Then I went up to my room, hoping he'd relax downstairs. I checked in the corridor 3 times in the next half hour, and then at 2:15 I phoned the Wish House.
Hello?
Miss Wish?
Yes, who's this?
Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I'm sorry about not meeting you. Something came up that I couldn't get out of.
You may have more trouble getting out than even you figured on.
What'd you say?
It doesn't look good when you promise information and then don't show up to give it. Why did you really make that date and then not show up?
I couldn't help it. There wasn't anything I could do about it.
What is this information you have? You can give it to me now, can't you?
Not over the phone.
I'll come up then.
No, because Mother will be here. I'll have to meet you someplace. Are you at your hotel?
I can be any time you say.
Where then, the bar?
I think it'd better be my room.
Well, that... All right. I'll be there at 8:30. Which one is it?
8:30? Why so late?
Because Mother will be here and I'll have to sneak out. You sound as if you've learned something, have you?
We'll talk about it when you get here. The room is 323. Don't stop at the desk. Come right up to the 3rd floor and wait near the elevators. I'll be a minute or so late.
Why do I have to
Never
wait?
mind. Be here. If you stand me up again, I'll see that the police make the next date with you.
Why are you threatening me? I'll be there.
So will I, Cecil. Goodbye. I left as soon as I'd hung up and led my shadow away from the hotel. Before, I thought there could have been any contact between him and Cecil Wish. I kept him moving the rest of the afternoon and away from phones as much as possible while I called on some of the missing doctor's patients. I arranged it so that he couldn't have seen her go into the hotel. And still, when I reached the 3rd floor, she wasn't waiting for me. When I spotted Lieutenant Hughes leaning against my door, I thought I knew why.
Where the devil have you been, Dolly? Thought we'd lost
I've
you.
been trying to do my job. Did you scare a girl away from here? Or did you notice?
There's a time and place. Tell me, has this man stopped tailing you?
No, he's waiting across the street from the entrance. Why, Lieutenant?
Dr. Wish's coat, hat, shoes, and a suicide note were found on the Golden Gate Bridge about an hour ago.
Uh-oh. Have they found his body?
Not yet. And now explain for what possible reason this guy should have been tailing you.
We will return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. George Raft, popular screen star, plays Rocky Jordan, an American in Cairo. His mission, adventure. Every week starting next Wednesday over most of these same CBS stations, George Raft as Rocky Jordan gets enmeshed in new, often bizarre exploits. Next Wednesday, Rocky Jordan takes part in a search to find a beach strewn with diamonds. Don't miss this exciting CBS thriller. And now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
As it turned out, the lieutenant and I, instead of playing it smart, should have collared the blonde shadow hours before, but the boat had sailed. By the time we got down to the street, he'd disappeared. An alarm was broadcast on his description, and Lieutenant Hughes and I went up to the Wish address.
This doesn't seem possible. I've sealed my myself to accept almost any kind of horrible news, an accident, some sudden illness, anything, but not this.
Didn't your husband in any way show that he might have been despondent?
In no way.
Was there any trouble between you and him?
We were normally happy little spats. Cecil.
Yes, Mother?
Was there anything hidden from me? Was your father unhappy because of something that you knew about and I didn't?
Not that I know of, Mother.
You've seen the note, Mrs. Wish?
Yes, I've seen the note.
And you're still sure he wrote it?
Oh, I wish I weren't so sure.
I'm sorry that it has to be brought up, but it sounded as if he were pretty unhappy about his life.
Whatever it was, he kept it hidden. I hadn't an inkling. We'd been so happy.
The other doctor in his office thought that he might not have been so happy.
Then Dr. Huber was aware of something I knew nothing about. Perhaps I was blind. Oh, I just don't...
I'm awfully sorry. Now we're going to have to talk about it.
Oh, I just...
She's doing quite well, don't you think?
Not as well as you are.
I'm not trying.
What are you doing?
Being honest. Father's not dead, and I think she knows it.
I'm glad you're so sure.
It's not a suicide from the Golden Gate Bridge. That's too much.
Come on out in the other room.
I'm going to get my...
We'll be back in a minute, Lieutenant.
Yeah, all right.
Cecil, where are you going?
I'll come right back, Mother. Father had no reason to take his life.
What do you think has happened, then?
I was going to tell you what I thought when we planned to meet at noon, but I changed my mind.
Is it a change of mind what came up that you couldn't get out of?
It's harder to get away from than a lot of things. First, I thought that he was playing a dirty trick on me. Then I wondered if I wouldn't be playing a dirtier one on him by telling you about it.
You changed your mind about meeting me at 7, too.
I got the news about the things on the bridge just as I was leaving. Father's reached what they call the dangerous age. I guess it is. He finally fell in love.
I don't envy him. Dr. Huber diagnosed it as possible amnesia.
A typical Huber diagnosis. I don't think he knows about things.
But you found out.
Of course I did. I wasn't taken in by these night calls at all. I followed him. I even talked to her without her knowing who I was. She was nice. And I felt like a chaperone.
What's her name?
Ann Mobius.
Did she talk you into luring me to that coffee shop?
What do you mean?
I was onto that guy that was following me from the time I left there.
I don't know what you mean.
Stop it. I led him right over to police headquarters and told Lieutenant Hughes about him.
Mr. Dollar, I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy was good. I had half a hunch he might be a private detective. But then when I realized how well practiced he was on melting away from the police, I began to wonder. There's a police alarm out on him now, so you'll save a lot of time and trouble by telling me who he is and where we can find him.
You think I made you go there so you could be followed?
I was followed.
Why?
You put me in that coffee
But
shop.
why were you followed?
Because I was looking for your father. You know that.
I don't know it.
Yes.
I don't know anything about her. She's younger than Father, about 34 or 5.
Married or single?
I don't know.
Where does she live?
Wesley. It's an apartment, a building on Van Ness. I thought they'd run away together.
Maybe. Give me the apartment number. Lieutenant and I will go and see.